I woke up in a hospital bed, a stray bullet having nearly killed me during a monster attack. Then, the lights flickered, and I realized I could subtly control them with my mind, my newly awakened power, the result of that near-death experience. Suddenly, I could sense the faint traces of things, hidden entities invisible to others. This time, I'm hunting them down, not to survive, but to settle my 4 million yuan debt. In the darkness, the sharp scent of disinfectant stung my nose. My eyes flickered twice, then slowly opened. The first thing I saw was a rectangular ceiling light. Its pale, cold glow felt lifeless, though the frosted glass softened the harshness. Where is this? I tried to remember what happened before I blacked out, but a stabbing pain deep in my brain stopped me. Mr. Sun, are you awake? A young woman's voice, a nurse, in a pink uniform, holding a clipboard, startled me. I have good news. Your operation was a success. Operation? Successful? I was stunned, my right hand under the covers instinctively moving to my legs. Relief flooded me, everything was there. Why am I here? What's wrong with me? What surgery? I croaked, my voice rough and hoarse, sounding like a man twice my age. I realized I couldn't remember anything except my name. Short-term amnesia is common after a severe brain injury, a male voice said from behind. I turned to see a doctor, his face mostly hidden behind a mask and large glasses. Serious injury? What happened to me? A stray bullet hit your head during a recent monster attack, the doctor explained. Luckily, your skull deflected it, preventing a fatal wound. The bullet's out, you're out of danger. Just rest and recover. The amnesia is temporary. Monster attack? Stray bullet? The information overload made my head pound. The first dressing change is in 48 hours. Watch for complications, the doctor said, addressing the nurse. Report any vital sign abnormalities immediately. Yes, director, the nurse replied. They left, leaving me alone under the cold, pale light. It felt wrong. A warmer light would be nice, I thought. Then, strangely, the pale light shifted to a warm yellow, flickering violently before plunging the ward into darkness, except for the faint green emergency light. What happened? A power outage? The nurse's voice came from the hallway, the entire floor seemed dark. I don't know, the nurse's station called the electrician, another replied. Deep shock and doubt washed over me. Was the light change, the outage, linked to my thought? Or just coincidence? Before I could ponder, the pain in my brain overwhelmed me. I lay back, staring at the dark ceiling, breathing heavily. If the power hadn't gone out, the heart monitor's alarm would have been screaming. What's going on? My chest heaved. I tried to sit up, but my limbs spasmed uncontrollably. My eyes widened, I tried to call for help, but my throat was paralyzed. A suffocating dread threatened to pull me under. Then, just as I feared unconsciousness, it all stopped. My heart rate slowed, control returned to my body. Snap. The lights flickered back on. A medical cart rumbled past, the squeak of wheels, the clink of glass, nurses murmuring about the outage. Then, the sharp click of high heels, growing closer, stopping at my door. A tall woman in a black suit entered. Hello, Mr. Sunday. I apologize for disturbing you, but I need to speak with you. She sat beside my bed. Are you? I asked, noticing the copper badge on her chest. Even with amnesia, I recognized a public servant's insignia. I'm handling the aftermath of the monster attack, she said. The neighborhood's destroyed, over 100 casualties. Including you, only 6 survived. I waited. We rescued the survivors, covered the expenses. She paused. But we found nothing to identify you. Your DNA isn't in the database. No tax records, insurance, employment history. I have amnesia. I frowned, sensing the undercurrent in her words. This wasn't going well. I know. But you're classified as a stateless person or an illegal immigrant. Her tone was cold. This country isn't obligated to provide free services. All expenses, surgical fees, etc. are your debt. This woman was here to collect. I took a deep breath. How much do I owe? 3,890,627 yuan. That much? 1 million was a fortune, 4 million impossible to repay in my condition, unless I was secretly rich. No deductions for lack of citizenship or insurance, she stated flatly. Every bullet, every resource used to save you is your responsibility. What if I can't pay? I asked, narrowing my eyes. That's why I'm here. She produced a tablet. Sign this employment contract. Work off the debt, and you'll be granted citizenship. A contract to sell myself? I blurted out. You have no other choice. She was right. I sat up, took the tablet, and examined the document. It was a temporary investigator employment contract. My name was already there, under Party B. Party A was Junsure Human Resources Company. A temp agency? I'm just a temporary worker? Investigators are formal employees, after debt repayment and citizenship. But now, you're a temporary investigator. I fell silent. Even amnesiac, I knew what investigators did. Over 200 or 300 years ago, weird things had ravaged Xiaozhou, shrinking human living space to a third of its former size. More than that, that percentage shrinks yearly. Less than 20% of Xiaozhou remains in human hands. They call them things, but they have no fixed form, living, dead, or even a phenomenon. Regardless, to ordinary people, they're incredibly dangerous. Worse, these things can infect anything they touch, a process called the deception virus. Most infected become deformed, turning into, well, more things. Before special suppressants, the virus raged like a plague. Many died. Investigators, as the name implies, hunt these things. The danger's obvious. I figured whoever signed the deed of sale would likely die in debt. But the Bureau of Investigation doesn't care. A debt investigator means a massive pension. Temporary workers like me are far more cost-effective. If I refuse, what then? I asked. Kick me out of the hospital? Out of the city? No, you're not free until your debt's paid. She produced a stylus. Your only choice is the font. I took the stylus, thinking. My pre-amnesia memories suggested I was just an ordinary person. I knew about things and investigators, but the details were scarce. Anything related to them is taboo. Except for a select few, most people just hope to avoid them entirely. What do I get as a temporary investigator? Information, equipment, training? I asked. Even cannon fodder has value. We can't waste taxpayer money, right? Everything you mentioned will be provided. She glanced at her watch. It's late. Sign. I took a deep breath and signed. She put away the tablet, then tossed 2 documents to me, a temporary Xiaozhou Federation citizen ID. My photo was there, my name, but everything else, including my gender, was blank, and a temporary investigator certificate, 0420, with my picture but no name. Your code name is 0420. Investigators use numbers. What's your number? I asked. I'm not an investigator. She stood. You'll be discharged in 3 days. Someone will pick you up. She left. I stared at the ID, lost in thought. This is a deadly job, more dangerous than any thrill seeker. I considered escape, but I had nothing, no memories. Even if I escaped, I'd be lost in this unfamiliar place. Xiaozhou's city-states have different laws, but the investigation bureaus hold immense power, able to summon the army at will. Opposing them is suicide. She was right, I had no choice. The contract required 1 C-level, 4 D-level, or 16 E-level missions to pay off my debt. I had no idea what those levels meant. I pressed the call button. The nurse arrived. Miss Nurse, a favor, I said. Please. Her attitude was far better than the officials. Can I borrow a device with internet access? A phone or tablet. I need to look something up. She hesitated. I don't have internet access? I frowned. Mr. Sun, you just woke up. Rest is best and please stay in the ward. Her tone was apologetic. Okay, I said, lying back down. This ward isn't just a ward, it's a cell. I rested, inhaling the disinfectant scent from my pillow, staring at the ceiling light, silently willing it to change. Nothing happened. The pale light remained. The agonizing brain pain stayed away. Just a coincidence? 3 days passed quickly. My memory remained blank. At 9 a.m. on the third day, before the doctor's rounds, 2 soldiers in black tactical gear entered, presenting a certificate and the director signed discharge summary. They had me change into a light gray uniform, then took me to an SUV blacked out windows, the Tianfu City Anomaly Investigation Bureau logo. Where are we going? The bureau? I asked. They were silent, weapons at the ready, treating me like a criminal. I watched the buildings pass, realizing I didn't recognize Tianfu City at all. I didn't even speak the local dialect. Maybe I was a refugee after all. After an hour and a half, the SUV stopped in an empty yard. I got out, and they sped off. Identification, please, a middle-aged man in a similar uniform, but with the bureau's insignia, approached. I showed him my IDs. 0420, I've been expecting you. He returned them. Induction starts now. Follow me. He led me inside. A large lecture hall held 20+ people in the same unmarked uniforms. The new recruits have arrived. Let's begin, he said into a calm unit, then took a seat in the back. I sat near him. A tall man in a white coat approached the podium. Welcome to the Tianfu City Anomaly Investigation Bureau. You're temporary, but becoming a regular employee is just a matter of time. Time before your life restarts, a woman in front muttered. Promises they think we're all fools. I quietly moved to the front, sitting beside her. You also signed voluntarily? What choice did I have? She retorted. We all owe the Federation a fortune we can't repay. We sold our lives regular employee if we phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals liblib/phoneme long enough to pay off the debt, that'll be a miracle. I wanted to ask more, but the skinny instructor finished his introduction and launched into the training. I had to focus, every word could be a matter of life or death. You all know about things, but the Federation's classification system isn't public. First, we'll cover classification, identification, and naming, he said. Except for a few special things with names, most are designated by codenames 2 parts. The first is a heavenly stem and earthly branch, defining the major category. Rule-based things are A, phenomenon-based are B, C, D, and E are biological, animals, plants, and microorganisms respectively. He paused. The classifications aren't precise. There are hybrids, like fungus-animal combinations. If the fungus controls the animal, it's E. If it's just an appendage, it's C. Then there are inanimate things, tools, buildings, environments. The lines blur, requiring expert judgment. The second part is a simple number sequence, showing chronological order. This doesn't reflect strength, but most of the top 10 are beyond our capabilities. 0 is absolute taboo, the original primary thing. For instance, the dingling decayed mother tree is the source of all plant things. Is 0 the strongest? A new investigator asked. Strength isn't quantifiable. We assign a danger level. 0's is highest. Don't worry, you'll never encounter it. He cleared his throat. That's it. Congratulations, you're investigators. An uproar followed. I frowned. Was that it? It was like a game tutorial. WASD to move, right-click to aim, left-click to shoot, then throwing you into a hellish level, saying you're ready for the final boss. A joke. Is that it? The investigator who'd asked the question demanded. He nodded. Yes. Experience with things isn't helpful, it can get you and your team killed. So, training is brief for everyone. But we don't even know what we'll do. Mission objectives and intel will be provided when you get your assignment, he replied. Weapons training? Non-staff don't get weapons or licenses. Accompanying soldiers or sheriffs provide firepower. We received a single room with a private bath, a phone, no free internet, and a booklet summarizing known things. Each entry was marked in red. All known things are constantly changing. This info may be outdated. At least it should tell us how to survive, I muttered, tossing the phone and booklet onto the bed, heading for the bathroom. The phone rang. An email, a mission. So soon? I sighed, lying down on the bed. I opened the email. Mission: investigate the abandoned playground south of the city. Date: 1300, May 8, 4719, 1 hour 23 minutes from now. Difficulty: tentatively E level. Personnel: temporary investigators 0398, 0401, and 0420. Our numbers were underlined in blue. I clicked on the others' files. 0398 was the woman I'd spoken to, 0401 was the questioning guy. What a coincidence. Their files were blank except for photos and numbers. I continued. Mission info: 16 women, aged 16 to 24, disappeared in South Tianfu City. The Public Security Bureau mapped their last known locations. All were near the abandoned amusement park. The park opened in 4699, owned by Letty Tourism. It went bankrupt in 4703, changing hands several times before closing in 4711. Residents report suspicious people in brown robes entering and exiting recently. 2 eyewitnesses suspect mysterious rituals related to things. The South City branch sent sheriffs multiple times, finding nothing until the third operation. Trainee Sheriff Hu Li Jun disappeared. Her colleagues noticed nothing unusual. A thorough search found no clues. Note: Trainee Sheriff Hu Li Jun, Changnan Branch, Tianfu City Public Security Bureau, female, age 22. Mission requirements: investigate the abandoned amusement park to confirm whether the disappearances are related to things. Report any findings immediately, experts will handle them. TSK, I grumbled. Even the sheriffs found nothing. What are we supposed to do? Then, a second email arrived. Temporary investigator 0398 has abandoned their post. Mission time is frozen. Await other personnel. I realized instantly. Professional training or not, 0398 is key. She fits the profile of the missing women. We just need to watch her. And she obviously realized she's bait, so she ran. However, half an hour later, I saw escaped 0398 in the bureau lobby. Her hands were cuffed with silver bracelets, metal rings with tracking chips encircled her neck and ankles. Dirt smeared her face, her pink-streaked curls were matted with dust and cobwebs. A soldier kept prodding her back with his rifle but, forcing her forward. Only after we were in the car did he remove the cuffs, leaving the rings. You're not the first to escape, the driver said, smiling at 0398, but you got closer than most. Hee hee, she sneered. I leaned closer. Where'd you escape from? I checked my room, no windows, only a door, and the hallway was covered in cameras. Escape was impossible without hacking the bureau's network. I removed a ceiling tile and climbed through the ventilation shaft, she said sullenly. Impressive, 0401 said, giving a thumbs up. It was useless, 0398 grumbled. It's just an E-level mission. It shouldn't be too hard, right? 0401 said. Completing it pays off a fifth of my debt. I'm luckier than those getting hard missions right away. A fifth of the debt from an E-level mission? I was surprised. He owed far less than I did. TSK, hard to say, the driver said, accelerating. I've sent many on E-level missions. They went in alive, they came back not so much. The mission might be upgraded to D or even C level. Can't you say something positive? 0401 groaned. Just the truth, the driver shrugged. I wish you all return safely. That sounds ominous, 0401 forced a smile. Any advice? I'm just the driver. And experience is useless against things. The Bureau's headquarters is north of the city, our target is south. Crossing Tianfu City took over 2 hours. The black SUV left the city, speeding along a southern highway lined with desolate open space and abandoned buildings. We passed a few villages, all deserted, only elderly people sitting outside, occasionally a child with a grandparent. No young or middle-aged people. Young people crave the city, the driver said. They'd rather struggle in concrete jungles than rot in villages. They think staying here will just decay. We passed another village, most of the houses collapsed, only 2 remained, clothes still drying outside, a mangy dog basking in the sun. After these elders are gone, it'll be a ghost town, the driver sighed. Why build an amusement park here? I asked. The past is the past, he sighed. 20 years ago, this was the South City Economic Development Zone, land prices were higher than downtown. What happened? A thing. He said. It's been dealt with, but no one invests here anymore. It's become a wasteland. You're not from around here, are you? 0401 muttered. Everyone in Tianfu City knows about this. I wasn't born then, but my mother used to scare me with stories of it. 0398, you heard it, right? So what? 0398 snapped. Forget it. Worry about surviving. I'm not worried, 0401 smirked. The mission intel says missing women. I'm a guy. I'm safe. You shut up, you idiot, 0398 said. Further from the city, we saw the remains of high-rises, remnants of the development zone's prosperity, now silent. The most common sight was the word demolition painted in bright red on buildings. Besides homeless people and scavengers, nobody comes here, the driver braked. Even with the thing gone, it's cursed. Soon, the abandoned amusement park came into view, a giant Ferris wheel dominating the skyline, its plastic coverings flapping in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme. That must have cost a fortune, I thought. I wish I had some of that. 7 or 8 police cars were parked at the entrance, yellow and white tape surrounding the park. A dark-skinned sheriff squatted, smoking glumly, cigarette butts scattered around him. That's Captain Huang, Field Service Brigade, Chengnan Branch, a young sheriff told us. He led the first 3 surveys. He lowered his voice. The trainee sheriff disappeared under his watch. Someone from the bureau? Captain Huang tossed his cigarette, eyeing us, stopping on 0398. I know what you are, he said gruffly, gesturing at 0401 and me. Keep an eye on her. No matter what, she stays in your sight. Understand? Yes, 0401 nodded. I have an idea, I said. Spit it out, Captain Huang said. If you're worried about 0398 disappearing, handcuff her to someone, I suggested. Good idea. Handcuff you to her, he said, taking out a pair of cuffs. I owe the Federation a lot. If something happens on my first mission, the loss is significant, I said calmly. 0401's debt is less than a third of mine, he's a better choice. Makes sense, he said, approaching 0401. What? Are you trying to kill me? 0401 exclaimed. Quiet. Just stay put, and nothing will happen, Captain Huang snapped, cuffing 0401 to 0398. 0398 didn't resist. Let's go, Captain Huang said, putting on his riot helmet. 2 heavily armed sheriffs led the way, riot shields and batons, tear gas and stun grenades. Those behind carried flashlights and pistols. Captain Huang had a CQB assault rifle slung across his back. I checked his magazines. 1 was rubber bullets, the other 4 were phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme rounds. I touched the scar on my left temple. A stray bullet from a sheriff during the monster attack, the doctor said, caused my coma. I hoped Captain Huang was a better shot. That bullet was 9mm, if it had been from his assault rifle, I'd be sipping soup on the banks of the Naiha River by now. The amusement park's entrances were sealed. Captain Huang checked, the seals were intact, nobody had entered. Eyes peeled. Don't miss anything. He boomed, gesturing forward. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phoneme sheriffs opened the gate, tore off the seal, and went in. Team A surveys, Team B stays at the entrance, Captain Huang said. You three, follow me closely. Captain Huang? 0401 stepped closer. This place is huge. Where do we start? It's getting late, sunset's an hour away. Afraid of the dark? Captain Huang asked. No, it's just creepy at night, 0401 said nervously. If you're scared, stay phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme, Captain Huang said, walking on. 0401's eyes twitched, he swallowed his words. We've searched this place several times, a kind-looking young sheriff whispered. We even used a bulldozer on the back hill's debris pile, but found nothing. Where are we going now? I asked. The haunted house, he said. Xiao Hu disappeared there during the last search. The haunted house before dark, 0401 muttered. We quickly reached the haunted house. A crooked sign ancient castle horror secret room adventure hung precariously. The gate was gone, replaced by 2 waist-high iron fences. A sheriff pushed one aside. Metal scraping concrete made my teeth grind. I feel a draft, 0401 whispered. If I had a gun, know how to use one? I asked. No, well, in games, he said. I'm a good shot. A gun would make you feel safer, but not us, I said. You can't turn off friendly fire in real life. He's right, Captain Huang said. If there's nothing, a gun is useless. And if there is something, 10 guns won't help. We entered. The place was unrenovated, building materials and trash littered the floor. A hallway led off, one wall was plastered, the other exposed. An unfinished haunted house? A rusty chandelier hung from the ceiling, draped in cobwebs and dust. Rotten floorboards creaked underfoot. Ochre-red graffiti like dried blood covered the walls and ceiling. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phoneme sheriffs turned on their helmet lights and proceeded cautiously, shields raised. Suddenly, music cut through the silence. What's Daddy's name? Daddy's daddy is Grandpa. What the hell? 0401 almost jumped, but Captain Huang grabbed him. Why panic, coward? Captain Huang said, though his eyes showed he was startled. What's Daddy's mommy's name? Daddy's mommy is Grandma. The singing continued. We looked towards the sound. A rocking car in the corner was rocking, the singing coming from its speakers. What the hell? I'm terrified. 0401 swore. Wait, where's the power coming from? Batteries, Captain Huang said. To prevent power outages, most equipment has backup batteries. 20 years, and the battery still works? 0401 exclaimed. I suggest we take it apart, I said. The sheriffs disassembled the car, revealing a battery connected to a control chip. The battery was old, but the wire welds were new, recently replaced. Looks like an alarm, I said. An alarm? 0401 was relieved. So, it's a person, not a thing? Did this thing go off on previous visits? He asked the sheriffs. Their faces answered him. Someone snuck in while the Public Security Bureau had this place blocked, 0401 said. Or maybe the culprit's been hiding here all along. Useless babble, 0398 rolled her eyes. Uncuff me. I don't need to be killed by an idiot. Enough arguing. Let's move, Captain Huang said. Our main goal is finding the missing trainee officer. We must phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme. He swallowed the rest. The hallway was wide enough for 3 men to walk abreast. Locked doors lined both sides, the keys were long gone, only force could open them. I examined each keyhole, no signs of tampering, eliminating the possibility of picking the lock. What's in those rooms? 0401 asked. Themed chambers, the young sheriff replied. Did you check? 0401 asked. I used a fiber optic peepscope, but found nothing. The sheriff shook his head. The scope sends a tiny probe through cracks to take pictures. So, you didn't go inside? I frowned. There's likely a secret passage. The hallway door isn't necessarily the only entrance or exit. Captain Huang said if we find nothing, they'll force the doors open, the sheriff said. Did you hear anything strange? 0401 whispered. I thought I heard a child crying. Me too, the young sheriff nodded. It's the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme, I said. The walls are rough brick with gaps. With the door open, it creates drafts that whistle through the gaps. But I heard singing, not crying, 0398 said. A girl singing. Singing? My eyes widened. Are you sure? I am not sure, she said. It was faint. What did you hear? I asked the others. It's just noise. Don't panic, Captain Huang said impatiently. Then why? Hey, what are you doing? 0401's words were cut short. A powerful force yanked his wrist, pulling him forward. 0398 had changed. Her eyes were vacant, her movements stiff. She dragged 0401 deeper into the hallway. Possession? Controlled? I was stunned, stepping aside. What's happening? 0401 shouted. What's wrong with her? Why is she so strong? My wrist's going to break. Subdue her. Captain Huang reached for 0398, but I stopped him. 0401, don't resist, I said. Follow her. See where she takes us. Captain Huang reacted instantly. Everyone, be alert. Report any abnormalities. What's wrong with her? 0401 yelled as 0398 dragged him along. She's acting, right? No, I shook my head. Her wrists are bleeding from the cuffs, but she doesn't even flinch. And her strength is insane. 0398, though slender, was over 5 feet tall. Her build didn't suggest regular workouts. 0401, at over 5.5 feet and over 160 kilos, shouldn't be overpowered like this. She's possessed, right? 0401 looked terrified. Captain Huang, uncuff me. No. What if she runs? Captain Huang refused. Use you as a human anchor. We'll keep you safe. 0398 dragged 0401 through the hallway, up to the second floor, and around several more turns until a faint light appeared. A robed figure, the light came from something in its hands. Before the sheriffs could react, the figure turned and vanished down a side passage. The second floor was a maze of hallways and hidden passages. Without the blueprints long lost, nobody knew where those doors led. The figure concealed the glowing object, and it disappeared. Only then did 0398 stop, as if waking up, bending over to retch violently. Cough, what happened? She coughed. What was that? What did you see? Here? I asked, patting her back. You asked about the singing. I strained to hear it clearly. It was far away, then suddenly phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme, right next to my ear, she said, gasping. I was startled, but then everything was black. Only a small light. It drew me in hypnosis? Captain Huang touched his chin. But you were surrounded. They shouldn't have had a chance. Wait. The singing? We heard only phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme, but you heard singing. It's possible, a bespectacled officer said. Specialized audio can induce hypnosis. What if that shadow was a thing? 0401 worried. If it was, report it to the Bureau, they'll send a hunter, Captain Huang said. But only if you're sure, otherwise what? 0401 asked. You don't want to know, Captain Huang said grimly, secretive about these hunters. Hunter, the things expert mentioned in the mission report? I asked. I knew about investigators, but hunter meant only one thing to me, a hunter. Obviously, Captain Huang meant something else. Yes, but honestly, I'd rather face thugs than those things, he sighed. I noticed he called them things, not people. The sheriffs reached the spot where the figure had stood. Flashlights revealed clear footprints in the dust, leading away. Judging by the size and shape, a woman, barefoot, flat feet, missing right little toe, a forensic specialist quickly assessed. Chase, Captain Huang ordered. We followed the tracks. Despite other footprints, we never lost the target. We followed them from the second floor to the first, then to the basement. And in doing so, we found something surprising. Among the footprints, we found those of the missing trainee officer. Size 38 field boots. Hu Li Jun, the specialist said. She went into the basement and never came out. The robed woman had also fled into the basement. Something felt wrong. Before entering the haunted house, I'd seen the advertisements: first floor secret rooms, second floor maze, no mention of a basement. Is there a basement? I asked. Why wasn't it in the brochure? Probably a utility area power monitoring mechanisms, 0398, now recovered, said. Not open to tourists. The basement entrance was a rusty iron door, stained dark brown rust and blood. Bang! A sledgehammer shattered the lock. Two sheriffs, shields raised, burst through the door. Others drew their weapons. 30 feet away, the robed woman stood beneath a large painting, muttering. She held an old oil lamp, its flame flickering. Freeze! Drop the lamp. Take off your hood. Hands up! Captain Huang shouted. She ignored him, continuing her incantation. A strange scent filled the basement. Crimson mist erupted from cracks in the floor, engulfing us. Subdue her! Captain Huang commanded. The shield-wielding sheriffs tried to move, but found themselves frozen. They couldn't budge. Captain Huang, I can't move. One sheriff said, fear in his voice. What's happening? Is it poison? Captain Huang covered his mouth and nose, raising his gun to shoot, but his wrist went limp, the gun fell. Another sheriff raised his weapon, aiming at the woman, then at his colleague. Bang! A shot echoed, blood sprayed the shooter. He stared at the body, screaming. Everyone but one of us was frozen. Confused, I moved my wrist, then bent down to retrieve Captain Huang's dropped pistol. The crimson mist stayed a few centimeters from me, creating a human-shaped void wherever I moved, as if it actively avoided me. Were they afraid of me? I tilted my head, then walked toward the robed woman. I smiled, then slapped her across the face. Pa! The sound echoed. Everyone, including the woman, was stunned. After a moment, she said, voice sharp and trembling, you dare, Pa! Another slap cut her off, knocking her lamp to the ground. The mist vanished the instant the lamp went out. You unforgivable! He will punish you. Slap! 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 I slapped her repeatedly until she cowered, shielding her face. Don't hit me, I rubbed my red, swollen palms. Force has consequences. I turned to the stunned sheriffs. What are you doing? Cuff her. They snapped out of it, rushing forward to subdue and handcuff her. What happened? Captain Huang rushed over. Why can you move? The mist didn't affect you? I don't know, I shrugged, handing him his pistol. They'd pulled off her hood, a woman in her 40s, her cheeks covered in strange tattoos, her eyes burning into me. Name? A sheriff demanded. She didn't answer. The missing women? Do you know where they are? Silence. The sheriff looked at Captain Huang, seeking permission. Captain Huang glanced at his fallen men, then at the woman, took a deep breath, and shook his head. Take her back to the bureau for interrogation. And process the scene. While they cleaned up, I paced the basement, stopping before a large painting on the wall, a vintage Western-style portrait of a beautiful young European woman in a crimson gown. Even in the painting, her charm was undeniable. Her eyes, no matter the angle, seemed to follow me. I approached, touching the surface. The 2-meter-wide painting was unframed, a layer of dust coated the rough canvas. I tapped it lightly. Dong! I turned to Captain Huang, staring blankly at his fallen officer. The back of this painting is hollow. What? He looked up, eyes blazing. Say that again. The back of the painting is hollow, I repeated. He took a breath, rushing forward to tap the canvas. Everyone, here, he said gravely. Bring the suspect. The tattooed woman was brought to him. He grabbed her collar. What's behind the painting? Surprisingly, she answered, glancing at the woman in the portrait. His palace. The missing women who lead June there likely inside, the forensic specialist said urgently. Their tracks disappear outside the basement. Unless there's a secret passageway. 0401 interrupted. The mist? That's a supernatural ability. This case is linked to things. We're done. Report to the bureau, they'll send a specialist. Report filed, 0398 said, putting away her phone. The hunters arrive in 20 minutes. Let's not be curious. 0401 emphasized. Professionals handle this. We wait 20 minutes. Captain Huang glanced at us, then at his men, shaking his head. My mission isn't over, get the chainsaw. Are you suicidal? 0401 shouted. Don't drag us down. Captain Huang produced the handcuff key, tossing it to 0401. 0401 stared, then unlocked his cuffs. I suggest you stay, the kind young sheriff whispered. Leaving is desertion, I know. I don't get why he's so stubborn. 0401 said angrily. The trainee sheriff was Captain Huang's niece, the sheriff whispered. He raised her. Moments later, a sheriff arrived with a chainsaw. The saw roared to life. Captain Huang nodded, stepping aside. The sheriff cut into the painting. The canvas tore, the wooden frame split, sawdust flying. A meter-wide opening appeared, revealing a deep passage. You two watch the suspect. The rest, follow me. Captain Huang, flashlight and pistol in hand, entered first. I followed. To my surprise, 0401 and 0398 also entered, grumbling. Curiosity killed the cat, 0401 muttered, examining the passage walls. Aren't you scared of things? I asked. Terrified, he admitted. But I think staying with that crazy woman is worse. She just killed a sheriff. Why did the mist avoid you? 0398 asked, her eyes intense, studying me. I saw it, the mist moved when you walked. I was going to make an excuse, but instead, I echoed 0401. Curiosity killed the cat. Are you threatening me? She asked, wary. Just saying, I smiled, ignoring her, following Captain Huang. Something felt wrong. The person who slapped the woman, who threatened 0398 wasn't me. Or, it was another side of me. My true self, from before the amnesia? I walked silently, until a foul odor filled the passage, rust, sourness, fish. It made my stomach churn. Even the sheriffs covered their mouths and noses. We reached the end, a wooden door, paint peeling, the stench overwhelming. The forensic specialist's face was grim. He whispered to Captain Huang, it's decomposition and blood, the women were likely killed long ago brutally. I know, Captain Huang said, hand on the door, hesitant to open it. Maybe we should retreat, 0401 whispered timidly. I have a bad feeling about this. Captain Huang, he's right. The hunters should be here any minute, a sheriff said. Whatever happens next isn't our problem. Captain Huang stood before the door, torn. The truth was likely beyond it, but he was afraid to face it. As he hesitated, I stepped forward, placing my hand on the door. Something seemed to draw me in, a tempting scent, overlaying the stench, a sweet fragrance, like nectar from a blooming flower. Suddenly, I felt hungry. Ignoring the others, I opened the door. A vast hall over 300 square meters opened before us, the floor sloping downward. The overwhelming stench of blood was inescapable, a suffocating tension clinging to everything, making the air heavy. I descended the steps. At the hall's end, a pool of blood the size of an amusement park pool filled with viscous, bloody plasma. Broken, deformed bones bobbed in the gore. Above the pool, a naked young woman hung, her body swollen like a specimen preserved in formalin. Her skin was a ghastly bluish white, wounds marred her flesh, blood seeping into the pool below. Thorns from the pool entangled her, piercing her skin, feeding on her dwindling life. A vibrant rose bloomed on her shoulder. She was still alive, breathing weakly, but growing weaker by the second as the rose intensified. Footsteps sounded behind me, followed by a gasp. Xiao Jun. The woman was the missing trainee sheriff. The other missing women were the skeletons in the pool. But my attention remained on the rose. A strange urge to pluck it, put it in my mouth, and chew it. This desire intensified uncontrollably. Just as I was about to act, 0401 cried out, "Bloody Mary?" My consciousness cleared. Bloody Mary? Was that the rose's name? I suddenly remembered the woman in the painting, Countess Leicester, from European legend. To remain young, she supposedly bathed in the blood of pure maidens, killing 2 each time, burying them in the bathroom's basement. So, the missing women were feeding this monstrous flower? Is it a thing? I asked 0401. Yes, he groaned. Serial number ding 37, Bloody Mary. Over a decade ago, it ravaged the South City development zone. Why is it still alive? Just a flower? It destroyed most of the development zone? I was confused. People destroyed it, 0398 corrected. Bloody Mary's thorns spread everywhere, piercing buildings, absorbing flesh and blood. The Federation had to napalm bomb the area, burning it and the thing together. So, it's vulnerable to fire? I said. No, this isn't the Bloody Mary from a decade ago, Captain Huang said. That one was burned. I was there, I saw it reduced to ashes. Then what is this? 0401 cried. Am I hallucinating? Seeds, Captain Huang murmured. Bloody Mary left seeds. They need blood to germinate, and now it had bloomed. In the darkness, the smell of disinfectant entered his nose. Under the stimulation of the smell, Sun Hang's eyes twitched twice and he slowly opened his eyes. The first thing that came into view was a rectangular ceiling lamp. The pale cold light was lifeless, but fortunately, the frosted glass cover made the light less dazzling. Where is this? Sun Hang tried to recall what happened before he lost consciousness, but a tingling sensation from deep in his brain immediately made him give up thinking. Mr. Sun, are you awake? A young female voice sounded next to him. Sun Hang turned his head and found that it was a young nurse in a pink uniform skirt, holding a recording board in her arms. I have good news for you. Your operation was successful. Operation? Very successful? Sun Hang was stunned for a moment, and his right hand under the quilt subconsciously moved to his legs. Fortunately, everything that should be there is still there. Why am I here? What's wrong with me? What surgery? He said with some effort. His tone was extremely rough and hoarse, sounding like an old man in his 50s or 60s. Sun Hang realized that he could not remember anything except his name. Short-term amnesia is a normal sequelae. After all, the brain has suffered a severe injury. Another male voice came from behind, and Sun Hang turned his head to the other side. It was a doctor in a white coat, with a mask covering most of his face, and a pair of large black-framed glasses covering the other half of his face. Serious injury? What happened to me? In the recent attack by a strange creature, a stray bullet hit your head. The male doctor said, but fortunately, the hard skull changed the direction of the bullet and did not cause a fatal injury. Now the bullet has been removed and you are out of danger. You just need to rest and recuperate. As for amnesia, it is only temporary. After a period of recuperation, you will gradually recover your memory. Strange creature attack? Stray bullet? The amount of information contained in the male doctor's brief words can be described as explosive. Sun Hang only felt that his head seemed to hurt more. The first dressing change will be carried out after 48 hours. Always pay attention to possible complications after surgery. The male doctor did not continue to answer Sun Hang's question, but looked up and said to the nurse opposite the bed, if there is any abnormality in the vital signs phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals det data /phoneme, notify the doctor on duty immediately. Okay, director. The female nurse nodded. The two left quickly, leaving Sun Hang alone lying on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling lamp on the ceiling. For some reason, Sun Hang always felt that the pale light seemed a little too cold. It would be nice if it was a warm light. He thought so. In a trance, the pale cold light suddenly turned into a warm yellow light, and then all the lights in the ward flickered violently. The next second, all the lights suddenly disappeared, leaving only the emergency light sign at the root of the wall still emitting a faint green fluorescence. What's going on? Did it trip? The nurse's voice came from the corridor outside the ward. It seemed that not only Sun Hang's ward was affected, but the corridor outside also became dark. I don't know, the nurse station has called the electrician. Another nurse replied. At the same time, Sun Hang, who was lying on the bed, fell into deep shock and doubt. Was the change in light in the power outage due to the idea that just popped up in his head, or was it just a coincidence? But just when Sun Hang wanted to think carefully, the tingling deep in his brain defeated his will again. He lay on his back on the bed, staring blankly at the dark ceiling, breathing heavily. If the power hadn't been cut off, the alarm of the machine placed next to the bed to monitor Sun Hang's heart rate and blood pressure would have been ringing non-stop. What's going on? What's going on? Sun Hang's chest rose and fell violently. He tried to sit up from the bed, but his limbs twitched uncontrollably. His eyes widened, and he subconsciously wanted to open his mouth to call for help, but his throat seemed to be strangled and he couldn't make a sound. The suffocating feeling like drowning dragged his consciousness into the abyss little by little. Just when Sun Hang thought he was going to fall into a coma again, all the abnormalities suddenly disappeared, his surging heart rate gradually calmed down, and control of his body returned to his hands again. Snap! The lights came on, and everything in the ward returned to its original state. The medical cart passed by the door of the ward, and Sun Hang could vaguely hear the sound of the rubber wheel rubbing against the ground, the light sound of the ampoule bottle and the plastic bracket knocking against each other, and the nurse's whispered complaints about the sudden power outage. Among these subtle and noisy sounds, a crisp sound of high-heeled shoes hitting the ground came in, and the sound was getting closer and closer, and finally stopped in front of Sun Hang's ward door. The owner of the high-heeled shoes pushed open the door and walked in. "Hello, Mr. Sunday." This was a tall woman wearing a black suit and black trousers. The white shirt underneath was buttoned to the top button, and there was no expression on her delicately made-up face. "I'm sorry to disturb you when you need to rest the most, but there are some things that I must communicate with you in time." She pulled a stool from the side and sat down next to the bed. "Are you?" Sun Hang asked subconsciously. His eyes glanced at the other person's left chest, where a copper badge symbolizing the identity of a public servant hung. Although Sun Hang lost his memory, these common-sense things were not erased from his mind. "I am the staff member responsible for handling the aftermath of the monster attack." The other party said, in this attack, the entire neighborhood was reduced to rubble, and the number of victims exceeded 100. Including you, only 6 survivors survived. "Come down." Sun Hang said nothing, quietly waiting for the other party to continue. "Out of a humanitarian spirit, we rescued the survivors including you as soon as possible and paid all the expenses." The other party paused and then said, "But, except for your name, we know items were found at the scene that could prove your identity, and your DNA information cannot be matched in the citizen database. There are no tax records, no insurance payment records, and no work records." "I lost my memory." Sun Hang frowned slightly. He had already heard a hint of hidden meaning in the other party's words. "Things are not going well. I know you have lost your memory, but in any case, with the information we have now, we can only temporarily characterize you as a gangster without citizenship or a refugee smuggled from other city-states." The other party said lightly, "This country there is no obligation to provide you with free rescue services, and all expenses, including surgical fees, will be recorded in your name in the form of debt. This guy seems to be here to settle a score with me." Sun Hang took a deep breath and asked, "How much do I owe you?" "As of now, the total is 3,890,627 yuan. "So much?" Sun Hang frowned slightly. He clearly remembered the purchasing power of money in this era for ordinary people, 1 million can definitely be regarded as a huge sum of money, and in his current state of poverty, it is almost impossible to repay this debt. Unless he was a rich second generation before he lost his memory. Because you don't have citizenship or medical insurance, all fees are charged in full without any deductions. The other party's words were cold and emotionless. Every bullet, every drop of gasoline, and every drop of gasoline consumed to save you. Every scalpel blade must be fully borne by you. Then, what if I can't pay back the money? Sun Hang narrowed his eyes. He definitely can't get out the debt of nearly 4 million yuan now. If it's money, it's life. He doesn't really want to give it. This is the main purpose of my trip. The other party took out a tablet from the briefcase he carried with him. As long as you sign this employment contract and pay off the debt with your work, after completing the corresponding number of work tasks, this country can forgive you all debts and interest accrued on your debts, and grant you legal citizenship. A contract to sell oneself? Sun Hang was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously blurted out. You have no other choice. The other party did not shy away from this. Just as she said, Sun Hang had no other choice. He managed to sit up, took the tablet, and glanced at the documents on the screen. The letterhead of the document reads Temporary Investigator Employment Contract. Sun Hang's name has already been filled in the column for Party B. As for Party A, it is a company called Junshire Human Resources Company. Labor Dispatch Company? So, I'm just an outsourced temporary worker? Sun Hang asked. Investigators are employees with a formal establishment. If you pay off your debts and obtain citizenship, you can take the relevant selection exams. The other party said, but now, you can only serve as a temporary investigator to investigate. Bureau work. Sun Hang fell into silence. Although he has lost his memory, he still knows what kind of work the investigator does. More than 200 years ago, or maybe 300 years ago, something called a weird thing appeared on the Shazhou continent without warning. They were like an unstoppable disaster, swallowing up everything. The large amount of living space for human beings has compressed the human activity area to about 1/3 of what it was before the appearance of strange things. Not only that, this ratio is shrinking every year now. Less than 20% of the Shazhou continent is still in human hands. Although strange things are called things, they do not have a fixed form. They may be living things, they may be dead things, or they may even be a phenomenon. But no matter which kind of, for ordinary people, strange things are extremely dangerous. In addition, weird objects also have the ability to infect things they come into contact with. People call this ability the deception virus. Most people who are infected with this virus will eventually become deformed. Become a weird thing, or part of a weird thing. Before the emergence of special medicines to suppress trickery, this virus once raged like a plague in the world, and many people died as a result. Investigators, as the name suggests, are people who specialize in investigating these strange things. It's easy to imagine how dangerous this job is. Sun Hang felt that the person who signed this deed of sale would most likely not be able to repay the money he owed until his death. But for the Bureau of Investigation, this is enough. After all, if a formal investigator dies in the line of duty, the Bureau of Investigation will have to pay a huge pension. In comparison, temporary workers like myself are more cost-effective. Much more. If I don't want to do this, what will you do to me? Sun Hang asked. Kick me out of the hospital, or in other words, kick me out of the city? No, you can't be free until you pay off your debt. The other party took out another capacitive pen and handed it over. The only thing you can choose now is what font to use when signing. Sun Hang took the capacitive pen and thought for a moment. Judging from the remaining knowledge in his brain, he should have been just an ordinary person before amnesia. As an ordinary person, he knows about the existence of weird objects and investigators, but he knows very little about the more detailed content in this era. Almost anything related to weird objects can be considered taboo. Except for a very few people with special interests, few people will take the initiative to learn about this topic. Most people just hope that these things are as far away from themselves as possible, and it is best not to have any intersection with them in their lives. If I become a temporary investigator, what will you provide me? such as information, equipment, or training. Sun Hang looked up at the other party and asked, even if the temporary investigator is just cannon fodder to die, at least he must. It's important to show some value, and we can't let taxpayers' money go to waste, right? Everything you mentioned will be available. The other party nodded and glanced at his watch. It's getting late, so hurry up and sign. Sun Hang took a long breath and signed his name at the end of the contract. The woman in a black suit put away the tablet, took out 2 documents from her pocket, and threw them to Sun Hang. One of them is the temporary citizen ID card of the Xiaozhou Federation. Sun Hang's photo has been affixed and his name has been printed, but other than these 2, all other information, including gender, is blank. Sun Hang glanced at the issuing unit of the certificate, which was the Population Administration Bureau of Tianfu City. So I'm in Tianfu City now. Sun Hang thought to himself. Tianfu City is located in the southwest of the Xiaozhou Federation. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the border of human activity areas, and is a standard frontline area. The other certificate is a temporary investigator certificate issued by the Tianfu City Anomaly Investigation Bureau. Sun Hang's photo is also posted on it, but Sun Hang's name is not written on it. Instead, it says Temporary Investigator Certificate 0420 number. Your code name will be 0420 from now on. The woman in a black suit said, investigators are all called by their numbers. What about your number? Sun Hang glanced at her and asked. I'm not an investigator. She stood up and said the last sentence, you will be discharged from the hospital in 3 days. Someone will pick you up then. The woman in the black suit left, and Sun Hang stared at the ID in his hand, lost in thought. This is a life-threatening job, and the mortality rate is much higher than those extreme athletes who are jumping around in front of the gates of hell every day. It's not that he didn't think about escaping. But the problem is that he has nothing now and has lost his past memories. In this unfamiliar place, even if he can successfully escape from the hospital, he has nowhere to go. Although the laws of the various city-states in the Xiaozhou Federation are different, as a special department for weird things, the authority of the investigation bureaus in each city is basically very high, and they can even call on the army at will. Going against the investigation bureau is equivalent to seeking death. That woman is right, I really have no other choice. According to the contract, Sun Hang needs to complete 1 C-level task, 4 D-level tasks, or 16 E-level tasks to pay off all debts. However, Sun Hang has no idea what kind of difficulty and danger these ABCD task levels represent. He reached out and pressed the call button at the head of the bed. After a while, the female nurse in pink uniform walked into the ward. Miss Nurse, can you do me a favor? Sun Hang asked. Please go ahead. It must be said that the nurse's attitude was much better than that of the indifferent staff member just now. Can you help me borrow a device that can access the internet? A mobile phone or a tablet will do. I want to check something. Sun Hang said. The nurse did not agree immediately, and a trace of embarrassment appeared on her face. I don't even have the right to access the internet? Sun Hang frowned slightly. Mr. Sun, you just woke up from a coma, it would be better to rest more during this period. It would be better. The female nurse's tone was a little apologetic and embarrassed. In addition, if it is not necessary, please try not to leave this ward. Okay. Sun Hang nodded and lay back. This is not only a ward, but also a cell. Sun Hang rested on a pillow that exuded a faint smell of disinfectant, staring at the ceiling lamp on the ceiling, and silently said in his heart, change for me. Nothing happened. The light was still pale, and the unbearable tingling deep in the brain did not appear. Is it really just a coincidence? 3 days passed in a flash, but Sun Hang's memory showed no signs of recovery. At 9 o'clock in the morning on the 3rd day, before the doctor for routine rounds arrived, 2 soldiers in black tactical equipment opened the door of the ward with a certificate and a discharge summary signed by the director. They asked Sun Hang to change into a light gray uniform, and then took him to an SUV with anti-peep film on the windows and the logo of the Tianfu City Abnormal Investigation Bureau printed on the side. Where are you taking me? The Investigation Bureau? Sun Hang couldn't help asking. The 2 soldiers didn't speak, but just sat on his left and right, holding their weapons in silence. They gave Sun Hang the feeling that they were escorting a criminal. Sun Hang could only look at the buildings on both sides of the road. He realized that he didn't feel familiar with Tianfu City at all. Not only that, he couldn't speak the dialect of Tianfu City. It can be seen that before he lost his memory, he was probably not a local resident of Tianfu City. Could he really be a refugee? After an hour and a half of driving, the SUV stopped in an empty yard. At the signal of the two soldiers, Sun Hang got out of the car alone, and then the SUV drove out of the yard quickly. "Please show me your ID." A middle-aged man wearing the same light gray uniform as Sun Hang, but with the logo of the Abnormal Investigation Bureau on his chest in cuffs, came up and said to Sun Hang. Sun Hang took out his only two IDs from his pocket and handed them over. 0420, right? I'm waiting for you. The middle-aged man returned the ID to Sun Hang. "The induction training is about to start, follow me." He took Sun Hang into the house. In a stepped lecture hall with an area comparable to that of a movie theater, there were already more than 20 people sitting sparsely on the seats. They all wore the same unmarked uniforms as Sun Hang. "The newcomers of this period have arrived, and we can start," the middle-aged man said to the intercom hanging on his shoulder, and then found a seat in the last row and sat down. Sun Hang also sat down in the last row, with two empty seats between him and the middle-aged man. Not long after, a tall and thin man in a white coat walked up to the podium and said, "First of all, welcome to the Tianfu City Abnormal Investigation Bureau. Although you are only temporary investigators outside the staff, I believe that in the near future, it is only a matter of time before you become a regular employee. It is only a matter of time before your life starts over." Sun Hang heard a young woman sitting in the row in front of him muttering, "You are just making promises right away. Do you really think everyone sitting here is a fool?" Sun Hang quietly stood up, bent his waist and secretly moved to the front row, sat down next to the young woman, and lowered his head. "You were also voluntarily signed that contract? What else?" The young woman glanced at Sun Hang and raised her eyebrows. "Those who can sit here owe the Federation a large sum of money and can't pay it back. They have no choice but to sell their lives to the Federation. Ha, and they are still regular employees. If they can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme to pay off the debt, it's a blessing for their ancestors." Sun Hang wanted to ask something else, but the thin bamboo pole on the podium had already completed a simple self-introduction and started the formal content of the on-the-job training. He had to concentrate, fearing that he would miss some important information. Every word this guy said might be related to his future life and death. "I believe everyone here knows about weird things, but the Federation's classification regulations for weird things have never been made public to the public. The first thing I want to teach you is the classification, judgment, and naming of weird things," the thin bamboo pole said. "Except for a very small number of special weird things with names, most weird things are called by code names. The code names are divided into two parts. The first part is the heavenly stems and earthly branches, which are used to define the major categories of weird things. For example, the most difficult rule-based weird things are classified as A. In addition, the category B weird things are phenomenon-based, and the three categories of C, D, and E are all biological weird things, representing animals, plants, and microorganisms respectively." Shou Zhugan paused for a moment and continued, "Of course, the classification of weird things is not so precise. Some hybrid types have been discovered in history, such as a kind of animal that merged with fungi. This depends on the actual situation. Generally speaking, if the fungus part controls the behavior of the animal part, then it belongs to the category of type E weirdness. If the fungus is just an appendage of the animal body, then it should be classified as type C weirdness. There are also dead things. The classification of this kind of weirdness is more complicated, including tools, buildings, giants, environments, and the boundaries between different categories are sometimes vague, which requires experts to discuss and decide. As for the second half of the code, it is a very simple numerical sequence, representing the time sequence of the weirdness. Although this sequence does not represent strength, most of the top 10 weirdnesses are not something that humans can easily provoke. As for the number 0 weirdness, which is considered to be an absolute taboo, it is also called the original primary weirdness. For example, the dingling decayed mother tree is the source of all plant weirdnesses. Is the number 0 weirdness the strongest? A temporary investigator who just joined the job couldn't help asking. The strength of the monster cannot be measured by quantifiable values. We can only give it a vague danger level at most. Shizugen said, the danger level of Monster 0 is highest. Of course, you can rest assured. I can say that everyone here will never have any intersection with Monster 0 in their entire lives. After saying this, Shizugen cleared his throat and said, okay, I've said everything I should say. Congratulations, everyone. You are now a qualified investigator. Everyone was in an uproar. Sun Hang couldn't help but frowned. How come this on-the-job training has just begun and it's over? This is like a game. The novice tutorial just told the player that WASD is to move forward, backward, left and right, the right mouse button is to aim, and the left mouse button is to shoot, and then the player is thrown directly into a level of hell difficulty and said to the player, you have fully mastered the skills of this game. Next, try to challenge the final boss of this game. What a joke! The temporary investigator who had just asked the question immediately stood up and asked in disbelief, is this all the content of the on-the-job training? Shojugan nodded, yes, this is all the content of the on-the-job training. You know, strange things are a very special existence. When investigating them, experience is not only useless, but sometimes it can kill you and your teammates. So, whether it is a formal investigator or a temporary investigator, the on-the-job training process is like this. But we don't even know what we are going to do. The specific mission objectives and necessary intelligence will be informed to you when you receive the corresponding mission, don't worry. Shojugan replied. What about weapons training? We will not issue weapons and weapon licenses to non-staff personnel. If you need firepower support during the investigation, the accompanying soldiers or sheriffs will provide it. When temporary investigators perform tasks, they will be accompanied by soldiers or sheriffs. These people are both assisting them and monitoring them. But the investigation bureau did not distribute nothing after the induction training. Each of Sun Hang and his team was assigned a single dormitory with a private bathroom, a smartphone that could not access the internet freely, and a thin booklet. The booklet briefly introduced some of the currently known strange things, but under the information of each strange thing, it was written in eye-catching red font, all known strange things are in a state of constant change, and this information may have expired. Even if that's the case, at least it should tell us how to save our lives when facing strange things, right? Sun Hang muttered softly, throwing the phone and the booklet on the single bed against the wall, intending to check the situation in the bathroom. Just then, the new phone suddenly rang. Sun Hang picked up the phone and saw that it was an email from the investigation bureau with the title Task Notification. So soon? Sun Hang glanced at the dormitory with a rather nice environment reluctantly, sighed, pulled open the neatly folded quilt on the bed, and lay on his back. He stretched comfortably first, and then opened the email leisurely. Task notification: investigate the abandoned playground in the south of the city. Task time, 13:00 p.m. on May 8, 47:19 in the lunar calendar, 1 hour and 23 minutes before the task starts. Task difficulty, tentatively set as E level. Participating members, temporary investigators 0398, 0401, and 0420. The numbers of the 3 temporary investigators were all underlined in blue font. Sun Hang clicked on the numbers of the other 2, and their files immediately popped up. 0398 was the young woman Sun Hang had talked to before, and 0401 was the guy who asked several questions to Shizugen. What a coincidence! Sun Hang said in his heart. Among the group of colleagues who received the induction training with him, only these 2 people had some impression on him. However, except for the photos and numbers, the files of these 2 people were blank, and the contents were exactly the same as the information on the investigator's certificate. He closed the files of the 2 people and continued reading. Mission information: in the past month, a total of 16 people have disappeared in the south of Tianfu City. All of them are young women between the ages of 16 and 24. According to the investigation of the Public Security Bureau, after marking the last place where the missing people appeared on the map, it was found that all the marked points were around the abandoned amusement park in the southern suburbs. The abandoned amusement park was built in the year 4699 of the lunar calendar. The initial operating rights belonged to the Tianfu City Ledi Tourism Company. The company went bankrupt due to poor management in the year 4703 of the lunar calendar. The amusement park changed hands several times and finally stopped operating in the year 4711 of the lunar calendar. According to nearby residents, suspicious people wearing brown robes have entered and exited the abandoned amusement park recently, and there are 2 eyewitness reports that highly suspect mysterious rituals related to strange things. The Public Security Bureau's South City branch has sent sheriffs to the abandoned amusement park for on-site inspections many times, but nothing was found until the third operation. The first trainee sheriff, Hu Li-jun, who participated in the amusement park survey mission, disappeared unexpectedly during the operation. The other sheriffs who were traveling with her did not notice any abnormalities before she disappeared. After her disappearance, they conducted a carpet search of the entire amusement park and found no clues. No trainee sheriff Hu Li-jun served in the Changnan branch of Tianfucheng Public Security Bureau. Gender, female, age, 22 years old. Task requirements: investigate the entire abandoned amusement park to confirm whether the disappearance of people is related to strange objects. If you find traces of strange objects, please report to the headquarters of the Investigation Bureau immediately, and the headquarters will send experts to deal with it. Tisk. After reading the task information, Sun Hang couldn't help but frown. Even the sheriff can't find any clues, just relying on a group of temporary investigators who have not received any professional training. What virtue and ability are they? Before Sun Hang finished complaining, he received a second notification email. Temporary investigator 0398 abandoned his post and fled. The mission time is temporarily frozen. Please wait for other participating members. Sun Hang reacted immediately after seeing this message. It doesn't matter whether this group of people have received professional training. The key to the whole mission lies in 0398. She fully meets the common characteristics of those missing persons in terms of gender and age. In fact, other people don't have to do anything, just keep an eye on 0398. And 0398 obviously realized that he was used as the bait, so he chose to escape. However, half an hour later, Sun Hang still saw the escaped 0398 in the lobby of the Investigation Bureau. Her hands were handcuffed together with silver bracelets, and metal rings with positioning chips were put on her slender neck and ankles. Her originally clean face was covered with stains from nowhere, and her long curly hair with pink highlights was covered with a lot of dust and spider webs. A soldier followed closely behind her, constantly poking her back with the butt of his rifle. Every time he poked her, 0398 reluctantly took a few steps forward. Only after the 3 of them got into the car did the soldier remove the handcuffs from 0398's hands, but he did not remove the metal rings around her neck and ankles. You are not the first one to escape. The driver turned around and smiled at 0398, but at least you are the one who was closer to success. He. 0398 sneered and didn't reply. Seeing this, Sun Hang moved a little closer and asked in a low voice, "Where did you escape from?" Sun Hang had already checked the single dormitory. There was no window, only one door. The corridor outside the door was full of surveillance cameras. Unless there was a way to hack the surveillance network of the Investigation Bureau, there was no way to escape. I lifted the ceiling of the room and climbed out of the ventilation duct. 0398 said with a sullen face. Awesome. 0401 on the side gave a thumbs up. It's useless. I was caught back. 0398 said unhappily. It's just an E-level task. It shouldn't be too difficult, right? 0401 advised, as long as I can complete it, I can pay off 1/5 of my debt in one go. At least I'm luckier than those who get difficult tasks as soon as they start working. 1/5 of an E-level task? Sun Hang was stunned for a moment. It seems that this guy owes a lot less money than himself. TSK, that's hard to say. The driver stepped on the accelerator and talked freely. I have sent many investigators who accepted E-level missions. They were alive when they went, but not even a piece of intact meat when they came back. Then the mission level might become D-level or C-level. Master, can't you say something good? 0401 said with a bitter face. Just the truth. The driver shrugged, then I wish you three can go and come back intact. Master, why does your blessing sound weird? 0401 forced a smile that was uglier than crying. You might as well share some experience with me, maybe it will come in handy when the time comes. I'm just a driver, what experience do I have? The driver said, besides, experience is useless against weird things. The headquarters of the Tianfu City Abnormal Investigation Bureau is located in the north of the city, while the target location is located in the south of the city. As the largest city in the southwest of the Xiaozhou Federation, it took Sun Hang and his team more than 2 hours to cross the entire Tianfu city vertically. The black SUV drove out of the city and sped along the highway in the southern suburbs. Both sides were full of desolate open space and some sparse abandoned buildings. Occasionally, a few small villages with people could be seen, but they all looked desolate at the entrance of the village. Only some old people in simple clothes could be seen sitting on bamboo chairs basking in the sun, and occasionally a few preschool children stumbled past, followed by grandparents holding bowls to feed them. As for young and middle-aged people, they were completely missing. Young people yearn for big cities. For them, even if they get hurt in a forest of reinforced concrete, it is better than wasting their youth in a small village like this. The chatterbox driver said while driving, how do you say that popular word on the internet? Ah, yes, rot. They say that staying in a place like this will only slowly rot, so it's better to try your luck in the city. Past another village. Most of the houses in this village have collapsed. Only 2 houses near the road are still inhabited. Clothes that have not been dried are still hanging on the clothes drying rack in front of the door, and a bald dog is lying on the straw pile next to it, enjoying the warm afternoon sun. After these old people leave, this place will really become a no man's land. The driver sighed. Since this place is so desolate, why would anyone build an amusement park here? Sun Hang asked. The past is the past, and the present is the present. The driver sighed. More than 20 years ago, this was the famous South City Economic Development Zone, and the land price was even hotter than the city center. Why did it become like this now? Sun Hang asked again. What other reasons could there be? A strange thing. The driver said, although that thing has been solved, no one is willing to invest in this place anymore. Gradually, the southern suburbs have become a wasteland. You are from another place, right? Everyone in Tianfu City knows about this. 0401 muttered in confusion, although I was not born at that time. When I was a child, I made a lot of noise at night and refused to go to bed. My mother always used this to scare me. Well, 0398, you should have heard about it, right? What if I heard about it? 0398's tone was a little impatient. Instead of caring about this kind of thing, you might as well think about how to save your life when you arrive at the mission location. Hey, it's not me who should be worried. 0401 suddenly showed a somewhat shameless smile. You have all seen the mission intelligence. The missing people are all young women. I am a big man and I am very safe. On the contrary, you can shut up. No one thinks you are dumb. 0398 said unhappily. As we got farther and farther away from the city, the ruins of many high-rise buildings began to appear on both sides of the road. From these ruins, we could vaguely see the prosperity of the Southern Development Zone, but now there was only a dead silence. Along the way, the most frequently seen thing was the big word demolition painted on the abandoned buildings with bright red paint. Except for homeless vagrants and scavengers, no one wants to come here. The driver stepped on the brakes. Even if the monster has been solved, in the eyes of the citizens of Tianfu City, this place has become a cursed place. Not long after, the abandoned amusement park as the target location of the mission finally entered the field of vision of Sun Hang and his team. The first thing that caught the eye was the iconic giant Ferris wheel. The steel structure with a diameter of more than 100 meters overlooked the entire amusement park from a high altitude. The plastic cloth wrapped around the Ferris wheel was dancing like a tattered flag driven by the high-altitude airflow. It must have cost a lot of money to build this thing. Sun Hang thought to himself, what a pity. I would have liked some of this money. At the entrance of the abandoned amusement park, there were 7 or 8 police cars parked. The yellow and white cordon stretched a long circle along the outer wall of the amusement park. A sturdy, dark-skinned sheriff squatted on a stone, smoking with a sad face. At his feet, there were already more than a dozen cigarette butts scattered. This is Captain Huang of the Field Service Brigade of the Changnan branch of the Public Security Bureau. A young sheriff introduced to Sun Hang and the other two. Captain Huang led the first 3 survey missions. At this point, he suddenly lowered his voice. The trainee sheriff also disappeared under Captain Huang's nose. Someone from the Investigation Bureau? The sheriff called. Captain Huang threw away the cigarette in his hand, walked over to look at Sun Hang and the other two, and finally focused his attention on 0398. I know what kind of people temporary investigators are, so I don't expect you to be of any help. Captain Huang said in a rough voice, pointing at Sun Hang and 0401, what you two need to do is to keep an eye on her. No matter what happens, you must ensure that she is always in your sight. Do you understand? I understand. 0401 nodded. I have an idea. Sun Hang suddenly said. What idea? Just say it. Captain Huang glanced at Sun Hang. Don't waste time. If you are worried about 0398 disappearing inexplicably, why not handcuff her to someone else? Sun Hang said. That's a good idea, then handcuff you and her. Captain Huang frowned, but still took out a pair of handcuffs from his bag. I owe the Xiaozhou Federation a lot of money. If something unexpected happens on my first mission, the loss to the Federation will be relatively large. Sun Hang said calmly, the debt of 0401 is less than 1/3 of mine, so he is more suitable. That makes sense. Captain Huang nodded and walked directly to 0401. Fuck. You guy, do you want to kill me? 0401's expression suddenly changed. What are you yelling about? As long as you guys follow us obediently and don't run around, what can happen? Captain Huang was very strong. He grabbed 0401 who wanted to retreat and put a handcuff on his wrist. The other handcuff was handcuffed to 0398's wrist. 0398 didn't struggle much, and looked like he had accepted his fate. Let's go. Captain Huang picked up the riot helmet thrown on the hood, put it on his head, and said. The 2 fully armed sheriffs were in charge of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead / phoneme. They were wearing heavy armor, holding transparent riot shields in one hand and rubber-coated batons in the other. They also had several tear gas and stun grenades hanging around their waists. The sheriffs following behind them had flashlights in one hand and pistols in the other. The team's strongest firepower was a CQB-type short assault rifle, which was slung across the back of Captain Huang. Sun Hang glanced at the magazines inserted on Captain Huang's waist. Except for one magazine filled with rubber bullets, the other 4 magazines were filled with phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme bullets in brass shells. Sun Hang subconsciously touched the wound on his left temporal bone. According to the doctor, the reason he fell into a coma was that he was hit by a stray bullet shot from the muzzle of a sheriff during the attack by the strange creature. I hope Captain Huang's shooting skills can be more accurate. The bullet that hit Sun Hang before was a 9mm pistol bullet. If that shot was replaced by the assault rifle in Captain Huang's hand, Sun Hang should have been queuing up for soup at Naiha Bridge now. The passages in the amusement park were sealed with seals from the Public Security Bureau. Captain Huang took a look around and found that the seals on the doors and windows were intact, which meant that no one should have entered the amusement park during this period. Come on, keep your eyes open, and don't miss any clues. Captain Huang shouted in a deep voice, and then made a gesture to move forward. The 2 sheriffs who took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead / phoneme opened the chain hanging on the big iron gate, tore off the seal, and took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead / phoneme and entering the park. Team A is responsible for the survey, and Team B will stay at the entrance. Captain Huang said, as for the 3 of you, follow me, and be careful not to fall behind. Captain Huang? 0401 took a step closer. This amusement park is so big, where should we start searching? It's getting late. I guess the sun will set in an hour or so. Why, are you afraid of the dark? Captain Huang glanced at him and asked. No. I just think that places like this always make people feel creepy at night. 0401 said with a timid look on his face. If you are afraid, follow closely. Captain Huang turned his head and continued to walk in. The corners of 0401's eyes twitched twice, and he finally swallowed what he wanted to say. In fact, we have searched this place several times. A young sheriff who looked kind whispered to Sun Hang and the other three, we even turned over the pile of construction waste on the back hill with a bulldozer, but we still didn't find any clues. Where are we going now? Sun Hang asked. The haunted house. The young sheriff said, during the last survey, Xiao Hu disappeared after searching the haunted house. All right. 0401 muttered softly, let's search the haunted house before it gets dark. The team of 6 sheriffs and 3 temporary investigators quickly reached the entrance of the haunted house. Sun Hang looked up and saw the signboard with the words Ancient Castle Horror Secret Room Adventure hanging crookedly above the gate, with only a few cables and brackets connecting it. When the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme blue, these suspended signboards swayed gently, as if they would fall down at any time. The gate of the haunted house had disappeared, replaced by 2 half-person high iron fences. The sheriff who led the charge put aside the riot shield in his hand, walked forward and pushed the fence aside. The metal legs rubbed against the concrete floor, making a tooth-grinding sound. Damn, I always feel that there is a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme in there. 0401 whispered, Tisk, if I could have a gun, at least I would feel more at ease. Have you learned to use a gun? Sun Hang glanced at him and asked. No. I learned it in the game. 0401 said, I'm pretty accurate with my gun. If I really give you a gun, you'll feel at ease, but we won't feel at ease. Sun Hang said, you can't turn off friendly fire in the real world. This kid is right. Captain Huang turned around and said, if it's not a spooky thing, you don't need to do it at all. If there really is a spooky thing, even if you are given 10 guns, it's useless. Following Captain Huang, 3 temporary investigators also walked into the haunted house. Sun Hang noticed that the haunted house seemed to have not been renovated yet, and there were building materials and garbage everywhere in the room. At the end of the hall is a corridor. The wall on one side of the corridor has been puttied, while the other side is still exposed to the outside. Or is this originally a haunted house in the style of an unfinished building? The crudely made iron chandelier hangs from the ceiling, and the lampshade is covered with a mixture of spider webs and dust. Many of the wooden boards on the ground were already rotten, and you could hear a creaking sound when you stepped on them. Ochre red paint graffiti could be seen everywhere on the ceiling and walls. From a distance, it looked like dried blood. The 2 sheriffs who led the charge turned on the searchlights on their helmets and walked forward carefully with riot shields. Just as the team held their breath and looked around carefully, a very abrupt sound of music broke the silence in the room. What is Dad's name? Dad's dad is called Grandpa Fuck. 0401 almost jumped up in fear, but was held down by the quick-eyed and quick-handed Captain Huang. Why are you panicking? Captain Huang said, coward. Although he said so, the veins in the corners of Captain Huang's eyes were also throbbing, and he was obviously frightened by the strange singing. What's Daddy's mother's name? Daddy's mother is called Grandma. The singing continued, and everyone looked in the direction of the sound, only to see a rocking car thrown in the corner rocking back and forth, and the singing came from the speakers of the rocking car. Damn, why did this thing suddenly go off? I was so scared. 0401 stopped cursing halfway. Hey, no. Where does the electricity come from? Battery. Captain Huang said solemnly, in order to prevent sudden power outages from causing safety accidents, most of the equipment in the amusement park has built-in batteries. It's been 20 years, and there's still electricity in the battery? 0401 was stunned for a moment. No, it should be 20 years, the battery in this thing can still be used? My suggestion is to disassemble it and check it. Sun Hang said. Soon, the rocking car was disassembled by the sheriff, and a battery connected to the control chip was dug out from the base of the car. The battery was very old, but the welding marks on the wires were very new. Obviously it was replaced recently. It looks like an alarm device. Sun Hang said. Alarm device? 0401 was relieved when he heard this conclusion, so it seems that our opponent is a person, not a weird thing? Did this thing ring when you came here the last few times? 0401 asked. You can tell by the expressions on their faces. Sun Hang shrugged. So, during the period when the Public Security Bureau blocked the amusement park, someone still sneaked in. 0401 put on a look of thinking carefully, or maybe the culprit has been hiding in the amusement park. But you have never found his hiding place. It seems like a lot of analysis, but in fact it's all useless nonsense. 0398 rolled his eyes at him. By the way, can you untie the handcuffs for me? I'm really worried about being handcuffed to such an idiot. Killed by him. Okay, stop arguing and move on. Captain Huang said solemnly, the primary goal of this operation is to search for the missing trainee police officer. We must phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme or die. The word death swirled in his throat for a long time, and finally he swallowed back the second half of the sentence. If you die, you will see your body. There is only one corridor at the entrance of the haunted house, but this corridor is quite spacious, enough for 3 big men to pass side by side. There are locked doors on both sides of the corridor. The keys to these doors have long been missing. If you want to open them, you can only use violent means. Every time he passes a door, Sun Hang will carefully check the keyhole on the door to see if the rust on the keyhole has been worn away. Unfortunately, there is no trace of rust and dust on every door lock. They are all even, which directly eliminates the possibility of the other party holding the key or picking the lock. What's in these rooms? 0401 couldn't help but ask. Various themed chambers, the young sheriff replied. Have you ever gone in to check? 0401 asked again. During the first 2 investigations, I used a fiber optic peepscope to check the situation in the room, but no clues were found. The young sheriff shook his head. The fiber optic peepscope he mentioned is a special device equipped by the Public Security Bureau. It can pass a tiny probe the size of a grain of rice through the crack of the door and take pictures of the scene on the other side of the door. In other words, you haven't gone in directly to check? Sun Hang frowned. There must be a secret passage in a themed secret room. The door in the corridor is not necessarily its only entrance and exit. Team Huang said that if this investigation still finds nothing, they will pry open these doors and check them thoroughly, the sheriff said. By the way, have you heard any strange sounds? 0401 suddenly shuddered and whispered, Why? I seem to have heard a sound like a child crying. I heard it too. The young sheriff nodded slightly. When you said that, it seems a bit similar. It's the sound of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme. Sun Hang said, the walls on this floor are all rough brick walls, and there are still many gaps that have not been filled. In addition, the door of the haunted house is open, facing this corridor. It will create a phenomenon similar to drafts. When drafts pass through the gaps in the brick wall, a whining sound will occur. But what I heard was not a child's cry. 0398 shook his head. If I had to describe it, it seemed like a girl singing. Singing? Sun Hang's eyes twitched. Are you sure? When you say that, I'm a little unsure. 0398's expression was a little ugly at this time. This voice comes and goes, vaguely. What about you? What sound did you hear? Sun Hang turned to ask other police officers. It's just the noise, don't scare yourself. Captain Huang said impatiently. Then Weiling Sanjiu, hey, what are you doing? 0401's words were suddenly interrupted. He only felt a huge force coming from his wrist, dragging him forward. I don't know when. 0398 seemed to have changed. His eyes were dull and his body movements became extremely stiff. He just dragged 0401 towards the depths of the corridor. A state of mindlessness? Is this being controlled by someone? Sun Hang was stunned and subconsciously made way for the two of them. What's going on? 0401 shouted in shock and urgency. What is this woman crazy about? Why is she so strong? Damn it, I feel like my wrist is going to be pulled by her. Broken. Quickly, control her. Captain Huang was about to reach out to pull 0398, but was stopped by Sun Hang. 0401, don't resist. Sun Hang said, follow her and see where she takes us. When Sun Hang said this, Captain Huang immediately reacted and said to the other police officers, everyone, pay attention. If you find any abnormality, report it to me immediately. 0398, what happened to her? 0401 was dragged by 0398 and staggered forward. She is acting, right? It's not like acting. Sun Hang shook his head. Her wrists were bleeding from being strangled by handcuffs, but she didn't even wrinkle her eyebrows. Besides, don't you think her strength is ridiculous? 0398 is a woman who is over 1.6 meters tall and has a slender body. Judging from the muscle content of her limbs, she does not look like the kind of person who works out regularly. And 0401 is a man who is 1.75 meters tall and weighs more than 160 kilograms. In a pure competition of strength, 0398 cannot be 0401's opponent. But now, 0401 is being dragged forward by her, unable to hold her back at all. She won't be possessed by something strange, right? 0401 looked horrified. Captain Huang, can you untie my handcuffs first? No. What if the handcuffs are released and she starts running? Captain Huang immediately rejected his proposal. You can just use it as a human weight. Don't worry, we can guarantee your safety. 0398 just dragged 0401 through the entire corridor, up to the second floor, and turned a few more turns until a faint light came from not far away. It was a figure in a robe, and the faint light emanated from the thing it held in its hands. However, before the sheriff could rush forward, the figure suddenly turned around and disappeared into a branch road. The topography of the second floor of the haunted house is far more complicated than the first floor. Corridors extending in all directions and various hidden secret passages turn this place into a real maze. Since the architectural design drawings have long been lost, no one knows where it is. Behind the ajar doors is where it leads. The figure just covered the glowing object in his hand, and it instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. It wasn't until this moment that 0398 stopped as if waking up from a dream, bent down, and started retching violently. Cough, cough, what's going on? 0398 coughed and asked, what was that just now? What did you just see? What did you hear again? Sun Hang walked over, patted 0398's back gently, and asked. Ahem, you just asked me, that singing voice. I pricked up my ears to listen, trying to hear it more clearly. As a result, the singing voice was very far away from me, but suddenly it was so phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme that it seemed like it was right next to me. Just like my ears. 0398 said intermittently. I was shocked, but the next second I found that there was no one around. It was pitch black everywhere. I couldn't see anything. I could only see a little fire in the darkness. I don't know why, the fire seemed it was very attractive to me, and I followed it involuntarily. It sounds like you're under hypnosis. Captain Huang touched the stubble on his chin with his hand, but you were in the middle of the team just now, surrounded by our people, so the other party shouldn't have a chance to hypnotize you. Wait a minute, is that the singing? All we hear is the sound of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme, but you are the only one who hears the singing. It should be. Another police officer wearing glasses said, some special audio can also put people into a hypnotic state. What if that shadow is really a strange thing? 0401 worried. If it is really a strange thing, report it to the investigation bureau and ask them to send a hunter. Captain Huang said, but the premise is that you have to make sure that the thing is really a strange thing, otherwise. What will happen otherwise? 0401 asked curiously. You don't want to know. Captain Huang shook his head with a straight face, as if he was very secretive about those guys called hunters. Hunter, is it the expert in dealing with strange things mentioned in the mission information? Sun Hang asked. In his limited common sense, there are more or less fragmentary descriptions of the profession of investigator, but for the word hunter, he only has one interpretation in his mind, a person engaged in the hunting profession. Obviously, the hunter in Captain Huang's mouth is not the hunter in Sun Hang's understanding. That's right, but to be honest, I would rather face the vicious lawless thugs than deal with those things. Captain Huang sighed and said. Sun Hang noticed that his adjective for hunter was those things instead of those people. The two sheriffs had walked to the place where the figure just stood. They shone the flashlights in their hands on the ground, and saw a series of clear footprints on the floor covered with a thick layer of dust, extending all the way to the direction where the figure just fled. Looking at the size and shape of the footprints, it seems to be a woman, barefoot, flat feet, and the little toe of the right foot is missing. A sheriff who was proficient in traceology quickly analyzed. Chase. Captain Huang's order was concise and to the point. Everyone immediately followed the footprints. With the traceology expert, although there were many miscellaneous footprints in the passage, everyone never lost the target. They chased from the second floor back to the first floor, and then to the basement of the haunted house. And in this tracking process, the sheriffs also got a surprising clue. Among those messy footprints, they found the footprints of the missing trainee sheriff. The size 38 field training boots, it's Hu Li Jun. The trace expert nodded to Captain Huang. She finally went into the basement, and then she never came out. And the barefoot woman in the robe also fled all the way into the basement in front of him. For some reason, Sun Hang always felt that something was wrong. Before entering the haunted house, he glanced at the advertisements on the wall, which detailed the various attractions inside the haunted house, including the themed secret room on the first floor and the retro maze on the second floor, but there was no mention of this basement. Does the haunted house include the basement? Sun Hang raised his doubts. Why is it not mentioned in the project introduction outside? It's probably a place like the power distribution room, monitoring room, or control room of the mechanism. 0398, who has returned to normal, said, this kind of place is not open to tourists, and it's normal that it doesn't appear in the introduction. The entrance to the basement is a locked iron door, which is covered with rust and some dark brown suspicious traces. It is unknown whether it is water mixed with rust or blood left by some creatures. Bang! With a muffled sound, the door-breaking hammer directly smashed the door lock, and two sheriffs holding riot shields directly used their bodies to knock open the iron door and rushed in with shields raised. The remaining sheriffs also drew their guns. A dozen meters away from the door, the barefoot woman in a robe was standing under a huge painting, lowering her head and reciting something in an indistinguishable voice. At this time, everyone saw clearly that she was holding a retro oil lamp in her hand, and the wick flame was constantly shaking at the end of the wick. Don't move! Captain Huang shouted in a shocking voice, put down what you have in your hands. Take off your hood. Raise your hands. The other party did not pay attention to Captain Huang, but instead accelerated the speed of reciting. A strange fragrance filled the basement, and the next second, crimson mist emerged from the cracks in the floor, instantly enveloping everyone. Control her! Captain Huang ordered. The two sheriffs holding shields were about to step forward, but they found that their bodies seemed to be frozen in place as if they were out of control. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't take a step forward. Huang! Captain Huang, I can't seem to move. The sheriff holding the shield said with a hint of fear, what's going on? Is there poison in the mist? Captain Huang subconsciously raised his hand to cover his mouth and nose, and raised his other hand to shoot, but before he pulled the trigger, his wrist suddenly softened and the whole pistol fell to the ground. Another sheriff also tried to shoot, but something even more terrible happened. He raised his gun and originally aimed at the knee of the man in the robe, but just 1 second before pulling the trigger, he suddenly moved the muzzle to his colleague next to him. Bang! The sound of the gun echoed in the basement, and the sheriff who fired the gun had his colleague's blood splattered on his face. He glanced at the body at his feet and immediately let out a terrified cry. Everyone in the team seemed to have lost control of their bodies, with one exception. Sun Hang moved his wrist with some confusion, then bent down and picked up the pistol that Captain Huang had dropped on the ground. He found that the crimson mist that came out of the cracks in the floor kept a few centimeters away from him. Wherever he walked, there would be a human-shaped blank area, as if the mist was actively avoiding him. Are they afraid of me? Sun Hang tilted his head and thought for a moment, then walked straight to the woman in the robe. He smiled at her, then raised his hand and slapped her in the face. Pa! The sound of the palm and cheek colliding was very crisp and resounded throughout the basement. Everyone was stunned, including the woman in the robe. After 2 seconds of stunned, she said in a sharp and trembling voice, You dare? Pa! Another big slap interrupted the other party's questioning, and even the oil lamp in her hand was knocked to the ground. The moment the oil lamp went out, the blood like mist disappeared instantly. You are unforgivable. He will punish you. Slap! 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 Loud slaps rang out one after another, and the woman in the robe was slapped back and forth. In the end, she had to squat down and raise her arms to protect her cheeks. Don't hit me. Sun Hang rubbed his palms, which were already a little red and swollen, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart as expected. The action of force is mutual. He turned around, glanced at the people who were stunned in the place, and shouted, Why are you still standing there? Come over and handcuff them. After hearing what he said, the sheriffs woke up from their dreams, rushed forward in 2 steps, pressed the woman to the ground, and handcuffed her. What's going on? Captain Huang walked up quickly. Why can you move? You are not affected by the fog? I don't know. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals either/phoneme. Sun Hang shrugged and handed the pistol to Captain Huang. Captain Huang, your gun. The sheriffs had already pulled off the hood on the woman's head. This was a middle-aged woman between 40 and 50 years old. Her cheeks were covered with tattoos of unknown meaning. A pair of bloodshot eyes stared at Sun Hang, who was standing not far away. Name? The sheriff who was holding her asked sternly. The woman didn't speak. Those missing people, do you know where they are? The sheriff asked again. The woman remained silent. The sheriff raised his head and glanced at Captain Huang, and his eyes seemed to be asking for permission. Captain Huang glanced at the bodies of his subordinates on the ground, looked at the woman again, took a deep breath, and finally shook his head. Take the suspect back to the bureau first, and then interrogate him. In addition, deal with the scene. While the sheriffs were cleaning the scene, Sun Hang had walked back and forth in this empty basement, and finally stood in front of the huge oil painting hanging on the wall. This is a retro Western-style portrait. The person in the painting is a young woman of European descent. She is wearing a fiery red court dress and has an extremely beautiful appearance. Even though it is just an oil painting, Sun Hang can still feel the charming charm in the other person's bones. Especially those eyes. No matter which angle Sun Hang looks at, the person in the painting seems to be looking at him. Sun Hang walked closer and reached out to touch the surface of the oil painting. This giant oil painting with a length and width of more than 2 meters has not been framed. A thin layer of dust has fallen on the rough canvas. Sun Hang bent his fingers and tapped the surface of the canvas lightly. Dong. Captain Huang. Sun Hang turned around and looked at Captain Huang, who was standing in a daze in front of the body of the sacrificed sheriff. The back of this painting is empty. What did you say? Captain Huang, who was originally tired, suddenly raised his head, and his eyes suddenly burst into a brilliance. What did you just say? Say it again. The back of this oil painting is empty. Sun Hang repeated. Captain Huang took a deep breath, walked up quickly, and tapped the surface of the canvas with his fingers. Everyone, come here. Captain Huang said solemnly, bring the suspect here too. The middle-aged woman with tattoos all over her face was brought to Captain Huang by 2 sheriffs, one on each side. Captain Huang grabbed her collar and asked word by word, what is behind the painting? To the surprise of the sheriffs, this time, the middle-aged woman did not remain silent, but glanced at the woman in the painting, and then slowly said, It is his palace. Captain Huang, those missing women, including Xiao Hu, they are very likely inside. The trace expert said anxiously, their footprints all disappeared outside the basement, unless there is a secret passage leading to the outside world behind the painting, otherwise. Wait a minute. 0401 suddenly interrupted the trace expert, have you forgotten the fog just now? This is obviously a supernatural ability. Whether it is this woman or this series of cases, it is obviously related to it has something to do with the weird creatures. Our mission has been completed. The rest should be reported to the Investigation Bureau, and they should send a special person to deal with it. I have completed the report. 0398 put the issued mobile phone back into his pocket and said lightly, "The superiors told us that the hunter will arrive in 20 minutes. So, let's not have any extra curiosity." 0401 emphasized again, "Professional things should be done by professionals. We only need to wait here for 20 minutes until those hunters arrive, and then we can call it a day." Captain Huang glanced at the two temporary investigators, then at his subordinates, and still shook his head. "For me, my mission is not completed." "Bring the chainsaw." "Are you going to die?" 0401 shouted. "If you don't want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme, there is no need to drag us to be buried with you." Captain Huang did not speak, but took out the key of the handcuffs from his pocket and threw it to 0401. 0401 was stunned for a moment, then quickly picked up the key and unlocked his handcuffs. I suggest you don't leave." The young sheriff who was kind to Sun Hang and the others whispered, "If you leave now, you will be considered to have abandoned your post." "I know," 0401 said angrily, "I just don't understand why your captain is so stubborn and wants to die. He won't stop until he finds the missing people. The missing trainee sheriff is actually Captain Huang's niece." The young sheriff said in 0401's ear. Captain Huang watched her grow up. A few minutes later, a sheriff came over with a chainsaw. He pulled the rope twice, and the sharp saw chain turned rapidly amid a low roar of the engine. Captain Huang nodded at him and made way. The sheriff stepped forward, picked up the chainsaw, and sawed at the painting. The thick fiber canvas was torn in an instant, and the wooden frame underneath was also cut open, with sawdust flying everywhere. A 1-meter square incision appeared on the painting, and behind the incision was a deep passage, and no one knew where it led to. "You two, stay and watch the suspect, and the rest of you follow me." Captain Huang held a flashlight in one hand and a pistol in the other, and was the first to enter the passage. Sun Hang followed behind him and entered the passage second. What surprised Sun Hang a little was that 0401 and 0398 also entered the passage amid a slight complaint. "Curiosity kills the cat, kills the cat." 0401 complained quietly while looking at the inner wall of the passage. "Aren't you afraid there are weird things in there?" Sun Hang asked. "Scared," 0401 said frankly, "but I always feel that staying with that crazy woman seems more dangerous. After all, she just killed a sheriff. Why did the mist avoid you?" 0398 lifted the hair that fell in front of his eyes with his hand, staring at Sun Hang with burning eyes. "I saw it clearly. When you walked over, the mist automatically moved away." Sun Hang originally wanted to find a random excuse to get away with it, but for some reason, when the words came to his lips, they turned into what 0401 had just said: "Curiosity kills the cat." "Are you threatening me?" 0398 raised his eyebrows, and there was a hint of vigilance in his eyes. "I just said that, don't be too nervous." Sun Hang smiled, ignored 0398, and continued to walk forward with Captain Huang. He had a very strange feeling in his heart. The person who walked up to slap the middle-aged woman and threatened 0398 just now seemed not to be himself, or, it seemed to be another personality in his body. Or, that was the real self before he lost his memory? With such doubts, Sun Hang walked silently, but as the crowd walked deeper and deeper in the passage, they gradually smelled a strange smell. This is a mixture of rust, sourness, and fishiness. Just one sniff can make you feel your stomach churning up and down. Even the sheriffs can't help but cover their mouths and noses with their hands. Fortunately, they soon reached the end of the passage, and a wooden door with mottled paint appeared in front of them. And the unbearable smell was extremely strong here. The trace expert's face had become very ugly. He hesitated for a moment, but still walked to Captain Huang and whispered, "It's the smell of corpses, and there is a strong smell of blood. The missing women may have been killed a long time ago. Moreover, the method of committing the crime may be extremely cruel." "I know." Captain Huang reached out to the wooden door, but he couldn't make up his mind to push the door open. "Or, let's retreat quickly." 0401 looked timid. "I always feel that there will be some, not so good things inside." "Captain Huang, this kid is right. At this time, the hunter should be here soon." A sheriff also advised, "No matter what happens next, it has nothing to do with us." Captain Huang stood in front of the door, and was entangled in a dilemma. On the one hand, the truth he had been pursuing was most likely at the back door, and he could get the answer as long as he pushed the door open. On the other hand, he was afraid to face the truth. Just when Captain Huang was hesitant, Sun Hang walked over and put his hand on the door. Indistinctly, Sun Hang always felt that there seemed to be something tempting him inside the door. That disgusting smell, in addition to the initial fishy smell, actually concealed a hint of fragrant fragrance, just like the smell of nectar from the blooming stamens. He suddenly felt a little hungry. He pushed the door open while others were not paying attention. Behind the door was a hall with an area of more than 300 square meters. The floor of the hall slowly sank along the steps. The thick and suffocating smell of blood was useless even if you covered your mouth and nose. The tension penetrated into everyone's nerves through the remaining pores of the body, and it seemed that even the air became sticky. Sun Hang walked down the steps, and at the end of the hall, he saw a square pool of blood. This pool, which was as big as a swimming pool in an amusement park, was filled with bloody and sticky plasma. The broken and deformed bones floated in the blood pool, appearing and disappearing from time to time. Above the blood pool, a naked young woman was hanging. Her body was swollen like a specimen that had been soaked in formalin solution for many years. Her skin showed a strange bluish-white color. There were shocking wounds everywhere on her body. Blood slowly seeped out from the flesh turned outward at the wound, flowing down along the surface of the body, and finally fell into the blood pool under her feet. Several thorns extended from the blood pool and entangled the young woman. Those sharp thorns pierced her skin and drilled into her flesh, as if they were feeding on her body, squeezing out the little vitality left in the woman's body. On her shoulder, a rose with extremely bright colors was blooming. The young woman was still alive, and Sun Hang could sense that she was still breathing weakly. But with every passing second, the woman became weaker, and the rose on her shoulder became more and more gorgeous. A sound of footsteps came from behind, followed by a surprised low cry, "Xiao! Xiao Jun!" Obviously, the young woman hanging above the blood pool was the last missing trainee sheriff. As for the other missing young women, Sun Hang glanced at the skeletons floating in the blood pool. But in the end, Sun Hang's attention was still attracted by the rose. An inexplicable desire grew in his heart. He wanted to tear the flower off, put it in his mouth, and chew it hard. This idea grew wildly in his mind almost uncontrollably. Just when Sun Hang was about to take action, 0401's desperate voice rang, "Bloody Mary?" Sun Hang's consciousness regained clarity. Bloody Mary? Is this the name of the rose? Sun Hang suddenly remembered who the person in the oil painting outside was. That was Countess Leicester in the European legend. It is said that in order to stay young forever, she has been bathing in the blood of pure girls. Every time she took a shower, she would kill 2 girls and bury their bodies in the basement of the bathroom. So, the reason why those young women disappeared was to feed this gorgeous demon flower? Is it a strange thing? Sun Hang turned his head and looked at 0401 and asked. Of course it is. 0401 said with a bitter face, serial number ding 37, Bloody Mary. More than 10 years ago, it was its appearance that caused most of the South City Development Zone to become a ruin. Why is it still alive? Hasn't it been dealt with by the Investigation Bureau? It's just a flower, can it really destroy most of the development zone? Sun Hang was a little confused. It was actually people who destroyed the South City Development Zone. 0398 continued what 0401 said, the thorns of Bloody Mary are all over the streets and alleys, and have penetrated every building with living things, wantonly absorbing all the flesh and blood it can touch. In order to completely eliminate it, the Xiaozhou Federation had to airdrop a large number of napalm bombs to the South City Development Zone, burning Bloody Mary and the blocks it occupied together. So that's how it is. No wonder many of the ruins we passed by just now have traces of burns. Sun Hang nodded. So, this thing is afraid of fire? No. It's not the Bloody Mary from more than a decade ago. Captain Huang's voice sounded, that Bloody Mary has been burned to death a long time ago. I also participated in the operation that year. I watched it turn into ashes with my own eyes. Then what are we seeing now? 0401 waved his arms hysterically. It can't be my hallucination? Seeds, it's seeds. The Bloody Mary left its seeds back then. Captain Huang murmured, the seeds of Bloody Mary need blood to germinate, and now, it has bloomed. Yellow team, should we withdraw? A police officer asked cautiously. His voice was very low, as if he was afraid of alarming the Bloody Mary in the distance. It has been confirmed that the target is Strange Things. All the missing people have been killed. It makes no sense for us to stay here. Give me the chainsaw. Captain Huang extended his hand to the sheriff who was carrying the chainsaw. Captain Huang, what do you want to do? The police officer who just spoke said anxiously. That's a weird thing. So what about the weird thing? I was able to burn this thing to ashes 19 years ago, and now I can burn it again. Captain Huang said fiercely, removing the canister used to hold gasoline on the chainsaw. He got down, unscrewed the cap, and poured all the gasoline inside into the kettle he carried with him. Is Bloody Mary really afraid of fire? Sun Hang took 2 steps back, stood next to 0401, and asked in a low voice. How do I know? 0401 said breathlessly, I wasn't even fucking born 19 years ago. 19 years ago, the Bloody Mary plant was afraid of fire, but now, it's hard to tell. 0398 shook his head. Do you still remember what the man in the white coat said during the induction training? For monsters, past experience may not come in handy. Not only that, but sometimes, experience can come back to kill oneself. But Captain Huang has obviously not received any induction training as an investigator. Even if he had, in his current state, he would have completely forgotten these words. When people's consciousness is completely dominated by anger and fear, there is basically no thinking ability left. The brain will subconsciously leave judgment to instinct and experience, and at the same time stimulate a large amount of adrenaline to squeeze out the body's hidden energy. Captain Huang began to accelerate, and in just 2 seconds, he rushed from the bottom of the steps to the side of the blood pool. He kicked his foot horizontally and twisted his body. While offsetting the inertia of his forward motion, he transferred the remaining kinetic energy to his right arm along the muscles of his waist, abdomen, and back. The kettle filled with gasoline was thrown forcefully, drawing a nearly straight trajectory in mid-air and hitting the suspended trainee police officer heavily. The moment he threw the kettle, Captain Huang had already picked up the assault rifle hanging behind him, turned on the safety, and raised the muzzle of the gun in an instant. Continuous gunshots in fully automatic mode resounded throughout the hall. The kettle filled with gasoline exploded instantly, and the flames of the explosion directly engulfed the bodies of Bloody Mary and the trainee sheriff. The burning flames wrapped the bloated body and the thorns wrapped around the body. The pale body made a crackling sound under the flames, but the bright demon flower not only was not burned, but its petals were completely stretched out. Death! Monster! Captain Huang roared loudly. He had lost his mind. Even though the bullets in the magazine had been empty, he still held the trigger tightly, glaring at the intact body in the flames. Bloody Mary! The next second, dozens of thorns protruded from the blood pool, instantly entangled Captain Huang and dragged him into the pool. Immediately afterwards, a new bud emerged from the eye socket of the trainee police officer, and the squeezed eyeball fell into the pool of blood, making a pop sound. The bud trembled a few times, and the tightly closed petals slowly opened. Suddenly, the smell of blood in the hall became even stronger. The carbonized skin began to crack and peel off, and countless buds sprouted from the flesh and then bloomed crazily. For the first time, Sun Hang felt that the word flowers could actually be used to describe a corpse that had been burned to charcoal. The smell of blood in the hall has become extremely strong. For others, it seems that what is breathed into the nasal cavity is not air, but thick plasma. But for Sun Hang, the strong and sweet smell has been completely overwhelming. The smell of blood was overwhelming, and the indescribable hunger made him feel like his heart was being scratched by 100 claws, and he wanted to swallow those newly born flowers and bones immediately. Sun Hang's remaining sense told him that this was abnormal, but this sense was quickly overwhelmed by the overwhelming appetite. The sheriffs turned around and started running, throwing away their heavy equipment and running as hard as they could toward the passage. As for 0401 and 0398, the two of them had retreated into the passage after noticing that the flames were ineffective against Bloody Mary, and had already run into the basement where the portrait of the Countess was hung. More thorns crawled out of the blood pool, covering a distance of more than 20 meters in just a few breaths, wrapping around the ankle of the slowest running sheriff, silencing his screams. Pulled him into a pool of blood. The sheriff's screams disappeared the moment the blood covered his head. Within a few seconds, a mutilated skeleton slowly floated up from the place where he sank. From the perspective of others, it seemed that the blood pool was filled not with plasma but with aqua regia, which eroded the flesh and blood of the sheriff in the blink of an eye. But in fact, after the sheriff was dragged into the blood pool, all his flesh and blood had been eaten away by the Bloody Mary roots entrenched at the bottom of the pool. Bloody Mary's thorns have spread all over the hall, but there is a blank area with a radius of about 3 meters where Sun Hang stands just like the previous blood mist. These thorns are deliberately avoiding him, seeming to be afraid of contact with him. Every time Sun Hang took a step forward, the thorns in front of him retreated a corresponding distance, which made him a little annoyed. The strong sense of hunger drove him step by step towards the blood pool. Just when he was about to reach the edge of the blood pool, a loud noise came from above his head, and a graceful figure drilled through the dome of the basement and fell heavily beside the steps. Sun Hang looked back and saw a tall woman over 1.8 meters tall. Her clothes had become torn in the process of drilling through the basement, and only a few rags were left hanging on her body. In sharp contrast to the rags was the woman's fair, smooth, and undamaged skin. Target confirmed, serial number Ding 37, Bloody Mary. The woman muttered to herself, "Start the cleanup mission." As soon as the voice fell, countless black scales drilled out from under her skin, and in a blink of an eye, they wrapped the perfect body. Sharp black bone spurs appeared at her knees and elbows. At the original position of the butterfly bones, a pair of folded slender limbs broke through the body surface and stretched out. The two limbs were connected by an elastic wing membrane, and the surface of the wing membrane was covered with a layer of fine scales with a metallic luster. These fine scales rubbed against each other, making a series of metal scraping sounds that made people's teeth ache. In just a few seconds, the woman who fell from the sky had turned into a humanoid monster with wings. Sun Hang has been locked up in this special room for 7 days, assuming they deliver meals 3 times a day. This is a spacious room with mirrors on the floor, walls, and ceiling. The only furniture in the room is a set of metal tables and chairs welded to the ground, a single bed that is also welded, and a flush toilet in the corner. After Sun Hang watched the humanoid monster that fell from the sky tear up Bloody Mary with his hands, he was brought here. Every once in a while, a corner of the ceiling will be opened, and the mechanical arm that sticks out from it will put the plate with food on the table, and then take away the tableware after Sun Hang finishes eating. The daily prison meal is very rich, with 4 dishes and 1 soup as the standard: fish, meat, fresh vegetables, small desserts, and fruits after the meal, and occasionally more luxurious foods such as steak and shark fin. Sun Hang once loudly questioned why he was locked up here, but got no response. However, when he said he was thirsty, the mechanical arm immediately brought bottled purified water to him. From a certain perspective, this kind of prison life with everything provided for him is actually pretty good, except for the damn light. The light in this room is never turned off, even when sleeping. The light hidden behind the mirror passes through the glass and refracts on the mirror several times, making the whole room brightly lit. Sun Hang can only fall asleep by burying his head in the pillow, but as long as he slightly turns his head, the light will immediately come in through the gap between his eyelids and project onto his retina. The worst thing is that since there is no change of day and night in the room, Sun Hang's concept of time has become very vague. Many times his eyes are already full of bloodshot, but he still can't get up the slightest sleepiness. Long-term disordered work and rest can easily make people fall into a state of neurasthenia, fatigue, tension, irritability. All kinds of negative emotions continue to deepen with the passage of time. On the first day, Sun Hang was able to remain calm and try to ask questions every once in a while, even if he didn't get any answers. On the second day, he stopped asking questions and began to circle around the room over and over again. On the third day, he smashed the plate, but the robotic arm quickly delivered a new meal and cleaned up the garbage on the floor. On the fourth day, he tried to pull the chair up from the ground, but he failed. On the fifth day, Sun Hang no longer had any extra movements. He just sat on the chair, his eyes staring straight at the table. Except for sleeping and excreting, he sat there all the time. On the sixth day, he still sat on the chair, without a sound. On the seventh day, when Sun Hang finished eating the 20th meal delivered by the robotic arm, the wall he was facing finally changed. The mirror turned into transparent glass, and 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, were behind the glass, looking at him expressionlessly. "Congratulations, Mr. Sun Hang." The woman among the 3 people clapped softly, and her voice was transmitted into the room through the glass. "You have successfully protected your human soul." The woman's appearance was somewhat familiar to Sun Hang. She looked very similar to the civil servant who came to the hospital and asked him to sign the indenture, but Sun Hang was sure that they were definitely not the same person. "What do you mean?" Sun Hang asked. "You are infected with the weird virus, but you have not lost your clear self-awareness, and there is no physical mutation." This time, the speaker was an old man sitting in an electric wheelchair. "Although your infection level is only 0.17%, this is still a very rare situation." "I am infected with the weird virus? Then why don't you give me an injection?" Sun Hang narrowed his eyes. The special medicine to inhibit weirdness was developed 100 years ago. It is precisely with this medicine that people can survive under the invasion of weird things. "It's too late." The wheelchair old man sighed. "According to the test results, you were infected with the weird virus the last time you encountered a weird creature, that is, the time when you lost your memory. You have missed the window period for medication." "So?" Sun Hang continued to ask. "So, you have now become a special individual with the ability of a weird creature, but you still have the will of a human being." The wheelchair old man said, "I formally invite you to join us as a weird hunter." "Weird hunter?" Sun Hang recalled the woman who fell from the sky. "Is that someone who specializes in hunting weird creatures?" "Yes, the investigation bureaus in various cities actually serve the weird hunters. Investigators are responsible for collecting the whereabouts and clues of the weird creatures, and then passing this information to the hunters, who will then go out and eliminate the weird creatures that invade human territory." The wheelchair old man said, "Only the power from the weird creatures can fight against the weird creatures. This is ironic, but this is reality. What if I don't want to work for you?" Sun Hang asked. "We won't force any infected person to become a hunter." The wheelchair old man continued, "But if everyone who gained power only wanted to be alone, humans would have disappeared from this land 200 years ago. In addition, do you know what kind of strange virus you are infected with?" "Which one?" "The initiator of that attack was the strange thing with the serial number Bingjio, Tao Tai. To be precise, it was a clone of Tao Tai. The trick virus you are infected also comes from Tao Tai. As for what this will do to you, you should have experienced this kind of impact firsthand." "So, my ability is related to eating?" Sun Hang recalled the strong feeling of hunger, but that feeling of hunger seemed to only appear when facing strange things. The biggest characteristic of Tao Tai is that it can change its abilities by swallowing other monsters. The old man in the wheelchair said, "You need to hunt monsters regularly to satisfy your desires. Staying away from monsters can temporarily suppress this desire. But when the accumulated desire finally explodes, the situation will be completely out of control. As long as you join us," the woman who spoke at the beginning said again, "even if you fail to hunt the monsters successfully, we will find a way to help you solve the problem of your appetite outbreak." "Let other hunters catch the weird things for me to eat?" Sun Hang tilted his head. "It sounds like I'm a waste who's just waiting to die." "This is one of the ways." The woman said, "Besides that, we have ways to make you stronger so that you can gain the ability to hunt monsters alone. But the premise is that you have to pass the assessment." Another middle-aged man wearing a brown-gray training uniform with a murderous look on his eyebrows took over the conversation. "Only when you pass the assessment can you become a legal hunter. During this period, we have been observing you, and your performance can be described as excellent." The woman said, "But these are just appearances. Whether your deep-seated mental state is stable still needs to go through a series of special assessment. Only if you pass the assessment can we grant you the status of trick hunter." "What is the assessment method? What do I need to do?" Sun Hang asked. "You will find out if you follow them to the room dedicated to assessment and testing." The woman stretched out her finger and clicked on the holographic screen floating in front of her. A passage immediately appeared on the wall on one side of the room, with 4 people wearing full sets of heavy protective clothing. People came in. They quickly helped Sun Hang put on the test suit, the so-called test suit, except for a pair of pure white pants, only had a large white cloth with 3 holes dug into it. Sun Hang only needed to put his arms and head on. When you get out of these 3 holes, you are considered to have worn it. Are you planning to dissect me? Sun Hang looked at the test suit with some suspicion and asked. You can rest assured that the entire assessment process will not cause any harm to you. The woman shook her head. You don't even need to draw blood. After Sun Hang left with the 4 people, the woman turned to look at the old man in the wheelchair and asked in a low voice, Teacher, there is one thing. I don't know whether I should ask. Say it. The old man raised his head and looked at his student, with a kind look finally appearing on his face. I have always been puzzled. Did the deception virus infected by 0420 really come from Tao Tai? What's the point of doubt? Tao Tai, as a very special singular individual among Type C monsters, its most notable feature is that it will devour all living things it comes into contact with, but it will never release the ghost virus to the outside world. If we say, other monsters will release viruses with their own memes to infect and assimilate those things they come into contact with, then Tao Tai does the opposite. It only eats up the carriers of those memes and embeds these segments into its own memes. It is precisely because of this characteristic that every year, at academic conferences, someone would suggest changing the code name of Tao Tai to Pixiu, which symbolizes only entering but not exiting. Are you suspecting that he was infected by a strange creature, not Tao Tai? The old man interrupted the student and asked. Yes, teacher. The woman nodded. So far, there have been a total of 314 attacks by monsters, including clones, directly or indirectly caused by Tao Tai. Among these 314 attacks, no infected person has ever appeared during the incident. Even if other monsters appear in the incident, they will be swallowed up by Tao Tai. It is for this reason that the rescue team will jump in after confirming that the attacking monster is a clone of Tao Tai. Go through the routine infection detection process. Because people infected by the deception virus will become the highest priority prey in the eyes of the Tao Tai. So they subconsciously believe that there is no chance of an infected person among the survivors. The middle-aged man said, The people responsible for the rescue operation have suffered punishment. I promise that nothing like this will happen again. But the woman wanted to say something more, but the old man in the wheelchair raised his hand and stopped him. Whether it is his infection process, the detected meme sequence, or the abnormalities displayed when in contact with strange objects, they can all be matched with Tao Tai. Yang Qi, you have made a very serious mistake. Never use past experience to make judgments about monsters. Teacher. The woman was stunned for a moment, with a look of shame on her face. Sometimes, you may not even believe what you see with your own eyes, so how can you believe what is recorded in documents? The old man said slowly. Teacher, I know I was wrong. The woman lowered her head. Remember, if the investigator or hunter makes a mistake, the worst result is that the mission fails. But if we make a mistake, it will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme to catastrophic consequences. Sun Hang was taken to another room filled with precision instruments that were obviously valuable at first glance. The staff asked him to lie down on the large operating chair in the middle of the room. Then, they placed hundreds of the electrode pads were attached to Sun Hang's body. After attaching the electrodes, the 2 staff members worked together to push a camera in front of the operating chair. The bracket holding the camera was pulled out, and the glass lens with rainbow luster came straight over, just a short distance from the tip of Sun Hang's nose. There is only less than 2 centimeters away. After fixing the bracket, the staff left the room, and the lights in the room were extinguished, leaving only a beam of light coming from the ceiling, covering Sun Hang inside. Test template, standard, test content, custom 01, subject number, 0420. An emotionless electronic synthesized voice came from the loudspeaker next to the camera. Please don't be nervous and keep your emotions as stable as possible. By keeping your breathing steady, you will have plenty of time to relax as much as possible before the test begins. If you are emotionally nervous, will it affect the test results? Won't. Then let's start now. I'm quite relaxed. Sun Hang said while lying on his back on the operating chair, staring at the camera. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme at hand. During the test, a part of a long poem will be played. All you need to do is to repeat the poem in the interval between each sentence. In addition, there will be some random questions between the poems. You don't need to answer these questions, just repeat the poems. The electronic synthesized voice continued. Then how can I distinguish which sentence is the poem and which sentence is the question you asked? All the poems are declarative sentences, and all the random questions are interrogative sentences. They are easy to distinguish. If you accidentally repeat the content of the question, it will not affect the content of the test. The electronic synthesized voice said. Okay. Test begins. After a meaningless white noise, the brightness of the light shrouding Sun Hang began to increase, and the surroundings of the room became darker in this contrast. The indicator lights on the devices that were originally jumping all went out at the same time. Sun Hang felt like he was floating in the deep and boundless space, and the sense of the edge of the space gradually became blurred. The blood-black nothingness begins to weave a network. The electronic synthesized sound seems to no longer come from the ear, but from the distant dark space, empty and ethereal. The blood-black nothingness begins to weave a network, Sun Hang repeated. Are you afraid of the dark? Have you ever imagined yourself in an environment without any light? According to the requirements of the test, Sun Hang did not answer this question. The cells are connected again and again, the cells are connected again and again, Sun Hang repeated. When was the last time you made a decision? What's the last thing you want to face? The blood-black void began to weave a network, and the cells were connected to each other, and then connected to the backbone. The question was once again transformed into a poem, and Sun Hang immediately repeated. The blood-black void began to weave a network, and the cells were connected to each other, and then connected to the backbone. What's the scariest thing you've ever dreamed of? Reconnecting to that trunk. The verses played by the electronically synthesized sound began to repeat and appeared at the end of those questions, so Sun Hang also began to repeat those repeated verses and words. Reconnect to the main trunk. Connected. Connected. Do you feel like humans are your kind? Cell. Cell. What kind of situation was the last time you had strong mood swings? Connected. Connected. What is survival to you? Connected. Connected. So against that darkness, so against the backdrop of darkness, Sun Hang recounted. A fountain was shown shooting upwards a column of white water. A fountain was shown shooting upwards a column of white water. Do you feel that you are no longer human? Do you feel hungry? Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme? Have you ever thought about the meaning of your existence? What does your fantasy perfect heterosexual partner look like? Have you ever felt unbearable hunger? The electronic synthesized voice asked 5 questions in a row, followed by another 21-word poem. I caught a glimpse through the smoke of a tall, white fountain, and woke up. I see through. Before Sun Hang could finish reciting this verse, an electronic synthesizer interrupted him. The test is over. Is this the end? Sun Hang was slightly startled. The lights in the room had returned to normal, and the psychedelic feeling of floating in space suddenly disappeared. It was as if gravity had pulled him back to the surface of the earth, fresh air flooding into his alveoli, and blood starting to flow again. The door to the room was pushed open, but what came in was not the staff wearing heavy protective clothing, but the woman who was standing next to the old man in the wheelchair. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Yang Qi. I am a doctoral candidate at the Tianfuching Institute of Mystery, she said as she walked closer and tore off the electrode sheets attached to Sun Hang's body. Then should I call you Dr. Yan? Sun Hang asked casually. I haven't gotten my doctorate yet. Although I have been here for 7 years. Yang Qi sighed. I have seen many people infected by the deception virus, but only the ones who can become deception hunters are a very small number. The vast majority of people end up. At this point, she paused and turned to look into Sun Hang's eyes. The assessment is not over yet, there is one last question. This question is different from the ones just now, you must give a clear answer. What's the problem? Suppose you become a monster hunter and encounter a monster many times more powerful than what was described in the intelligence during a mission. You cannot eliminate it by your own strength alone. At this time, you and the Investigation Bureau headquarters, the connection between them has been severed by some mysterious force, and you cannot report this information or request support. Yang Qi continued, you have made many attempts, but they all failed without exception. In despair, you found a way to eliminate the monsters. What can I do? I won't go into details about how to do it. That's not important. In short, there is an opportunity to eliminate the monsters before you, but as a price, you need to use a nearby village as bait to lure the monsters. Get there. Have the villagers evacuated? No, the villagers have not received any notification. Under normal circumstances, the action plans of investigators and hunters are top secret. No one will know your actions except the military units or police officers who cooperate with you. Yang Qi said. Then if the monster is lured into the village, how many casualties will it cause? Everyone in the village will die, no one will be spared. Then what are the chances of successfully destroying the monster? 100%. Yang Qi said, you don't have to think about probability or other methods. This is a very simple multiple choice question. You have to sacrifice hundreds of villagers in exchange for the chance to eliminate a powerful monster. Chances are, you just have to give your choice. I don't think I will encounter this kind of situation. The conditions you gave are too ideal. Sun Hang shrugged, in my opinion, there is a high probability that all the villagers were slaughtered before they discovered this. The so-called opportunity is actually useless. How can something be so cheap in the world? Only a few hundred people need to be sacrificed to kill a boss-level monster. So, you also think this exchange is a good deal, right? Yang Qi and Sun Hang looked at each other. So, what is your choice? Is this to test my moral bottom line? You can think of it this way. As a hunter, if you act independently, you have to choose between humanity and rationality. Who do you choose? Let me think about it. Sun Hang waved his hand and looked away. This woman's eyes were too sharp, and looking into her eyes always made Sun Hang feel uncomfortable. This is the only chance to kill the monster. If you miss this opportunity, not only will you die, but it will also phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme to a more serious disaster. By then, more than a few hundred people will die. Yang Qi's tone was full of inducement. Even if you choose not to sacrifice those hundreds of people, they will not survive. After the monster killed you, the small village so phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to you could not survive at all. When the monster appeared in this position, the fate of these hundreds of people was already determined. In other words, their only ending is death? Yes, this is not a trolley problem. It doesn't mean that you can let these people survive by turning the track to the other side. Yang Qi emphasized again. So, in previous hunting operations, when you encountered similar situations, how did you deal with them? Sun Hang asked, in order to eliminate the strange creatures, will you spare no expense? Does this price include civilians? It should be said another way. We will choose to minimize the damage. Yang Qi said. I roughly understand what it means. So, your choice is. Yang Qi stood up, took a half step back, and looked at him with a burning gaze. I will not take the initiative to sacrifice the people in that village. Sun Hang replied calmly. Why? Yang Qi asked after staring at him for a few seconds. There's no reason. Sun Hang shook his head. You only asked me to make a choice, and you didn't ask me to explain the reasons. I can only tell you what choice I would make in that situation. Very good, congratulations, you successfully passed the assessment. Yang Qi clapped her hands gently. Now you are an official monster hunter. So, the standard answer to this question is to choose human nature? That's right. As an infected person, the hunter has the power to rival the monster, but he also becomes an extremely dangerous time bomb. The infection process of the monster virus has a threshold. When you are infected, when the process is below the threshold, your dominant consciousness is still human, but when the infection process breaks through the threshold after that, you will completely lose control, and even become a new kind of strange thing, Yang Qi explained. But this infection process is different from conventional viruses. and we have not yet understood what behavior will cause it. Change, all we can do is to help the hunters as much as possible and keep their humanity. You probably understand. Sun Hang nodded. You want to take advantage of the power of the infected, but you are also afraid that the infected will lose control, so you come up with such a test process. But there is one thing I don't quite understand. What will you do during operation? Of course we have to sacrifice the people in that village and eliminate the monsters. Yang Qi said, assuming that the ideal conditions are really there, we won't have any hesitation. Wouldn't this be contrary to the purpose of the test? No, it's not contradictory. This kind of decision is left to the rear commanders, not the hunters on the front line. Yang Qi shook her head. The commander can do whatever it takes to complete the mission, but the hunter cannot. For hunters, maintaining their own humanity and clear self-awareness is always the highest priority. And this choice of disregarding life will gradually dilute your self-perception as humans. If this continues, in the end, they will become the opponents of the disaster and become the disaster itself, Yang Qi said. Seeing Yang Qi's serious look, Sun Hang felt completely calm in his heart. There was no deeper reason why he chose human nature, it was simply because it was the right answer. Yang Qi's previous words could no longer be said to be hints. They were simply explicit instructions to guide him to make that rational choice. This means that the other option is most likely the correct option. What's more, the risks involved in the two options are not equal. If Sun Hang chooses human nature, and then Yang Qi tells him that he made the wrong choice, he will at best be considered a weak waste. And if he chooses rationality, if he makes the wrong choice, then in the eyes of the other party, he is likely to become a weak human being who may lose control and turn into a monster at any time. The former will not be able to become hunters at most, but they will more or less have a chance of survival, while the latter will probably be disposed of them immediately. By the way, there's one thing I'm curious about. Sun Hang suddenly asked, about my amnesia. I only remember that my name is Sun Hang, I don't remember anything else. But, you guys, how did you know my name? Sun Hang clearly remembered that the first thing he heard after waking up was the nurse saying, Mr. Sun, you're awake. Since you have become a monster hunter, this thing can naturally be returned to you. Yang Qi said, taking out a plastic evidence bag from the pocket of her white coat. The label on the evidence bag was torn off, and a necklace that seemed to be made of stainless steel lay quietly inside the bag. This was found at the rescue scene. Yang Qi said, to be precise, at that time, it was hanging on your neck. Sun Hang took the bag, opened it, and poured out the necklace. The pendant under the chain was an oval metal nameplate. The style was very similar to the identification plate used by Xiaozhou Federation soldiers. But compared to the detailed information recorded on the military identification plate, this metal nameplate only has 2 Chinese characters Sun Hang etched by laser. We have investigated this brand. It does not belong to any army in any region of the Federation, nor does it belong to any organization or group with public registration information. We have also searched for the name Sun Hang in the archives of the entire Federation. There are many people with the same name, but there is no file that matches your number, Yang Qi said. Sun Hang turned the nameplate around, then picked it up and looked at it from different angles under the light. But no matter what observation methods he tried, he couldn't get any more information. This is a simple piece of stainless steel, rolled into this shape with a lathe, and then engraved with his name on it. Even the edge of the nameplate has not been polished smooth, and it has an obvious burr feel to the touch. Not only your name, we also entered your DNA phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme, facial features and other information into the archives, but we still found no such person. Yang Qi said, according to my judgment, before you lost your memory, there was a high probability that you were engaged in a gray job that walks the line between legal and illegal. For example? Sun Hang glanced at her and asked. Private military contractors without a legal business license are also known as mercenaries. Yang Qi said. A mercenary's dog tag doesn't have to have only one name, at least it has to have a blood type. Sun Hang said softly, it's even possible that this is not my real name. The name is just a pseudonym, you can call it Sun Hang, or something else. Yang Qi said indifferently, if you don't like this name, you can always change it to one you like. Oh, by By the way, if you really want to change your name, it's best to tell me before noon tomorrow, so that when you create a new identity file for you, you can use the new name directly. No, let's just say Sun Hang. Sun Hang said, speaking of which, can't we trace its origin through the production process of the nameplate? We've tried all the methods you can think of. Yang Qi sighed, instead of relying on such a small piece of iron to figure out my past, it's better to hope to restore my memory. Okay, let's not talk about this matter for now. Sun Hang put on the gray uniform jacket issued to temporary investigators and stuffed the metal nameplate into his pocket. I think it's time to talk about my debts, the scope of work of the Weird Hunter, and the salary and remuneration. Now that you have become a hunter, the debt between you and the Federation has naturally been written off. Yang Qi said, in addition, every hunter can also receive an extremely generous subsidy every month. This subsidy not only money, but also many supplies that cannot be bought with money. For example, firearms and ammunition, restricted drugs, and the latest results of some research institutes. Then will you restrict my freedom? A dangerous element like a hunter shouldn't be allowed to walk around the city at will, right? Sun Hang asked again. No, we will not restrict the freedom of hunters. Yang Qi smiled. We encourage hunters to integrate into human society, which can consolidate their sense of identity as humans. Of course, we will place a tracking device on your device to easily locate your coordinates at all times. Does this thing have monitoring functions? No, apart from positioning, its only function is to send an alert to the Investigation Bureau and Research Institute when the hunter's degree of deception exceeds the danger threshold. Yang Qi shook her head. We will not interfere too much with the hunter. In private life, when there are no tasks, you can enjoy life like an ordinary federal citizen. Then do I need to clock in and go to work every day? Unnecessary. Is the task mandatory? Sun Hang asked again. In principle, hunters will not be forced to perform tasks, but hunters have task quotas every year. If they cannot meet the quota, their welfare benefits will be reduced or even cancelled. Yang Qi said. Then if I can make a living by working part-time, can I just start doing it? Sun Hang shrugged. Driving screws on the assembly line is much safer than facing a strange thing head-on. In the past, there might have been no problem if you wanted to show off, but the situation is different now. Yang Qi said, in the Taodai clone attack, we lost 11 hunters. Now you are included, there are only 2 active hunters in Tianfu City. If you refuse to perform the task, the monsters will directly invade the residential area, and by then, you will naturally not be able to stay away. There are only 2 hunters in Tianfu City now? Besides me, is the other one the humanoid female lizard? Sun Hang couldn't help but recall the scene that day, the scales, bone spurs and wings that grew out from under the woman's skin, the thorns and roots that she tore off with brute force, and the woman who almost gave the entire blood pool a steamed blue-white fireball. In Sun Hang's eyes, the deliciousness of this woman was even higher than that of Bloody Mary. Unfortunately, Sun Hang's appetite for her only lasted less than half a second before he was overcome by a stronger sense of nausea. Defeated. It was difficult for Sun Hang to describe the feeling. If he had to make an analogy, that woman was equivalent to a plate of top-notch delicacies. However, before the plate of delicacies was served, the chef sprinkled a lethal amount of it on it. Coriander. And Sun Hang happens to be the diner who hates coriander. Sun Hang tried to erase the nauseating feeling in his memory, but at this time he found that Yang Qi was staring at him with a very strange look. What's wrong? There's something on my face? Sun Hang asked. No. I'm just curious, how do you know her private nickname? Nickname? Sun Hang was stunned for a moment. You mean the female lizard? Sure, Yang Qi interrupted Sun Hang and made a silent gesture with her index finger on her lips. Don't mention this nickname in front of her. In order to maintain her human form, she needs injections every day. A large number of inhibitors, and the most obvious side effect of this inhibitor is that it can make people very irritable. Then what should I call her? Tianfu City's registered hunter number 115, codename G Fury. Yang Qi said, you can call her by her codename, or you can call her by her real name, but be careful, you must use both names when calling her by her real name. Use the last name together, don't omit the last name just to be friendly. Why? What's her real name? Sun Hang couldn't help but be curious. Wang Shi. Ah. Isn't that still a lizard? It's Wang Shi, not Wan Lizard. Yang Qi took the tablet aside and wrote these 3 words on the screen. Oh, now I understand. Sun Hang nodded. Speaking of which, what is her ability? What kind of monster is infecting her? I don't know. Yang Qi said simply. The detailed information of each hunter is top secret and will not be made public until he loses control or dies. Only my teacher, a hunter's direct person in charge, and the federal government, only the big guys from the military can check it, and I'm not qualified yet. Then my direct person in charge. It's me. Yang Qi said, the relationship between the hunter and the person directly responsible is similar to that between celebrities and their agents. If you have any questions, come to me directly. Don't worry about trouble, because this is mine. Work. Then that lizard. Wang Shi, who is in charge of her? My teacher is the director of Tianfu City's Institute of Monster Research. Yang Qi said, she has been employed for 7 years. She has completed a total of 33 tasks, large and small, and is our ace hunter in Tianfu City. 7 years, 33 missions. That means, on average, I get a mission every 2.5 months. Sun Hang thought to himself, it seems that the frequency of strange creatures invading is still very frequent. Especially now that there are only 2 hunters left in Tianfu City, the density of missions will only become higher. I have another question. Sun Hang said. Ask, as long as it is within the scope of permission, I will answer everything I know. Yang Qi said generously. Tianfu City should be considered the border area of the Federation, right? Can a big city like this located in the border area really be defended by only 2 hunters? So this is what you are worried about. You can rest assured. The application for additional hunters has been submitted. The reinforcements sent by the Federation will arrive in Tianfu City within 2 months at most. As long as these 2. Stop. This time it was Sun Hang who interrupted Yang Qi. If you continue talking, if nothing unexpected happens, something unexpected will happen. Ha! Yang Qi didn't react at first, and after 2 seconds, she couldn't help but smile. Do you still believe this? It's better to believe it. Sun Hang said, I have to say, you are pretty when you smile. Can I think you are teasing me? Yang Qi's smile was a little more playful. I'm just comparing you with a guy who always has a stern face. You two look very similar. Sun Hang shook his head. That's my sister, Yang Lian. She works at the Abnormal Investigation Bureau. I see. What? Are you interested in her? I can help you introduce her. Yang Qi had already narrowed her eyes with laughter. Don't look at my sister who has a stinky face all day long and looks like she should not be approached by strangers. In fact, she is cold on the outside but hot on the inside. Ha! You seem to be in a hurry to sell your sister. Sun Hang glanced at the camera in the corner of the ceiling. He was a little unsure whether Yang Qi's words were chatting with him or testing part of it. Are you not in a hurry? She is already 29 and has never been in love. Every blind date ends hastily and nothing happens. As a sister, can I not be in a hurry? Your sister is already 29, so aren't you already running? Okay, it would be a bit rude to say anymore. Yang Qi quickly ended the topic. Let me take you to familiarize yourself with your new residence first, and then slowly introduce you to being a hunter. Some things you need to pay attention to in your daily life and work. Yang Qi walked to the cabinet nearby and took out a set of clothes and gave them to Sun Hang. This is a set of black and white casual clothes, and the brand is a popular brand that can be seen everywhere on the street. On the top of the clothes, there is a finely crafted metal bracelet. Although the relationship between the Investigation Bureau and the hunter is inseparable, a hunter is not affiliated with the Investigation Bureau, so you don't need to wear this temporary investigator uniform in the future. After Yang Qi finished speaking, she picked up the bracelet. This is a tracker, and you can choose to take it off if necessary, but I suggest you don't do it unless you absolutely have to. Do hunters still get allocated housing? Sun Hang clasped the bracelet on his left wrist and only heard a click. The closed position of the bracelet fit perfectly, and it was completely impossible to see that it was originally a two-stage structure. He tried moving his wrist again. I have to say that the comfort of this tracking bracelet is still very high, and the wearability is almost negligible. Of course, are you planning to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme back in the temporary investigator's dormitory? Sun Hang recalled the interior layout that was like a cell, and he said the truth, that place is like a prison. Although saying this may offend my colleagues in the Bureau of Investigation, I have to say, you are right. Tianfu City Monster Research Institute, basement level, garage. What surprised Sun Hang was that Yang Qi, a seemingly gentle and elegant senior intellectual, turned out to have a very rugged armored off-road vehicle in her personal car. There were very distinctive features on the front and the bumpers on both sides of the car. There were obvious traces of collisions and scratches, and there were dense craters on the surface of those dark green modular armors, which looked as if they had just been pulled off the battlefield. Is this really your car? Sun Hang couldn't help but ask. It used to be a military vehicle. After it was scrapped, I picked it up and renovated it inside and out. Yang Qi proudly patted the hood. Everything about this car is good. The only drawback is that it consumes a lot of fuel. But it doesn't. If the institute can reimburse gas expenses, then this disadvantage will disappear. Sun Hang was about to pull the passenger door, but was stopped by Yang Qi. Wait a minute, can you drive? I don't remember. Sit on it and try it. Yang Qi threw the key to Sun Hang. Maybe once you touch the steering wheel, you can recover some relevant memories. But I don't have a driver's license. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals either slash phoneme. If I drive out like this, I'll be stopped by someone from the Traffic Control Bureau, right? The hunter's license is your universal pass. Also, although this car is a scrapped vehicle, the license plate has not been cancelled. People from the Traffic Control Bureau dare not stop the military vehicle. Yang Qi said. Okay, I'll give it a try. If I get hit, I shouldn't have to pay for it, right? No, you drive with confidence. Well, you should know which side is the accelerator and which side is the brake, right? I know. Sun Hang thought for a while and found that he still had relevant knowledge in his head, so he took the initiative to sit in the driver's seat. Of course, after Sun Hang grasped the steering wheel with both hands, a familiar feeling came over him. He was basically sure that he should be able to drive before he lost his memory. Insert the key, turn on the ignition, step on the clutch, shift into gear, put down the handbrake, lightly step on the accelerator, a series of operations that were so familiar that even Yang Qi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help but nod her head. Okay, it seems you must have been an experienced driver before. Yang Qi praised. There are not many young people who can drive a manual transmission these days. Due to the popularity of new energy vehicles, people now only take the simpler automatic transmission test for driver's license. In order to pursue higher power, easy maintenance and reliability, military vehicles all use manual transmission. Many experienced drivers who have been driving for more than 10 years have never stepped on the clutch once. Where to go? Sun Hang slowly drove the car out of the garage and asked. Just follow the navigation. Yang Qi entered an address on the screen, and the detailed navigation phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route slash phoneme was immediately projected onto the windshield directly in front of the driver's seat. The armored off-road vehicle with military license plates drove through 3 streets and turned directly into a high-end villa community. It's the building on the far left. Yang Qi pointed the way. The off-road vehicle slowly stopped in front of the villa. Sun Hang noticed that there were many old furniture and daily necessities piled next to the trash can at the door of the villa. A pink bedsheet with lace was crumpled up and hung on the edge of the trash can. A dozen black trash bags were stacked next to it, more than a person high. Are you sure it's this one? Sun Hang asked, looking at the women's clothing leaking out of the holes in the trash bags with some suspicion. Tisk, it's been so many days, and it's not finished yet? Yang Qi's expression was a little embarrassed. This community was actually built by Tianfu City specifically for hunters. Well, the last hunter who lived here died some time ago. Her house is vacant, and it's just right for you to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme in. Did she die in the attack of the Tao Tai clone? Sun Hang asked, the one when I lost my memory? Yes. Yang Qi nodded, but it looks like the inside should be almost cleaned up. Let's go in and take a look. Okay. Sun Hang just jumped out of the car, but he happened to see a familiar figure walking out of the second-floor balcony of the villa next door. Wang Lizard. No, she should be called Wang Shi. She was wearing a black sports bra, with her long black hair tied behind her head with a headband. Her 8 tight and solid abdominal muscles were exposed, shining with sweat under the sun. She glanced at Sun Hang and Yang Qi and nodded slightly, which was considered a greeting. She seemed to have just finished exercising, and crystal sweat beads slid down the ends of her hair and dripped on the smooth clavicle. Logically, Sun Hang should not be able to smell all the odors on her body, including sweat, at this distance, but Sun Hang smelled the unique smell of her nearly 20 meters away. The smell that made Sun Hang's appetite grow. This time, the nausea did not appear until Wang Shi took out a syringe from the pocket of her sports shorts and stabbed her arm. Sun Hang suddenly understood where the coriander sprinkled on the peerless delicacy came from. What was the injection she took? Sun Hang asked Yang Qi. The beast transformation inhibitor is used to help her maintain her human form. Yang Qi replied, this is the result of our research institute's technology. I don't like that thing. Sun Hang said bluntly. The lycanthropy inhibitor is a special drug specially developed for her by the institute. You don't have to use it if you want to. Yang Qi said, besides, your infection process is very stable and your body has no signs of mutation. You are completely you can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme a life like normal people. But this also means that I am weak now, right? Sun Hang looked at his hands, in addition to knowing that I am infected with the deception virus, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme salivating over deceptions, it seems that I also there's nothing special about it. Every hunter's ability must be discovered by himself, not to mention that your source of infection is extremely special. Yang Qi said, so far, you are the only human being infected by Tao Tai. Is Tao Tai special? Sun Hang asked. It's very special, because it only eats other weird things, and never infects other things. Your appearance is enough to turn dozens of research papers related to Tao Tai into a pile of waste paper. Yang Qi's expression was a little complicated, and Tao Tai's abilities are very malleable. For example, Yang Qi paused here and glanced at Wang Shi, who was lying on the balcony railing looking into the distance from the corner of her eye. Suppose, if you eat her, there is a high probability that you will acquire the beast-like ability of the Night Fury. This ability may be a defective version or a stronger evolved version. So, as long as I keep swallowing monsters, I can become stronger? Theoretically, this is true, but the risk of doing so is very high. Yang Qi raised 3 fingers. First, there are some monsters whose characteristics and abilities conflict with each other. If you swallow these 2 monsters at the same time, it is very likely that the phenomenon of food poisoning will occur. Secondly, there are some monsters that are much stronger than you, even stronger than Tao Tai, and you swallow them. Not only are they unable to digest their abilities, but they will be exploded by them or reversely assimilated by them. Thirdly, every time they swallow a strange object, it is equivalent to being reinfected with the devious virus. The Tao Tai itself is a strange object, and it naturally has no ability to digest it. Feared, but you are different. Every time you swallow, it means you are 1 step closer to becoming a monster and 1 step further from a human being. It sounds like this ability has great side effects. Sun Hang smacked his lips and glanced at the delicious dish sprinkled with coriander on the balcony. If I eat Wang Shi, the person who eats coriander every day will become me, right? Just thinking about it is enough to make Sun Hang's scalp feel numb. It's very big, and we have very little information related to Tao Tai. I actually still haven't figured out why the teacher asked me to be your direct person in charge. Logically speaking, an important sample like you, he should take over it himself. Yang Qi sighed. Perhaps your teacher has regarded you as his successor. Sun Hang said casually, opened the door of the villa and walked in. The door of the villa uses a biometric lock. As soon as Sun Hang walked in, before his hand touched the door handle, he heard a click and the tongue lock had automatically retracted. I entered your identification information into the door lock when I was in the research institute. Yang Qi said, from now on, this is your new home. Sun Hang walked into the villa and looked around. The indoor layout was very empty, almost all traces of the previous owner's residence had been erased, all the furniture and daily necessities had been replaced with new ones, and an oblate sweeping robot was cleaning the villa, scratching back and forth on the smooth floor of the foyer. Are you satisfied? Yang Qi asked. Very good. Sun Hang walked to the refrigerator, opened the door, and found that it was filled with several compartments, including fresh fish, meat, vegetables, and quick meals that could be eaten by heating them in the microwave. If you need a housekeeper or a nanny, we can also arrange it for you. Yang Qi said, but most hunters like to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme alone, except for the guy who was sacrificed last time. What happened to that guy? He didn't ask for a housekeeper or a nanny. He applied to the institute for 3 young and beautiful girls to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme with him. Yang Qi said helplessly. Then you agreed? I agreed, but we only sent one person there. Who? Wang Shi. She directly broke 3 of the guy's ribs and crushed 2 of his fingers. After that, the guy never dared to make such a request again, Yang Qi said. Is Wang Shi so strong? Among all the monster hunters in the entire Xiaozhou Federation, her strength ranks at the forefront. It's a pity that she may not have much time left. Yang Qi couldn't help but sigh after saying this. Tone. Why? Is she dying? When she first came to Tianfu City, the injection frequency of inhibitors was once every half month, but now, it has become so frequent that she has to inject inhibitors 4 times a day to barely maintain her human form. Yang Qi said, although the inhibitor has been iterated to the 5th generation, but its effect is getting worse and worse. When the inhibitor is completely ineffective on her, she may never become human again. Can she still maintain human self-awareness in her animal form? It's very difficult. In the beast state, human self-awareness will continue to fade. If it is beast for a short time, it will not have much impact. If it remains in the beast state for a long time, it is only a matter of time before it completely loses its humanity and becomes a weird thing. Yang Qi's tone has a hint of worry. Sun Hang was silent for a few seconds, took out an apple from the refrigerator and took a bite. Okay, you stay here today. I'm going back to the institute. If you have any needs or questions, just call me directly. Yang Qi said, the various restrictions on the mobile phone assigned to you by the Investigation Bureau have been lifted. Of course, if you want to change to a new phone, you can. Go slowly, I won't see you off. Drive carefully. Sun Hang sat down on the sofa while chewing an apple. After Yang Qi left, the empty villa suddenly became deserted, leaving only the slight rustling sound of the sweeping robot sliding past. New home. Sun Hang raised his head again and looked at the furnishings in the room, muttering, will this be my home in the future? He took out the metal nameplate from his pocket and gently rubbed the 2 words Sun Hang on it with the tip of his thumb. For a moment, a strange idea popped up in Sun Hang's mind. It would be great if this nameplate was gold. However, just as his fingertips rubbed across the nameplate again, the originally silver-white stainless steel was actually coated with a layer of golden color. Before Sun Hang could be surprised, the tingling feeling deep in his brain that had not appeared for a long time suddenly surged. When Sun Hang woke up from his coma, the chilling tingling sensation had disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Is it a nightmare? Sun Hang sat up from the sofa and looked down. The metal nameplate in his palm, which had been warmed up, exuded a soft golden luster. He tried to pinch it lightly with his fingernails, and a scratch immediately appeared on the surface of the metal nameplate. Stainless steel is not so soft, and the weight is not so heavy. This metal nameplate seems to have really turned from stainless steel to gold. This is impossible? Sun Hang's breathing became a little heavy. Obviously, this miracle of turning steel into gold is his ability, but it is more obvious that this ability has nothing to do with Tao Tai. It can't be that the Taotai clone first swallowed a strange creature with this ability, and then infected itself, right? This ability, apart from the fact that it has a bigger side effect, can be described as a bug. Can Taotai really devour a strange creature with this ability? Sun Hang recalled what the white coat said during the induction training of the Investigation Bureau. If this unknown strange creature is to be classified, it is probably classified as Class A rule-based strange creature. Class A strange creatures are completely superior to all other types of strange creatures, because it is the rule itself. Wait. So it seems that the change in the color of the light in the hospital before was not a coincidence? Sun Hang was shocked. Could it be that his ability was not turning steel into gold but making wishes come true? He decided to do an experiment. He stared at the half-eaten apple on the coffee table, whose flesh had turned yellow and oxidized at the edge, and tried hard to recall the feeling of tingling, and silently said in his heart, "Float. Float for me." The apple did not move at all, and the tingling sensation did not appear. Only the sweeping robot silently slid under the coffee table, making a slight mechanical sound when avoiding Sun Hang's feet, as if mocking his fantasy. It seems a little different from what I thought. Sun Hang glanced at the oxidized part of the apple, and suddenly looked up at the clock hanging on the opposite wall as if he suddenly remembered something. It was 5 minutes to 7 in the evening, which means that he had been unconscious for almost 2 hours. Sun Hang immediately raised his arm and rolled up his sleeves. The bracelet on his wrist was normal, without a harsh alarm, and the red warning light inside was not on. Strange. Didn't the bracelet detect any abnormality? On the way here, Yang Qi briefly introduced the functions of the bracelet to Sun Hang when his heart rate, blood pressure, body temperature, and other indicators showed serious abnormalities. The bracelet would sound an alarm and transmit the abnormal phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals dead data / phoneme to the Abnormal Investigation Bureau and the Weird Research Institute as soon as possible. If the bracelet had detected that Sun Hang had been unconscious on the sofa for 2 hours, the people from the Investigation Bureau and the Institute would have broken into the room long ago, but nothing happened now. Can this ability fool the bracelet? Sun Hang muttered to himself, or, in the eyes of the bracelet, I just slept on the sofa for 2 hours? Sun Hang went to the bathroom, washed his face with cold water, then returned to the living room and turned on the TV. The TV was playing the evening news, and the camera cut to see a row of sheriffs standing upright in front of 4 white tombstones, and a middle-aged woman in a black dress stood a little further away with a sad face. The subtitles below phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red / phoneme. The 4 sheriffs who died in the Bloody Mary incident in Tianfu City have been buried in the South City Cemetery today. Representatives of the Xiaozhou Federal Parliament, representatives of the Tianfu City Management Committee, and leaders of the Tianfu City Public Security Bureau and the Abnormal Investigation Bureau presented wreaths in front of the tomb. A cenotaph. Sun Hang remembered very clearly that when Wang Shi blew that big fireball, the plasma in the entire blood pool was evaporated. The bodies of Captain Huang, the trainee sheriff, and the sheriff who was dragged into the blood pool later, I'm afraid there won't be even a residue left. Only the sheriff who died in the blood mist outside before can still have a relatively complete body. Sun Hang glanced at the woman in the black dress again. According to her age, she should be Captain Huang's widow. Wait. Sun Hang wiped his eyes vigorously, because he found that the woman on the screen suddenly became extremely old. The originally upright figure became hunched, and the skin covered with age spots also drooped along the sides of the cheeks. The turbid eyeballs were deeply sunken, and many wrinkles that did not exist originally appeared on the woman's face. Not only her, but the sheriffs in the picture also showed signs of aging. They were in their prime and turned into octogenarians in the blink of an eye. The hair under the wide-brimmed hats was all pale. And the next second, everything returned to normal. Even when Sun Hang was staring at the screen, the mobile phone thrown on the dining table suddenly rang. The call was from Yang Qi. Sun Hang, emergency. Yang Qi's tone became extremely anxious. An extremely rare abnormal situation occurred at the South City Cemetery. In less than 3 hours, the entire cemetery park returned to its undeveloped state decades ago. The most terrible thing is that when the abnormality occurred, the funeral and flower-laying ceremony of the sheriff who died in the Bloody Mary incident were being held in the cemetery. All the people participating in the funeral, including those senior leaders, are missing. South City Cemetery? Flower-laying ceremony? Missing? Sun Hang turned his head and looked at the TV screen again. But I can see them. What did you say? I said, I can see them, those missing people. Sun Hang replied. What? Where did you see it? How did you see it? Yang Chi's tone on the phone was quite excited. On TV, the 7 o'clock evening news. Sun Hang answered truthfully. This is impossible. Because of the abnormal situation, the evening news has cancelled the funeral broadcast. This is absolutely impossible. Then I'll take a picture for you. After Sun Hang finished speaking, he pointed the camera of his mobile phone at the TV screen. However, through the camera, the TV screen in the camera was only a white snowflake noise. Sun Hang suddenly realized that this news program had no sound from beginning to end. At first, he thought he didn't turn on the speakers. Something is wrong. I can't take a picture of the TV. Or to put it another way, this picture can only be seen with my eyes. You should also know that I don't need to lie to you about this kind of thing. I'll come to your house right away. Yang Chi said firmly. Not long after, the engine sound of the armored off-road vehicle came from the door of the villa. As soon as Sun Hang opened the door, Yang Chi rushed in and immediately cast his eyes on the TV in the living room. The news program has ended, and now some irrelevant content is playing on the screen, and the sound has returned to normal. What did you just see on TV? Yang Chi took a breath and asked Sun Hang. Sun Hang did not hide anything and described it truthfully. After listening to Sun Hang's description, Yang Chi couldn't help but frown. If the abnormality in the South City Cemetery is caused by a strange thing, then this strange thing is very tricky. According to my personal judgment, the ability of this strange thing is most likely related to manipulating time. Manipulating time? At first I thought it was a gen environmental strange thing, but now it seems that it is at least a B-type phenomenal strange thing, and it may even be a type rule type strange thing. There was a tremor in Yang Chi's voice. It was both fear and excitement. Then why can I see those scenes that have not been broadcast, or even those that have not been filmed? Because you are infected with the weird virus, sometimes there will be a strange resonance between the infected and the weird. But the cause and form of the resonance, we have not yet figured it out. Yang Chi sighed and said, I'm afraid you will have to carry out this mission? Why me? Sun Hang was slightly stunned. Isn't Wang Shi the ace hunter of Tenfu City? She is in a very bad state now, and she can't enter the beast state in a short time. What's more, the weird creatures of Class A and Class B cannot be eliminated simply by strength. Yang Chi paused and continued, the most important point is that she did not resonate with the weird creature that caused the abnormal situation in the South City Cemetery, but you did. I feel like I've dug a hole for myself. Sun Hang turned off the TV. Is this matter urgent? It's urgent. Yang Chi said. More than 3/4 of Tianfu City's management staff participated in the wreath-laying ceremony, not to mention representatives of the federal parliament. If they are missing for more than 48 hours, the entire city Tianfu City will fall into chaos. Since the matter is so important, didn't the Federation send anyone here? Sun Hang asked. It's a bit of a joke to let a hunter like me, who has just joined the job, take on this important responsibility, right? You are the only hunter in Tenfu City who can be dispatched now. Yang Chi said, the reinforcement plane has taken off and will arrive in about 6 hours. But no one can say what will happen in 6 hours. We must race against time to make changes. Then what can I do? I am no different from an ordinary person now. Even if you give me 6 hours, I can't find those missing people. This is not necessarily true. You see images on TV that should not appear, which means that you resonate with the monster. When you arrive at the scene, this resonance will become stronger. This is how we broke the situation. Point. Yang Chi said. Okay, but I can't guarantee whether your so-called resonance will still appear after arriving. Then let's talk about it when we get there. The two walked out of the villa. Yang Chi took out a large black luggage bag from the back compartment of the off-road vehicle and threw it to Sun Hang. The luggage bag was very heavy, and the contents inside made a unique metallic sound when they collided with each other. The equipment prepared for you. I wasn't sure which ones could be used, so I just took some at random. Yang Shi said, you should have chosen these things yourself, but time does not allow for it. Sun Hang opened the zipper. Inside was a set of top-notch tactical equipment, 2 carbines loaded with various expensive equipment, several special magazines with different labels, and a titanium alloy box containing 6 disposable syringes. Small box. The box contains drugs developed by the Institute of Creatures. The 3 yellow ones are enhanced stimulants. The main ingredient is adrenaline. I don't need to explain its effects in detail, right? What about the other 3 red ones? The serum extracted and refined from the body of the monster will greatly enhance the hunter's ability after injection. However, the degree of enhancement, direction of enhancement, and side effects vary from person to person. It is still in the clinical trial stage. I don't recommend it unless it is a last resort. You use this thing, Yang Chi said. Sun Hang zipped up the luggage bag and got into the car. Yang Chi did not let him drive, but jumped into the driver's seat, stepped on the accelerator, and drifted out of the villa's courtyard. The off-road vehicles but rubbed against the wrought iron gate, causing sparks to fly. Can you use a gun? Yang Chi asked in her busy schedule. Let's figure it out. Sun Hang picked up a carbine and gestured towards the unoccupied place outside the car window. The holographic sight is far more suitable for entry-level shooters than the machine sight that requires 3 points and 1 line to lock the target. The safety switch and magazine release button are also thoughtfully marked with Chinese inscriptions. But I think we won't need a gun in this mission, right? That's not necessarily true. Yang Chi shook her head. It's going to be night soon. There are wild beasts in the cemetery in the south of the city at night. The off-road vehicle hadn't driven far when a muffled sound was heard from the roof, as if something had fallen on it. Yang Chi's expression paused for a moment, then she opened the sunroof on the roof of the car. A muscular figure got into the car through the sunroof. Yi Fury, you are not on the attack list for this operation, Yang Chi said calmly. I know. Wang Shi glanced at Sun Hang and nodded. Then what do you mean? Do you think a rookie hunter like him can complete this mission? He resonated with the monster. He saw the missing people on his TV screen. Yang Chi said, according to my speculation, the monster that caused this abnormal incident should belong to category A or B, and it's not an enemy you're good at dealing with. So you are planning to send him to die? Wang Shi said again. We are only responsible for the preliminary investigation tasks, and the risk will not be too great. Yang Chi said while driving, before the federal reinforcements arrive, we must understand the situation as much as possible to save as much time as possible for follow-up actions. To be honest, I don't think we can find those missing people just by relying on the power of Tenfu City. Then 1 more of me is not too much, and 1 of me less is not too much. Wang Shi leaned on the back of the chair comfortably and crossed one of her long legs. In case there are some situations that this rookie can't solve, I can still serve as the last trump card in your hand. But you can no longer enter the animal state. Yang Chi frowned, you will not be able to come back. It's not a loss if you can exchange it for one with the monsters. Wang Shi said nonchalantly, it's better than watching those things cause more damage. You okay, do whatever you want. Yang Chi said helplessly, but I will report it to the teacher, if he. I will bear all the responsibilities. Wang Shi said. After saying that, she extended her hand to Sun Hang again. Give me the thing. What is it? Sun Hang asked. The 3 red syringes. Wang Shi said. Sun Hang thought for a moment and took out 2. I have to keep 1 for myself, just in case I can use it. Sun Hang explained. Wang Shi looked at him with some surprise and said in a deep voice, do you know what the consequences of injecting this thing are? I don't know. But the worst-case scenario is that you will die. Sun Hang smiled, if you really fall into a desperate situation, you will die anyway. It's better to have a chance to gamble than to do nothing. It's interesting. Wang Shi put away the syringe, it's better than the last batch of cowards. Yang Qi drove the off-road vehicle all the way, ran through more than a dozen red lights, and scraped countless private cars. Finally, half an hour later, he arrived at the scene of the incident, Changnan Cemetery. Although the Changnan Cemetery is also located in the southern suburbs of Tianfu City, it is actually a distance away from the Changnan Development Zone destroyed by Bloody Mary. The Changnan Development Zone is called the south of the city, but it is actually in the southwest of Tianfu City. The Changnan Cemetery is a little further east. On the way here, Sun Hang had seen photos of the Changnan Cemetery. The main body of the cemetery was built on a hillside at an angle of about 30 degrees. There were rows of white marble tombstones between the lush green plants, and there was a large coniferous forest at the highest point of the hillside. But now, there was only a barren hill outside the car window. Although this hill is barren, it is not desolate at this moment. The hills are full of people with lighting equipment. Judging from their uniforms, there are people from the Public Security Bureau, people from the Abnormal Investigation Bureau, soldiers from the Tianfu City Guard, and regular soldiers from the Xiaozhou Federation. Sun Hang and the other two jumped out of the car, and two investigators came to greet them immediately. Both of them had the badge and identity code of the Investigation Bureau on their uniforms, and it was obviously a regular investigation bureau. "Are there any new discoveries?" Yang Qi asked. The two investigators shook their heads at the same time. "I have a question to ask," Sun Hang said. "How did you confirm that this place has become the undeveloped appearance of decades ago rather than the entire cemetery disappearing and leaving only a barren hill?" "Because they found this at the scene." Yang Qi took an opaque evidence bag from an investigator and threw it to Sun Hang. "Can you open it and take a look?" Sun Hang asked. Yang Qi nodded. In the bag was a tin plate biscuit can. The paint on the surface of the can was a little scratched, but there was no rust on the scratched areas. Sun Hang turned the biscuit can over and found a line of text printed on the bottom of the can. Production date, January 10, 4653 in the lunar calendar. Shelf life, 24 months. This is a can of butter cookies. The lid of the can is obviously deformed and almost not sealed. Even at the bottom of the evidence bag containing it, there are a lot of golden biscuit crumbs piled up. Sun Hang gently pried open the deformed lid with his fingernails and found that there were several pieces of broken biscuits in the can. This kind of butter cookie is not independently packaged inside, and the tin plate can outside is their only packaging. Sun Hang picked up one of them and found that the biscuit was not only not spoiled and moldy, but also not damp. With a slight force on his fingertips, he could hear the crisp sound of the biscuit being squeezed. Biscuits produced 66 years ago, even those kind of storage-resistant compressed biscuits, cannot maintain this state. Yang Qi said. Tisk Wang Shi took the can and also picked up a biscuit. The next second, the biscuit turned into powder in her palm and fell back into the can. We initially thought that the space where the cemetery is located might have undergone a time-space replacement with the scene decades ago. Yang Qi said, but according to your description, those missing people may not have gone to decades ago, but to the future time and space. No, I don't think so. Sun Hang shook his head. If it's just time travel, the traveler himself shouldn't become so old. From the picture I saw, I think the time flow rate in the space they are in has been accelerated by thousands or even tens of thousands of times. If it's just that the time flow rate has increased, you should see a skeleton instead of an aging living person. Yang Qi frowned. Humans need to eat and breathe to maintain their body metabolism. If the time flow rate suddenly becomes thousands of times faster, those people would have died long ago. But aging is one of the manifestations of metabolism. Sun Hang retorted. You are right. Yang Qi sighed. The abnormal phenomena caused by the weird things cannot be explained by the scientific theories we know. It is precisely for this reason that only people like you who are infected with the weird virus can compete with the weird things. Then what do you think I should do now? Like this group of people, turn this barren mountain upside down? Wait, no matter how urgent we are, we can only wait. Yang Qi said in a deep voice, wait until the resonance induction appears again. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly came from not far away, 0420? You are still alive? Sun Hang turned his head, and sure enough, 0401, wearing a gray uniform without an emblem, was leaning on a shovel, standing on the hillside and staring at him in astonishment. You seem to wish I was dead? No. No, I don't mean that, I'm just surprised. 0401 waved his hands repeatedly. It's just that you didn't run out of the basement that day, and didn't return to the investigation bureau later. I thought you had. Wait, what's on your shoulder? They actually gave you a gun. There are wild beasts in the wilderness at night, isn't it normal to have a gun? Fuck, why don't I have one? No. You are no longer a temporary investigator. What happened that day? 0401 wanted to ask more, but a layer of ominous dark red light suddenly covered the entire hillside, interrupting 0401's words. He turned his neck stiffly and looked towards the sky. A bloody full moon hung high in the gloomy clouds, emitting a weird blood-red light. Damn it! Wang Shi cursed in a low voice. Why is it at this time? This is trouble. Yang Qi also frowned. What is that? Sun Hang looked at the blood moon in the sky and asked. In his remaining memory, there was no information related to the blood moon. Phenomenon strange thing, blood moon, serial number ELU. Yang Qi said, according to the observation records over the years, there is a certain probability that the blood moon will appear on the full moon night of each month. Today is May 15, 4719 in the lunar calendar, which happens to be the full moon night. Blood moon, is it dangerous? Sun Hang asked. The blood moon itself does not cause direct damage, but every time the blood moon appears, the beasts in the wasteland will become particularly violent, and the abilities of various monsters will also be increased. The most deadly point is for those infected with the Dedeus virus, the infection process will also be aggravated. Yang Qi explained, so every time the blood moon appears, every city-state will be facing a formidable enemy. Curfew, strengthening patrols and city defense are the most basic measures. At the same time, investigation missions and monster hunting missions in various places will also be urgently suspended. All investigators and hunters will be recalled and on standby. Calling hunters back is not actually to guard against possible monsters, Wang Shi added with a frown, but to guard against unstable hunters turning into monsters. Hunters whose infection process is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the dangerous threshold will be infected locked up in a special room. Once a mutation occurs, it will be immediately harmless. Have you ever been imprisoned? I was imprisoned once. When the blood moon appeared, I had just released my beastly state. I injected 5 inhibitors in a row to maintain my human form. I almost died. Wang Shi said in an understatement, as if she almost died in the story. It's others, not herself. Does the blood moon appear frequently? What is the scope of its influence? Sun Hang asked. The frequency is not fixed. Sometimes the blood moon can appear 7 or 8 times a year, and sometimes it does not appear once for several years. Yang Qi replied, as for the range, the entire Xiaozhou continent can see the moon. Every place will be affected. The entire Xiaozhou continent? Sun Hang was stunned for a moment. If the scope of the blood moon's influence is so large, then this thing should fall into the category of common sense, but why doesn't he have any impression at all? Could it be that this part of the memory has also been lost? Then why didn't the higher-ups recall us now? Sun Hang looked at Wang Shi. In your current state, it should be very dangerous if you are exposed to the blood moon, right? I'll call and ask. Yang Qi took out her mobile phone. Less than 10 seconds after the call was connected, Yang Qi's face turned ugly. After saying I understand several times, she covered the phone with one hand, raised her head and said to Sun Hang and Wang Shi, the news from the research institute is. At this moment, no blood moon phenomenon has been observed anywhere in Xiaozhou continent. What happened that day? 0401 asked in astonishment. I seem to understand what's going on. Sun Hang thought for a moment, and then said, Yang Qi, let the people at the Research Institute check whether there were any cases within 2 years from January 10, 4653 on the lunar calendar. Observation record of the blood moon. Yang Qi's eyes changed, apparently she understood the hidden meaning in Sun Hang's words. After checking, there was only one and only one time in the past 2 years. The blood moon appeared on September 15, 4654 in the lunar calendar. Yang-Chi said slowly. Sun Hang looked up at the blood-red full moon on the horizon. So, what we are seeing now is the blood moon from 65 years ago. Ha, what a bright moon at that time. The federal parliament and the Tianfu City Management Bureau rejected our application to suspend operations. Yang-Chi put down her mobile phone. According to their wishes, we must continue to carry out search and rescue operations even under the influence of the blood moon. What a fool! 0401 couldn't help but curse. In the eyes of the people above, their lives are lives, but our lives are not lives? Don't get excited yet. Since this blood moon is not a blood moon in normal time and space, we only need to understand its scope of influence and we should be able to minimize the risks it brings. Yang-Chi said, not only in this way, the scope of the blood moon's influence is also the scope of the spacetime anomaly in the cemetery area, which is good news for us. Can this be considered good news? 0401's eyes widened. I couldn't figure out the boundary of the abnormal area before, but it's different now. Yang-Chi raised her head and looked at the blood moon in the sky. We only need to pay attention to when the blood moon disappears, so we can know when and where we are. The ground passes through the boundary of the anomaly area, and then by connecting these locations, the outline of the entire anomaly area can be circled. Good idea. Wang Shi said concisely and to the point. Let everyone stop looking around like headless flies. Gather everyone together and separate into groups. While staring at the blood moon in the sky, use the cemetery area as the center point to spread out in all directions, waiting for the blood moon. After returning to the normal moon, record the location and summarize the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme. One thing we should be thankful for is that there is at least no communication obstruction in this abnormal area, Yang-Chi said to the people from the Investigation Bureau. In addition, each survey team must be equipped with armed personnel. More than 60 years ago, this was a barren mountain with many wild beasts living there. Under the influence of the blood moon, these wild beasts will become extremely aggressive. Yang-Chi added. The total number of people participating in the search and rescue operation was more than 1,000. At Yang-Chi's request, they divided into a group of 8 people into dozens of groups and moved out bit by bit towards the outskirts of the cemetery. How about it? Are you going to stay where you are, or go out and take a look? Wang Shi glanced at Yang-Chi and asked. Sun Hang has been here for so long, and the resonance has not been triggered. I plan to take him through the entire abnormal area to see if I can find anything. Yang-Chi said. I'm with you. Wang Shi hung 2 assault rifles behind her back. Even if she couldn't use her abilities, her combat ability as an ordinary person was much stronger than that of the soldiers of the city defense guard. Have you brought enough inhibitors? Yang-Chi asked. I brought 8 units, which is enough. Wang Shi said, if something goes wrong, I just need to run out of the area covered by the blood moon. Then be careful. Yang-Chi returned to her off-road vehicle. I'm with you too. 0401 ran over and said nervously, I always feel that it's safer to follow you. He was originally assigned to the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme analysis team that stayed behind, but in fact, a temporary investigator like him was just a co-worker in this kind of operation, and could hardly help at all. In other words, one more of him is not more, and one less of him is not less. Get in the car. Yang-Chi's attitude towards the temporary investigators was not harsh. Since you want to follow, then you should be responsible for staring at the blood moon in the sky. Yang-Chi is responsible for driving, and Sun Hang and Wang Shi are both infected with the deception virus, making them stare at the blood moon all the time, always worried about what negative consequences it will have. Since 0401 has volunteered to follow, then this toolman naturally, his position was fulfilled. Okay. I promise to complete the mission. 0401 promised loudly. I have to tell you something first. Although there are 2 hunters in this car, in the blood moon environment, not only is this combination not the safest, but it may also be the most dangerous. I hope you are mentally prepared. 2 hunters? 0401 was stunned for a moment, and then immediately cast his eyes on Sun Hang, stuttering and said, 0420, you have become a hunter now? A monster hunter? Yeah. Sun Hang nodded. I turned into an infected person inexplicably, and then turned into a hunter inexplicably. As a result, I don't even know what my abilities are yet. Awesome. 0401 gave Sun Hang a thumbs up. I also dreamed of becoming a hunter when I was a child, but when I grew up, I didn't want to anymore. The risk is too great, it's almost a narrow escape. Can you come on? That's really awesome. Yang Qi stepped on the accelerator, and the off-road vehicle's engine suddenly let out a dull roar. Where are we going now? Sun Hang asked. Let's go take a look at the back mountain first. Yang Qi hit the steering wheel and slowly turned the car around. Back mountain? 0401 was startled for a moment, then looked at Sun Hang. Brother, can you fire a gun? There are a lot of wild beasts in the back mountain. Sun Hang glanced at Yang Qi and was about to speak when Yang Qi already said, You decide for yourself. During operations, hunters have the authority to temporarily equip unarmed personnel with weapons. Brother. No, adoptive father. 0401 shouted to Sun Hang excitedly. You should just stare at the blood moon with peace of mind. If it's your turn to use the gun, I guess the gun won't be of much use. Sun Hang directly beat 0401 to death with one sentence, why don't you go back? Apply for the shooting test. If you pass, I may consider giving you a gun when you take action in the future. 0401 collapsed in the back seat like a deflated ball, staring blankly at the blood moon in the sky through the sunroof glass. Sun Hang took out his mobile phone and opened the web browser. It was a pity that the internet had not yet appeared more than 60 years ago, and even wireless communications had not yet become popular. Otherwise, Sun Hang would like to try whether his mobile phone could capture the radio signals of that year. He entered the word blood moon in the search bar of the browser, thought about it, and added the footnote Class B number 6 weird object at the end. Sun Hang pressed the search button, and after a short delay, 160,000 search results popped up at once. He thought about it and added a footnote September 15, 4654 in the lunar calendar. In the blink of an eye, the search results went from 160,000 to just over 30. These 30-odd records are basically official records of the Xiaozhou Federation. Many people who experienced the blood moon 65 years ago are no longer alive. At that time, information was blocked and there was no internet. There were very few clues that could be preserved and searched by Sun Hang on the internet. However, among these 30-odd records, there was not a single one related to Tianfu City. Sun Hang sighed and could only change the search term to Tianfu City, September 15, 4654 in the lunar calendar, and deleted everything related to the blood moon. Although the searched content still had nothing to do with the blood moon, one piece of news caught Sun Hang's attention. This is a scanned copy of a local chronicle, which records that between September 15 and 20th, 4654 in the lunar calendar, 150,000 refugees who were displaced by strange things entered Shuzhou from the Yuanmo area. In that era, Tianfu City was not called Tianfu City, but the ancient name Jingwan City. The huge basin centered on Jingwan City was Shuzhou. At that time, the boundary of the human activity area extended another 400 or 500 kilometers to the southwest. Including Yuanmo City, the entire Yunnan Plateau was the first line to fight against the invasion of strange creatures. Just as Sun Hang was about to continue searching along this clue to see if the appearance of these refugees had anything to do with the blood moon, Yang Qi's voice suddenly rang out. We are being targeted by something. I can feel it. What? 0401 was so scared that he sat upright and grabbed the seatbelt in front of him tightly. Just a beast. Wang Shi pulled the slide of the pistol and pushed the bullet in the magazine into the chamber. This was an undeveloped countryside 65 years ago. There were no people or roads. The off-road vehicle was driving on the rugged wasteland. Sun Hang looked out of the car window and saw a few scarlet lights flashing in the night and immediately disappeared from sight. It looks like a wild wolf. Sun Hang said. There haven't been wild wolves near Tianfu City for many years. If it weren't for the weird creatures, this news would probably be on the headlines of Tianfu Daily tomorrow. Yang Qi complained casually. Can this wolf be killed? Will it violate the wildlife protection law? Sun Hang asked. When the blood moon appears, the wildlife protection law is not effective by default. Yang Qi said. That's good. But try not to shoot if you can. I'm worried that it will alarm other things. Yang Qi said, and stepped on the accelerator again. I'll drive faster and try to get rid of these wolves. It's too late, we're surrounded. Wang Shi said lightly. A dozen scarlet light spots appeared in front of the off-road vehicle. No, not only in front, but also on the left and right sides and the back. If you count one wolf for every 2 light spots, there are at least nearly 50 wolves surrounding them. So many? Yang Qi frowned slightly. 50 wolves, this number has exceeded the scale of most wolf packs. Even in places that are very suitable for wild wolves to survive, with sufficient food and few natural enemies, the largest wolf pack rarely exceeds 30. Even 65 years ago, there were no wolf packs of this size in the Suzhou area, right? Yang Qi asked in confusion. No, they are not a wolf pack, but many. Wang Shi's nostrils twitched slightly. I can smell that these beasts belong to several tribes, but driven by the blood moon, they gathered together. Are these all the wolves in this area? Why don't these wolves go to other groups? 0401's face was a little pale. Because there are 2 monster hunters in this car, it is reasonable that they will be given special attention. Yang Qi held the steering wheel tightly with both hands and said in a deep voice, hold on tight, I will speed up and rush out. If they block the car, don't blame me for hitting them to death. The engine of the off-road vehicle began to roar deafeningly, and the needle of the tachometer on the dashboard swung wildly to the right. At the same time, the bumps of the car body became more and more intense as the speed increased, giving people the feeling that it would fly out at any time. 0401's head had intimate contact with the roof twice before it was caught off guard. The distance gradually closed, and under the illumination of the car lights, Sun Hang finally saw the appearance of the wild wolves blocking the front. Their body size was a whole circle larger than the adult wild wolves. In Sun Hang's impression, the body length of these wild wolves was generally more than 2 meters. If they stood up, they could easily grab the roof of the off-road vehicle. Are you sure these wolves have just become more irritable? 0401's voice trembled a little. The eyes of these wolves all released a fascinating red light, just like the blood moon in the sky. The reason why the eyes of nocturnal animals can glow is because there is a special reflective layer at the bottom of their retina, which can gather the weak light in the environment and reflect it out, forming a light spot like phosphorescence in the dark. This reflection effect is not obvious when there is sufficient light, but now, the bloody red light in the eyes of these wild wolves illuminated by the headlights seems to be able to penetrate the light of the headlights, which is extremely dazzling and eye-catching. Facing the off-road vehicle that was speeding up to the front, these wild wolves did not dodge, but pounced directly. The hundreds of pounds of body hit the front windshield heavily, directly knocking the bulletproof glass that can block 7.62mm caliber bullets into a dent, and spiderweb-like cracks extended from the impact point to the edge of the car window. 2 wild wolves were knocked out, but another one hooked the luggage rack on the roof with its front paws, and lay directly on the car window, and began to hit the window glass that was about to shatter with its head. These beasts are strengthened by the blood moon. Yang Qi frowned. This situation rarely happens. Sun Hang noticed that the body of this wild wolf was expanding wildly, and the fur on the surface of the body was torn by the rapidly proliferating muscles. The bloody subcutaneous tissue was squeezed out of these torn holes, just like a tumor that was difficult to cover. Strengthen? This is a mutation, right? 0401 shouted incoherently, This wolf has become a weird thing, right? Whether it is a weird creature or not remains to be verified. Yang Qi said, only after the meme of the weird virus is found in the bodies of these wild wolves can we confirm that it has become a new weird creature. You academics are all crazy. Why are you still so rigorous at this time? 0401 leaned back desperately, is there any way to throw this guy off? I have stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Yang Qi said quickly, if I want to throw this wolf off, I am afraid I have to turn the car over. I will do it. Wang Shi said concisely. The next second, she had rolled down the rear window, and the whole person was like a flexible loach, and instantly got out of the car on both sides. I saw that the long leg with tight muscles kicked out and hit the wild wolf's jaw. Sun Hang couldn't tell how powerful this kick was. In short, the wolf that Yang Qi couldn't shake off flew directly to a height of nearly 10 meters. After circling in the air for 2.5 weeks, it fell heavily to the ground. Fuck, this is really awesome. 0401 looked at Wang Shi, who had returned to the carriage, with a dull look. Is this the fighting power of a monster hunter? Sun Hang estimated in his heart that it was fortunate that 0401 had never seen Wang Shi's beast state. Otherwise, he would probably not dare to sit in the same row of seats with this human disaster. In terms of destructive power alone, Wang Shi in the beast state should be stronger than most known monsters. Those wild wolves are still chasing us. Do we need to call for support? Sun Hang glanced at the rearview mirror and saw that these wild wolves with red eyes were still chasing behind. There were more and more mutations on their bodies, and their running speed was getting faster and faster. Before Yang Qi could respond, the mutant wolves suddenly stopped and squatted there, watching the off-road vehicle gradually drive away as if an invisible barrier had stopped them. What's going on? Why don't they chase us? 0401 asked in confusion. Because we have already driven out of the abnormal area from 65 years ago. Sun Hang raised his head and saw the bright white moonlight pouring into the car through the skylight. Above the valley in the distance, large trucks with high beams on occasionally drove by on the modern elevated road, and the sound of the tires rubbing against the asphalt road surface was still clearly audible several kilometers away. Did we get out? 0401 leaned on the back of the chair and looked back. Did the blood moon disappear? It's not that the blood moon disappeared, but we can only see the blood moon in that abnormal area. Yang Qi clicked a few times on the central control panel of the car. Okay, the information of the boundary point coordinates has been sent back. Night Fury, how do you feel now? I feel much more comfortable after getting out. Wang Shi also glanced at the moon in the sky that had returned to normal. I don't have that suffocating and irritable feeling anymore. Then, do we have to go back? 0401 asked cautiously. Yang Qi took out a roll of wide tape from the armrest box, taped several leaky places on the car window, and started the engine again. Of course we have to go back, but not the original way. The mutant wolves have disappeared from sight, but no one can guarantee whether they are lying in ambush in the dark, waiting for their prey to come to them. With Wang Shi's ability, it is not a problem to fight a wild wolf one-on-one, but once surrounded, without using the beast ability, it may be a bit difficult to stand alone. What's more, those wild wolves are constantly mutating, becoming faster and stronger. The off-road vehicle is driving slowly along the boundary line of the abnormal area, and it will run over the boundary line from time to time. Then when the moon above the head turns into a blood moon, it will immediately turn the steering wheel in the opposite direction and pull the car out. This can't help but remind Sun Hang of an emoticon package that is widely circulated on the internet. The sea, the waves, the beach, and a seagull with its legs stretched out constantly testing the edge of XX. JPG attention, all units, attention, Yang Qi shouted in the communication channel while driving. There are many wild wolf packs in the action area, which are extremely aggressive, and the number is about 50. The individuals in the wolf pack have obvious mutations, which are initially determined to be weird mutations. If you encounter them, try to avoid fighting, and put the safety of personnel first. Have you received news of other teams being attacked? Sun Hang asked. Not yet. Yang Qi shook her head. Those wolves seem to be staring at us and chasing us. They smell the scent of the infected, just like sharks in the sea smell blood. Wang Shi said, my suggestion is to call for air support and use heavy firepower to solve the problem before these beasts mutate into tricky monsters. I have applied to the higher-ups. Yang Qi nodded. Ha! Hearing you say that, I feel a lot more at ease. 0401 breathed a sigh of relief. This is a good verification of an old saying that the source of all fear is insufficient firepower. Think about the large caliber machine guns on the armed helicopters, and a sense of security suddenly surges up. If you think this is safe, then you are still too young. Yang Qi sneered, things like wild wolves that can be seen and touched are not scary at all. Even if they mutate under the influence of the blood moon, at least they are still in the form that we can understand within our cognitive scope. The truly terrifying things are those things that are right in front of you, but you still can't understand them. Unspeakable things, right? Why do I feel like I have heard of this concept somewhere? 0401 muttered. It comes from the Cthulhu series of myths created by Lovecraft. Yang Chi said. This name, is it from the West? Yeah, American. Are there also strange things in the United States across the ocean? Sun Hang recalled that his knowledge of the continent across the ocean was pitifully small. He only knew that there was a big country called the United States, but all the information related to the United States was blank. He didn't even know whether the country still existed. More than that, that place has long been turned into an occupied area. Yang Chi sighed. The survivors all fled to the Xiaozhou continent 100 years ago. Those who stayed on the other side of the ocean are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals are either slash phoneme dead or assimilated into various weird things. The Xiaozhou Federation is already the last spark of human civilization. As soon as Yang Chi finished speaking, the harsh sound of brakes rang out a few dozen meters away. A few shadowy figures appeared, wandering unsteadily in a place where the car lights could not reach. They don't look like the members of the survey team. No, they don't even look like normal people. Yang Chi frowned. Night Fury, can you feel their life breath? No, if I block my vision, they don't exist in my perception. Wang Shi shook her head. TSK, they're not even energy bodies. Yang Chi frowned even tighter. Could they be ghosts? 0401 took a breath of cold air. This is really weird. If the ghosts you mentioned really exist, they should be classified as XIN-type weird things, which are commonly known as spiritual body type or energy type. But these figures don't even have energy sensing. Yang Chi shook her head gently. That means they really might just be shadows. Take a closer look. Wang Shi said. Don't. 0401 said with a cowardly face, I think. Why don't we observe from a distance first? I agree. Sun Hang nodded. That's right, it's too dangerous to approach directly. 0401 hadn't finished speaking when Sun Hang interrupted him. I agree with the proposal of Night Fury. 0401 was stunned for a moment, and the whole person shrank in the back seat. Are you afraid of ghosts? Wang Shi looked at him and asked. Not afraid, but these shadows. I always feel creepy when I look at them. 0401 replied. Shadows themselves are not scary. Sun Hang said. Sun Hang found that he seemed to have an ability to detect strange things or infected people, that is his appetite. In Sun Hang's view, those mutant wild wolves affected by the blood moon just now can only be regarded as edible, but not delicious at best. If the bloody rose is a delicious dessert that makes people salivate, then Wang Shi is a dish of top-quality ingredients. As for those wild wolves, they are just a little meat on the legs of mosquitoes. The shadows not far away gave Sun Hang the first feeling that they were inedible. According to the Research Institute, as long as it is a weird thing, there must be something called meme or concept on it. The reason why the weird virus can infect other things is that it copies the meme on the weird thing and transmits it to other things. And the weird thing Tao Tai with serial number Bingjiu feeds on these memes. Sun Hang could not detect the existence of memes on these shadows. So, they are not weird things, nor are they infected by the weird virus. If you are afraid, you can stay in the car. Wang Shi opened the car door and jumped out first. Sun Hang and Yang Chi also got out of the car together. Wait for me. Seeing that the three people had gotten off the car, 0401 climbed down hurriedly. Aren't you afraid of those shadows? Yang Chi looked at him and asked curiously. It's more terrifying to stay in the car alone. 0401 murmured, don't you know that in those horror movies, the characters left alone are the first to die? It seems to make sense. Yang Chi unexpectedly did not refute. At least, if you follow us, we won't watch you being swallowed by the monster. After getting off the car, Wang Shi did not stop and walked straight towards the figures. When she was still a few steps away from the swaying figures, she stopped. It seems that they are really shadows. Wang Shi picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at the figures. The stone passed through the figures without any hindrance, fell to the ground, and bounced forward a short distance. Sun Hang also walked closer. He found that these figures were just some human-shaped shadows that were slightly darker than the surrounding environment and suspended on the ground. They swayed slightly, as if there was a water surface in the air that was perpendicular to the ground and could not be observed, and these shadows were just reflections projected on this vertical water surface. As the water surface fluctuated, these reflections also moved along. Prepare for a direct contact experiment. Wang Shi looked back at Yang Qi. Make a good record. Try to be careful. Hey! Yang Qi turned on the camera she carried with her and then let out a light hey. These shadows can't be photographed? Sun Hang had almost guessed the answer. He leaned over to take a look. Sure enough, there was only Wang Shi standing there in the camera's picture, and the figures phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme tour did not appear at all. Just like those non-existent pictures you see on TV. Yang Qi nodded slightly. It can only be observed by the naked eye, and cannot be recorded by optical imaging equipment. Lucky, maybe this is the breakthrough point. Sun Hang nodded. Wang Shi took out 2 syringes from the small bag tied to her leg. One was the enhanced serum from Sun Hang, and the other was the beast inhibitor that exuded a strong coriander smell. She clamped the 2 syringes between the fingertips of her right hand, and then slowly reached out to the figure in front of her with her left hand. Yang Qi and 0401 had held their breath and stared at Wang Shi's movements intently. Like the stone, Wang Shi's left hand went straight through the figure, and nothing happened. I can't feel anything. Wang Shi said. Try to stir it. Yang Qi sighed and said. Wang Shi gently stirred her right hand, but the shadow did not change, and even the frequency of shaking did not change. She took her hand back and shook her head at Yang Qi. Let me do it. Sun Hang stepped forward. Since these shadows are somewhat similar to the pictures on TV, maybe they will react to me. That's right, after all, you are the one who has a resonance. Yang Qi nodded. Sun Hang took a deep breath, followed Wang Shi's example, put his 5 fingers together into a palm knife shape, and inserted it into the chest of a figure. At the moment when his fingertips touched the figure, Sun Hang seemed to feel that time had stopped for a short time. Then, he found that the light and shadow around him changed rapidly at a speed that was difficult for human perception to capture. Light and darkness kept switching, as if a long shot that recorded tens of thousands of days and nights was compressed into just a few seconds. Sun Hang was shocked to find that the figure he touched actually had a vague human appearance in the few seconds when light and darkness changed rapidly. He quickly changed from a young man to a middle-aged man with a big belly, and then turned into a white-haired old man, until he turned into a white skeleton. These visions were fleeting. Sun Hang hesitated for only a moment before his consciousness returned to the blood moon. And those phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme up reflections faded rapidly before his eyes until they disappeared completely. What's going on? Yang Qi stepped forward and asked anxiously. These figures seem to be reflections of people. Sun Hang answered truthfully, when I touched them, I saw the whole process of a person from youth to old age and then to death. Resonance? Yang Qi was stunned for a moment, and his eyes suddenly lit up. I don't know. Sun Hang thought about it. Although those images stayed for less than a blink of an eye, he still clearly remembered that this person was wearing a navy blue suit in his middle age. And in the news footage he saw before, there were also several leaders and officials who participated in the flower-laying ceremony wearing suits of similar colors and styles. This figure, could it be one of the missing officials? Just when Sun Hang wanted to observe the place where those figures disappeared again, a strong fragrance suddenly floated over from the side and back. He turned around and saw that Wang Shi had squatted on the ground without knowing when, with her arms tightly wrapped around her chest, and the expression on her face seemed to be enduring some kind of pain. On her neck, tiny black scales had already emerged from under her skin, emitting a metallic luster. Night Fury? Yang Qi also noticed the change in Wang Shi and whispered, "When was the last time you injected an inhibitor?" Sun Hang looked up at the blood moon in the sky, which was becoming more and more vivid. Without saying a word, he rushed to Wang Shi's side. He resisted the urge to throw the other party to the ground, grabbed Wang Shi's arm, and pulled her out of the border with force. The blood moon in the sky turned into a normal moon, and the scales on Wang Shi's neck no longer appeared. She was holding the syringe of the inhibitor in her hand, but at this time her 10 fingers were extremely stiff, and she couldn't do anything to inject herself. "Help me, inject." Wang Shi panted hard. Sun Hang used brute force to pry open her fingers, removed the syringe, pulled off the protective cover, and directly inserted the needle into her upper arm. The glass bubble storing compressed air at the end of the disposable syringe was crushed, and the clear medicine inside was immediately pushed into Wang Shi's body. After about 10 seconds, Wang Shi's stiff body became soft again, and she sat on the ground powerlessly. Sun Hang glanced at the empty syringe in his hand, which still had a nauseating coriander smell on it. He shook his head with some disgust and stuffed it into the outer pocket of his clothes. Yang Qi squatted down beside Wang Shi and slightly unzipped the zipper at the other's collar. The fine scales that emerged shrank back, and the neck, wrists, and other places also returned to their original smooth and white skin, which made Yang Qi breathe a sigh of relief. "Is it caused by the blood moon?" Sun Hang asked. It is highly likely that the influence of the blood moon is like radiation. The higher the intensity, the faster and more severe the mutation of the affected organisms. Yang Qi sighed. "From now on, before the blood moon disappears, you and Yifu are not allowed to enter the abnormal area again." "Are you going to disobey the orders of your superiors?" Sun Hang smiled. "That group of people decided to do whatever it takes this time. Because they are all idiots. If Yifu gets out of control because of their orders, let alone the search and rescue operation, most of Tianfu City will suffer." Yang Qi said angrily, "Besides, the search and rescue operation has not been suspended, and I am still here. You send Yifu back to the institute first and tell the teacher everything that happened here. It's not urgent to come back after the blood moon disappears the next day." After Yang Qi finished speaking, he threw the key to the SUV to Sun Hang. Sun Hang did not refuse, and directly took off the gun on his body and stuffed it to 0401, who was still in a daze. "Ah, what does this mean?" 0401 was stunned and asked. For some reason, after getting the gun he had been dreaming about, his sense of crisis suddenly increased. Although there are no infected people around you, you can't guarantee that you will encounter something on the way to join the main force. You can't always hide behind a woman, right? Sun Hang said. 0401's lips moved for a while, but he didn't say anything in the end. "Go quickly," Yang Qi urged. The inhibitor only temporarily stabilized the state of Yifu. She is still in danger. She must be sent back to the institute as quickly as possible. You don't have to worry about me. 0401 and Sun Hang worked together to lift Wang Shi into the car. Sun Hang got into the driver's seat, glanced at the two people who stayed in the rearview mirror, and then started the car. On the way back, the communication device in the car occasionally reported that a certain team was attacked. Not just the wild wolves, but the creatures in the entire abnormal area began to mutate. The abandoned stray dogs and cats, the snakes wandering in the grass, and even the rats and insects at the bottom of the food chain, all crawled out of the soil and began to attack everyone who stepped into this area. Yang Qi and 0401 were also attacked by these mutant creatures. Fortunately, the two teams that had just completed the merger arrived in time to provide support. Except for 0401, who fell and broke his knee while dodging, there were no casualties. But the other teams were not so lucky. When Sun Hang arrived at the institute, a rough estimate showed that the death toll had exceeded 20, and the number of injured people had reached 3 digits. The impact of this blood moon far exceeded everyone's estimates. A dozen staff members who had been waiting at the entrance of the institute in advance took over Wang Shi. They carried Wang Shi into a cold, metal coffin and then left in a hurry, leaving Sun Hang standing alone on the steps at the entrance of the institute. "The director will perform surgery on Yifu immediately. Yang Qi has already reported the specific situation of the operation area." A staff member said to Sun Hang before leaving, "In the next 16 hours, you can stand by freely." "What about after 16 hours? Sun Hang asked. "You should ask your direct supervisor, not me." After the staff member threw down this sentence, he left on his own. The entire institute was in a state of frantic operation. The few field staff were sent to the South City Cemetery, and Wang Shi's emergency forced those who were resting after work out of their beds. The faces of these white coats were almost all hung with heavy dark circles and resentment of being forced to work overtime. Sun Hang sat down on the big steps at the entrance of the institute. At this time, a familiar feeling of hunger surged up from his stomach again. He couldn't tell whether the source of this hunger was the woman who had just been carried in, or because he hadn't eaten for a long time. The sky was already pale, and Sun Hang took out his mobile phone and took a look. The time on the screen was 4:45 in the morning. The last time he ate was in the evening, when he bit an apple at home. Let's get something to eat first, Sun Hang thought to himself. As for the search and rescue operation and the missing people, he was not in a hurry anyway. Sun Hang had no good feelings towards those guys, and even had discussed. What did their life and death have to do with him? After all, when those guys gave orders, they never took the lives of temporary investigators seriously. Now that someone of the same level as him was in trouble, he knew he was anxious. There's no use in being anxious. Sun Hang muttered softly, stood up, parked the SUV in an open-air parking space, put his hands in his pockets, and walked slowly towards the commercial district. Former South City Cemetery, inside the abnormal area. The pointer on the dial was approaching 5 o'clock, but there was no sign of dawn here. The deep night, against the backdrop of the blood moon, was like a thick piece of crimson velvet, covering the entire sky tightly. A temporary outpost was set up. From time to time, the wails of the wounded could be heard from several white tents with red cross signs. On a light truck in the corner of the camp, a row of bodies covered with white cloth lay. Yang Qi sat on a folding chair, staring at the tablet in her hand with a frown. At the cost of more than 20 lives, the scope of the abnormal area was finally discovered. In addition to the cemetery in the south of the city, the barren mountains in the northwest, the stream area in the south, and an abandoned village in the east were all replaced to the appearance of 65 years ago. Tisk. The impact range is much larger than expected. Yang Qi sighed, and at this moment, the mobile phone in her pocket suddenly rang. Hello? Tianfu City Weird Research Institute, Yang Qi. She picked up the phone and answered the call. How is the rescue operation going? The other end of the receiver was a majestic middle-aged male voice. Yang Qi recognized this voice. The caller was the second in command of the Tianfu City Management Committee. The power he held in his hands could be described as one person above 10,000 people within the scope of Tianfu City. The scope of the abnormal area has been explored, but there are many casualties. We are currently resting in the camp and waiting for the second round of survey after dawn, Yang Qi reported to the other party. What is the specific progress? Are there any clues about the missing people? For the time being, there is no clue, Yang Qi replied. No clue? The other party's tone was obviously a little dissatisfied. Didn't a hunter resonate with the strange creature? The power of the blood moon is too strong, and the night fury has a clear sign of being out of control. I have asked all strange creature hunters to temporarily withdraw from the operation and return to the operation area after the blood moon disappears, Yang Qi said. But as far as I know, the hunter who resonated with it was not a night fury. Did he evacuate as well? Although he did not mutate, he is an infected person after all. To be on the safe side. Researcher Yang, please make one thing clear. We are racing against time now. It is impossible to take the most conservative plan for everything. Since this hunter has no obvious abnormality, let him return to the action area immediately. I refuse, Yang Qi said immediately. You are not at the scene and you don't know the situation at the scene. The power of this blood moon is stronger than any blood moon observed in the past 30 years. We can't take that risk. If we lose that hunter, I'm afraid even the last clue will be cut off. If any consequences are caused by my decision, I am willing to take full responsibility. Do you think you can bear this responsibility? You should have seen the list of missing persons, right? The voice on the phone has become slightly angry. I have seen it, Yang Qi replied neither servilely nor arrogantly, but since I am the on-site commander of this rescue operation, I have the right to arrange the personnel involved in the operation, unless you dismiss me directly now. But according to the normal process, you need to get at least half of the people in the management committee to agree with this decision before it will take effect. Very good. I will not dismiss you. The other party said slowly, but I hope that after 48 hours no, it should be 31 hours, you can show me a satisfactory result. The other party hung up the phone. Until the end, the other party did not say what punishment would be waiting for Yang Qi if she failed to complete the task, but the threat between the lines was self-evident. Tianfu City, downtown, an unknown street. Sun Hang originally planned to go to the commercial street to eat at Golden Arches, but because he didn't know the way, he staggered into a residential area. The buildings here are all old houses left over from the last century, and the paving is also made of bluestone slabs that have been polished by time and are extremely smooth. The thin morning mist filled the streets, which made Sun Hang feel as if he had strayed into a paradise. The air was very humid, partly because of the morning mist, and partly because of the steam coming out of the large steamers placed on the street in a city that has just woken up. The first to open must be various shops selling breakfast. Before it was completely light, the owners of the breakfast shops had already placed tables and benches outside the shop, lit the fire, and set up the pot. Dandan noodles, tofu pudding, hot and sour noodles, brown sugar rice cakes. Sun Hang looked over and saw that this street was full of Tianfuqing's special snacks. Some early rising uncles were already sitting on chairs along the street with crutches and bird cages, waiting for their breakfast orders to be served. Sun Hang randomly chose a table that looked relatively clean and sat down. He glanced at the menu hanging at the door of the store and said to the boss who was busy inside, "Give me a bowl of wontons, no spicy." "A bowl of wontons? How many tails do you want?" The owner looked up and asked, and then lowered his head to work. "2? Then give me 10. Sun Hang glanced at the wontons on the chopping board that had not yet been put into the pot. This wonton was much larger than the hundun in his memory. Eating 10 should be enough to fill his stomach. Even if he was not full, he could still go somewhere else to buy something to fill his stomach. "Okay, 1. 5 liang wonton, no spicy." "Hey, young man, you won't eat it just by looking at it." An old man with white hair and beard shook his head with some regret after hearing Sun Hang said he didn't want it spicy. "You don't understand." A hot wonton was served, a spoonful of red oil was poured on it. "Tisk, it's so delicious." Just when Sun Hang wanted to find a reason to deal with this nosy old man, a unique smell of food suddenly floated into his nose. This smell is neither the rich wheat aroma of the steamed buns in the steamer nor the refreshing spicy aroma of the red oil, but a kind of fragrance that is difficult to describe in words. Sun Hang has only smelled similar fragrances on Bloody Mary and Wang Shi. Weird creature? Or infected? Sun Hang suddenly became alert and carefully looked around. A tricycle rolled over the loose bluestone slabs, and the fresh vegetables still stained with dew were in the truck bed. 2 children with school bags and yellow hats sat on the stone steps at the door of the store, holding big bowls and slurping noodle soup. 3 hunched old ladies gathered in front of a vegetable stall, bargaining fiercely with the vendors. In just a dozen minutes, this old street has completely woken up, and the scene full of fireworks makes people subconsciously want to let down their guard. Of course, the premise is that Sun Hang did not smell the smell that belongs only to weird creatures or infected people. The smell was looming, approaching and leaving, neither disappearing nor getting worse. This meant that the source of the smell had always maintained a fixed distance from Sun Hang. Sun Hang simply ignored those people or objects that were moving. However, after eliminating so many wrong options, the remaining options were still outrageous. The source of the smell could be a person, or an inconspicuous little insect, a cracked coarse porcelain teacup, or even a damp mud under the feet of pedestrians, or a gust of cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind / phoneme blowing through the streets. Grab, grab, grab. The dull sound of the chopping board and the kitchen knife collided with each other into Sun Hang's ears, the crackling sound of the boiling rapeseed oil, the voices of people hawking. There were so many distractions that it was difficult for Sun Hang to concentrate and identify the source of the smell one by one. Fortunately, the smell was always there and did not disappear. Sun Hang pulled out a pair of disposable chopsticks from the chopstick holder on the table, tore open the package, and broke the 2 chopsticks that were phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme together. The wontons he ordered were already in the pot. The old man at the table next to him was still chattering about what kind of food was the most authentic in Tenfu City. A black crow flew across the sky above the street and disappeared behind the eaves on one side. Sun Hang took out his mobile phone, thought for a moment, and put it back in his pocket. He was hungry. He needed to find food. 1.5 wontons, no spicy. Just as the owner of the breakfast shop came over with a large bowl, the smell suddenly became a little lighter. At this moment, Sun Hang locked his target, a young woman wearing a peaked cap, the hood of her sweatshirt, gloves on both hands, and wrapped up tightly all over her body. She was sitting about 15 meters away from Sun Hang. It was a shop selling soy milk and fried dough sticks. After taking a large bag of fried dough sticks and buns from the owner, she stood up, pressed the brim of her hat, and turned to walk towards the street corner. Although there were at least 5 or 6 people who had finished breakfast and stood up at this time, Sun Hang's intuition told him that the smell came from this woman. "Boss, I'm sorry, something urgent happened suddenly." Sun Hang also stood up and said to the owner of the wonton shop with some embarrassment, "What's the big deal? It's already cooked." The boss was stunned for a moment, obviously a little angry. "Sorry." Sun Hang quickly took out his mobile phone and scanned the payment QR code on the corner of the table. "Hey, young man, if you're in a hurry, forget it. You don't have to pay." The boss waved his hands repeatedly. "It's okay. I've already paid." Sun Hang looked at the old man who had been mumbling just now. "Uncle, this bowl of wonton is my treat for you. You can put as much spiciness as you want. I'm leaving first. You, young man, can't skip breakfast." The old man looked trembling, but his movements were very agile. He jumped up from his seat and stuffed a plastic bag with 2 pieces of glutinous rice cakes into Sun Hang's hand. "No matter how busy you are, you can't work on an empty stomach." "Thank you, uncle." Sun Hang stuffed the glutinous rice cake into his pocket and ran in the direction where the young woman had just left. Behind him, the old man shook his head and sighed to the owner of the wonton shop. "Hey, what are the kids busy with nowadays? They are so busy that they don't even have time to eat?" Although the target has disappeared from Sun Hang's sight, the remaining smell has become the best tracking clue. After locking the target, the originally confused sense of direction instantly became clear, just like the prompt arrows in the task-guided video game. After leaving the old street, the young woman with a weird smell plunged into a dilapidated community. Compared with the lively old street in the early morning, this community looks much more desolate. One after another, the old 2 buildings are squeezed into the rusty anti-theft wall. The wall skin on the outside of the building has been largely peeled off, revealing the mottled cement bottom. A little lower, there are densely packed psoriasis advertisements. The content is nothing more than house rental or private clinics specializing in men's or gynecology. Several of the buildings look to have become dangerous buildings. The concrete structure was covered with cracks, and the steel bars inside were exposed. A huge circle was painted in red paint at the entrance, with a striking word "demolition" inside the circle. But for some reason, these dangerous buildings have not been demolished, and even the color of the word "demolition" is no longer bright. After years of precipitation, the color of the paint is as deep as solidified blood. Sun Hang followed the smell and walked into a dangerous building. Most of the residents in this building have been vacated, and several rooms have even had their doors removed. The messy interior can be seen at a glance. But there are still a few households that are obviously occupied. The fresh domestic garbage in the trash can at the door is the best proof. Sun Hang is very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the target, and the smell has become very obvious. If the wild wolves in the abnormal area are compared to the meat on the legs of mosquitoes, then the feeling this young woman gives Sun Hang is just like the bowl of wontons weighing 1.5 taels at the breakfast stall. The distance between the two has been shortened to only 1 floor apart. Sun Hang can hear the other's footsteps going upstairs. After a brief pause, it has obviously accelerated a lot. "Oh, have we been discovered?" Sun Hang smacked his lips, and simply stopped hiding his steps, pulled out his pistol, and walked up with big strides. The structure of this 2 building can be seen clearly from the outside. There is only 1 staircase up and down the building. The other party can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme choose to jump off the building, or be blocked by Sun Hang in a room or on the rooftop. She can't run away. Hearing Sun Hang's undisguised footsteps, the young woman simply ran directly, while Sun Hang took big steps up. One step was 3 or 4 steps, and his speed was even faster than the other person's running step by step. Soon, the young woman entered Sun Hang's field of vision. She looked back at Sun Hang and pushed directly on the sundries piled up in the stairwell. The tattered wardrobe and the abandoned Simmons mattress fell down, instantly blocking the entire stairwell tightly. The stairwell of the tube building is very narrow. Whether Sun Hang wants to get out of the gap or clear the sundries, it takes a lot of time. The woman looked back, and a smug smile appeared in the eyes above the mask. But what she didn't expect was that Sun Hang didn't get in through the gap, but his hand holding the gun went straight and bang. The gunshot rang in the corridor, and the woman screamed and fell to the ground. Sun Hang didn't shoot at the opponent's vitals, but shot her calf. The bullet penetrated the fabric of the tight jeans, and the bright red blood slowly seeped out from the bullet hole, dyeing the dark blue fabric purple red. The pride in the woman's eyes instantly turned into resentment and fear. She climbed up with some difficulty using her hands and feet. After glancing at Sun Hang, she limped to a higher floor. Sun Hang did not fire a second shot, but instead pulled away the debris across the corridor, kicked down the Simmons mattress that was blocking the front like a wall, and walked up leisurely. His steps were steady, and the hand holding the gun stretched out slightly, causing the metal sleeve on the gun body and the metal rod of the stair handrail to constantly collide, making a ding-ding-ding sound. To the person being chased, this crisp collision sound was like a death knell. The young woman dragged a wounded leg, and it was only a matter of time before Sun Hang caught up. Sun Hang was not in a hurry at all, nor was he worried about the ambush of the woman's accomplices in the building except for the young woman. He could not smell any smell, and subconsciously did not perceive the existence of any dangerous factors. Even if there was an ambush, it would not pose a threat to him. Finally, the woman stopped on the 9th floor, leaning against the doorframe of room 901, breathing heavily. Room 901 had been completely emptied, and a thick layer of dust accumulated in the hallway, with no footprints on the dust. Obviously, this was not the woman's residence. Who are you? The woman stared at Sun Hang with a frightened look. You have a gun. Are you a sheriff? Or someone from the Abnormal Investigation Bureau? Neither. Sun Hang shook his head, but the answer is very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. You. The woman's eyes suddenly showed despair. Are you a hunter? Since you know the hunter, you should know why I came to you, right? Sun Hang pushed open the slide of the pistol to check the bullets, and looked up and down at the other party. Take off the mask and hat. The other party hesitated for a moment, and finally did it. This is a young girl who looks only 18 or 19 years old. She is pale and thin. She seems to be severely malnourished. Her barren chest under the sweater is no different from that of a man, and her limbs are as thin as a stick. Sun Hang raised the muzzle of the gun and pointed it directly at the girl's eyebrows. Wait. Don't you want to ask something? Looking at the black muzzle of the gun, the girl was obviously panicked. There is no need for that. Sun Hang said softly, and the finger holding the trigger began to exert force faintly. Don't kill me. I'll show you what you want. The girl quickly raised her right arm and pulled off her sleeve with her other hand. There was a large ulcerated area on her skinny forearm, but if you look closely, you will find that this is not a simple skin ulcer. Under the festering dermis, there are many tiny granulations, which are slightly wriggling like the tentacles of some creature. Looking at it for a few more times is enough to make your scalp numb. Sun Hang can be sure that the smell he smelled came from here. Look, I'm an infected person. The girl said anxiously, I know your rules. I'm an infected person, and I'm still conscious. According to your rules, you shouldn't kill me, but take me back. Do your set of tests. You know a lot. Who told you? Sun Hang didn't move the gun away. I searched it online. The girl whispered, after I was infected. I always wanted to find you, but I was afraid. How did you get infected? Sun Hang asked again. I don't know. Where are your family members? I don't have any family members. I'm an orphan. The girl lowered her head. My parents died of illness when I was very young, and I have been living alone, relying on odd jobs. Here's a suggestion for you. When you make up a story, you should pay attention to logic and don't contradict reality. Sun Hang said lightly. I'm not lying. Everything I said is true, the girl argued. Euphoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme alone. Do you need to buy so much food? Sun Hang pointed at the bag on the ground. The buns and fried dough sticks in it were enough to fill the stomachs of more than 10 people. These, all. I ate them all by myself. The girl pointed to the festering area on her forearm. Since I was infected, I have always felt hungry easily. No matter how much I eat, I can't fill my stomach. Your words, combined with your malnutrition, are indeed somewhat convincing. After all, no one knows the specific characteristics of the monster. The monster you are infected with may consume a lot of nutrients in the host body, but... Sun Hang took out the brown sugar glutinous rice cake given by the old man from his pocket, stuffed half of it into his mouth, and said while chewing, "You don't have to buy more than a dozen bags of soy milk, do you?" I like to drink. You said before that you make a living by doing odd jobs, and the clothes you wear are indeed cheap street stall goods. Assuming that your appetite is as terrible as you said, then your living expenses must be very tight. Sun Hang slowed down his speech and patiently analyzed to the other party. Yotia is 1 yuan, the price of vegetable buns is 80 cents, and the meat buns are a little more expensive, 1 yuan and a half. In comparison, isn't a bag of soy milk at 6 yuan a bit too luxurious? I think drinking boiled water is more cost-effective, right? What do you want to ask? The girl's face turned pale and her breathing became more and more rapid. You have accomplices, right? I mean, other infected people. Sun Hang said, take me to find them. He hasn't eaten for many days. He is very hungry. A bowl of wonderful weighing 1.5 taels can't fill his stomach. What did you say? The girl's face turned pale and she shook her head repeatedly. I don't understand what you mean, what do they? The acting is too bad. Sun Hang walked forward, holding the gun against the girl's chin with his right hand, and used his left hand to pull up the sleeve of the girl's left arm. There was a red tattoo at the position corresponding to the ulcer on the right arm. Ordinary people would think that this tattoo seemed to be a mess of ink, and even mistakenly thought it was a bruise. But if you look closely, you will find that these seemingly messy patterns are actually very cleverly designed. It overlaps more than 20 characters in a skin area with a side length of less than 2 centimeters, but the stroke trajectory of each character is clearly discernible. A pattern like this is definitely not something that a cheap tattoo workshop can design. These characters are words and symbols that have never been used by any civilization in human history. They are connected and nested with each other, and seem to form a string of strange spells that can never be finished. When Sun Hang pulled up the girl's left sleeve, she obviously wanted to resist, but at this time Sun Hang had already raised one leg and hit her lower abdomen with his knee. In pain, she immediately lost the strength to resist. When you were pulling the sleeve of your right arm just now, you glanced at the other arm twice with the corner of your eye. You don't think I didn't notice it? Sun Hang moved the muzzle of the gun and hit the other's ribs hard with his elbow. The girl screamed immediately, and the whole person slid down slowly against the doorframe and collapsed on the ground. But her left arm was still held by Sun Hang, raised high above her head. Sun Hang put the pistol back into the holster behind his waist, took out his mobile phone, aimed the camera at the tattoo, and pressed the shooting button. Then, he entered the photo into the search engine of the Investigation Bureau's intranet. After a while, a lot of files popped up on the search page. Just as Sun Hang expected, this tattoo pattern was filed in the Investigation Bureau. In a case uncovered 7 years ago, a cult organization located in Jiangkou district of Tianfu City was wiped out. This cult organization worshipped strange creatures and secretly cultivated strange creature larvae in Tianfu City. Fortunately, it was reported by citizens in time. The entire cult, including the leader, had 148 people. Except for the 9 people who were shot and killed for violent resistance during the arrest operation, the remaining 139 people were all arrested. These people should still be imprisoned in this special prison for abnormal related events located in the northwest corner of Tianfu City. The prison was built on a solitary mountain more than 200 meters high, surrounded by cliffs on all sides, and there was only one elevator for people to go up and down the mountain. In addition, there were regular military troops of the Shoujo Federation guarding inside and outside the prison, and the possibility of jailbreak was basically zero. Sun Hang held the girl's left arm with one hand, and stepped on her right arm, which was abnormally ulcerated. The girl's head drooped softly on her chest, obviously she had not recovered from the heavy blow just now. Sun Hang gently slid the screen with his thumb. Below the text file, there were photos taken by the case handlers at that time. The cult members all had tattoos exactly like this girl, and the location of the tattoo was determined by the status of the believer in the cult. The higher the status, the closer the tattoo was to the heart. As for the leader, who was nearly 80 years old, his tattoo was located on the left chest, just above the heart. The strange creature larvae cultivated by this group of cultists also left video phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme. It was a huge meat mass with no limbs and organs to distinguish. When the investigators found it, the meat mass was soaked in the huge ornamental fish tank in the leader's home. At the bottom of the fish tank, there were still some fragments of human bones. At the end of the file, there is also a photo attached. In the photo, a large pit was dug, and the pit was full of corpses. It is roughly estimated that there are at least 100 or 200 dead people. There are also a few lines of text notes next to the photo. This large pit is located directly below the newly built gathering place of the cult. In 4 years, they killed nearly 500 people to feed the young monster. The remains eaten by the monster were directly buried in the foundation and poured with concrete. In addition to the remains in the pit, a large number of human skeletons integrated with concrete were also found in the foundations of the houses of several major leaders of the cult. In the past 4 years, most of the missing population cases in Tianfu City were finally attributed to this group of cultists. The leader and the main leaders were executed immediately, and the remaining believers were all sentenced to life imprisonment, without exception. And the young monster was transported away and destroyed by the Tianfu City Weird Research Institute. Behind this sentence, there is a line of text in a smaller font note. The temporary serial number of the juvenile of this strange creature is Wu-179. But because it was destroyed before it matured, the serial number was later cancelled. Type Wu, a fungus-like strange creature? Sun Hang took another look at the photo. The pixel of the photo was very low. If you don't distinguish it carefully, it is easy to mistake this thing for a huge meatball. But in fact, this meatball is actually made up of countless hyphae. There are also some broken hyphae attached to the bones at the bottom of the fish tank. Sun Hang entered the number Wu-179 strange creature in the search bar, and the result of the search was a giant fungus with extremely bright colors that grew in the dense forests of the Yunnan Plateau. Obviously, it is not the same thing as the fish tank of the cult leader. It seems that the operation back then did not eradicate this evil cult completely. Sun Hang thought to himself, not only did they not catch all the people, but they didn't even kill all the monsters they raised. The most crucial point is that during the arrest operation that year, the sheriff and investigators checked every cult believer, and no one infected by the monster was found. It was for this reason that the big meatball was identified as an immature monster larva. But the girl in front of him was a real infected person. If this news is reported to the investigation bureau, they will be busy. Sun Hang squatted down, clamped the girl's cheek with his index finger and thumb, lifted her head, and asked, "If you don't want to die, take me to find your fellow believers, and the thing you are raising." The girl looked at him and nodded weakly, "Okay." Sun Hang glanced at the gunshot wound on the girl's leg. He was a little surprised to find that the wound was no longer bleeding. The copper bullet had been squeezed out of the wound and fell to the ground. He pulled out a knife and cut open the bullet hole on his jeans. He saw that the place where the bullet should have hit was now filled with new flesh and blood, leaving only a coin-sized scar. "Is this the ability you gained after being infected by the strange creature?" Sun Hang asked. "The saints said that as long as you eat the meat of Tai Sui, you can prolong your life and be immune to all diseases." The girl said in a very small voice, "If you are injured, you will recover quickly." Tai Sui? Do you call that thing Tai Sui? Sun Hang entered this term in the search bar again, but there was no relevant information except some ancient legends that had nothing to do with strange creatures. The girl nodded again. Have you seen Tai Sui? The girl shook her head. Then have all the people in your organization eaten Tai Sui meat? Sun Hang asked again. After eating it, can you really prolong your life and be immune to all diseases? Is there anyone who died immediately after eating it? No. No. The girl shook her head very quickly this time. Are you sure you didn't see it, not that you didn't see it? Also, since you know that Tai Sui is a weirdo, do you still dare to eat it? Sun Hang couldn't help but doubt whether these people's brain circuits were normal, but from the performance of this girl, it was obvious that she knew what the weirdos and the infected were, so why did she accept all this happily? Since she knew the treatment mode of the Weirdos Research Institute for infected people, she couldn't be unaware of the ridiculously high mortality rate after humans were infected with the Weirdos virus, right? Sun Hang had consulted relevant information. The mortality rate of humans infected with the Weirdos virus was 78%, and the probability of being assimilated by the Weirdos was 21.7%. Only 0.3% of people maintained their self-awareness as humans. The probability of wanting to have a weirdo hunter among the infected is lower than the probability of an SSR in a card-drawing two-dimensional mobile game. It's impossible that a whole cult organization is full of SSRs, right? Where do you put the Abnormal Investigation Bureau and the Weirdos Research Institute? Tai Sui is different from other strange creatures. The girl said, I have seen with my own eyes that those who are terminally ill, after eating the meat of Tai Sui, the lesions on their bodies immediately disappeared. There are also some people with congenital disabilities, who eat the meat of Tai Sui, and their missing limbs grow back soon. This Tai Sui has this effect? Sun Hang couldn't help but frown, and pointed the muzzle of the gun at the girl's forehead. Then I smash your head to pieces. Can you grow a new head? Don't kill me. However, the girl's performance was just scared and closed her eyes. I have told you everything I know. You can't, don't kill me. Sun Hang glanced at her and silently remembered in his heart, Tai Sui infected people have a strong self-recovery ability, but the head may be their fatal weakness. According to the girl's description, this Tai Sui is obviously a panacea for curing diseases and saving lives, not a strange creature that brings disaster to the world. Those infected who have eaten Tai Sui meat really don't have to pay any price? Sun Hang looked at the girl carefully, and then asked another question. Do you phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals FN often / phoneme not have enough food? No. No. The girl was a little confused about this question. Since malnutrition is not caused by hunger, the girl's pale and thin appearance is obviously abnormal. Since Tai Sui meat has such magical effects that it can even cure terminal illnesses, then digestive system diseases must be no problem in this way. The possibility of pathological malnutrition can be ruled out. Is it because of eating Tai Sui meat? Sun Hang pulled the girl up from the ground and said, let's go, take me to find them. If the Tai Sui Lord you mentioned is really so magical, the Institute will not only not arrest you, but may also give you some special contribution award. The girl didn't say anything and took Sun Hang upstairs, which made Sun Hang frown slightly. Although his pistol was equipped with a silencer, he fired in the corridor after all, and the gunshots could be heard throughout the building. In addition, he had spent so much time questioning the girl. If the girl's accomplices were really in this building, they would have been ready and waiting for him to come to them, right? No, that's not right. Sun Hang thought about it and thought that if the other party found out that he was being followed after entering the building, it meant that this building was their base. However, Sun Hang did not smell any smell of other weird things or infected people except this girl. At first, Sun Hang thought that the person who ambushed him might be a non-infected person, but after asking those questions, Sun Hang decisively ruled out this possibility. The girl's status in this cult organization should not be high. Even if the location of the tattoo is not taken into account, being sent out to do the job of purchasing meals means that she is at most a middle-lower level member. Even middle-lower level members can get Tai Sui meat, so the backbone of the organization cannot be non-infected. Moreover, only after experiencing the magical effect of Tai Sui meat can the members of the organization follow the saint wholeheartedly. The saint himself and the senior cadres of the organization may not be infected, but roles such as thugs and secretaries that require loyalty are definitely infected. The girl was acting. She found out that she was being followed very early, and then deliberately led Sun Hang here. But her purpose was not to ambush Sun Hang, but to escape. "They are not here," Sun Hang said to the girl walking in front. The girl's body trembled. "You are lying," Sun Hang said again. "No. I didn't. You never planned to take me to find them from the beginning." Sun Hang's tone was very calm, and it seemed that there was no emotion at all. The girl stopped answering, but she didn't look back. She just stood on the stairs with her back to Sun Hang, motionless. "I couldn't figure out how you were going to escape at first, but after knowing your ability, I suddenly realized that the rooftop was not a dead end for you." Sun Hang said word by word, "You plan to jump off the building to escape. As long as your head is not smashed, no matter how serious the trauma to your body is, it can be restored under the effect of Tai Sui meat. And if I want to catch you, I can only go back along the stairs. By then, you have already recovered your ability to move, or you have been picked up by your accomplices who heard the noise, right?" As soon as Sun Hang finished the sentence, the girl immediately ran away, but unfortunately she didn't run 2 steps before gunshots rang behind her. The bullet shot directly into her waist. The unbearable pain made the girl's face twisted. She fell on the stairs, screaming and rolling to Sun Hang's feet, and was stepped on by Sun Hang before stopping. "I cannot kill you, but I can't guarantee that I won't torture you," Sun Hang said lightly. The ability to not die without a headshot is indeed very strong, but from another perspective, this ability is actually a debuff. Because she can't die, she can experience things that are more painful than death. Even Sun Hang himself didn't realize that his current demeanor was like a completely different person. "But you can rest assured, I will be very gentle." In the girl's horrified eyes, Sun Hang leaned over, took her slender palm, carefully put the bony index finger into his mouth, and sucked it gently. The next second, his upper and lower jaws exerted force and bit off the girl's finger directly. The girl immediately burst into a shrill scream and fell backwards to the ground. "Pooh!" Sun Hang spit out the half-broken finger, and the expression on his face suddenly changed from gentle to disgust. "There is a smell of rotten meat." I don't know if it was because of pain or fear, tears kept flowing from the girl's eyes. She struggled to crawl back, but was grabbed by Sun Hang's ankle and dragged back to the original place. At this moment, a trace of confusion flashed in Sun Hang's eyes. "What am I doing? Did I just bite off her index finger? Am I going to eat her? No, that's not right. She's still useful, she can't die now." Sun Hang grabbed the girl's wrist again and focused his eyes on the broken finger. The broken finger was no longer bleeding, and countless tiny granulations were constantly emerging from the cross-section of the tissue, starting to build a new finger. Sun Hang took a closer look. What emerged was actually not granulations at all, but clusters of white mycelium. The girl's bitten finger quickly recovered as before. Except for the pale skin color, whether it was the texture of the nails, the skin and texture, or even the shape of the bones at the knuckles, they were no different from the broken finger on the ground. Can a broken limb really be reborn? Sun Hang looked at this finger with some surprise. I don't know why, compared to the broken finger just now, he always felt that the new finger seemed much more beautiful and attractive. Is it because this finger was reshaped by the power of the weird? Sun Hang didn't know in his heart, but he decided to do a small experiment. He picked up the dagger and used the sharp tip of the blade to cut a hole on the girl's new index finger. There was no bleeding at the wound, and the girl's face did not show any expression of pain. I understand. Sun Hang nodded slightly. What? The girl widened her eyes. In her opinion, the strange man in front of her was no different from a devil. I understand what the price is. Sun Hang said, the Tai Sui meat does not give you the ability to regenerate infinitely, and you cannot be considered a true infected person. The relationship between Tai Sui and you is more like a parasite and a host. It sells phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in your body and grows stronger by absorbing your nutrients. In order to ensure the survival of the host, it will mimic the host's body organs, copy the faulty organs in the host and replace them. What are you talking about? The girl's expression was a little dull. I don't understand. These organs copied by Tai Sui will be connected to various human systems including nerves, so you won't feel anything. What abnormality! All organs in the host can be replaced, except the brain. Sun Hang paused and continued, when all organs in a person's body are replaced, he will be completely replaced by Tai Sui. Even if you can guarantee that you will not get sick or injured for a lifetime, the body's metabolism will not stop, and you will eventually become a part of Tai Sui. Just as Sun Hang was talking, a trace of fierceness flashed in the eyes of the girl who fell to the ground. The new index finger turned into a sharp claw in an instant. Her body bounced up in an extremely weird posture, fell on Sun Hang, and had an extremely intimate hug with Sun Hang. Her petite body was buried in Sun Hang's chest, and the sharp claw pierced Sun Hang's throat accurately. However, what she didn't expect was that the sharp claw that pierced Sun Hang's throat melted away quickly like an icicle inserted into boiling water, and the hole on Sun Hang's neck completely healed and disappeared in just a few seconds. How could it be? The girl widened her eyes. Before she could let go of Sun Hang, a huge force came from her shoulders and back. She was thrown to the ground by Sun Hang, and her spine hit the raised edge of the stairstep, making a crisp sound of being broken. Before the pain was transmitted to her brain, the damaged central nervous system had been rebuilt by Tai Sui. The girl rolled over and just got up. She was hit hard in the abdomen. Bang! Her body directly smashed a shallow pit in the shape of a human on the wall, and the falling lime covered her body. Faintly, she seemed to feel that something was about to break out of her body. After a brief panic, ecstasy followed. It's sublimation. It's the sublimation that Saints phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme mention. I've finally waited for this day. The fear of the man in front of her no longer existed. The girl curled up against the wall, chanting those meaningless prayers in a fragmented voice, silently waiting for the arrival of the miracle. What replacement and weird transformation, those are all blasphemies of Tai Sui by ignorant people. Tai Sui is different from those weird things. It will give itself a new life and make itself. The girl's consciousness came to an abrupt end here. Her skin was like being poured with a layer of boiling hot oil. Red and swollen blisters quickly appeared one after another. Then, these blisters burst one after another, and the extremely smelly gray pus flowed out from them. The lifeless body slowly slid down the wall, and soon turned into a pool of blood, mixed with the lime slag on the ground. Sun Hang frowned. The part of Tai Sui parasitic in the girl's body obviously has self-awareness. It would rather choose to burn out the host's vitality and commit suicide than be preyed on by Sun Hang. Even if he couldn't have that big meal, he could at least use the Tai Sui parasitic in the girl's body to fill his hunger. But the result was that he only swallowed a small part of the Tai Sui and chose to self-destruct without hesitation. It was like buying an ice cream cone, just licking it, and the ice cream ball piled on the wafer fell to the ground with a pop. Waste. Sun Hang picked up the pair of jeans that had fallen on the ground and took out an old-fashioned smartphone from his trouser pocket. The girl's smartphone used a fingerprint lock, but when Sun Hang pressed his finger on it, the sound effect of successful unlocking sounded immediately. He just imagined that his fingerprint would be changed to that girl's fingerprint, and everything happened naturally. Although he had never carefully observed the shape of the girl's fingerprint, the small part of Tai Sui that he had just absorbed recorded a lot of information, including the original host's various physical phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme. Not only that, after swallowing that small part of Tai Sui, Sun Hang clearly felt that his ability had been enhanced. Originally, he would be unconscious for several hours when changing the material of the metal nameplate, but now that he changed his fingerprint, the side effect was just a slight dizziness, which was almost negligible. In addition, Sun Hang also felt that there seemed to be some more memory fragments in his mind that did not belong to him. These fragments randomly filled in those blank memories. For a moment, Sun Hang had an illusion. It seemed that he was the girl parasitized by Tai Sui. Although those scenes were vague, they were as real as if he had experienced them personally. Just like some strange dreams, when you wake up, it is difficult for you to remember the details in the dream, but when you try to recall, you will find that those details you can't remember give you a very familiar feeling. As if they all happened in the real world. A certain sound, a certain person or object, or a certain color combination, or even the brightness and angle of light. In your memory, there will always be a scene that can perfectly match the dream, just like two transparent photos overlapping each other. Sun Hang saw a familiar fire. The flaming flames occupied his entire field of vision. Except for the noise of the air being heated and squeezed, all the sounds were moving away from Sun Hang. In the next scene, through a blurry filter, he saw many figures surrounding him. They were wearing armor, and their dark face shields covered all their expressions. The scene changed, and Sun Hang found himself in an empty basement again. The corners of the basement were filled with skeletons of humans or animals. Many people whose facial features could not be seen clearly were walking back and forth in the basement, their movements stiff and numb. Is this the memory of the girl, or the memory of Tai Sui? Sun Hang shook his head vigorously, and used his will to forcibly seal these memory fragments that kept flashing back in front of his eyes. He put his attention back on the phone that had just been unlocked. The girl's phone had 3 missed text messages and 2 missed calls. The most recent missed call was made 1.5 minutes ago. Sun Hang opened the 3 text messages first. The first one was very short, with only 6 words, "Have you bought the things?" The second one was even shorter, "Where are you?" There was a full 5 minutes between the third and second text messages, and the tone between the lines had changed from urging to questioning. "Why haven't you come back yet? What are you doing?" Then there were 2 missed calls, less than 10 seconds apart. The first missed call rang for 30 seconds, and was hung up until the prompt sound of "the number you dialed is temporarily unanswered" sounded. The second missed call only rang for 2 seconds. The 3 text messages and 2 missed calls were all from the same number, which was a local mobile phone number in Tianfu City and the only number saved in the girl's mobile phone address book. But although she saved this number, she did not make any notes on the number. Sun Hang did not hesitate and called back the number directly. "Beep a beep, sorry, the number you dialed is empty. Has it been cancelled?" "So quick reaction?" Sun Hang frowned slightly. This matter should probably be reported directly to the Weird Research Institute or the Abnormal Investigation Bureau, but in Sun Hang's subconscious, he was extremely resistant to this matter. He didn't know why he had such an idea, but in his cognition, this was the right thing to do. He began to doubt his identity before he lost his memory. He tried to recall it again, but the memory fragments that popped out were extremely chaotic. A large number of memories that should not belong to him were intertwined, forming one after another bizarre pictures and extremely absurd and illogical plots. The memories from the girl, or from Tai Sui, have not been completely digested by Sun Hang. They are like a pile of messy files without classification. Once the memory folder is opened, they all pour out. Fuck! Sun Hang cursed in a low voice, and the memory stopped. The matter of finding memories will be discussed later. The most urgent task is to find Tai Sui first. Those cult members must have been alerted by now. Judging from the speed at which they cancelled their mobile phone numbers, if they delayed any longer, even if Sun Hang found their base, it would probably be empty. There was no time to lose. Sun Hang closed his eyes, and a vague but familiar phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals rut route slash phoneme emerged in his mind. This was the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals rut route slash phoneme he took almost every morning. To be more precise, this was the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals rut route slash phoneme that the girl took almost every morning. The end of this path is not far away, it is in this old community. Sun Hang carried the bag of fried dough sticks and buns bought by the girl, returned to the first floor, and then closed his eyes, letting the familiar feeling in the memory fragment phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme him to the destination. This community seemed to be forced to stop construction halfway through, and nearly 1/3 of the buildings in the community are unfinished buildings with only a concrete frame. Condensed sand, rusted steel bars, and aging yellow plastic pipes can be seen everywhere in the corners of the community. The random wiring cuts the sky into irregular polygons of various sizes. A poorly made Ultraman doll is abandoned beside a weedy flower bed. A little further away, a group of ants are besieging a slug. The slug struggles hard and drags a long trail of mucus on the dry ground. Sun Hang closed his eyes, but these images kept appearing in his mind. In reality, the Ultraman doll had been picked up by someone long ago, and the ants and slugs had disappeared long ago. The only thing that remained unchanged was the familiar path and the familiar buildings around it. Building 13, Unit 2. Sun Hang stopped and opened his eyes. A hunchbacked old man came out of the room on the first floor, looked at Sun Hang expressionlessly, and asked, "Who are you looking for?" This old man had the same Tai Sui aura as the girl. "I met a girl on the road, and she asked me to bring these buns and fried dough sticks here." Sun Hang raised the bag in his hand and gestured to the other party. "Where is the girl?" "I don't know, it seems that she has something urgent to do, and she left after giving me the things." Sun Hang shook his head. "I don't know where she went." "Okay, I know." The old man nodded and said in a cold tone, "Just put the things on the table at the door, you can go." "One more thing," Sun Hang said. The old man narrowed his eyes, and asked after 2 seconds, "What's the matter?" "I heard that there is a saint here who can cure all kinds of difficult and complicated diseases, even terminal diseases." "Who told you that?" "That girl told me." "What disease do you have?" "Malignant brain tumor. The doctor at Tianfuching Central Hospital told me that I have at most 1.5 months to phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals live/phoneme, so I want to try my luck." Sun Hang replied. The old man looked at Sun Hang again, then turned around. "Come with me." Sun Hang followed the old man up the 6 floors and stopped in front of the door with the sign Room 602. "Wait here," the old man said to Sun Hang, and then pushed the door and walked in. After about 10 minutes, the old man came out and said to Sun Hang, "Go in, the saint is waiting for you inside." Sun Hang was a little surprised. He didn't have much expectation for this test. Even if the other party didn't doubt him, he would only be able to contact some small shrimps. He never thought that this old man who looked like a doorman would allow him to see the saint himself. Could it be that the saint is not the highest level in this cult organization? Or is it that what is waiting for Sun Hang in the room is a trap set specifically to surround and kill him? Sun Hang can feel that there are a lot of Tai Sui auras in the door, but although there are many of these auras, they are not of high quality. He has an inexplicable confidence in his heart. Relying on his own ability, he can completely suppress these auras. Just like before in the abandoned playground, the thorns of Bloody Mary didn't dare to approach him at all. This is a kind of blood suppression similar to natural enemy. The suppressed party has no choice but to be hunted. Sun Hang walked in. At first glance, the interior of room 602 had obviously undergone a lot of illegal renovations. All walls and partitions that did not have load-bearing functions were removed, so that all rooms were connected together, forming an open space of nearly 100 square meters. At the base of the wall, there was a row of copper incense burners, and the air was filled with the smell of incense. More than 30 people dressed simply and blindfolded with white bandages knelt on the futon, as if they were meditating. At the top, a middle-aged man in a long robe and bare feet leaned against the arms of a young woman, watching Sun Hang, who came in with a smile on his face. Everyone sitting here had the breath of Tai Sui on them, and the middle-aged man was no exception. Sun Hang stood there and looked at the middle-aged man, not saying a word. This weird atmosphere lasted for half a minute before the middle-aged man broke the silence first. "You said you came to me for medical treatment, but you have obviously obtained a life-saving item." "I don't understand." Sun Hang's answer was very brief. "Haning died in your hands, right?" "I smelled the scent of Tai Sui given to her on your body," the saint said. "The dog's nose is quite sharp." Since the other party directly pierced through the window paper, Sun Hang did not intend to pretend to be polite to him anymore, and said, "Where is Tai Sui?" "I mean, its body." "Are you from the investigation bureau, or a hunter?" the saint asked. "But no matter who you are, you should have understood that Tai Sui is different from other strange things, right?" After saying this, the saint stood up directly, opened his arms to Sun Hang, and said in a deep voice, "Not only you, everyone here can feel that it is Tai Sui who gave them a new life, and Tai Sui will also give them a future." "Are you trying to turn me against me?" Sun Hang asked. "No, this is not a rebellion." The saint shook his head. "You know more about strange things than ordinary people, so you should also understand that Tai Sui is different. The most painful things in the world are nothing more than birth, aging, illness, and death, but Tai Sui can completely erase them, and all you need to do is just to offer your piety to Tai Sui." "Don't you have to pay?" Sun Hang tilted his head and scratched the back of his head. I don't have much money. No. I think you must have some misunderstandings about us. The saint continued, as long as you are willing to join us and worship Tai Sui with us, you will get the blessing of Tai Sui. We don't force money. What we value more is the piety of believers. No wonder. Sun Hang nodded. The leader of the cult that was abolished before is already living in a villa and driving a luxury car, but you are still huddled in such an unfinished building. This is probably what is called learning from the past. To be honest, it's better to keep a low profile, at least it won't be so easy to be caught by the people from the investigation bureau. We are different from them, and Tai Sui is different from the monsters they raise. The saint shook his head. Those people fed human flesh and blood to the monsters in an attempt to create a horrific disaster. But we use the blessing of Tai Sui to save the common people and let those in desperate situations see the hope of life. No. You are still feeding strange creatures with human flesh and blood, but you were feeding dead people before, and now you are feeding living people. Sun Hang shook his head. Although they are not good things, at least you are better than your predecessors. Be smart and change from fishing from the bottom of the lake to sustainable development. After all, if you kill a person, you can only let the monsters have a full meal. If you switch to the parasitic method and rely on the host's vitality to continuously provide for the monsters, a human life can be used for at least several years in terms of cost performance. Personally speaking, I admit that your approach is smarter. The expression in the saint's eyes suddenly changed, and he took a step closer to Sun Hang. So what? There are many people. If I hadn't rescued them, they would have died long ago. But after the blessing of Tai Sui, their lives have been extended for many years. Isn't this a good thing? I think not everyone's physique is suitable for being parasitized by Tai Sui, right? And these parasitized people are only a small number of people who are actually terminally ill, right? You use them as examples to promote the power of strange things. It is so amazing that it induces more people to voluntarily be parasitized by Tai Sui. Sun Hang paused, stared into the saint's eyes and asked, "Am I right? Then what are you going to do?" The expression on the saint's face did not change much. Inform people from the Public Security Bureau and the Investigation Bureau to take us all back? Where is the true body of Tai Sui? Sun Hang asked again. It is within each of us. The saint raised his arms and shouted, "It is right in front of you, very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme at hand." Sun Hang, fart. He could feel that the fragments of Tai Sui parasitized in everyone here together were not even as good as the mud that Wang Shi rubbed off her body when she took a shower. The saint took 2 steps back, and the 2 people closest to Sun Hang suddenly jumped up from the futon, tore off the bandages in front of their eyes, and rushed over with strange screams. Those who disobey Tai Sui will be deprived of blessings. The saint shouted sullenly, "The process of deprivation is thousands of times more painful than fusion." Oh, really? Hundreds of white mycelium spurted out from the bodies of the 2 believers. In an instant, these hyphae formed a large net and hooded Sun Hang. Sun Hang didn't move. He just stood there and let the big net of mycelium fall on him. The seemingly soft and weak hyphae immediately became like sharp blades as soon as they came into contact with Sun Hang's skin, directly cutting through the epidermal tissue and sinking deep into the flesh, leaving a grid-shaped cut oozing with blood beads. Marks appeared on Sun Hang's face. As for the clothes on his upper body, they had turned into countless diamond-shaped slices with flat edges and scattered on the ground. But just after these hyphae sank into the flesh and blood, they disappeared directly into Sun Hang's body, as if they were directly dissolved, disappearing without a trace in an instant. The cuts on Sun Hang's body healed in the blink of an eye, and even the small blood drops that seeped out were absorbed by the skin. The 2 believers immediately fell to the ground and twitched all over. Their skin began to dissolve, and the bloody subcutaneous tissue was directly exposed to the air. There were dense bursts of bubbles inside the muscles. In less than 5 seconds, the 2 people had turned into 2 stiff bodies. His body lay at Sun Hang's feet. It seems that you really didn't lie to me. It is indeed very painful to forcibly remove the Tai Sui that is parasitic in the human body. Sun Hang said to the saint seriously. The original calm expression on the saint's face had long since disappeared. His eyes were wide open, staring at Sun Hang, and murmuring, "What did you do to them?" I did what you asked them to do to me. It's a pity that this amount is too small, not even enough to fit between the teeth. Sun Hang took 2 steps forward. Tell me, Tai Sui body, where is it? Monster! You are a monster! The saint screamed, you cannot be a hunter of the Federation. There is no way the Federation can tolerate a monster like you. The believers sitting on the futon could no longer maintain their original composure. Every time Sun Hang took a step forward, they all took a step back. After a while, more than 30 people were all crowded to the base of the wall. Let me ask one last time, where is the real body of Tai Sui? Sun Hang lowered his voice, I'm very hungry now, so I'm very irritable. I don't want to waste any more time with you. But who knew, the saint seemed to be frightened out of his wits, as if he couldn't hear Sun Hang's question at all, and kept repeating the word monster silently over there. Noisy. Sun Hang raised his hand and shot the saint in the head. The parasitic Tai Sui in the saint's body is of the best quality among this group of people, but it still cannot eliminate Sun Hang's hunger. Not only that, Sun Hang also found that after he devoured other strange things for the first time, it was like eating an appetizer. Instead of being relieved, his hunger became more intense. He glanced at the group of shivering believers in the corner, and couldn't help but secretly say something lucky. The cult organization's brainwashing of them is not complete, at least, they still know that they are afraid of death. Does any of you know where the true form of Tai Sui is? Sun Hang asked, take me there and I can guarantee your survival. The quality of the Tai Sui in these believers' bodies varies. The worst ones are not even as good as the little girl who went out to buy breakfast, and the best ones are far from the saints. As long as the true body of Tai Sui can be found, these mosquito meats are actually dispensable to Sun Hang. The best way to deal with it is probably to hand them all over to the people from the Investigation Bureau and the Research Institute. Of course, that will have to be after Sun Hang has devoured the Tai Sui body. He had no intention of hiding the matter, but he had to fill his stomach before reporting it to the public. I know where Mr. Tai Sui is. A weak female voice with a hint of timidity spoke up. Sun Hang looked over and saw that it was the young woman who had been used as a cushion by the saint just now. The young woman was only wearing a thin white robe, and half of it was torn off in a panic, revealing large areas of snow-white skin. When she found Sun Hang's gaze looking at her, she hesitated for a moment and put down her arms that were covering her chest. Put on your clothes. Sun Hang waved the gun in his hand, I'm not interested in the transfer. As long as we can find the real body of Tai Sui, you don't have to die. The saint took me to cut off the flesh of Tai Sui before. The young woman said hurriedly, Tai Sui is buried under this building. Underground? Sun Hang was slightly startled. If the real body of Tai Sui was buried underground, why didn't he feel anything when he approached this building just now? Really, I'm not lying. The young woman was so anxious that she seemed to be about to cry. Just 2 months ago, the empty space on the shady side of this building could be seen by digging up the soil. Can you see it by digging up the soil? Was Tai Sui buried shallowly? Yes, it seemed to be only a dozen centimeters deep. The woman recalled, that day, the saint took a shovel and dug a few times, and Tai Sui's flesh was exposed. He also cut the meat by himself. He didn't let us get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, and only allowed us to wait in the distance with the jar. After he cut the meat and filled the soil back, he allowed us to go forward and pick up the cut pieces of meat into the jar. Who else was there besides you? Sun Hang asked. The young woman pointed to the 2 believers who died first. Besides them? Who else has seen the real body of Tai Sui? Sun Hang asked again. I've seen it too. The speaker was a woman in her 30s or 40s. She's right. Tai Sui is indeed buried under this building, but only the saint has ever had phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme contact with Tai Sui. We can only watch from a distance. How big is Tai Sui? I don't know about that. The woman shook her head. I can only see that the soil was dug up, revealing a white thing that looked like scalp. Listening to the other party's description, Sun Hang felt that something was stirring in the depths of his mind. It was the memory fragments he had just absorbed from the 3 saints, but it was forcibly blocked by Sun Hang at the first time. The memory fragments of that girl alone had made him a little dazed. If the memory fragments of 3 people came up at the same time, the sense of confusion and loss would definitely be a devastating blow to Sun Hang's self-cognition. Sun Hang originally had very few memories that belonged to him, and now with a lot of memories from others that were extremely real, it was easy for him to doubt himself. Who am I? Sun Hang? Han Ing? Saint? Or a member of a cult that believes in Tai Sui Yi? Instead of facing this risk, Sun Hang would rather choose to seal up all these memory fragments. Wait until his self-cognition is solid enough before contacting them. You too, and you too. Sun Hang pointed to 2 more sturdy believers. Take the tools and follow me downstairs. Behind this residential building, there is a vacant lot of about 200 square meters. This was originally a green belt in the community, but due to the unfinished project, not to mention the green plants, even the most basic drainage system has not been done well. The original path for people to pass has long been covered with mud. Sun Hang can fully imagine how messy this place will become on rainy days. Where did the saint dig the soil last time? Sun Hang asked the 2 women. The 2 of them pointed to the middle of the vacant lot at the same time. In a cheap community like this, the land area is very tight, and the distance between buildings has been compressed to the extreme. This piece of land sandwiched between 2 residential buildings can hardly get any sunlight. The surface of the mud and the base of the walls of the 2 buildings are covered with a layer of moss of uneven thickness. Only the surface of the mud at the location where the 2 pointed is very clean, and it really looks like it has been turned over recently. You 2, go dig up the soil there. Sun Hang directed the other 2 male believers holding shovels. We don't dare. The 2 male believers shook their heads with bitter faces. Only the saint can communicate with Tai Sui, the rest of us don't have that ability. If we offend Tai Sui. I'm afraid. Are you afraid of Tai Sui? Sun Hang asked. Not only the 2 men, but also the 2 women beside them nodded. There was a believer who wanted to leave the sect after being cured, and threatened the saint, saying that if he was not allowed to leave, his family would immediately report him. What happened later? The saint told him to leave, but he walked out for only 2 steps, then walked back with a look of horror, then opened the window and jumped out. He fell to death in this open space. A male believer said, the saint didn't let us collect his body. But the next day, the body disappeared inexplicably, even the blood was gone. It was eaten by the Tai Sui Yi. Another male believer whispered, the saint said. It's called sacrifice. So, are you going to dig it up or not? Sun Hang asked again. But. Let me ask you one question. Do you think Tai Sui Yi is more terrifying, or me? The 2 male believers immediately recalled what happened upstairs, and their faces turned pale. One of them nodded immediately. Dig. We dig. But can I ask you for a favor? Say it. If Tai Sui Yi gets angry, can you save our lives? He begged. I'll try my best. Sun Hang nodded slightly. The 2 of them walked slowly with shovels to the land that was not covered by moss. The man who had just asked Sun Hang for protection took a deep breath, raised the shovel, and shoveled diagonally into the ground. The front end of the shovel had just sunk into the soil when the man's face suddenly changed. His body froze there, and he said cautiously, I seem to have hit something. Don't scare me. The other man subconsciously took 2 steps back. What did you hit? Okay. It seems to have shoveled into the flesh. The man glanced at Sun Hang and trembled. Can I pull the shovel out and take a look? Sun Hang nodded. The man held his breath and pulled the shovel head out of the soil bit by bit. The front end of the shovel head was not abnormal except for some broken soil, but just when everyone else breathed a sigh of relief, a liquid like blood suddenly seeped out of the soil, and the soil near the shovel mouth was dyed dark red. The man was immediately shocked, threw away the shovel in his hand, fell to the ground, and crawled back with his hands and feet. The 2 women screamed and retreated more than 10 meters away in fear. Sun Hang frowned, walked up, picked up the fallen man, and picked up the shovel on the ground. The blood that seeped out of the soil was not much, it only dyed a palm-sized area red, and then stopped spreading. Have you ever seen saints bleed when they cut the flesh of Tai Sui before? Sun Hang looked back at the two women in the distance and asked. The two women immediately shook their heads like rattles. Tai Sui Yi, should. The young woman stammered, not so shallow. Can this thing called Tai Sui move by itself? I don't know. The woman still shook her head. What does a complete Tai Sui look like? In fact, we have never seen it. Since the Tai Sui parasitic in your body can use hyphae to attack others, then the body of Tai Sui should not be a piece of rotten meat that can be slaughtered at will. Sun Hang recalled the files from 7 years ago. The meatball temporarily numbered WE79 did not have the ability to attack, at least in the files of the Investigation Bureau. It was written as no aggression was found, and the threat level was low. The cult organization used immobile corpses to feed the meatball. If a living person with unrestricted movements was thrown into the fish tank, he could easily break free from the entangled hyphae and step on the meatball to escape from the fish tank. Assuming that Tai Sui and the meatball are the same kind of weird creatures, to what extent can it evolve in 7 years? Sun Hang signaled the two male believers to step back, and he walked forward with a shovel, pointed the shovel head vertically at the bleeding hole, and stomped on it. Puff! Just as the male believer just said, the touch from the front of the shovel head was not like breaking soil, neither soft soil nor hardened soil, but like cutting into a piece of tough leather. Sun Hang used both arms to pull the shovel out of the soil. This time, the blood-like liquid no longer seeped out slowly, but shot out from the soil like a fountain. The two women screamed again. Such a large amount of bleeding? Sun Hang did not hesitate and dug the shovel into the soil again, then used his thigh as a lever to lift the top layer of soil. A mass of swollen white rotten meat appeared in front of Sun Hang. There was a cut on its surface that matched the shape of the shovel. On the inside of the cut, there was a sticky substance like serum, which was drawn, and there were small blood beads that kept oozing out from the cross-section of the tissue. The slender hyphae drilled out from the deep tissue, pulling the cut parts together like threading a needle. In just 5 or 6 seconds, the cut had healed, leaving only a slightly raised scar on the surface of the rotten meat. However, what surprised Sun Hang was that the Tai Sui had been exposed to the air and was only a few dozen centimeters away from him, but he still did not feel any smell of food. In his subconscious cognition, this ball of swollen white rotten meat had been labeled inedible. How could this be? Obviously, the Tai Sui parasitic in those people's bodies are all edible? Sun Hang was full of doubts. A little further away, the two men and two women had already knelt on the ground, kowtowed to the rotten meat in the soil and said, "Don't blame Tai Sui. Spare my life. Tai Sui. What are you afraid of? This is just a ball of rotten meat that won't move." Before Sun Hang finished speaking, the four people twitched together. They rolled back and forth on the ground, opened their mouths wide, but could not make any sound in their throats, and their eyeballs bulged as if they were about to squeeze out of their eye sockets. That kind of painful expression can never be acted out. Sun Hang immediately ran towards the male believer who was closest to him, but before he got phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, a bloody mass of flesh suddenly broke out of his chest, fell to the ground with a pop, and then quickly drilled into the soil. The man with a big hole in his chest staggered up from the ground, staggered 2 steps towards Sun Hang, and just raised one hand in front of him. The whole person fell to the ground. The same was true for the other 3 people. When the mass of things left the body, the vitality was lost in just a few seconds, and they became a corpse. This scene reminded Sun Hang of the scene when the hatched alien larvae drilled out of the host in the classic horror movie Alien. Ha! Strange, when did I see this movie? Sun Hang was stunned for a moment, but then a lot of memories that did not belong to him came to him. He quickly stopped the idea of recalling and focused all his attention on the things in front of him. The rotten meat exposed on the ground did not make any obvious movement, but more than 10 seconds later, accompanied by a creepy sound, hundreds of irregular pieces of meat appeared on the edge of the windows of the residential building. These pieces of meat squirmed and crawled, and then, like lemmings that had reached the end of their life journey, they jumped down from the windows dozens of meters high. As soon as they landed, these pieces of meat were smashed into pulp. But even so, they were still squirming. It seems that there should be no survivors in the entire cult organization. Sun Hang sighed softly. This was their predetermined fate, and his arrival brought this day forward by many days. The smashed meat was also absorbed by the soil. Sun Hang slowly retreated to the place where the floor tiles were paved. He could vaguely guess that Tai Sui had recovered all the seeds parasitic in the human body, and was probably ready for a decisive battle with him. Let me see. How strong can a strange creature that has been dormant for 7 years and devoured countless lives in flesh and blood be? Sun Hang took a deep breath and murmured in a low voice. I hope this can be a sumptuous meal. The ground began to tremble, the moss-covered soil broke apart, and a pale huge limb broke out of the ground. This was a human arm that was magnified hundreds of times, or to be more precise, it was a huge, deformed, humanoid arm. This giant arm swept towards Sun Hang almost without hesitation, and Sun Hang had retreated out of the attack range of the giant arm several seconds in advance. The giant arm missed, and the palm that was bigger than the door panel slammed on the residential building on the side, making a loud noise. Many ominous cracks appeared on the surface of the building, which was already a dangerous building. After a short delay, a corner of the residential building suddenly collapsed. A few seconds later, the whole building turned into a ruin, burying the giant arm under the ruins. Sun Hang covered his mouth and nose. The smoke and dust in the sky made him unable to see the movements around him, but the strong moment of crisis made him lie on the ground as if possessed by a ghost. Just after he completed this action, a strong airflow swept over his head. This airflow also tore through the smoke and dust that blocked his vision. Sun Hang could see clearly at this time that the giant arm that broke out of the ground had become 3, and in addition, there was a huge head of nearly 10 meters. Of course, Sun Hang was not sure whether this oval thing was a head. Its surface is hairless and smooth, like the egg of some giant creature. On its front, it has the only 5 senses: an irregular mouth that is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to a circle, and the inside of the mouth is covered with dense teeth. Even Sun Hang felt his scalp explode when he saw it. If a trypophobic patient stood here, he would probably have fainted on the spot. 2 completely different voices appeared in Sun Hang's head at this time. A somewhat cowardly voice kept urging him, run, 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 I am definitely not its opponent. I will die, die, die. The other voice was full of contempt, no matter how big it is just a low-level weirdo. Don't forget, it is just prey, and I am the hunter. But as Sun Hang's breathing gradually stabilized, the second voice became louder and louder, gradually overwhelming the first voice. It is the prey, and I am the hunter. It is the prey, and I am the hunter. No, that's not right. It is food, and I am the predator. Food of this size needs a large enough tableware. Sun Hang muttered to himself, turning his eyes and looking at the things around him. After a moment, he raised his right arm and clenched his 5 fingers. The ruins of the residential building began to tremble, and then countless broken and deformed steel bars emerged from the ruins. They were like living insects, entwining and squeezing each other. When these steel bars reached Sun Hang's hands, they had turned into a 15-meter-long alien longsword. The steel bars melted into this alien longsword, weighed several tons, but Sun Hang could not feel any weight in his hand. This thing was so easy to use that it seemed like an extension of his arm. With a light wave, he cut a deep bone cut on one of the giant arms of Tai Sui. At this moment, Sun Hang smelled the smell unique to the food. He finally understood why he couldn't smell this odor before. In order to protect himself, Tai Sui had completely wrapped his body with a layer of proliferating rotten flesh. This layer of rotten flesh was like the epidermis of human skin, it was dead. Only by cutting through this epidermis composed of dead cells could one touch Tai Sui's real body. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. The growth rate of the carrion on Tai Sui's body gradually cannot keep up with the speed of being peeled off by the long alien knife. Sun Hang is like a chef handling ingredients, skillfully cutting off the inedible parts, dividing the bones and flesh, and removing the tendons. Membrane, dig out those rotten places. Tai Sui began to scream sharply. Although Sun Hang was not sure whether the sound like broken glass rubbing against a blackboard was its scream, it was no longer important. More and more limbs are sprouting out of the ground, but these limbs coming out from the back have nothing to do with humans. They are more like tumors that proliferate randomly. The purpose of being spawned is no longer for attack, but for all. used to resist the alien long knife that keeps swinging down. After Sun Hang cut off the 14th hyperplastic limb, the body of Tai Sui finally appeared in front of him in its entirety. It was a huge mass of meat with a diameter of more than 15 meters, with tumors on the surface. Ordinary growths, countless deformed limbs are covered with translucent vesicles on the surface, just like biological larvae in the embryonic stage. Those immature limbs that just broke out of the ground to block the attack are these things that were the product of forced ripening. With the support of these limbs, Tai Sui began to move away from Sun Hang. It had realized that it could not kill Sun Hang at all, and its only option was to escape. But the next second, the terrifying humanoid monster had already caught up with him. The 15-meter-long alien knife cut off all the limbs Tai Sui used to support his body, and then penetrated Tai Sui's body from top to bottom, cutting off all the limbs Tai Sui used to support his body. It was nailed to the ground. When the investigation bureau's convoy arrived at the scene, Tai Sui was already an empty shell with only carrion and dead skin left. The deformed white shell was scattered on the ground in pieces, and the one among the ruins in a large pit more than 10 meters deep. It was filled with smelly blood, and a pale giant arm stretched straight into the sky. Most of the dozen fingers extending from the end of the palm were cut off, and the rest were like the joints of a dead spider, curled up into a ball. Several investigators rushed into the scene surrounded by heavily armed police officers, but they only saw a slovenly young man who looked like a beggar squatting under a broken wall, calmly using the nail of his little finger. Picking between teeth. 0420? Why are you here? A familiar voice sounded among the team of investigators. Sun Hang turned his head, and the beautiful woman with a stern face waved her hand. Yang Lian walked forward quickly, frowned, and looked at Sun Hang. He was about to speak, but Sun Hang beat him to it. I remember you said you were not an investigator? Why are civilians working on the front line? Sun Hang joked. Nearly half of the managers of the investigation bureau disappeared in the incident at Changnan Cemetery. Almost all the remaining investigators were sent to participate in the search and rescue operations. The bureau is now very manpower-strapped. Yang Lian explained with a straight face. On the contrary, why did you show up here instead of at Changnan Cemetery? What happened here? Do you have any objections to the special leave your sister applied for me? Sun Hang shrugged. It's just an accident. Accident? While on vacation, I helped you solve a cult organization that believed in and raised strange creatures, and by the way, killed the big guy they raised. By the way, this should be considered extra overtime, right? Is there any overtime pay? Sun Hang pointed out. He pointed at the messy ruins behind him. A cult organization? Breeding strange creatures? Yang Lian's eyes flashed with a hint of consternation. What on earth is going on? Your tone is like that of a police officer interrogating a criminal suspect. Sun Hang commented, do you know the two biggest differences between you and your sister? What? Yang Lian asked subconsciously. First of all, your sister's attitude when talking to people is more like a normal person, but you always feel as if someone owes you a large amount of money. Don't look at me like that, even if I did owe you a lot of money before. It's a lot of money, but my creditor is also the Xiaozhou Federation, not you. Then, is there another place? Yang Lian bit his back molars and squeezed out these few words from between his teeth. Your breasts are not as big as your sister's. Yang Lian stared at Sun Hang, his chest heaving several times, and then he said, can I think you are sexually harassing? Whatever you say, my work is over anyway. The remaining work of cleaning the scene will be left to you. After Sun Hang finished his talk, he yawned with satisfaction, stood up and wanted to leave. But at this moment, a word from behind stopped him in his tracks. Following the investigators to the scene, there were also several researchers from the Institute of Creatures. While Sun Hang and Yang Lian were talking, they had already walked into the ruins wearing protective clothing and carrying professional equipment. Checking the remains of the Tai Sui left at the scene just when Sun Hang was about to leave, a researcher holding a Geiger counter suddenly said, a special reaction of the strange object has been detected. There are still survivors at the scene, be careful. A living monster? Sun Hang was slightly startled and quickly turned back. The special reaction you detected couldn't be me, right? Sun Hang remembered clearly that the body of Tai Sui had been completely devoured by himself, and there was no edible part left, and after eating, he never sensed the smell of food again. Logically speaking, there should be no surviving monsters at the scene. No, not you. The researcher shook his head. All the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme of officially registered monster hunters will be recorded. In addition to you, I also detected a special reaction of another frequency. As soon as these words came out, the investigators and sheriffs became nervous. Detecting a special reaction of an unknown monster in a densely populated urban area. This joke is not funny at all. Are you sure there is nothing wrong with this machine? Sun Hang asked again, could it be the remnants of the weirdo I just killed? No. This device is actually used to detect the meme frequency of the weirdo. Although the memes in your body have also changed, the main frequency is still consistent with the recorded phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme. As for the weirdo that was eliminated, the memes cannot be detected. Could it be that the weirdo just now was not completely dead? Sun Hang looked at the big pit not far away. Could this guy still have a part hidden underground? No. The weirdo just now was indeed eliminated by you. This can be proved by examining the remaining body. Another researcher said, the other frequency detected should be a new weirdo. In addition to Tai Sui, is there a second weirdo hidden in this community? Its very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. The researcher holding the detection equipment murmured, it's less than 20 meters away from us. 20 meters? A sheriff who was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to him was so scared that he immediately pulled out his gun. At this distance, I should be able to find a way to accurately locate it. The researcher holding the device made a small circle on the spot. As he moved, the device kept making a beeping sound. Finally, the researcher chose a direction and walked forward step by step. The frequency of the beeping sound was getting stronger and stronger, which meant that he did not choose the wrong direction. The distance between the device and the strange thing was getting closer and closer. Behind the researcher, a group of fully armed sheriffs were on standby, and each of them tried their best to suppress their breathing and heartbeats. The scene was so quiet that only the beeping sound of the device and the sound of the researcher's boots stepping on the ground were left. The beeping sound became more and more rapid, and the researcher's steps became slower and slower. Finally, he stopped in front of a pile of broken Tai Sui shells. A 15-meter-long alien-long knife was inserted vertically into the ground, and the end went straight to the sky. The blade of this alien-long sword is covered with strange patterns. It is not forged or cast from molten metal, but is formed by countless steel bars intertwined and squeezed together by an unimaginable force. The squeezing force is so great that even the atoms between the steel bars penetrate each other and stick to each other tightly. You are not going to tell me the strange thing you detected is this thing? Sun Hang followed the researcher and asked with a strange look. It can't be that there are still food residues on the tableware, right? But the other party has repeatedly emphasized that Tai Sui has been completely eliminated, and even if there are food residues, it will not cause the detection equipment to react. The researcher did not reply. He just pulled out a cable with an electrode sheet at the end from the device, and carefully attached the electrode sheet to the alien long sword. After more than 10 seconds, he turned around and nodded to Sun Hang. Sun Hang immediately fell into deep thought. This is not right? Isn't this a handy tool that I just made with my ability? How did it become a weird thing? This machine, is it really broken? Preliminary judgment is that it should be a self-type artifact type weird thing. The researcher said, but the specific information needs to be transported back to the institute for careful study before it can be determined. How did this weird thing appear here? Yang Lian walked phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the alien long knife and asked Sun Hang, did you see the process of its appearance? More than seeing. This thing was made by me. Sun Hang muttered in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. The weird hunter is not under the jurisdiction of the Investigation Bureau, and with their current identities and status, Yang Lian is not qualified to ask Sun Hang to answer his questions. Too much talk will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme to mistakes, so Sun Hang decided to remain silent for the time being. If this alien long knife is really an artifact-type weird thing, does it mean that he has the ability to create weird things? The ability of creating things already sounds very impressive, and creating weird things, this is no longer a question of whether it is awesome or not. Sun Hang recalled the scene when he created this alien long sword. At that time, he only wanted to make a handy weapon that could cause effective damage to Tai Sui. He didn't even think about the material and shape of the weapon. The steel bars were automatically pulled out from the broken concrete blocks, the collapsed walls, and even the cement foundation. They were sucked into the air and turned into this alien long sword. It is a knife, a sword, a spear, or something else. For Sun Hang, its definition is a pure weapon. Sun Hang suddenly remembered a sentence he had seen somewhere: only weird things can eliminate weird things. This sentence originally refers to the weird hunters who deal with weird things or infected with the weird virus. The most obvious difference between them and weird things is that the weird hunters have human self-cognition. Hunters are essentially a kind of weirdo, humanoid weirdo. Could it be that he was influenced by this sentence and subconsciously thought that if he wanted to eliminate Tai Sui, the weapon he used must be an artifact-type weirdo, so he created this thing? Sun Hang always felt that his guess was outrageous and ridiculous. But considering the current situation, this guess seems to be the most reasonable. Sun Hang ignored Yang Lian, walked aside silently, took out his mobile phone, and sent a text message to Yang Qi. Will weirdo hunters use artifact-type weirdos as weapons? Within a few seconds, Yang Qi's reply came. Of course there are. Not only that, there are a lot of them. It's just that these artifact-type weirdos as special equipment are strictly sealed when they are not used. In the Weirdos Research Institute in Tianfu City, there are several such weirdos sealed. By the way, why are you asking this? What are the conditions for the generation of artifact-type weirdos? Sun Hang asked again. This is not easy to define, because there are so many types of monsters and ways of infection, it is difficult to generalize. Yang Qi wrote in the message, there are some natural artifact-type monsters, and there are also ordinary artifacts. For example, if someone stabbed a person infected with the deception virus with a knife, and the knife was stained with the blood of the infected person, then the knife would also have certain effects. The probability is that it will become an artifact. Before Sun Hang had time to edit the next message, Yang Qi sent another one. Of course, the probability of this is very low, lower than winning the lottery jackpot. Moreover, the artifacts generated in this way are actually not threatening. Its ability is to add some buff to the holder. That's all. One of the artifacts I've studied before is that as long as you hold the broken hunting knife by the handle, it will slightly strengthen the holder's physical fitness, but the subsequent side effect will make the holder become very bloodthirsty. If it is too long, it will even drive the holder into complete madness and kill everyone in sight. There are also some very powerful artifacts. Although I haven't seen them with my own eyes, I have learned about them from the information. There is a chisel sealed in the Chang'an Artificial Intelligence Research Institute. It is said that it can stop time for a short time. Ability. If you ask me about these things, are you planning to apply for a certain artifact as a weapon? I have this idea. Sun Hang took a look at the alien long knife and replied. This thing was originally created by him, and the most suitable user is naturally Sun Hang himself. I'm afraid it's not easy to deal with. Artifact-type weird things themselves are extremely dangerous. The cost of containment and management is high. Hunters are rarely given artifact-type weird things as equipment unless necessary, let alone carrying them with them. Yang Qi replied. The Weird Research Institute is very efficient. In just over 10 minutes, the container specially customized for the alien long knife was transported to the scene. This is a huge metal box shaped like a scabbard, fixed on the top of two all-terrain transport vehicles with a bracket. There are also several huge metal barrels piled underneath, as well as a whole set of equipment that Sun Hang doesn't know what they are used for. A dozen workers in heavy protective clothing carefully pulled the alien long knife out of the ground with a crane, and then slowly pushed it into the tailor-made scabbard bit by bit. Although Sun Hang wanted to help them complete this process directly, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he finally chose to stand aside and be a spectator with the woman with a sullen face. The liquid stored in the metal barrel was poured into the interlayer of the scabbard. As soon as the liquid came into contact with the air, white mist rose up, and the temperature around it suddenly dropped by several degrees.
It's liquid nitrogen,
Yang Lian said with his hands on his chest in a tone as cold as liquid nitrogen.
Can low temperature limit weird things? Sun Hang asked in confusion.
Most of the weird things, especially those with physical bodies, still have the structure of conventional materials. Low temperatures phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals clause close / phoneme to absolute zero can make the movement of particles that make up the material extremely slow, keeping their state stable. Another female researcher who was not wearing protective clothing answered Sun Hang's question. She had wheat-colored skin that was unique to mixed-race people, and three-dimensional facial features like sculptures. Her long hair dyed silver white was tied into a high ponytail on the back of her head. The only pity was that she only had one right eye, and the eye socket of her left eye was empty, even without the artificial eyeball used to fill it.
Although it may not be useful, this is one of the standard procedures for containing weird things,
the one-eyed female researcher added.
Oh. Sun Hang nodded, took out his mobile phone, and sent another message to Yang Qi. What's the situation in the South City Cemetery now? Not optimistic. The time in the abnormal area does not seem to be synchronized with the outside world. It is still night and the blood moon has not disappeared. All personnel involved in the operation have returned to the camp, and the search and rescue operation has temporarily stagnated. Yang Qi replied. Then there shouldn't be anything for me to do now, right? Stay on standby in the city.
Also, be careful of the people from the Tianfu City Management Committee. They may put pressure on the institute or the hunters and force you to enter the abnormal area.
Yang Qi said. Are you messaging my sister?
At this time, Yang Lian suddenly came over and asked in a low voice.
You look quite cold, why do you like to peek at the screen?
Sun Hang put away his phone and put on a disgusted expression. I'm not interested in peeking at your screen. Yang Lian's expression suddenly stiffened. I just received her message. She asked me to take good care of you during this period of time, so that you won't be caught and used as a soldier. These are my sister's original words.
I think she asked the wrong person.
Sun Hang glanced at her. The scene when you forced me to sign the contract to sell my body is still vivid in my mind.
I'm just following the procedures. Yang Lian said.
So your sister's personal commission is also your work process now? Not really, but she is your direct supervisor. Before she is dismissed or dies, no one can give you orders without her permission. Yang Lian said expressionlessly, and what I hate most is that someone abuses their power for their own career and does something that is not in line with the rules and regulations.
How many years have you worked in the investigation bureau? Sun Hang suddenly asked a question that seemed to be irrelevant to the current topic. Why are you asking this?
Just asking casually, forget it if it is inconvenient to answer.
7 years.
Yang Lian said, I participated in the campus recruitment assessment of the Investigation Bureau right after I graduated from college, and joined the Investigation Bureau with the first place. Joined the job with the first place in the campus recruitment, and worked for 7 years.
Why are you still doing these jobs? Sun Hang commented, You are so miserable, I think you have offended a lot of people?
Yang Lian glared at him and said nothing.
Okay, the matter has been resolved, I have to find something to eat. To be honest, I am still thinking about the bowl of wontons that I didn't eat a bite of in the morning. Sun Hang said.
Although the kind-hearted old man stuffed a few pieces of brown sugar glutinous rice cake into his mouth, Sun Hang only had time to put one piece into his mouth, and the rest was cut into pieces along with his clothes. The clothes he was wearing now were the ones he had dug out from the ruins. Swallowing strange creatures can bring Sun Hang an inexplicable sense of satisfaction, but it cannot fill the empty stomach in reality.
Please wait a moment.
The one-eyed female researcher suddenly said, ran back to the car, brought a large bag of snacks, and stuffed it into Sun Hang's hand. If you haven't had breakfast, take these to fill your stomach first.
We still need you to take a record here.
Although it's still in time to do it after returning to the institute, but... The female researcher suddenly showed Sun Hang a somewhat flattering smile, which made Sun Hang a little confused.
She is bribing you. Yang Lian's voice interrupted.
If researchers in the institute want to be promoted, the most important assessment indicator is the research reports on various weird creatures, and the battle records between hunters and weird creatures are very important research materials. You take a record here, and she can sign her name at the front of the subsequent research report. If you take a record after returning to the institute, this report will not have much to do with her.
Why didn't you say it earlier?
Sun Hang glanced at the bag of potato chips in his hand that he had just torn open, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. His hand speed was still too fast. Sun Hang had no choice but to briefly describe the battle record just now. But in this way, the matter of the alien long knife could not be concealed. An artifact-type strange thing could not appear out of thin air, and Sun Hang was too lazy to make up more lies for a lie.
Moreover, with the ability of the Weird Things Research Institute, as long as they were given enough time, they should be able to discover the relationship between this alien long knife and himself. The reason why he chose to remain silent before was just thinking about how to report this matter to minimize the adverse effects on himself. Sun Hang's ability and the types of strange things he was infected with were kept secret from the outside world, so he was vague in many places and the other party could not go into it. Under Sun Hang's description, this alien long knife had become a temporary weapon that he used his ability to forcibly pinch many steel bars together, and this temporary weapon inexplicably became a strange thing after chopping off the Tai Sui. What he said was all true, but it was these truths that could easily phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the other party to believe that the alien long sword was infected by Tai Sui and became strange. As for the ability of creating strange things, normal people would not think in that direction at all. Sun Hang suddenly felt that it was thanks to the research institute that the strange thing that infected him was Tao Tai, so no matter what kind of ability he had, as long as it was not too outrageous, it would generally not arouse suspicion. After all, if asked, just say that he swallowed other strange things and gained their abilities, plus the characteristics and abilities of strange things are ever-changing, which makes his defense more reasonable. However, these things are how others see themselves, and what they want others to see. But what is the truth? Sun Hang is a little suspicious. Is the strange thing that infected him really Tao Tai? Along with Sun Hang's description, the female researcher's remaining single eye widened, her face filled with uncontrollable excitement and joy, and the capacitive pen in her hand quickly recorded on the tablet. Even Yang Lian showed a look of astonishment and asked in a low voice, "Did you create that thing? Is this your ability?" Although it's very presumptuous, I still want to ask. Before the female researcher finished speaking, Sun Hang interrupted her. "You should understand the rules in the institute, right?" "Ah, sorry." The female researcher was stunned for a moment, then nodded vigorously, looked around cautiously, glanced at her colleagues who were busy in the distance, and added a password to the record file at an extremely fast speed, and then put away the tablet. "Can I leave now?" Sun Hang asked, wiping his fingers stained with potato chips on the corner of his clothes. "Of course. We have no right to restrict the freedom of hunters," the female researcher said, "but please keep the communication open at all times in the next 72 hours. Because of the special nature of this artifact, the director is likely to personally come to talk to you." Sun Hang held a large bag of snacks given to him by the female researcher and walked while eating. He walked for more than 10 minutes before he caught a taxi on the roadside. But when he got into the car and the driver asked him where he was going, Sun Hang was confused. He suddenly discovered that he had no idea what the name of the villa complex assigned to the monster hunters was, and he didn't even know which district or road it was located on. Sun Hang thought about it for a long time, and finally asked his master to take him to the Tianfu City Monster Research Institute. Yang Qi's off-road vehicle was parked there, and his home address should still be stored in the navigation system of the vehicle. "It's amazing. You're so young, you actually work in a research institute," the taxi driver sighed. "Speaking of which, what was that loud rumbling noise just now?" "It sounded like a building collapsing. It felt like it was shaking. I could feel the ground shaking 2 or 3 miles away." "2 buildings collapsed?" Sun Hang nodded. "Demolition house?" "Oh no, with your outfit and the ashes on your head, could that be where you came from?" the driver asked in surprise. "Master has good eyesight." Sun Hang gave a thumbs up. "Could it be that the monster caused the trouble?" Sun Hang nodded. "This matter will definitely make headlines tomorrow."
With such a big news, the management committee cannot hide it even if it wants to. Instead of letting various versions of rumors spread in the city, it is better to tell the people openly and honestly the truth anyway. The cult organization and the monsters they raised have been wiped out, and no wider damage has been caused. Naturally, there will not be too much bad public opinion among the people. It's incredible, it seems like I have to avoid that place in the future, the driver said repeatedly. However, compared to the people in the mainland who become distraught after hearing the news of strange things, the psychological endurance of the people in border areas like Tianfu City is much stronger. For people living here, attacks by strange things are commonplace if not commonplace. That kind of situation, but at least it's not surprising. It's not a big problem. The monsters causing trouble have been eliminated. Sun Hang was mid-sentence when his phone suddenly rang. When he opened the screen, he saw a message from Yang Qi. I just received a notice. You wiped out a cult organization in Changhua district? You also wiped out the monster Tai Sui they raised? Why didn't you notify me immediately? The words in Yang Qi's message were full of reproachful tone, which made Sun Hang feel a little headache. As Sun Hang's direct person in charge, she has the priority to know about all Sun Hang's actions. Yang Qi was informed as soon as the one-eyed female researcher uploaded the report to the institute. I thought your sister had already told you. Sun Hang thought for a while, but still passed the blame to the older iceberg girl who liked to have a straight face and had not been promoted after 7 years of work. It's not like you don't know my sister's character, she won't even say a word if it's not necessary. I've already phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the detail on psych report. You weren't injured in the battle, were you? No. Sun Hang thought for a while, and the wound that healed immediately was probably not an injury. It's just that the knife is a bit troublesome. I don't know how it was transformed by me, let alone how it became. What a weird thing. I already know the situation about that knife. According to my judgment, the glutton that infected you has most likely swallowed a monster with the ability to control metal before, and in the process of infecting you, it also used this ability. Given to you, because you are the first recorded Tao Tai infected person, so I'm not sure what kind of abilities you will have. As for the knife turning into a monster, it's just that possibility it was infected by Tai Sui, or your infection. Can monster hunters infect ordinary things into monsters? Sun Hang was stunned for a moment, then immediately said, then aren't people like us very dangerous? The probability of infection without subjective intention is extremely low, almost zero. But that knife was created by you using your ability. It cannot be ruled out that part of the deception virus was copied in the process. I just now come to think of it, is this why you asked me about the conditions for generating artifacts? Yes. Sun Hang replied honestly. Since this artifact type weird thing is from your hand, the situation is completely different. You can apply for it as your exclusive weapon. But as far as I know, the length of that thing alone is 15 meters and the weight is more than 8 tons. It doesn't seem suitable for carrying around. But I use it quite smoothly and don't feel it is that heavy. The main problem is the size. Let me try to apply for a transport drone for you. Usually this thing is placed in the storage facility of the institute. When you need it, you can use the drone to airdrop it to your location. It's more convenient than carrying such a big thing with you. Sun Hang thought about it and replied with an okay emoji expression. A few seconds later, Yang Qi sent another message. I just got the news from the institute that the serial number of that thing has been released. As for the name, as its creator, you have the priority to name it. 2796? Are the numbers of artifact type weird things already over 2000? Sun Hang was a little surprised. There are more temporary numbers and old numbers that have been deleted or replaced. Speaking of which, I am a little curious, how did the institute determine the original primary weird thing number 0? Is it based on strength? Based on the frequency of the meme. For example, assuming that the meme of each weird thing is colorful, then the meme of the original primary weird thing is the 3 primary colors of red, green, and blue. Note 1. These 3 colors are mixed in different proportions to present any other color. If that's the case, can you understand it? I can probably understand it.
Sun Hang replied. By the way, about the Tianfu City Management Committee, if they come to your door, just tell them that you are not feeling well and refuse to see them. They should not dare to force their way into the hunter's house. If those people are really angry, you can hide in the research institute. With the teacher here, they will never touch you. Yang Qi emphasized again. Does the south of the city really not need my help? I feel that the blood moon does not seem to have any effect on me. If it doesn't work, let Wang Shi stay in the research institute and I will come over. For Yang Qi, the direct person in charge, Sun Hang still has a good impression. He can feel that the other party really cares about him, rather than treating him as a tool to fight against strange things. The management committee may not use coercive means against strange hunters, but they will definitely put pressure on Yang Qi again and again. Sun Hang knows very well that the reason why he can stroll around so leisurely now is that Yang Qi has helped him to bear all the pressure. He didn't really want to search for the missing people, he just couldn't stand those incompetent people using their power to force a woman. The source of this matter was the flower-laying ceremony that was more show than practical, and now, after the accident, more lives have to be spent to clean up this mess. What they considered was not the damage and impact that the strange object might cause, but how to deal with this matter to minimize its impact on their careers. No, the risk is too great. Yang Qi flatly refused. You just swallowed Tai Sui, and now you are still in the digestion period. If you are affected by the blood moon at this time, the consequences are difficult to predict. Digestion period? There is such a thing? You swallowed the memes of Tai Sui, but before you completely merge these memes with yourself, they may backfire at any time. In other words, Tai Sui will be resurrected in your body. Yang Qi said in the message, okay, don't mention this matter again. When the blood moon disappears, I will naturally notify you to return to the mission. What you have to do now is to be on standby at any time. The taxi stopped at the north gate of the Tianfu City Weird Research Institute. Before getting off the car, Sun Hang saw a group of people unloading the container containing the alien long knife from the all-terrain transport vehicle. The one-eyed female researcher was also next to her, holding her tablet tightly in her arms. I should have taken a ride. Sun Hang muttered softly, paid the fare, and jumped off the taxi. However, before Sun Hang walked to the parking lot, two professional bodyguards wearing black suits and black sunglasses stopped him. Mr. Sun Hang, someone wants to talk to you. One of the bodyguards said politely. Talk to me? Who? Sun Hang glanced at the two of them. If it's not a beautiful sister, I'm sorry to refuse. It's Lu Hongming, a member of the Tianfu City Management Committee. Another bodyguard raised his palm and made a pleased gesture to Sun Hang. Not far away was a very low-key black car with a half-open rear door. A person could be vaguely seen sitting in the back seat. If I remember correctly, the Tianfu City Management Committee has no right to issue orders to the trickster hunters, right? Sun Hang narrowed his eyes. I don't want to give you any orders. Commissioner Liu just wants to talk to you, just to chat. The bodyguard's attitude was very respectful. Based on the principle of not hitting a smiling person, Sun Hang couldn't get angry, so he could only say indifferently, sorry, I'm in a hurry. Can you make way? As for chatting, if it's just a chat, any time is fine, right? We have already informed the institute, said the bodyguard. In other words, this is what the old man in the wheelchair meant? Sun Hang asked. The director of the institute gave us 10 minutes. The bodyguard made a please gesture again. Okay, 10 minutes is 10 minutes. Sun Hang walked quickly to the black car, and the two bodyguards immediately opened the half-closed car door for him. Only then did Sun Hang realize that the person sitting in the back seat was a fully armed soldier, and the main person who wanted to talk to him was sitting in the co-pilot seat. Hello, Mr. Sun Hang. This is the first time we meet. Let me introduce myself. I am Lu Hongming, a member of the Tianfu City Management Committee. A middle-aged man in a gray suit and with sparse hair turned his head from the co-pilot seat and said to Sun Hang in a kind tone. Are you afraid of me? Sun Hang pointed to the fully armed soldier next to him and asked with a smile. It's just a necessary safety measure. Please don't worry about it. Lu Hongming remained calm. I invited you to come here this time. It's for the South City Cemetery, right? Sun Hang interrupted him and said straight to the point. Yes, since you already understand my intention, then you must also know the seriousness of this matter, right? Lu Hongming asked back. Seriousness? To be honest, I'm not sure. Without those people, will Tenfu City be in chaos? The order of the city can be maintained for now, but the situation will get worse as time goes by. If only 1 or 2 people were missing, we could still make up for it. But this time we lost so many key personnel at once, and our management agency is currently in an overloaded state and may collapse at any time. Is there no emergency plan? If it doesn't work, let the Federation airdrop a group of people to calm the situation? Can a living person be suffocated to death? Sun Hang pretended to be puzzled. You have never participated in the management and operation of the city, so it is normal that you don't understand the details. Tianfu City is as big as a precision machine. Everyone is an indispensable gear in this machine. If one day, more than half of the gears in this machine suddenly disappear, what do you think will happen? Replace a new set of gears, can't it? The handover of many jobs cannot be completed with a transfer order, and the longer the time is delayed, the more backlogs there will be, and the more difficult the handover will be. We are now in a state of dire straits. Oh, then are you going to let me return to the abnormal area? Compared to the Night Fury, you are more important after all, it is you who resonates with the weird creature. But the order I received is to stay on standby. No, I need to correct it, it is free standby, not stay on standby. You have full autonomy to decide whether to go to the cemetery area in the south of the city for investigation. What if I refuse? That's not the answer I expected to hear. Lu Hongming said calmly. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. Have you ever thought about the people in this city? Once the order of Tianfu City falls into chaos, countless people will. Before Lu Hongming finished speaking, Sun Hang interrupted him again. Moral kidnapping is useless to me. If you think about the people of this city, you shouldn't plan such an activity. Maybe there shouldn't be so many gears going to such an event. Sun Hang paused for a moment and said in an almost mocking tone, is it really worth taking such a big risk in order to add a dispensable addition to your resume? No one expected something like that to happen, and no one hoped that something like that would happen. Lu Hongming frowned slightly, but it has happened. As a monster hunter, as a guardian of the front line of human civilization, you should, as a monster hunter and a frontline guardian of human civilization, I should strictly abide by orders. Stay where I am. Sun Hang said word by word. Such behavior is dereliction of duty. Lu Hongming's words instantly became serious. Yang Qi will be removed from her post soon, and we will replace you with a more competent person directly responsible. But before Yang Qi is dismissed, I will only follow her instructions. Sun Hang raised his eyebrows. Also, can I think that you are threatening me? This is not a threat, I am just stating the facts. Lu Hongming said. So, do you think that being so phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to a monster hunter is actually very dangerous? Sun Hang said casually. With a swish sound, the soldier sitting next to Sun Hang immediately clenched the weapon in his hand, and Lu Hongming also sat up slightly. He slowly exhaled and asked in a deep voice, are you threatening? This is not a threat, I am just stating the facts. Sun Hang returned the words he just said to him. The soldier subconsciously wanted to raise his weapon and aim it at Sun Hang, but at some point, fine white mycelium had spread all over the carriage. These hyphae spread upward from under the seat, crawled over the soldier's knees, and along his wrist crawled to his fingertips, tightly intertwining his index finger with the trigger guard. Not only the soldier, but also the driver and Lu Hongming's lower bodies were covered in white mycelium. Don't move. Sun Hang reminded softly, if you use brute force to resist, the mycelium may strangle your skin. I can't guarantee whether you will be infected with the deception virus. The soldier's face was pale, and there was a trace of struggle in his eyes. Sun Hang. Do you know what you are doing? You are now attacking the members of the Tianfu City Management Committee. Do you know the consequences of doing this? No one can protect you.
Your hunter qualification will be cancelled, and you will consider it treacherous. The hyphae on Lu Hongming's body spread up a few inches, which made the thing of his weird thing get stuck in his throat and he couldn't say anything.
I'll be considered a monster, won't I? Sun Hang, I can give you one last chance.
Stop now and go to Changnan Cemetery to participate in the search and rescue mission.
I will no longer pursue this matter. Commissioner Liu, you should know the characteristics of the blood moon, right? What do you want to say? Actually, the Night Fury is not the only hunter affected by the blood moon.
I was also affected, but it was not as obvious as her.
After coming out of that abnormal area, I became very irritable and very anxious. Easily angry and full of aggression.
As we all know, there is actually no difference between the monster hunter and the monster, they are both very dangerous things.
Sun Hang said slowly. You Commissioner Liu, really, you should thank Miss Yang Qi for her decision. If she hadn't asked me to evacuate the mission area in time.
Suppose I stayed under the blood moon for another half an hour, guess what distance there are 3 centimeters of hypha left in your heart, where will it appear now?
Sun Hang paused for a moment, then continued, if attacking members of the management committee will make me wanted as a monster, then letting me be exposed to the blood moon for a long time to perform tasks is not treating as such. It's easy, maybe I will really become a monster.
After Sun Hang said this, the white hyphae suddenly faded away like a tide, but the 3 people in the car except him still maintained their previous actions, not daring to move at all, not even daring to take a breath.
Don't be nervous. Thanks to Miss Yang Qi's wise decision, I still maintain my sanity. Just now I just demonstrated to Commissioner Liu the bad consequences that may occur if the monster hunter loses control. Commissioner Liu, you should not have been. Are you scared? I'm really sorry if I accidentally frightened you.
Sun Hang said apologetically.
I wasn't scared. Lu Hongming raised his hand and let out a long breath. Then how do you think this matter should be handled now? Maybe, Yang Qi's point of view is right. I'm just saying maybe.
Lu Hongming said reluctantly, the committee will discuss the specific solution further.
In addition, I hope that after the blood moon disappears, you can go to the abnormal area as soon as possible.
I must emphasize again that each of those missing people is very important to Tianfu City.
Okay.
Sun Hang nodded, but at the same time, he typed Lu Hongming's name in the search bar in his hand. Commissioner Liu, I heard that your wife works in an educational institution, and you have a son and a daughter.
What do you mean?
After meeting Sun Hang, Lu Hongming's face showed a look of loss of composure for the first time. I have promised you to continue to be on standby. What do you want to do by mentioning this?
Please don't think too much. I just want to remind you that in the search and rescue operation last night, more than 20 investigators and sheriffs died, and most of them also have wives and children. I hope you can take good care of the families of the victims and ensure their lives. This is far more important than the flower-laying ceremony.
Sun Hang opened the car door, and before getting out of the car, he threw another sentence. You told me that the monster hunters are the first-line guardians of human civilization.
But aren't they also standing on the front line, fighting monsters with their own flesh and blood?
Sun Hang did not think that he was speaking for the investigators and the sheriffs, he was just stating the facts. The organ used to think about problems should grow on the neck, not on the chair. After such a thing happened, Sun Hang was too lazy to go back home, and simply stepped directly into the gate of the Weird Research Institute. He planned to see how the gang in the institute would deal with the alien long knife, and at the same time he could also visit Wang Shi, who was carried away in an iron coffin last night. After all, this woman can be said to be Sun Hang's only kind in this city.
He glanced at the guide sign in the lobby of the institute.
According to the instructions on the sign, the exclusive office of the Weird Hunter is located on the 3rd floor of the institute. Sun Hang was about to take the elevator upstairs, but as soon as the elevator door opened, a familiar face just bumped into his field of vision.
I rushed here as soon as I received the news that you returned to the institute. The one-eyed female researcher said quickly, to be honest, even if you didn't come back, I would have wanted to contact you. At this time, she had taken off her tactical field uniform and changed into a white coat that almost everyone in the institute had, but her long silver white hair was still stained with a lot of lime dust. It was obvious that this girl had just returned from the scene and plunged into the laboratory, as anxious as a virgin groom on his wedding night. A standard-style identification card was hung on her chest,
with her ID photo on it, and her position and name next to the ID photo. Second-level researcher, Adele Son Yaring. Ha? Should I call you Adele or Son Yaring? Sun Hang asked. It's all right. My mother is of British descent, and my father is of Yinhuang descent. They argued for a long time about naming me, and in the end, they had no choice but to give in. She shrugged and said helplessly, but everyone in the institute is more used to calling me by my Chinese name. Okay. So, what do you want to talk to me about? Come with me. Son Yaring pulled Sun Hang into the elevator and pressed the button to the third floor underground. The third floor underground, temporary containment room. Through the thick safety glass, Sun Hang could see that the alien longsword was lying flat on a long table in a completely suspended state. Except for the longsword and the table of unknown material, there was nothing in the containment room. Floating? Sun Hang was slightly startled. He recalled that when he held the alien longsword in Chop Tai Sui, he did not feel the weight of this thing. Could it be that its ability is related to gravity? Song Yaring took out a round artificial eyeball from the pocket of her white coat, wiped it with the corner of her clothes, and then stuffed it into the empty eye socket with a pop. The artificial eye spun around in the eye socket twice, and then focused on the alien longsword through the glass. The next second, a faint blue light shot out from the pupil of the artificial eye, passed through the glass, and fell on the surface of the alien longsword. A dotted outline appeared on the glass. From Sun Hang's perspective, this outline just wrapped the alien longsword. The outline you see is the range of the gravity anomaly around G-Air Chi-Jiu-Lu. Song Yaring said, the reason why you can lift it and fight with Tai Sui is largely because of this anomaly, which offsets its own weight. Are you trying to tell me that this thing was already a strange thing before it came into contact with Tai Sui? Sun Hang frowned slightly. It seems that his previous deliberate guidance was completely useless. Fortunately, the ability of Tao Tai is too omnipotent, and the ability of this alien longsword is not so outrageous that it can still give a reasonable explanation to some extent. Yes, according to my personal judgment, the source of the weird infection of G-Air Chi-Jiu-Lu is most likely you. Song Yaring said, not only did you create its entity, but you also gave it the meme of the weird virus. So, you are the creator of the weird G-Air Chi-Jiu-Lu in the full sense. Her words were full of uncontrollable excitement, and the intact eye stared at Sun Hang, as if she had discovered a priceless treasure. Since this thing can affect gravity, can I fly with it? Sun Hang asked. In theory, yes, but only in theory. Song Yaring said. Theoretically, what does it mean? The gravity anomaly field of J2796 can only extend to a distance of about 2 centimeters outside the main body. If you want to completely offset the gravity of the human body with it. Song Yaring paused for half a second and continued, then you can only mash the human body into meat paste and evenly wrap it on the surface of J2796. Are all of you researchers so heavy-handed? Sun Hang imagined the abstract picture and subconsciously thought of the minced meat skewers sold at street barbecue stalls. The method of making that thing is to chop beef and pork, mix them with various spices and seasonings, and then wrap them on a steel skewer and roast them. To be honest, if this alien long knife can be reduced in proportion, it really looks like the steel skewer used for barbecue. Unless you have a way to change the scope of its gravity anomaly field. Song Yaring suddenly turned her head and stared at Sun Hang with shining eyes. You can do it, right? Actually, I don't know how I created it. Sun Hang scratched the back of his head. He was telling the truth. He realized that there were many secrets hidden in his body, but he couldn't remember all of them. As long as he tried to recall, his brain would immediately respond to his attempts with unbearable pain. Actually, I have a suggestion. A white male researcher suddenly pushed the door and walked in, looking at Sun Hang. Since you can aggregate the steel bars in the ruins into this weapon, then you should be able to change its shape. You just need to turn it into a full body armor. Maybe you can offset the gravity of your whole body. Meant, couldn't you knock on the door when you came in? Song Yaring glanced at the male researcher unkindly and complained. The temporary containment room is a public area in the institute, not your private residence. The researcher named Men smiled and shrugged. Adele, you shouldn't monopolize this research topic for your own selfish desires. But I won't let a fool like you get involved, let alone whether the shape of J2796 will remain the same after it is reshaped. Even if the gravity anomaly field still exists, the maximum range that can be affected is only 2 centimeters below the body's surface. According to what you said, if you really want to use this method to offset the human body's gravity, you should melt J2796 into liquid and inject it into the human body's blood vessels. I really don't know how you passed the researcher's entry assessment in the first place. You didn't take the back door, did you? Adele. We are all colleagues, we will meet each other sooner or later, it's best not to say such harsh words. Ment's eyes flashed with a trace of shame and anger, and he said in a deep voice, the Institute is short of manpower now. We should use the limited scientific research force in the most appropriate place. The research topic of number 2796 should be taken over by me, an expert in the field of materials science. Your main field is biology, you should go to the South City Cemetery to dissect those beasts that have been mutated by the blood moon. Ahem, both of you, stop arguing. Sun Hang suddenly coughed twice deliberately, interrupting the two people who were arguing, and then looked at Ment and asked in a very sincere tone, Ment researcher, if you take over this research project, you won't really melt this thing into molten iron and inject it into my blood vessels, right? Of course not. Ment's expression froze, and he glared at Song Yaring fiercely. I just think that I can provide you with more valuable suggestions. Then I think that the suggestion made by researcher Song Yaring just now is actually quite valuable. Sun Hang said slowly. What suggestion? Ment was stunned for a moment, obviously not reacting to the meaning of Sun Hang's words. A large bunch of white mycelium suddenly appeared, condensed into the shape of a fist, and punched through the safety glass of the temporary containment room. For a moment, the alarm in the containment room sounded loudly. Can you please turn off the alarm? It's a bit noisy. Sun Hang said to Song Yaring. Okay. Although Song Yaring also didn't understand Sun Hang's intention, she still turned off the alarm of the temporary containment room. The next second, the alien longsword suspended in the containment room had melted into liquid out of thin air, and flowed out of the gap opened by the mycelium. Under the dumbfounded gaze of Ment, these liquid metals quickly covered Sun Hang's skin and then seeped into his pores. Then, Sun Hang's whole body was like an astronaut training in a weightlessness simulator, his feet left the ground and slowly floated up. This works? Ment muttered with a look of seeing a ghost. It works, but it's a little uncomfortable. Sun Hang landed on his feet, pulled the liquid metal out of his body, and condensed it into the shape of an alien longsword again. G2796 can actually maintain liquid at room temperature? This is amazing. According to the test results, the atomic structure of the metal itself has not changed, but its properties. No, that's not right, I shouldn't look at weird things with the eyes of looking at ordinary things. The blue laser shot out from Song Yaring's eyes kept sweeping over the alien longsword. How did you do it? I don't know. Before Sun Hang finished speaking, he suddenly felt a current passing through his head. He almost walked to the door without hesitation and pushed Ment, who was standing there, away. Sorry, I suddenly have something urgent to do, so I have to excuse myself. Sun Hang rushed into the elevator in 2 steps and then pressed the button to the top floor of the institute. He didn't know what he was doing, but he vaguely felt that something appeared on the roof and he had to go and see it. The elevator of the institute was very fast. In just over 10 seconds, Sun Hang had already been sent to the highest 35th floor. Sun Hang walked out of the elevator quickly and found the door to the rooftop. He pushed open the door, and what hit him was a thick fog that seemed to be substantial. Looking around, the entire Tianfu city was shrouded in a white sea of clouds, and the forest built of reinforced concrete seemed to be covered with a layer of phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals lead/phoneme gray filter. An indescribable sense of oppression spread. The suffocating clouds were so low that they seemed to be within reach, and the dull and stagnant air was like a huge piece of amber, wrapping the entire city in it. Sun Hang could not feel the phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals win/phoneme. He stood on the rooftop of the 35th floor, but he could not feel the flow of gas at all. As far as the field of vision could reach, it was like a frozen black and white silent film, revealing weirdness and irrationality everywhere. He vaguely remembered that he seemed to have dreamed of such a scene, which was almost exactly the same as what he saw in front of him. Clouds, city, rooftop, no phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme. He was sure that these were his own memories, not those chaotic and mixed memory fragments. Sun Hang propped his hands on the railing at the edge of the rooftop and breathed deeply. He didn't know if it was an illusion or something, but he always felt that the oxygen content in the air seemed to become extremely thin, not enough to maintain his vital signs. But when he glanced at the bracelet screen, he found that the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals dead data slash phoneme displayed on the bracelet, whether it was heart rate, pulse, or blood oxygen saturation, were all at a completely normal level. That is to say, all the discomfort he felt was actually all psychological. What's going on? Sun Hang supported the weight of his entire upper body with his arms, his head buried deep in his chest. He tried to recall again, but the familiar pain made him tremble all over. The sound of an electric wheelchair rolling over the floor came from behind him. Sun Hang turned around and found that the old man in the wheelchair, called Teacher by Yang Qi, had also come to the rooftop at some point. Sun Hang knew that this guy was the director of the institute, the most authoritative person in the study of strange things in the entire Tianfu city, no one else. Sure enough, you resonate with that thing again. The director looked at Sun Hang and said calmly. Resonance? Sun Hang was startled and looked up to find that the sky was cloudless. A comfortable breeze swept across the rooftop, and the air was filled with the faint fragrance of bougainvillea and jacaranda in bloom. All that just now, was it some kind of illusion, or was it simply psychological? Just now, we received news that the blood moon disappeared. The director said. The blood moon disappeared? Not only the blood moon disappeared, but also the entire abnormal area, and all the people who performed search and rescue missions in the abnormal area. What do you mean? Everything has returned to normal, the displaced space has returned to its original position, the South City Cemetery has reappeared in its original position, and the missing people. The director continued, except for the 27 people who left the cemetery area and failed to return in time, the other 213 people who were missing before have been found. But those people who went to find them disappeared with the abnormal area. Yang Qi was also in it, right? Sun Hang took out his mobile phone, and sure enough, Yang Qi, who was communicating with him not long ago, is now the avatar has turned gray to symbolize offline. Yes, including Yang Qi, there are a total of 1,755 missing search and rescue personnel. The director nodded. The abnormal area will appear again, right? As long as they don't leave that area, they still have a chance to return to this time and space. Can I understand this? Sun Hang asked. Not sure. The director shook his head. When studying strange objects, you can summarize some rules, but don't rely too much on tricks. They may come back, and they may never come back again. It will not appear. At present, it is initially determined that the cause of the spacetime anomaly is an unknown phenomenon. The director coughed twice and continued, there are more than 1,000 kinds of phenomenological monsters that have been discovered so far. Some of them can last for decades or even hundreds of years, and some of them are fleeting, and some even remain. They have completely disappeared from this world without being observed by humans. We can only infer the fact that they existed through the traces they left. I am not sure whether the strange objects that caused spacetime anomalies will appear again this time, and there is no way to determine whether those missing people can come back. Then what's the resonance between me and that thing? The fact that you can resonate with it means that your phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the mimetic frequency of it. Compared with ordinary people, you will be more likely to detect the existence of it. The director said, by the way, and one more thing, Yang Qi is missing, and there is a vacancy for your direct responsible person. Song Yaring, a second-level researcher in the institute, originally wanted to apply for this position, but after comprehensive consideration, I rejected her application. Then who do you plan to replace Yang Qi? Executor of the Tianfu City Anomaly Investigation Bureau, Yang Lian. The director controlled the electric wheelchair and turned around. She will be seconded to the research institute to take over her sister's work. In the combat conference room on the 7th floor of the research institute, Sun Hang once again saw Yang Lian and Wang Shi, who was wrapped into a rice dumpling with bandages and placed her two long legs on the table.
Yang Lian's attire has been changed into the standard uniform of the institute.
At this time, she is standing in front of a whiteboard, holding a thick stack of papers in her hand, her brows furrowed. There were many photos and clue cards fixed with magnetic thumbtacks on the whiteboard, and a lot of analysis was written eloquently with markers on the side. Sun Hang took a closer look and found that it was basically information related to the abnormal events in Changnan Cemetery. I just received news from the Tianfu City Management Committee that this matter has been handed over to the Special Operations Team sent by the Federation for follow-up. We only need to cooperate with them at critical moments. Sun Heng, he said, but depending on what they mean, this matter is almost over. The so-called follow-up is just to block public opinion. That's their business and has nothing to do with me. Yang Lian said coldly, I must get my sister back. It seems that you and your sister have a very good relationship. Sun Heng said, I thought you were the type who was cold-faced and ruthless to everyone. My mother died in childbirth when she was giving birth to me, and my father traveled away from home all the time because of official duties. I was raised by my sister since I was a child. Yang Lian said, even if no one is willing to help me, I will continue to search alone. Her tone was calm but firm. There is a saying called elder sister is like mother. Wang Shi, who looked like a mummy, said, I also had a sister before. What happened next? Sun Hang asked subconsciously. When I was just infected by the deception virus, I couldn't control my strength and killed her. Wang Shi said. Oh, I'm sorry. Sun Hang realized that he seemed to have asked a question that he shouldn't have asked. There is nothing to apologize for. It was many years ago. Moreover, at that time, she had been infected with the treacherous virus and completely lost her mind. Even if I didn't kill her, she would eventually become a treacherous person. Things. Wang Shi said, in the words of the director, I am helping her escape. Sun Hang exhaled and walked to the whiteboard. After looking at it for a while, he shook his head helplessly. Are you trying to summarize the appearance pattern of that strange phenomenon? Yeah. Yang Lian nodded, posted another photo, and then wrote on the side with a marker. I always feel that everything you have learned during the 7 years of working in the investigation bureau has been absorbed into your butt. Sun Hang crossed his arms and muttered in a low voice, what's more, you have written a lot of so-called the laws and conditions are completely unable to withstand scrutiny. In my opinion, many of the inferences are just wishful thinking on your part. The marker in Yang Lian's hand stopped. She took a deep breath, and then said softly. I know, but this is the only thing I can do. I can only hope that things will go in the direction I deduced. To develop with this is my only chance to get her back. If you really want to take a gamble, let me give you a suggestion. Sun Hang casually pulled out a chair and sat down. Help me check the weather forecast for the next period of time and find out those cloudy days and windless days. Days when the atmospheric pressure is low, mark them one by one. Weather forecast? Yang Lian was stunned for a moment, then turned around and looked at Sun Hang excitedly. Did you get any key information? It can't be said to be information. Sun Hang said, when time and space displacement first appeared, I saw those missing people on the TV screen. And when the original time and space was replaced, that is, a few an hour ago, I saw the dark clouds the sky is covered by. But you also know that today is a cloudless and sunny day. The old man in the wheelchair told me that the reason why I saw those scenes that did not exist in reality was because there was a resonance between the strange things. Resonance. Yang Lian tightly held the marker in his hand. In other words, when the third time and space displacement occurs, the non-existent pictures you saw will also appear in the world. In the real world. I didn't say that. Even that old man didn't dare to vouch for it, let alone me. Sun Heng shook his head. I can only provide you with some ideas. But no matter what, it's better than you holding it. Those worthless photos should be more reliable in reasoning games. I'll check it right away. Yang Lian hurriedly opened the laptop placed aside, typed in a string of passwords in an input field, and directly entered the management backend of the Tianfu City Meteorological Bureau. With Yang Lian's authority, all phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals det data/phoneme from the Meteorological Bureau is almost transparent to her.
The latest cloudy day will be 3 days later. On May 19, Yang Lian stared at the screen and said, "There is no phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals wind wine slash phoneme. The atmospheric pressure is 997 HPA, and the average humidity is 46%. This is the only cloudy day in the next 15 days. A windy day. It's very simple. We just need to place a batch of beacons in the Changnan Cemetery."
Sun Hang said, "When the beacon signal disappears, it means that time and space have been replaced again. The special operations team sent down from above is already working on this matter." Wang Shi added, "They have sealed off the entire replaced area and ordered 140,000 special beacons. It is expected to be launched in 2 days. Distributed via airdrop. It depends on whether they are willing to share the information with us." Sun Hang said, "I'm afraid it's difficult." Wang Shi shook her head. "Every one of these imperial ministers who came down from above have their eyes set on the top, and we are the only ones who can cooperate with them. If you want them to cooperate with us in turn, TSK, unless the director is good, take action personally. It may not be useful." Yang Lian continued, "We can't place our hopes on them. We have to make another batch of beacons ourselves." "Does the Investigation Bureau have something like this readily available?" Sun Hang asked. "Yes, but the number is not enough." Yang Lian said, "I have calculated that if we deploy them at the minimum standard interval, we will need at least 6,000 beacons. Considering various uncontrollable factors, the actual number of beacons deployed is at least it needs to be doubled. That's 12,000. TSK." Sun Hang smacked his lips. "Have all the factories in Tianfu City capable of producing such beacons been taken over by the Special Operations Team? This problem is not a big problem. I have channels." Yang Lian said, "Although the quality of the beacons produced in a hurry may be somewhat uneven, as long as the failure does not exceed 30%, it will not affect the final detection result. Okay, I'll leave this task to you. By the way, did you get any valuable information from those who came back?" Sun Hang also followed Wang Shi's example and crossed his legs. "On the table in front of me." Looking at these two arrogant hunters, the veins in the corners of Yang Lian's eyes twitched twice, but in the end he didn't say much. The representatives of the federal parliament and the big shots of the management committee were picked up directly, and the Bureau of Investigation only the lower-level entourage can be contacted, but the difference is not big. According to their descriptions, the time flow rate in the displaced area is not consistent with normal time and space. From the time the abnormality occurs to when everything returns to normal, there, to put it in perspective, only 5 hours have passed. Only 5 hours? Sun Hang frowned. He always felt that something was wrong, but for a while he couldn't tell what was wrong. Well, the reason why they were able to detect the anomaly was because the phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals live live slash phoneme broadcast signal of the flower laying ceremony was cut off. Then they found that all network signals and radio communications were interrupted. The accompanying security personnel immediately activated the emergency plan to ensure that those officials, under the premise of personal safety, a team was dispatched to seek assistance from the outside world, Yang Lian said. Is this team the same 27 people who failed to come back? Sun Hang asked. Yang Lian nodded and continued, the people who stayed in the Changnan Cemetery did not wait for this team to return, but they waited for the second batch of rescuers from normal time and space. According to the current situation, they can provide us with almost zero valuable information. Wang Shi sighed helplessly. To put it bluntly, it's just a different group of people missing. Wait a minute. I suddenly discovered what the problem is. Sun Hang suddenly stood up. This anomaly is not just a simple replacement of two places in time and space. Otherwise, the time flow rate in Changnan Cemetery should be the same as in the real world. That's right. What do you want to express? Yang Lian looked at Sun Hang with confusion on his face. The first time space displacement occurred at 7 o'clock in the evening, and the time when these missing people came back was at 10 o'clock the next morning. There was a difference of 15 hours. This is not a matter of the speed of time. But the Changnan Cemetery that returns to our time and space is not the Changnan Cemetery that originally belonged to our time and space. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? The confusion on Yang Lian's face became more and more serious. On the contrary, Wang Shi's expression suddenly became serious and she lowered her two long legs on the table. Assuming that the real time and space we are in during the first time space replacement is used as the reference 0 hour, then in the real world, the time they return should be 15 o'clock, but for the Chengnan Cemetery and those who disappeared, for those who phoneme alphabet equals IPA page equals lived live slash phoneme in the world, the time they phoneme alphabet equals IPA page equals lived live slash phoneme in is the 5th o'clock, that is to say, they do not belong to us. In this current time and space, everything has not returned to normal. Sun Hang's speech became faster. Chengnan Cemetery is still an abnormal area, and each of the missing people can be regarded as an abnormal node. Notify the Investigation Bureau and the Security Bureau immediately, gather all the missing people. However, each of these missing persons has undergone detailed testing, and none of them has been detected with the meme of the deception virus. Logically speaking. Before Yang Lian finished speaking, Sun Hang interrupted him. They have not been infected by strange things, how can they detect the strange virus? But as long as they are in this time and space, they themselves are equivalent to another an abnormal time and space node. If the strange thing that caused the time and space displacement wants to attack our time and space again, each of these missing people will become a fuse. Do you have any basis for your statement? Yang Lian's breath stagnated. I have worked in the Investigation Bureau for 7 years in phoneme alphabet equals IPA page equals red slash phoneme countless files related to strange objects, but I have never heard of such a thing. Statement I'm just saying you phoneme alphabet equals IPA ph equals red read slash phoneme all the way up your asshole, right? Let me ask you, has the Bureau of Investigation ever encountered a monster with the ability to change time and space before? Sun Hang cursed impatiently. But don't worry, it's very simple to verify Sun Hang's point of view. Wang Shi picked up the phone hanging on the wall of the conference room. Hey, is this the security office? Let the missing person who just returned to the office go to the 7th floor. Come to the number 1 combat conference room, immediately. Don't tell me that the interrogation is over. If you don't want to bring people over, I will do it myself. Soon, 2 men and 1 woman were brought into the conference room. The woman was an administrative staff member of the institute, and the other 2 men were executives responsible for fieldwork. Didn't you just ask me again? The tired-looking female executive yawned. We said everything we know, and there's really nothing left out. I can testify. The person in charge of the security department who brought the 3 of them here said, the person in charge of the interrogation asked each question more than 3 times, and their answers were also very detailed, and there was basically nothing too complicated. Big discrepancy. That's not what I want to ask. Wang Shi waved her hand and walked in front of the 3 people. You 3, do you seem to be very sleepy? After just going through this kind of thing, it's hard to return to the normal world. It's normal to feel tired, right? Yang Lian whispered. No, they feel tired because of their biological clock. Sun Hang shook his head, walked aside, opened the window, and looked at the 3 people. Tell me, is it dark outside? Yes? The female administrator in charge nodded naturally. It's late at night. Can we go to rest first? The sun was high in the window, and there were no clouds in the sky. The sky showed a clear blue due to the Tyndall effect. A gray starling flapped its wings and flew high in the sky, flying towards the direction of the commercial district. The expressions on the faces of Yang Lian and the head of the security department froze. It was obviously broad daylight, but Yang Lian felt a creepy fear, as if something was crawling up her spine, making her shudder. What time is it now? Sun Hang asked, pointing at the electronic clock on the wall. The time displayed on the electronic clock screen was 1:30 p.m., 3:30 a.m., said the female administrator. The conference room suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. I think the interrogation should not include such questions, right? Sun Hang said in a low voice, breaking the silence first. This is not because of negligence, but because these questions are too obvious. It's like when the sheriff takes notes, he will ask your name and gender, but will not ask whether you are dead or alive. But, it's too late. Yang Lian murmured, others are fine. But the representatives of the federal parliament have already left Tianfu City on their special plane. The plane took off half an hour ago, and now it should have flown out of Suzhou. Let the special plane return immediately. In addition, gather all the missing persons. Explain the seriousness of the matter to the officials, and tell them that if they don't want the blood moon to appear in every corner of Tianfu City, they should do as we say. 10 minutes later, Yang Lian put down the phone with a complicated look on his face, and shook his head at Sun Hang and Wang Shi. It's useless. The management committee did not agree to our request. They believe that the most urgent task is to immediately restore the normal work of various departments. As for the strange phenomena seen by the missing, they immediately determined that this was an illusion caused by the missing being affected by strange things during the process of time and space displacement, and it would recover on its own after a period of time. Stupid B. Wang Shi's evaluation was concise. Can't we ask the Public Security Bureau to send people to forcibly tie these guys over? Sun Hang said. The management committee said. We have no right to restrict their personal freedom. If we use force, our behavior may be defined as mutiny or rebellion. Yang Lian said helplessly. I'm really convinced. If this plot happened in a certain novel, readers in the comment area would have already cursed it, right? The people in the management committee are so stupid, and mankind has not yet perished? This is too unreasonable, isn't it? Sun Hang cursed. Novels still need to consider logic and rationality, but the real world does not. Wang Shi said with a smile, someone said that this world is a huge grassroots team. Don't think that those high-ranking elites are so smart. Many people just rely on their birth, luck, or even the dividends of the times to climb up. You may not be able to find one person who is truly capable in 10. But the funny thing is that more than 90% of these grassbags firmly believe that they are important and cannot be replaced. Sun Hang sat down and sighed, I'm tired. I suddenly don't want to care about this matter. Let them do whatever they want. Let everything be destroyed quickly. Are you really going to give up? Wang Shi asked. Otherwise, what else can we do? Are we really going to catch all those missing people? Sun Hang glanced at her from the corner of his eye. You look like a good fighter, but can you fight against hundreds or even thousands of fully armed bodyguards, sheriffs, and regular soldiers alone? At this moment, an executive from the field department suddenly rushed into the combat meeting room, breathlessly saying, Just now, 2 high-speed fighter jets took off from Longquanai Air Force Base. According to the news, their mission goal is to intercept the special plane of the parliamentary representatives that just flew out of Suzhou. Ah! Sun Hang was stunned for a moment and looked at Wang Shi, who immediately shook her head. Don't look at me, I'm just a hunter, I don't have that much power to mobilize the Air Force at will. Although the Investigation Bureau and the Institute have great authority and can mobilize the army at will, this army is also divided into levels. Only the soldiers of the Tianfu City Guard can be directly mobilized by them. One level up, at the level of the Federal Regular Army, all mobilizations must have application procedures that comply with the process. The number of personnel, officer level, guns and ammunition, and even vehicles and heavy equipment are subject to very strict restrictions. Among them, the most difficult to mobilize is the regular Army's Air Force. The so-called air support generally applied by the Investigation Bureau is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either /phoneme a drone or a helicopter belonging to the Guard. As for the regular Army's Air Force, even if the director of the Institute personally came out, he could not convince the commander of the Air Force Base in such a short time to let 2 regular Army fighters take off to perform such a very special dangerous mission. Intercepting the special plane of the parliamentary representative. If something unexpected happens in this mission, the responsibility that comes down, even if all the idiots in the Tianfu City Management Committee are tied together, they may not be able to withstand it. Is it the federal parliament's intention? Sun Hang asked. We just spread the news 10 minutes ago, and the parliament's reaction was not so fast. Yang Lian shook his head. Even if some of the parliamentarians realized the seriousness of the problem, according to their work process, they must hold a telephone conference first. By the time they make a decision, the representative's special plane may be about to land. It is the order from the Special Operations Team leader. The executor who reported the news finally took a breath after drinking half a glass of water. After he learned the news, he drove directly to Longquanai, pointed a gun at the commander of the Air Force Base, and forced him to send fighter jets to intercept the representative's special plane. Now, the entire Air Force Base has been put into a first-level martial law state, and the guard troops have surrounded the command tower 3 floors inside and 3 floors outside. TSK, it seems there are still some wise people. I like this spirit. Sun Hang's eyes lit up, and he jumped to the door in one step. By the way, is that guy still pointing a gun at the commander of the Air Force Base? If he put the gun down, he should have been arrested. Hijacking the military chief of a local Air Force base is a serious crime. Yang Lian said. Yang Lian, Yisha, let's go to Longquanai too. Sun Hang greeted the two of them. There is an old saying that goes, too many lice don't itch, too many debts don't worry. Since that buddy has already hijacked the commander, it's not enough to just intercept a special plane. Tell the people of Tianfu City Management Committee that if they don't gather the missing people together, they will show them the brains of the Air Force commander. You are a traitor. Yang Lian said, but she immediately packed her things and put on her backpack. Wang Shi snapped her fingers, and the fleeting flames burned the bandages on her body. She grabbed the coat draped over the back of the chair and wrapped it around her naked body. Yang Lian, go find some clothes for Yisha first. I'll go drive the car. See you at the north gate. Longquanai's Air Force Base is located in the mountains southeast of Tianfu City. There is only one road into the mountain. As soon as Sun Hang drove into the mountain, he encountered a temporary checkpoint set up by a dozen soldiers and a light armored vehicle. Less than 10 meters away from the checkpoint, a road sign showed that this place was still 15 kilometers away from the military restricted zone. Not only was the Air Force Base blocked, but the entire Longquan Mountain became a martial law area. Fortunately, Yang Chi's car was a military vehicle with a special license plate. The soldiers only asked a few questions and let it go immediately. It seems that the matter is quite big. Sun Hang held the steering wheel with both hands and said while driving, I don't know who is behind this imperial envoy. He is really brave. But by doing this, he did help us a lot. Yang Lian held the tablet and said, nothing can be found online, and the information has been completely blocked. It feels like this guy is gambling. If the bet is right, then he will be the one who takes the most credit in this incident, and even we have to stay back. Sun Hang said, but if the bet is wrong, no matter how big the backstage is, I'm afraid it won't be able to protect him. Don't talk about protecting him, it's too late to cut ties with him. Wang Shi sneered, the charge of kidnapping the military commander of the Air Force Base, hey, it doesn't matter even if his father is a member of parliament. Wang Shi was wearing a set of clothes that Yang Lian gave her, but the trousers that were just right on Yang Lian turned into a pair of cropped trousers on Wang Shi, and the 2 buttons on the chest of the shirt were even more fragile. It feels like it may collapse at any time. As for the shoes, I took a pair of size 43 surgical shoes directly from the laboratory to wear. Although this dress of trousers, shirt, jacket and Crocs looks very weird, for Wang Shi, clothes are disposable consumables, so when it comes to dressing, she rarely looks like other people. Women care so much anyway, as long as there is a fight, no matter how beautiful the clothes are, they will turn into ashes in the blink of an eye. Sun Hang, have you ever considered what we should do if the conflict escalates? Yang Lian's eyes flashed with worry. The escalation of the conflict? What does it have to do with us? We were just passing by to watch the fun, and we were not the ones who kidnapped the commander of the base. Sun Hang said indifferently, if it doesn't work, just run away. With the Night Fury here, no one can stop us, right? No one can stop me. Wang Shi nodded, my condition has almost recovered. Yang Lian looked at the 2 hunters and put his hand on his forehead helplessly. Along the way, they passed 6 checkpoints with the license plate of the military vehicle. It was only after the Air Force Base came into sight that the vehicle was stopped by a group of soldiers with phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme ammunition. Unlike the soldiers at the checkpoints outside who hang their guns on their backs, the soldiers here are armed to the teeth. Heavy bulletproof ceramic plates are inserted into the front and back of their equipment, and expensive night vision devices are installed on the helmet brackets. The index finger of that hand was pressed against the trigger guard. This was no longer martial law or combat readiness, this was a complete combat state. The situation at the Air Force Base was far more severe than Sun Hang and the other three had expected. Stop. A non-commissioned officer quickly stepped forward and gestured for Sun Hang to stop. The road to the destination has been blocked due to an emergency. No one is allowed to enter or exit. Please turn back the same way after registering your identity. He didn't even let Sun Hang and the others show their IDs for inspection. Several soldiers in the back row even directly picked up their guns and pointed the black muzzles at the car window mercilessly. We are not soldiers. Sun Hang stepped on the brakes, stuck his head out and said to the non-commissioned officer. Not a soldier? The sergeant was stunned for a moment, took 2 steps back and glanced at the license plate, and then said, Please show your ID. I declare in advance that during special periods, we have been granted permission to fire. If you try to break through the blockade, if you are in the district. We are the monster hunters in Tianfu City. We just came from the Monster Research Institute. Sun Hang said. Trick hunter? The sergeant took the hunter licenses from Sun Hang and Wang Shi and checked them carefully. There is nothing wrong with the certificates. It's just that the road ahead has been blocked. If you are on a mission, you should change to another road. Our mission target is at the Air Force Base. Sun Hang said. What did you say? The sergeant frowned. We did not receive any relevant notification in advance. Moreover, there is an emergency in the base now, and no one is allowed to enter. We are not just waiting around. Sun Hang said with a smile, Isn't the emergency you are talking about the commander of the base being kidnapped? As soon as these words came out, the soldiers at the checkpoint suddenly looked nervous. The non-commissioned officer subconsciously put his hand on the butt of his gun and said in a deep voice, Who are you? What is your purpose? I've shown you all the certificates. We are the only 2 monster hunters in Tianfu City now. If it's true, the one with the bad face and the co-pilot is my direct person in charge. During our trip, just came here for the hijacking incident, Sun Hang said. Again, we have not received relevant notifications. A special team will be responsible for the hijacking incident. As for you, I'm sorry, you can't leave now. We will arrange a place for you to rest, and we will arrange a place for you to rest. You are not allowed to leave there until permission is given, the sergeant said to Sun Hang. Now, please get out of the car. You may have made a mistake. The people sitting in the car now are 2 monster hunters, not 2 ordinary people. Well, you must have heard of the name Night Fury, right? Sun Hang used. He glanced at Wang Shi, who was sitting in the back row. As the strongest monster hunter in Tianfu City, the Night Fury is quite famous, especially the Investigation Bureau, the Public Security Bureau and the Army, which are the 3 units that phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals FN often / phoneme cooperate with the monster hunters. Regarding the destructive power of the Night Fury, even if you haven't seen it with your own eyes, you have heard some rumors related to it. Sure enough, after announcing the name Night Fury, the non-commissioned officer's face immediately showed a strong look of fear. Even so, please apply for a compliant passage permit from the superior unit, we only then can it be released. I applied, but it hasn't been approved yet. You should know better than us how efficient those losers are. Sun Hang said without hesitation, the situation is very urgent. According to the information we have received, the hijacking incident is highly likely and mysterious. Things are related. The hijackers acted like this because they were affected by strange things. Do you understand what I mean? Sun Hang's words were actually full of scheming. If analyzed word for word, every word he said was actually the truth, perfectly avoiding deception. Since he did not lie, if he wants to be held accountable afterwards, there will be a lot of room for change, and he can even get rid of the responsibility completely. But when these words are put together, the sergeant will inevitably misunderstand. It seems that the hijacker was infected with the deception virus, which is why he committed such an appalling and vicious incident as kidnapping the commander of the base. And these 2 monster hunters came just for this matter. There was a trace of hesitation on the sergeant's face. Think about it carefully. Sun Hang said, to deal with strange things like spears and cannons may not come in handy. We still have to rely on professionals. If you stop us here, what happened inside? If so,
Can you, a small corporal, bear the consequences?
The sergeant hesitated for a moment before saying, "Please wait a moment. I'll make a call for instructions." After a while, the non-commissioned officer trotted over, nodded to Sun Hang and said, "You can go in, but you need someone to accompany you all the way. The arranged escort will be waiting for you at the gate of the base."
"Okay, sorry for bothering you, Brother Bing."
"I love you." Sun Hang showed a bright smile to the sergeant, took back his and Wang Shi's licenses, stepped on the accelerator, and got under the rising barrier.
To be honest, the way you acted just now was a bit disgusting."
Yang Lian showed a look of disgust on his face. "I always feel that your mental state is not normal."
"Is it disgusting?" It's just disgusting."
Sun Hang still kept a smile on his face. "One thing to say, that sergeant is quite good, he does his duty, and he knows that there are two guys in the car who are capable of killing him at any time." I didn't back down after that, and everything was done in accordance with the rules and regulations.
I really like people like this.
It would be great if the top leaders of Xiaozhou Federation were like this. It is a good thing to be loyal to one's duties, but it is not necessarily true to be rigid and stubborn and not know how to adapt. Wang Shi complained, "If the hijacker was really an infected person, after the entire application process, before we even entered, it would have already turned into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood."
I would rather have no flexibility. Too much flexibility will breed privileges. With privileges, there will be corruption, which will make the management agency bloated and inefficient.
If everyone can strictly follow the rules and regulations and fulfill their duties, the living space of human beings should be much larger than it is now, right?
Sun Hang couldn't help but sigh. What you are talking about is a computer program, not human society.
People all have desires, all kinds of desires. Besides, even computer programs sometimes produce bugs. Your ideal society is too perfect, it's impossible, Wang Shi continued.
It's too perfect. It's like a utopia. Sun Hang smiled self-deprecatingly and did not continue. Maybe it's because this world is so bad that those weird things appear? If human beings are really exterminated by monsters, it can only mean that human beings are no longer adapted to this world. The jungle of the jungle, the survival of the fittest. This is a perfectly reasonable thing for nature. Civilized society is meaningless in the face of absolute power. After driving into the base, Sun Hang and the others transferred to the open-top off-road vehicle driven by the accompanying personnel. In addition to this off-road vehicle, they were each equipped with a wheeled light armored vehicle. Sun Hang squinted his eyes. Looking over, the barrel of the truck-mounted heavy machine gun shone like black iron in the sun. TSK, this escort force is still a luxury. People from the management committee may not necessarily be escorted by two armored vehicles when they go out, right? Sun Hang muttered. These two armored vehicles are not used to protect us, but to guard us. Wang Shi yawned and said slowly, "Don't forget, we are the most dangerous creatures here." Well, that makes sense. By the way, how long will it take you to deal with these two armored vehicles? It's a bit tricky if you don't transform into a beast. If you transform into a beast. Wang Shi thought for a while and said, "It only takes a few seconds to tear it apart with your hands. It can be faster with the flame breath." Sun Hang glanced at the pale soldier in the driver's seat, smiled and patted the other man's shoulder. Don't be nervous, we are just joking. But speaking of which, you guys are really big in this battle. The open space in the Air Force Base is already filled with armored vehicles, tanks and self-propelled artillery. Countless muzzles are pointed at the command tower in the distance, and around the command tower, a large number of military drones are hovering. The helicopter, densely packed with auxiliary aiming lasers, locked on a target inside through the window of the command tower. This posture does not seem to capture the hijacker, but rather to raise the hijacker, your commander, and the command tower together, Sun Hang said. Arrived. The open-top off-road vehicle stopped in front of the command tower. An officer jumped out of the armored vehicle in front. He walked up and said a few words to the people guarding the door of the command tower. Then he opened the blockade and said to Sun Hang and the others, "Come in with me." The command tower was already filled with soldiers at this time. All of them were federal regulars,
without a sheriff or city guard, and everyone's guns were loaded, and the corridor was filled with an extremely tense atmosphere.
In contrast, Wang Shi, who was wearing ill-fitting clothes, and Sun Hang, who was wearing casual clothes, were extremely dazzling.
Almost every soldier who passed by would take a second look at them at this time. It was really incomprehensible that non-military people appeared in this building. The hijacker and the commander are on the 4th floor of the command tower.
Let's take the elevator up, the accompanying officer said to Sun Hang.
Although it was the 4th floor was more than 70 meters above the ground.
The elevator took nearly half a minute to take them to the 4th floor.
I already know that the hijacker is the leader of the Special Operations Team, but what about the other members of the Special Operations Team?
Are they involved? Sun Hang asked casually.
They are all here. There was a violent conflict with the officers in the base before. One of them was injured, and 5 officers in the base were injured. It seems that their fighting capacity is not bad.
By the way, no one died, right? Sun Hang asked again.
If someone died, the nature of the matter would be completely different.
No one died.
The officer shook his head, but the situation has been deadlocked until now. And the identity of the hijacker is special, we dare not rashly use snipers to kill him. The 4th floor of the command tower was even more tightly sealed. The officers did not directly bring Sun Hang and the others into the command room, but instead moved the computer connected to the monitoring system.
The hijackers prohibited anyone from entering the command room, so I can't take you in.
The officer said helplessly, if you are here to deal with this matter, I need to know your detailed plan, every action step, and you must tell us the details. Of course, we will also cooperate with your actions as much as possible. Sun Hang glanced at the surveillance screen and saw 2 chairs facing each other in the center of the command room. The distance between the 2 chairs was about 3 meters. On one of the chairs sat the base with his hands and feet tied up. Commander, there was a handsome young man sitting on the other chair. The young man held a delicate and compact pistol in his hand, and the muzzle of the gun was pointed at the commander's vital part. In other parts of the room, various tables, chairs, and cabinets had been overturned and piled into temporary bunkers. A group of bodyguard-looking people in black suits wearing bulletproof vests and tactical sunglasses were hiding behind these bunkers, using fully automatic machines in their hands. The weapon was aimed at the entrance to the command room. Behind the bunker at the back, a man in black had a bandage wrapped around his leg.
This should be the injured person the officer mentioned.
Most of the surveillance cameras in the command room have been destroyed, leaving only a few hidden cameras still working. Sun Hang counted and found that including the young man and the injured, there were exactly 17 people involved in the hijacking. The number was completely consistent with the special operations team sent down from above.
Good guys, everyone is out in force.
Sun Hang sighed in a low voice, but why does the guy in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme look so effeminate? It seems like a woman is disguising herself as a man. Wang Shi crossed her arms over her chest.
Blocking the snow-white spring light just now, the 2 buttons of the shirt were finally overwhelmed and flew to the back of Sun Hang's head. It wasn't very clear in the surveillance screen, but I didn't see her Adam's apple. She is the daughter of Federal Congressman Yi Xiaochun, Yi Xian. I didn't expect that the leader of the Special Operations Team this time would be her. Yang Lian said. What? Do you know each other? Sun Hang asked curiously.
I don't know her, I just heard about this person. She grew up in a military camp and always dressed in men's clothing. After she became an adult, she joined the Chunming City's Monster Investigation Bureau.
Yang Lian said, the list of the Special Operations Team is its confidential.
I didn't expect that Chunming City would send her who had just turned 20 to carry out this task. With her qualifications, she could only be an entourage at most. Perhaps they were sent to be gold-plated.
Wang Shi said, after all, in the eyes of those big shots, the follow-up investigation of the Changnan Cemetery incident is not important.
This news has been strictly blocked now. The encryption level of the Special Operations Team's list has been raised to 3 levels. Only the director's authority can view it. I just don't know what the situation is like in Chunming City.
Yan Lianshijin, slender fingers were tapping rapidly on the tablet, and his eyebrows were furrowed.
Over at Chunming City, Representative Yi Xiaochun has been brought under control, and a series of emergency response matters have been launched.
The accompanying officer said solemnly, "Now, you should have informed us of the situation of the monster, right? This girl is really good at cheating." Sun Hang couldn't help laughing. Speaking of which, where is the special plane that the parliamentary representatives took now? It has been intercepted and is currently returning to Suzhou under the escort of fighter jets.
It is expected to land at this base in 20 minutes, the officer said.
Very good. Sun Hang couldn't help but snap his fingers. What's so good? The officer looked at Sun Hang with some suspicion. Are you really here to deal with the hijacking incident? Of course. Sun Hang responded. Then what are you going to do? The officer asked. Ask your people to get out of the way, and I will go in personally and talk to the hijacker. Sun Hang said. Are you kidding?
The suspicion in the officer's eyes grew stronger.
We will not let anyone into the command room before the superiors make a decision. The decision from above? Wasn't your boss pointed at a gun inside? Sun Hang asked. I mean the federal parliament. Only they have the power to make decisions.
The officer exhaled forcefully. It can be seen that his limited patience has been almost exhausted by Sun Hang.
Have you ever tried to rescue the hostages? Sun Hang asked. What does the so-called decision mean? We tried pouring paralyzing gas into the command room, but the hijackers were all carrying gas masks and oxygen tanks.
They refused to negotiate with us after the operation failed, said another officer nearby.
Refused to negotiate? Then what are they waiting for?
Looking at the surveillance picture on the screen, Sun Hang couldn't help but narrowed his eyes.
Are they waiting for the special plane of the parliamentary representatives to land? Still waiting for me? We can't delay it any longer.
Sun Hang stood up and said, Let us go in.
I can guarantee that your commander will not be harmed in any way.
No, the officer said firmly.
Let me make it clear to you.
The so-called parliament's decision is nothing more than two situations. One is to send a sniper to kill the daughter of Counselor Yi directly, the other is to use Counselor Yi or other members of the Yi family as bargaining chips to force Yi Xian to surrender. No matter which decision is made, the military commander of this Air Force base will most likely be replaced.
Sun Hang said.
The officer glared at him, but did not refute. The robbers who refuse to negotiate are the most difficult to deal with.
You don't even know what they want. Have you ever thought about what she is waiting for after she has been deadlocked with you until now, neither choosing to kill the hostage nor breaking out?
Sun Hang said, Anyway, in the eyes of the parliament, this commander is probably already a discarded pawn, so why not let us try? We should give it a try just in case, just in case, we can really save the person, right?
Sun Hang shrugged and said, I don't care. The life and death of anyone present has nothing to do with me. If you insist on not letting me in, that's fine.
But I still suggest that you make a phone call to ask for instructions, so as not to take the blame later.
Wait, I'll call now. The officer glanced at Sun Hang and walked away. Are you so confident that the people above will let us in? Yang Lian pulled Sun Hang's sleeve and asked softly.
The situation is now completely deadlocked, and the people above are probably very anxious. They are eager for someone to take the initiative to stand up and break the deadlock, and this person must be able to bear the responsibility after breaking the deadlock.
Don't you think that our identities are actually very suitable to be the scapegoat?
2 minutes later, the officer returned to Sun Hang, nodded to him, and said, You can go in, but you cannot bring any weapons. During the entire negotiation process, the commander's personal safety must be guaranteed, except for in addition, we must ensure Yi Xian's survival.
What does the boss mean, we can take action?
A playful smile appeared on Sun Hang's lips, as long as the commander and Yi Xian don't die, right?
It shouldn't be a problem if there are missing arms and legs, right?
The officer said nothing, but looked at him with a warning look.
Okay, it's my turn as a negotiator to take action.
Sun Hang adjusted his collar, took the recorder handed over by another officer next to him, and put it into his pocket. Let's go. The door to the command room is motor controlled, but the control mechanism has long been destroyed by the hijackers, and the entire door has been completely locked. The soldier who led the way pressed the button to open the door several times, but the door still did not move. He could only helplessly shake his head at Sun Hang and the others. You have to use a cutting machine or laser to break the door open, but we are worried that doing so may cause an overreaction from the hijackers. Before the soldier finished speaking, Wang Shi strode up. In the blink of an eye, her fingers turned into a pair of sharp claws and she inserted them through the crack in the door. 2 seconds later, she used brute force to open the locked door. What followed was a crisp gunshot. The impact point of this shot was on the ground less than half a meter away from the door. The bullet hit the metal floor and sparks flew everywhere. The warning could not be more obvious. But Wang Shi completely ignored the shot and walked straight into the command room. Stop! A man in black warned loudly, if you come any closer, I will shoot. Wang Shi still didn't stop, completely turning a deaf ear to the other party's warning. The man in black obviously didn't expect this strangely dressed woman to be so hard-headed. After a brief hesitation, he shifted his aim from the vital part to the calf, and then pulled the trigger. Bang ding. What sounded at the same time as the gunshot was the unique crisp sound of the collision between metal and metal. Wang Shi's calf was covered with a layer of metallic black scales. The shot just hit the scales. The bullet was bounced away, but not even a scratch was left on the scales. This? The man in black's pupils shrank slightly, and just as he was about to speak, Yi Xian, who was sitting on the chair, stood up first and turned around. A hunter from Tianfu City? Yi Xian asked. She used a neutral falsetto, which seemed to match her masculine appearance, but unfortunately the slight bulge in her chest revealed her true gender. Very smart, quick reaction. Sun Hang walked out from behind Wang Shi. You are not here to negotiate with me, are you? Yi Xian looked back and forth between Sun Hang and Wang Shi. As far as I know, the abnormal node was first discovered by the hunters of Tianfu City. You didn't wrong? Yes. Sun Hang readily admitted. The special plane of the parliamentary representatives will land at this base soon. I have done everything I can. Yi Xian looked directly into Sun Hang's eyes. Next, please make a condition with them, and ask the Tianfu City Management Committee to gather all the missing people in the Changnan Cemetery incident here. Sun Hang showed a helpless smile. Anyway, you have already gathered them here. Now that things have reached this point, there is no difference between making one request and 2 requests. Hey! I thought you could do this. Yi Xian's mouth twitched. I know there are many idiots in the Tianfu City Management Committee, but I didn't expect there to be so many idiots. It's okay to think it's outrageous. I have no choice but to take this step. Sun Hang shrugged. I will ask them to bring the person over, but please tell me the time. Yi Xian said solemnly. What time? Sun Hang pretended to be stupid. The time when the next space-time anomaly occurs. How can you be sure that I know this time? If you ask me, it's gut feeling. Relying on intuition, you led so many dozen people into Longquanyi Air Force Base and kidnapped the commander of the base? Sun Hang was slightly stunned. Are you a lunatic? My intuition has always been very accurate. Yi Xian repeated, tell me the time. 3 days later, May 19th, I don't know exactly when. Sun Hang put away his smile and said seriously, the second time I resonated with that thing, what I saw was a gloomy sky, unable to determine whether it was morning or afternoon, but it should be during the day. 3 days. Okay, I understand. Yi Xian nodded, let's go. You should know better than me what to do. You're not going to stay in a stalemate with them for 3 days, are you? Sun Hang couldn't help but ask. As long as you can prove that your inference is correct, these 3 days are completely worth it. Yi Xian nodded, I just hope that you will not let down my efforts. I'm a little curious, what are you doing this for? Sun Hang asked. Since I can remember, I have been determined to destroy all the weird things. Although I know this ideal is out of reach, I have never given up. Yi Xian said, as a hunter, you should think so too, right? Sun Hang and Wang Shi looked at each other, and the latter shook her head and said, I became a hunter only because the salary is high enough. Moreover, as an infected person, it is difficult to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme a normal life if I don't become a hunter. I have no choice. The whole negotiation process took only 5 minutes, and Sun Hang and Wang Shi withdrew from the command room. The Tianfu City Management Committee also received Ji Xian's new request. Although they were reluctant, they still gathered all the missing people together and transported them to Longquanyi Air Force Base by several buses. What are you going to do? The officer who had called his superiors for instructions before found Sun Hang again and asked, Didn't you hear the content of the negotiation? Just wait for 3 days. If nothing happens after 3 days, they will naturally release the commander. Sun Hang said, By the way, please clear out a closed camp in the base and gather the people who have been transported here and the parliamentary representatives in this camp. No one is allowed to enter or leave this camp within 3 days. What about after 3 days? The officer asked again. It depends on what happens on the 3rd day. Sun Hang walked out of the tower and looked up into the sky escorted by 2 fighter jets. The special plane of the parliamentary representative slowly landed on the runway of the base. Don't you think that girl is cute? Wang Shi's voice came from behind. So cute? Sun Hang turned his head and asked. She is silly and naive. However, she has courage in action that many people don't have. She is decisive and clear in thinking. In addition, she has an origin and starting point that ordinary people can't dream of. If she can sit down in the future, if her father is in the position, he might really be able to change some things, Wang Shi said. You speak highly of her. The plane made a huge noise while taxiing on the runway, and Sun Hang had to raise his voice many decibels. I myself am a fool waiting to die, but this does not prevent me from paying tribute to an idealist like her. Wang Shi said lightly, It's a pity that I don't have much time, and there is a high probability that I won't be able to see it. What she looks like when she grows up. Don't be so pessimistic. Maybe she will die before you. Sun Hang smiled. Most idealists don't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme long, especially those as reckless as her. What she wants to do is to eliminate all the weird things in the world. What about you? Wang Shi looked at Sun Hang. What do you want to do? Hiss, you really asked me this question. Sun Hang looked at the vehicles and people coming and going in the base and thought for a while. What I want to do now is probably to find the lost items. Memory, apart from that, the only thing left is probably living. Then why do you want to be a hunter? Hunters don't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. Wang Shi asked again. Maybe I think that being a hunter can help me retrieve my memory faster. Sun Hang thought for a while and repeated Ji Xian's words just now. If you insist on asking me why, that's intuition. The soldiers at the Air Force Base pulled out more than a dozen sets of tent-style barracks for field training from the warehouse and set them up on the open playground. However, when they were counting the number of people, a new problem arose. There were a total of 213 missing people. Excluding the 27 people who left the cemetery area and failed to return, there should be 186 people left. However, the soldier responsible for counting the number of people counted them several times. Even if counting the parliamentary representatives who had just got off the special plane, there were only 184 people. 2 people are missing. List. Ask the management committee to send over the list of missing persons previously counted and compare them one by one. Sun Hang rubbed his temples irritably. Once you find out who the missing person is, you should go and get the person immediately. I'll tie him up. Us? The soldier who was counting the people was stunned for a moment. Shouldn't we inform the management committee? Even if it doesn't work, the Public Security Bureau should be responsible, right? If the army goes to arrest people directly. I don't feel comfortable leaving this kind of thing to those people with nothing to lose. I don't want anything to go wrong again. Sun Hang turned his head and said to Yan Lian, in addition, notify the investigation bureau and ask them to gather all the remaining people. Take over the beacon placement work. Remember, no one is allowed to enter the Changnan Cemetery. and try to keep a safe distance of more than 3 kilometers from the boundary of the abnormal area. After a while, a soldier hurried over and said to Sun Hang, "It has been found out that the 2 missing people are the 2 children from the family of Ding Yuanjiang, member of the management committee. The 2 children were injured in the previous incident. The child was frightened and had a high fever. The child's grandparents blocked the door of the house and refused to let the management committee people in. The 2 old people were almost 70 years old, and the people on the committee did not dare to take coercive measures, for fear of." "Can't we use tranquilizer bombs?" Yang Lian frowned. "Anesthetic bombs are too dangerous for the elderly. Once shot, the person may never wake up again." Another management committee staff member responsible for coordinating matters added at the side, "Let the military doctor drive the ambulance to pick up the people. As for the old people blocking the door," Sun Hang said, "if they continue to block or use violent methods, the soldiers are allowed to fight back." Fight back. The staff of the management committee widened their eyes. "Those are 2 old men in their 60s. Doing so will kill someone. Obstructing military operations and attacking active service members are serious crimes in the first place, and even death is not an injustice." Sun Hang said expressionlessly, "Even the commander of the Air Force Base has a gun pressed to his head. Do you still care? 2 stubborn old men?" Sun Hang paused and then continued, "If an abnormal spacetime area appears inside the community, how many old people and children do you think will be involved, and how many of these people will come back alive in the end? Then if the spacetime anomaly does not appear, if nothing happens, someone will naturally take responsibility." Sun Hang raised his head and glanced at the command tower above. "You don't need to bear this responsibility, you are a hammer. This. The staff of the management committee were still wiping the sweat from their foreheads, while the soldiers on the side had already received the order and ran to find military doctors and ambulances. An hour later, the personnel count is completed. There should be 186 people, but the actual number is 188. The soldier in charge of counting people ran over and reported, "Why are there 2 more?" Yang Lian was stunned for a moment and asked, "It's the grandparents of the 2 children who must come with us. We have no choice," the soldier said with difficulty. "It's okay, just let them stay together." Sun Hang waved his hand and looked at the time displayed on the bracelet. "Okay, everything is ready, only the East phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme is missing." "Will the Easterly phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme in 3 days really blow?" Wang Shi sat on a box of shells, crossing her legs. "If nothing happens, it will be a lot of fun. From the perspective of the Federation, it is of course best if nothing happens." Sun Hang said, "But I have a habit. For anything, as long as there is the worst possibility, I will be prepared to face this possibility." "It's a good habit." Wang Shi nodded in approval. 3 days is not short, nor long. When the time on the bracelet jumped from 23:59 on May 18 to 0000 on May 19, Sun Hang could clearly feel that the air in the entire Air Force Base suddenly became much more stagnant. Everyone's face was filled with a look of fear. In the huge base, only footsteps and car engines could be heard. The pale searchlight shone on the playground, illuminating the temporary barracks as if it were daytime. "There are still 5 hours until dawn," Sun Hang said. As time passed, the atmosphere in the temporary barracks gradually became uneasy. Although most of the missing people were confused when they were brought in, there were still many people who knew the situation. Through word of mouth, these 188 people soon knew what they were about to face. At the beginning, some people protested, believing that the Federation had no right to restrict their personal freedom, and even tried to break through the blockade line. After all, this group of people finally escaped from the abnormal time and space and returned to their familiar world, but now they are told, things are not over yet, you have become the abnormal node, and anyone else will not have a better mentality. But after the protest was completely ignored and it was completely hopeless to break through the blockade line, people gradually accepted this fact. Of course, the main reason was what Sun Hang said to them through the radio after the 4 stubborn guys tried to escape and were knocked to the ground by the soldiers with riot shields and dragged back to the camp. "You know in your heart that all abnormalities are real.
The time in your cognition is not consistent with this world, so don't have any luck. Even if you successfully escape from this place, you have to face the abnormal situation alone. It is better to stay with everyone so that you can take care of each other in case of any emergency. Except for a small number of people with personality defects, most people have a herd mentality. After hearing what Sun Hang said, everyone thought it made sense and suddenly became much quieter. However, when the sky gradually brightened, the crowd began to stir. This is the fear of the unknown, and the emotion of fear is very easy to spread among the crowd. From the perspective of Sun Hang and others, this is the beginning of the day 5:00 a.m., but in the eyes of this group of people, it is the arrival of night 7:00 p.m. After many tests, Sun Hang and others can basically determine that the time point of these missing people is exactly 10 hours later than the real world. Tell your subordinates to maintain order in the temporary barracks. There must be no trouble at this time. Sun Hang pulled the officer who had accompanied him over and said seriously, but don't let the soldiers get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to the temporary barracks. My suggestion is to get 2 high-pressure water guns to calm the situation. Are you sure there will be an accident today? The doubt in the officer's eyes has faded a lot compared to before, but it has not completely disappeared. The officer's rank is colonel, and he is also the second in command of Longquanyi Air Force Base. When the base commander was hijacked by Yi Xian, he can basically be regarded as the person with the highest level of authority on the scene. It's not 100% certain, but the abnormal state of their bodies has not been eliminated, and you know this. The colonel slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air without speaking. Not long ago, he asked the soldiers to find several missing persons, pointing to the giant time board outside the camp, and asked them one by one about the time they saw without exception. The time everyone answered was 10 hours later than the time the colonel saw with his own eyes. Do you remember more details about the second resonance? Yang Lian asked. My memory is already very vague. The more I think about it, the more distorted the picture becomes. Sun Hang shook his head. I can only remember that it was cloudy and I was probably on the rooftop of the institute. Then, I could see the tall buildings in the business district in the distance. Wait. Business district. Tall buildings. What's wrong? Any new discoveries? The colonel, who had already turned away, was startled and came over again. Yang Lian, call the people in the institute and ask them to go to the rooftop immediately and take a few photos of the business district for me. Sun Hang said. Okay. In less than 5 minutes, dozens of photos were sent via email. It can be seen that the shooting tools used by the photographer are quite professional. On such a foggy, cloudy morning, the buildings in the business district in the distance can be photographed so clearly. Many details may not even be seen by the naked eye, but they are clearly presented in the photos. What's the name of this tall building? Sun Hang pointed to a tall building half hidden behind the clouds in the first photo and asked. It's the Financial Center building. It's the tallest building in Tianfu City, 400. Yang Lian got stuck halfway through her words because she had already discovered the key to the problem. At the top of the glass curtain wall of the Financial Center building are 4 huge screens. When there are no business activities or other special circumstances, these 4 screens display 4 huge clock dials with a diameter of more than 20 meters. In this photo taken by a colleague from the institute, the 2 pointers on the virtual dial of the Financial Center building are exactly at 5:08. In the virtual picture seen by the secondary resonance, there is actually the key information of time. Looking at Yang Lian's eager eyes, Sun Hang shook his head with some difficulty. I can't remember. I can't remember it at all. Sun Hang murmured, I only vaguely remember that there seemed to be a clock hanging on a building, but I have no idea what time the clock showed. Is it because my memory is fuzzy, or is the clock just for show? Wang Shi asked. What do you mean by that clock is only for show? The colonel asked in confusion. It means that the clock is a decoration. It is just a clock. It will not provide you with any other information. Wang Shi explained, the clock is just a concept. You know there is a clock there, and you can see the clock, but the clock does not show the time because it is just a clock, a concept of an object. In other words, the clock is likely to be blank, without even a pointer? The colonel said, not quite understanding.
There may be pointers, but they don't point to any number.
Wang Shi said, of course, your understanding is correct. No.
I remember that the pointer on the clock pointed to a certain number. But there seems to be a force in the dark that told me not to care about the clock and to forget everything I saw. Sun Hang pressed his hands on the temples on both sides of his head. The more I think about it, the blurrier the picture becomes.
I can't even see the shape of the central building clearly now. If it's just a simple memory blur, I have a way.
Wang Shi picked up the phone and dialed a number.
Hello, Director. We need support.
Wang Shi said to the microphone, request to call the contained weird G-1992 and send it to the Air Force Base as quickly as possible.
What is that?
Sun Hang asked subconsciously.
An artifact-like artifact that was housed by Tianfu City's Institute of Weird Objects can greatly enhance human memory, and can even unearth those memory fragments hidden deep in the mind.
Wang Shi said.
Is there such a thing? Does this thing have any side effects?
Sun Hang asked with a thought. Of course, the images recalled with the help of it will continue to flash before your eyes for a period of time in the future, or appear in your dreams for several days in a row. If there is long-term and high-intensity exposure, it will also cause those who come into contact with hyperamnesia.
I know about this thing. The Investigation Bureau has a file on this weird artifact. Yang Lian took over the conversation and said, its original owner was a 17-year-old girl who couldn't bear the effects of hyperamnesia.
She committed suicide due to severe mental stress and her parents called the police. After a careful search of the girl's room, this strange thing was found. However, because this strange thing was not too dangerous, and if used properly, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages, the Investigation Bureau and the Research Institute did not choose to destroy it.
It's a weird thing, but it's sealed up.
Soon, a helicopter belonging to Tianfu City's Research Institute of Mysteries landed at the Air Force Base.
Four researchers in white coats pushed a metal cabinet with small rollers underneath and got out of the cabin. Be careful, don't get frostbite.
After entering 3 password locks and iris verification, the door of the metal cabinet was pushed open to one side, and a white cold air suddenly emerged from the cabinet. A glass ball with a base was carefully taken out of the cabinet by a researcher wearing protective gloves.
This glass ball is the kind of Christmas crystal ball that is very common in toy stores.
It is filled with water, and there is a small and exquisite Christmas tree and a snowman doll dressed as Santa Claus. When the crystal ball is turned upside down, those snowflakes made of foam chips will accumulate on the top of the ball, and when they turn back, they will fall down like real snow.
It can indeed be regarded as a small ornament full of girly hearts.
It was preserved in an environment of more than 100 degrees below zero. The liquid inside has not frozen, and the glass sphere has not cracked.
There is a saying. This alone is enough to show that this thing is abnormal.
Sun Hang observed while looking at the crystal ball, he said.
Yang Lian glanced at the tablet in his arms and said, the Institute has tested G1992.
Its sphere has a Mohs hardness of 9, which is comparable to diamond.
Then how do you use this thing?
Sun Hang asked as he walked around the crystal ball.
Press your palms on it, and then try to recall what you want to remember.
Yang Lian said, that's what it says on the file.
Is it that simple? It's that simple.
Yang Lian put away the tablet, but remember not to touch it for more than 120 seconds at a time, otherwise, the side effects will be enough to make you uncomfortable for several days.
Understood.
Sun Hang took a deep breath, stretched out his hand, and gently pressed his palm on the top of the crystal ball. A bone-chilling chill emanated from the surface of the crystal ball, passing along Sun Hang's arms and reaching his brain. Sun Hang shivered uncontrollably, but it was not because of the cold, but because of the pleasure. It was difficult for him to describe the feeling of a clear mind, as if he had concentrated his attention to the extreme and eliminated all distracting thoughts.
If possible, he would even want to keep pressing this crystal ball until the end of time.
The moment this idea came up, Sun Hang was startled, and his consciousness was suddenly pulled back from the clouds. Unknowingly, cold sweat was oozing out from his back, and his sweat-soaked shirt clung to his skin.
Damn, this thing is a bit evil.
Sun Hang muttered in his heart, I almost fell into its trap. 15 seconds have passed, said a researcher nearby who was responsible for timing.
Don't disturb him. Wang Shi walked to Sun Hang's side and separated him from the others.
Sun Hang took a deep breath, gathered his mind, and began to recall the scene he saw during the second resonance. The picture was now so blurry that it looked like it was covered with a thick mosaic, but as the bone deep chill washed back and forth in Sun Hang's sea of consciousness, the mosaic on the picture was being washed away little by little, and thus the deformed outline of the building becomes clearer and clearer, and various details begin to emerge. Finally, the virtual clock on the roof of the financial center building appeared in Sun Hang's field of vision. The shorter hour hand is 1/4 below the number 3, while the longer minute hand is directly opposite the number 3. In the upper left corner of the dial, it is also written in pixel bold, May 19, 4719 in the lunar calendar. 3:15 minutes, the time when the picture Sun Hang saw during the second resonance was exactly 3:15 minutes this afternoon. Sun Hang took another deep breath, looked at the researcher in charge of timing, and asked calmly, how many seconds have passed? 40 seconds, the researcher replied.
You have 80 seconds left. Did you succeed? Yang Lian asked anxiously from the side, have you seen the clock on the financial center building? It's still a little short, wait a moment.
Sun Hang said softly, closing his eyes again and entering a state of meditation. For him, figuring out the time point of the second resonance is actually only a secondary goal. His main purpose is to use the power of this crystal ball to find back his lost memories. After Sun Hang listened to Wang Shi's description of this strange thing, he realized that this was a rare opportunity. Sun Hang pressed both hands on the crystal ball and began to push his memory back little by little, all the way to the moment when he just woke up from the hospital bed. His memory was disconnected here, just like a film cut by a knife. With the chill, Sun Hang tried to continue pushing forward, and vaguely, he seemed to feel a layer of extremely tough membrane. This membrane wrapped up all the memories before he was attacked, making him unable to touch it.
Try harder.
Sun Hang could feel that as long as he could break through that membrane, all the lost memories would be found back. He didn't really forget those memories, but those memories were sealed up by an unknown force.
Try harder. This is an opportunity to regain memory.
In the past, every time Sun Hang tried to recall those memories, his brain would feel like he had a splitting headache. But this time, he didn't know whether the cold numbed his pain nerves or whether the crystal ball helped him skip some kind of pain. Protective mechanism, the pain did not appear from the beginning to the end. This makes Sun Hang almost without any scruples. Click in a trance, the barrier disappeared without a trace.
Sun Hang's consciousness seemed to be in an independent space.
Everything he could see was white. Except for the solid ground under his feet, everything above and around him was white. They can't feel the existence of margins at all. A dozen steps away from him, there were 3 statues that were neither gold nor stone nor wood.
These are 3 apes squatting on plum blossom piles.
One is covering his eyes with his hands, one is covering his ears with his hands, and the last one is covering his mouth with his hands.
What is this?
Sun Hang looked at the 3 ape statues, filled with doubts. They did not feel threatened by the 3 ape statues, nor did they feel that they could be used as food.
Are they not monsters? If it wasn't a monster, why did it appear in front of him? Is it another situation similar to resonance? Are the different movements of these 3 apes hinting at something?
Cover your eyes, ears, and mouth.
These actions couldn't help but remind Sun Hang of a very ancient Confucian illusion. Don't look, don't hear, don't speak. Is this a warning to myself not to explore those sealed memories? I'm warning you, male Gobi. An inexplicable irritation arose spontaneously.
Sun Hang quickly stepped forward and stretched out his hand to the first ape statue. The texture of the statue is very strange. It feels like a real ape. The only difference is that it has no temperature and is much harder than biological limbs. Like a stuffed animal carcass. Sun Hang's hands began to use force, and he gradually pulled away the hand that covered the eyes of the ape statue. But just when the ape's hands were slightly deformed and loose, a bright light suddenly shot out from between its fingers. Everything that came into contact with this strong light, including Sun Hang, was melted and blended in an instant. In a big ball of bright chaos. The illusion disappeared, and Sun Hang returned to reality again, but the sound of click did not stop. He opened his eyes and suddenly discovered that the source of the sound was the Christmas crystal ball under his palm. A crack appeared on the surface of the crystal ball, which was as hard as diamond, followed by a second and third crack. These gaps spread quickly, and spiderweb-like cracks soon covered the entire sphere. The next second, the crystal ball completely broke, and the liquid and snowflakes inside spilled onto the tray, flowing everywhere. Be broken? Yang Lian's pupils, standing at the side, shrank slightly. The mimetic frequency of G1992 can no longer be detected, the reaction has completely disappeared. The researcher responsible for escorting the crystal ball muttered, "This, how could?" Although Sun Hang did not have a thorough understanding of those academic terms, he still understood the meaning of the other party's words. The disappearance of the meme meant that this strange thing had been completely destroyed, and as for the remaining fragments, no different from a broken ordinary crystal ball. Sun Hang raised his foot and used the sole of his shoe to crush the glass shards that had fallen to his feet. There was a teeth-searing sound. When Sun Hang raised his feet, the glass shards had turned into a pile of broken pieces. "I shouldn't have to pay for this, right?" Sun Hang asked. No need. The researcher was still in a sluggish state. This should be an accident, and you don't need to take responsibility. Is it a backlash? Another researcher was lost in thought. Although G1992's physical strength is not low, according to the strength classification of monsters, it is obviously not ranked. Or is it because it got involved in the resonance between the hunter and the strange thing that caused the spacetime anomaly, and suffered a strong backlash? Although there is no absolute distinction between strong and weak monsters, when different monsters meet, there will still be an obvious relationship between suppression and suppression, just like the Taotai meme and Sun Hang's body. When he encounters Tai Sui at that time, it showed almost one-sided suppression. "Are you okay?" Wang Shi patted Sun Hang on the shoulder and frowned. "It's okay." Sun Hang shook his head. "Then have you seen what time it is displayed on the financial center building?" As soon as Sun Hang finished speaking, the senior colonel who was waiting aside hurriedly jumped in. "We can't keep the status quo and wait endlessly, there must be a clear point in time." "It's 3:15. Sun Hang said, "It's this afternoon, 3:15. After determining the time when the mutation occurred, the originally tense atmosphere in the base relaxed slightly. The soldiers began to build a new blockade in an orderly manner, expanding the original blockade area with a radius of 200,200 by nearly 4 times. On the other side, the lunchboxes just finished by the cooking soldiers were distributed to everyone in the base, including the hijackers led by Yi Xian in the command room, as well as the 188 people in the blockade area. "No matter what happens next, your stomach will still be full." Sun Hang didn't bother to look for tables and chairs. He sat down directly on the steps at the main entrance of the command tower and opened the lid of the lunchbox. It must be said that the food of the Federal Air Force is quite good, even if it is the ground service standards are slightly lower than those of pilots, but they still have luxurious configurations. No wonder other branches of the military say with envy every day that the Air Force is superior to others. "Do you feel like eating less than once?" Wang Shi sat down next to Sun Hang with a box lunch. "You said that in ancient times, those death row prisoners who had their heads cut off could still taste the food in their mouths. Does it smell?" "Theoretically speaking, every meal a person eats is one meal less." Sun Hang picked up a pair of chopsticks to stir-fry beef, glanced at the coriander and millet sandwiched between the meat slices, and sighed, "Do you hate coriander?" "I don't feel it." Wang Shi shook her head and took a mouthful of rice. "That's it for you." Sun Hang gave her the beef with chopsticks, and then put all the fried beef in his lunchbox, as well as other dishes dipped in coriander, into Wang Shi's lunchbox. "I don't like the smell of coriander. I feel like vomiting when I smell it. I should have picked up a box without cilantro earlier. On the cart you just took the lunchbox from, every lunchbox has this dish." Wang Shi said while chewing, "It seems that you have many choices, but in fact, no matter what you choose, the final result will be all the same." "The final result is the same." Sun Hang picked up a piece of chicken and stuffed it into his mouth, You always give me a very pessimistic and negative attitude, and there seems to be a slight tendency of self-destruction.
If you only have a few months left, you will be the same.
Wang Shi said lightly.
Is there no way to extend your life?
Yes, but the price is that I will completely turn into a weird thing.
Wang Shi said, it's better to die than to die. I have always been curious about what kind of weird meme you are infected with. Sing 15 Black Dragon.
Wang Shi's answer was very straightforward. It's called a dragon, but it's actually a mutated lizard.
What about the original Black Dragon? Dead. Wang Shi took another bite of rice. Its habitat is on an unknown island in the western Pacific Ocean.
The Federation carried out a saturation nuclear strike on the island, erasing it and the island from this world.
Unknown island? Sun Hang was slightly startled. Then it has never been to Xiaozhou continent? You want to ask how I was infected, right? Wang Shi said, I am an artificially created infected person. There are actually many people like me. Artificially created? The Black Dragon has a strong vitality.
Although the nuclear weapons with a yield of tens of millions of tons killed it, at the explosion site, the scientists of the Federation still found some residues with strange virus memes and life reactions. They took these residues back to the laboratory and spent more than 10 years to successfully cultivate a black dragon embryo.
Wang Shi looked around and after making sure that no one was paying attention to them, she whispered to Sun Hang. It's a crazy plan.
At this point, Sun Hang had almost guessed the real purpose of this group of scientists. Only the monster hunters who are infected can fight monsters, but the number of naturally born infected people is not only small, but also the conversion rate is extremely low, and the abilities they obtain are also very unstable. Therefore, the plan to mass-produce monster hunters was proposed, and it was soon approved by the federal high-level officials. They extracted the black dragon's meme from the embryo, processed it and implanted it into the human body. After a series of experiments, they found that if the recipient is a human embryo, the gene will be quickly assimilated by the monster, and if it is an adult, it will die from various complications, among which the highest mortality rate is cytokine storm. Therefore, the age group of 6 to 10 years old became the best recipient, because human cells at this age have been fully differentiated, but the immune system has not yet matured, which is the most suitable stage for fusing monster memes.
What is the success rate of the fusion experiment? Sun Hang asked. As far as I know, it's 2%.
Wang Shi said, among the 50 children in my batch, I'm the only one who survived.
It's not easy to be alive.
Sun Hang opened a can of orange juice with one hand and handed it to Wang Shi. Here's a toast to you.
The two clinked their cans and drank it headlong.
At this time, a ground staff member walked by with a German shepherd. Sun Hang picked up a piece of meat from the lunchbox and threw it over, but the German shepherd just turned his head and looked at him, without even sniffing the meat.
See, dogs won't eat meat that smells like coriander.
Sun Hang curled his lips and tilted his head to Wang Shi.
This is a military dog.
Military dogs only eat the food fed by the breeder, and it has nothing to do with coriander.
Wang Shi said. Oh, is that so?
Sun Hang scratched the back of his head awkwardly.
The weird thing that infected you is Tao Dai, right? Wang Shi asked suddenly. Did the old bald guy in the wheelchair tell you? No, I guessed it.
Wang Shi said, because when I get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to you, my heart will become trembling and uneasy. My instinct tells me that you are a very dangerous predator, and in the recent attacks, the only one whose serial number is ranked before the black dragon is Tao Tai.
I always feel like you are tricking me.
Sun Hang swallowed the last mouthful of rice and wiped his mouth with his sleeve.
In your eyes, I am actually no different from food, right?
Wang Shi turned her head and looked at Sun Hang deeply. Sun Hang actually wanted to say I was discovered by you, but after thinking about it, he swallowed his words.
Others treat you as a colleague, and you treat others as food. It seems a bit excessive. It's okay, I don't care.
Seeing that Sun Hang didn't answer, Wang Shi continued, I want to ask you a favor.
I can probably guess what you want to ask me. Well, Wang Shi nodded, when that day comes, please eat me. Does this count as entrusting my life? Sun Hang pulled the corner of his mouth. If you think it is, then it is. Wang Shi said indifferently. Then how well do you want yourself to be cooked? Sun Hang suddenly felt that he seemed to be quite talented in telling hell jokes. It's up to you. Wang Shi stood up. You can steam or braise it, I have no objection. Okay, no more jokes, let's talk about the future later. Sun Hang threw the empty lunchbox back on the cart. Why not think about how to deal with it after the change happens? How do you plan to deal with it? Wang Shi asked. My intuition tells me that you only plan to bring these people together and then do nothing. Are you women's intuition so accurate? Sun Hang looked shocked. Because I have the same idea as you. Wang Shi glanced at the people queuing up to receive lunchboxes at the temporary barracks in the distance and whispered. I never thought about rescuing these people. Sun Hang paused and then said, they have all been marked by that weird thing and become a sunk cost, and what we should do is stop the loss in time, don't let the harm of space-time anomalies further expand. What you did is right, but your remarks are dangerous. Wang Shi lowered her voice. As a hunter, you shouldn't say such things. During the entry assessment, Yang Qi should have discussed with you. Did you mention it? In order to maintain the so-called human nature? Sun Hang grinned. I am not qualified to let these more than 180 people die, and I can't let more people die to save them. It was like there were one person and 5 people tied to a branched railway track, and an out-of-control tram was approaching quickly, and I just happened to pass by with a toilet pusher. And, didn't you notice that both the top leaders of the Federation and the soldiers have actually acquiesced to this choice? Sun Hang continued, except for setting up a blockade, they also did nothing. What about Yang Qi? Sun Hang was silent for a moment, then said, I can't save her. Time passed by minute, and fewer people walked back and forth in the base. Everyone returned to their own posts, waiting for that moment to come. Sun Hang heard it clearly. When the clock jumped from 14:59 to 15:00, the colonel standing next to him swallowed hard. There are still 15 minutes. Yang Lian clenched the tablet in his hand, and his knuckles turned slightly white. May 19, 1514. The last minute. No one could hear any voices in the huge Air Force base, and the thumping of the heartbeat had never been so clear. In the last 10 seconds, everyone held their breath. 5 seconds. 3 seconds. 1 second. A gust of cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blue, carrying a piece of waste paper lying on the ground, spinning twice in the air, and finally fell under the steps where Sun Hang had been sitting to eat. Nothing happened. What's going on? The colonel was the first to break the silence. He turned his head to look at Sun Hang and said in a deep voice, I need an explanation. At the same time, Sun Hang's mobile phone rang, and the caller ID showed an unfamiliar number. Sun Hang pressed the answer button, and Yi Xian's voice came from the receiver. The mutation did not happen. Why? The time can't be wrong. Sun Hang said to those who were looking at him, I did see that the time displayed on the financial center building was 3:15 p.m. on May 19th. Then, the only thing wrong is the perspective. Perspective? The colonel obviously didn't understand what Sun Hang meant. This 3:15 p.m. on May 19th is the time point for those people. Sun Hang glanced at the temporary camp on the playground in the distance, and from our perspective, the time point in the real world should be 10 hours later, that is, May 20th, 1:15 in the morning. The colonel stared at Sun Hang for a long time, and then slowly said, I will give you one last chance. If nothing abnormal happens after 10 hours, you can't escape responsibility. The recordings of your conversations with the hijackers in the command room have all been preserved. From what you said, you seem to hope that something unusual will happen? Sun Hang glanced at him and asked. The colonel was immediately choked by this sentence, and took 3 deep breaths in a row before saying in a deep voice, Of course I don't want something unusual to happen, but I can't tolerate someone disrupting the order of the army and society through illegal means. Then just keep waiting. Sun Hang simply took out his mobile phone and started playing the small game he had just downloaded. The whole afternoon was quickly spent in waiting, and night slowly fell. The huge searchlight lit up again, and the pale light covered every corner of the base, making people's skin as pale as zombies.
Many people's eyes were full of bloodshot in these 3 days. Almost no one had a good night's sleep, especially the 188 people in the barracks. Everyone had a haggard look on their face, and heavy dark circles and greasy and hard hair almost became standard. There was a toilet in the temporary barracks, but there was no bathroom at first. Some people protested against this, but as time went by, people no longer cared about trivial things like taking a shower. They cared more about what they would face when that moment came. Sun Hang stroked his hair, and in the night breeze, it took only 10 minutes for his hair to dry up. He glanced at Yang Lian, whose face was greasy, and asked, "Aren't you going to take a shower?" "You may not have the chance later." "I'm not in the mood," Yang Lian said. She kept her head down and drew and wrote on the tablet. Various mathematical formulas were densely arranged on page after page. It was unknown what she was calculating. "Did you study mathematics or physics in college?" Sun Hang leaned over and glanced at the heavenly book on the screen and asked. "Weird things," Yang Lian answered without raising his head. "This is an unpopular but very important major. There are 2 reasons why it is unpopular. First, the admission score of this major is extremely high, which is much higher than all conventional majors. Second, few parents will agree to let their children apply for this major. Because being admitted to this major means that the rest of your life will be dealing with extremely dangerous things such as weird things. Few parents can accept their children to work in this field. The reason is simple: the accidental death rate of people in this industry is too high. I just wanted to follow in my sister's footsteps." Yang Lian continued, "But I made a serious mistake in my last interview and was not selected by the Weird Research Institute. I had to settle for the second best and join the Abnormal Investigation Bureau. I didn't expect you to be a Sister Khan." "It's 11:57. Yang Lian said, "In 3 minutes, it will be May 20th, don't worry, there's still more than an hour." Sun Hang said. "You don't plan to save her, right?" Yang Lian asked suddenly. Sun Hang said nothing, took out his mobile phone and started playing. "I will find a way myself," Yang Lian said again. "I advise you not to do anything stupid. I will take responsibility for my own actions. Your sister definitely doesn't want you to set yourself up for her." Sun Hang added, "Why don't you think about your parents? You don't have any other brothers and sisters, right? I suddenly feel that you are really annoying." May 20th, early morning, 1:12. 3 minutes. The colonel had already put on urban camouflage training uniforms and held a lit cigarette in his hand. At his feet, cigarette butts were scattered all over the floor. This man, who was nearly 50 years old, had not slept for more than 24 hours, relying entirely on the stimulation of nicotine to survive until now. Sun Hang turned on the timer that came with his phone and simulated the ticking of a mechanical clock. Each tick was like a drum beating on everyone's heart. 3 minutes, 180 seconds. The colonel held the cigarette between his arms, but did not take a puff, letting the long ash hang there. When the timer reached 0, a harsh exclamation came from the temporary barracks, piercing the silent night sky. The colonel was startled, and the cigarette butt in his hand was thrown heavily to the ground, and he shouted, "Quick! Find out what happened in the temporary barracks immediately." But before the soldiers could take action, a man opened the tent door and ran out. With a frightened expression on his face, he shouted, "Help me," while running towards the blockade. However, in just a few seconds, his body began to become gradually transparent. When he was still a few meters away from the blockade, he completely disappeared from everyone's sight. It's like he never appeared. The soldiers standing behind the blockade were completely stunned. It was not until the second and third people rushed out of the barracks that they picked up their weapons as if they had just woken up from a dream, and yelled at people to return to the barracks. The change actually happened. The colonel murmured, "Go to the surveillance screen of drone number 4. Sun Hang said to the technical soldier sitting in front of the computer. This number 4 drone was specially arranged by Sun Hang to monitor tent number 19. In tent number 19 lived the family of Ding Yuanjiang, a member of the Tianfu City Management Committee. In addition to Ding Yuanjiang and his wife, they also included their 2 children who were suffering from fever, and the 2 old people who had to follow them whether or not they were here. The two old men were not missing. They were not marked by that strange thing, and the time they perceived was exactly the same as in the real world. But now, in the surveillance footage, the two old men holding on to their children are beginning to show signs of transparency. The mutation phenomenon will be contagious. Sun Hang looked at the surveillance screen and said calmly, "It's just as expected." If he and Yi Xian hadn't forced all the missing people to be gathered together, there would probably be more than just these 188 people implicated now. Just when Sun Hang wanted to see what measures the military would take next, his cell phone rang crazily. "Hello? Sun Hang, it's not good." The person who called was Song Yaring from the Research Institute. She was previously entrusted with the task of monitoring the Changnan Cemetery. A large number of strange objects were detected in the Changnan Cemetery. Moreover, many of them are monsters that have been clearly destroyed. I don't know why, but they are all mysteriously resurrected. It's not resurrection, these monsters came from 65 years ago. At that time, they had not been eliminated. And there's even worse news. Song Yaring said breathlessly, "Explain." The Federal Bureau of Anomaly Investigation sent a message that the phenomenon like monster Isanyanya that had disappeared for 130 years has reappeared. Song Yaring's words were trembling. Its coverage is the entire Shuzhou area. This chapter is quite long, and I revised it back and forth several times, so I posted it a bit late. We are required from above to immediately reinforce the cemetery in the south of the city to stop the monsters. Wang Shi also received the news. The City Defense Guard and the 5th Armored Brigade of the Federal Army stationed in Tianfu City have been dispatched, but without the hunters present, the army may not be able to stop those monsters. The information on those weird things has been stored inside your communication terminal. Song Yaring said on the other end of the phone, "Since you said they came from 65 years ago, I think these outdated information or not it can be of some use." Sun Hang glanced at the temporary barracks in the distance. Nearly half of the 188 people had disappeared after becoming transparent. There is a certain probability that things that are touched by these people will show signs of transparency. The most outrageous one is a middle-aged man located in the center of the camp. When he disappeared, he took away everything centered on himself, everything within a radius of 15 meters, and a large, bare pit 15 meters deep appeared on the ground. Under the orders of the officers, the soldiers quickly abandoned the first blockade and retreated behind the second, farther away blockade. Tear gas and high-pressure water cannons were deployed at the same time to suppress those who wanted to rush out. At this time, no one cared about their identity or status. In the eyes of the soldiers, these people trying to crawl over and grab their ankles were as scary as the zombies in the movie. "I'll leave this to you," Sun Hang said to the colonel. "Also, can you help us arrange a helicopter?" "We handle it?" The colonel was stunned for a moment. "This is how we're going to handle it? Aren't you handling it well now?" Sun Hang said, "The real monster spawning point is in the cemetery in the south of the city. It seems that these people are just chess pieces used by the monsters to disrupt the site. It's not entirely disruptive. The person who just took away all the materials within 15 meters of him was the secretary of the Office of the Director of the Investigation Bureau. If he hadn't been brought here, the entire Investigation Bureau would have been paralyzed by now." Status: Yang Lian said. "If I remember correctly, the Director and Deputy Director of the Investigation Bureau are also in this group of people. How many people are left in the Bureau now?" Sun Hang asked. "The senior leaders are all here, and about a quarter of the middle-level leaders are left." Yang Lian said, "When the second time and space displacement occurred, the entire Investigation Bureau reduced its staff by more than 70%. Now it can barely maintain daily operations. Basically, the ability to perform field missions has been lost. Where's the temporary investigator? Almost all of them were damaged in the cemetery in the south of the city. We haven't had time to replenish them." Yang Lian replied. "After all, people like me don't get taken advantage of every day. The main source of supplementary information for temporary investigators comes from prisons. The Bureau of Investigation will sign employment contracts with prisoners in prisons in exchange for reduced sentences. It's a contract to sell oneself." Sun Hang corrected.
Okay, so now in Tianfu City, the only combat power that can be mobilized is me and Wang Shi?
Sun Hang glanced at the list of monsters that Song Yaring sent, glanced at it, and poured out from the cemetery in the south of the city. There are at least 50 or 60 strange creatures, not to mention those that have not been detected yet. The gap in combat power between the two sides is simply exaggerated. And us. Yi Xian's voice suddenly came from behind. A change has occurred, and Yi Xian's identity has been transformed from a dangerous person who hijacked the commander of the base to a hero who turned the tide. Although no one has said so yet, relevant commendations and awards will definitely be indispensable afterwards, and there is a high probability that she will still be there. It will dominate the headlines of major media outlets in Xiazhou Federation. As for her father, he must be fine now. Aren't you going to come back to Chunming City? I came here to solve this matter. How can I go back before the matter is solved? Yi Xian took out 2 heavy bulletproof inserts from her tactical vest and threw them aside facing the treacherous things. This kind of thing can only be regarded as a burden. Before Sun Hang could speak, Yi Xian continued, there are 4 monster hunters in my team, which can just make up for your lack of combat power. In addition, I have received various strict trainings since I was a child, and I have dealt with the strange things with my own hands, so you don't need to dedicate a special force to protect me. I didn't say I wanted to protect you. Sun Hang muttered softly. Yi Xian's expression froze slightly, but she quickly returned to normal. That's good. Without further ado, get on the plane quickly. We'll discuss the specific tactical arrangements on the way. The most indispensable thing in the Air Force base is airplanes. When Sun Hang and the others rushed to the number 1 apron, a dark green camouflage military helicopter was already waiting for them. Along with the huge noise, the propeller blades rotated at a rapid speed. It's getting faster visibly. Sun Hang got into the cabin first. The pilot of this helicopter was a black man. He turned his head and smiled at Sun Hang. Hey man. Welcome aboard the Black Mamba Air Express number 24, remember to fasten your seatbelt. This black guy's Chinese pronunciation is quite clear, and he even has a dialect accent unique to the Suzhou area. How long does it take to get to the Changnan Bridge from here? Sun Hang asked. If you want stability, 15 minutes. Brother Black clenched his fist vigorously, but if you like to pursue excitement, brother, 9 minutes. I only need 9 minutes to get you there. Then please step on the accelerator. Sun Hang said. Wang Shi is a monster that can land physically from a height of several hundred meters, and Sun Hang himself is not much different, let alone taking a helicopter. Even if the two of them are tied to a missile and launched, there is a high probability that they can land safely. As soon as the last member of the Special Operations team buckled his seatbelt, the helicopter left the ground and quickly rose into the air. The overall command of this blocking operation is fully responsible by the Weird Disaster Countermeasures Committee located in Chunming City. As soon as Yi Xian sat down, she immediately told Sun Hang and Wang Shi about the arrangement of the combat operation. The entire combat plan will be coordinated and commanded by them remotely. In addition, the weird hunters urgently drawn from various cities and districts are gathering and will support Tianfu City in batches. But before the reinforcements arrive, you 6 hunters are our only combat power. Yi Xian continued, you should have known that the first round of blocking positions were selected at the South City Bridge. The engineers of the 5th Armored Brigade are burying explosives under the bridge. We need what needs to be done is to hold back those strange creatures before the explosives are detonated, and buy as much time as possible for friendly forces. As he spoke, the helicopter had already flown out of the mountainous area and passed over the sky of Tianfu City. Sun Hang could still vaguely hear the sound of the city-wide broadcast below. A serious strange creature invasion disaster has been detected. Citizens are requested to stay at home. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme the doors and windows, and do not go out. If there is any emergency, please call. Please find a solid and safe hiding place nearby. We will open 27 public shelters, the addresses are respectively. Please be orderly. By the way, has Tianfu City ever encountered a strange creature invasion of this scale? Sun Hang asked. It has never happened in the past 100 years. Yang Lian replied, even if the scope is expanded to the entire Xiaozhou Federation, this level of invasion disaster is rare. To be honest, I am more concerned about the eternal night that Song Yering mentioned, which covers the entire Shuzhou area. Sun Hang said. This is the first time Sun Hang has come into contact with a strange creature with a serial number that can be ranked in the top 3, and it is a phenomenon-type strange creature that is second only to the Type A rule type in terms of difficulty. Although the serial number cannot fully represent the strength of a strange creature, all strange creatures that can be ranked in the top 10, no matter which category, are not easy to deal with. Every time a strange creature with a single-digit serial number appears in the human vision, it means the arrival of a disaster. The last time Eternal Night appeared was in the 4533rd year of the lunar calendar, covering the entire Heshi corridor area, plus most of Liangzhou territory. Yi Xian said seriously, 4533? But Song Yering told me that the Eternal Night disappeared for 130 years. Sun Hang frowned, realizing the problem. Don't tell me that the Eternal Night that appeared in 4533 lasted for more than 50 years? To be precise, it was 55 years, 9 months, and 20 days. Yi Xian said, starting from September 12, 4533 in the lunar calendar, and ending on July 2, 4589 in the lunar calendar. According to historical records, the entire Heshi corridor area was dark all year round, with withered vegetation, plague raging, and poisonous insects and beasts rampant. The 4 cities of Heshi, Shiliang, Suzhou, Ganzhou, and Shada were all empty, and the number of refugees was in the millions. This time, the eternal night will not last for decades, right? Sun Hang glanced at the night sky outside the cabin and whispered. I don't know. Yi Xian shook her head. The longest recorded eternal night lasted more than 300 years, and the shortest lasted only 4 months. There is no pattern to follow. In addition, there is one more thing you hunters must pay attention to. What? During the eternal night, on any full moon night, the Yi-Lu blood moon will definitely appear. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, therefore, according to the arrangement of the Disaster Countermeasures Committee, no matter what the combat situation is, on the day before the full moon night, all monster hunters must withdraw from the eternal night coverage area. It seems that the commander this time is a little smarter than the group of good-for-nothings in Tianfu City. Sun Hang commented. It is not a long-term solution to keep sending troops and hunters to stop monsters. Yi Xian's tone was a little heavy. If the eternal night lasts for more than 3 months, the Federation should start implementing an immigration plan to relocate the people in Shuzhou to other places. If the eternal night lasts for more than a year, the plan to abandon Shuzhou will be put on the agenda. In other words, if we can't handle this, the human activity area will shrink again, right? Sun Hang said. It's not a question of whether we can handle it or not, but how long the eternal night will last. Yi Xian corrected, for the eternal night, the only measure we can take is to wait for it to disappear on its own. Then if the eternal night appears in Chunming City, the capital of the Federation, will you also abandon Chunming City? Yes. Yi Xian nodded TSK. If the eternal night covers the entire Xiaozhou continent, then do we all have to die? In theory, that's right. Yi Xian said calmly, the so-called defense line of humans is actually so fragile that it can't be attacked at all. Just when Sun Hang wanted to ask something, a sharp and piercing cry suddenly came from the city below. It's not a sound that humans can make. Wang Shi reacted immediately, hover in place. Okay. The Black Brother responded immediately and controlled the helicopter to hover in the air. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a bloated humanoid creature sitting on the rooftop of an office building. The creepy crying sound came from this humanoid creature. Do you have a telescope? Sun Hang asked. A member of the special operations team quickly took out a small and exquisite monocular telescope from his bag and handed it to Sun Hang. With the help of the telescope, Sun Hang could see clearly that it was a creature that looked like a human female with a high bulge in the abdomen. Compared with her bloated torso, her limbs were extremely slender, which reminded Sun Hang of the thin girl he had encountered at the breakfast stall before. The messy and dirty long hair covered its cheeks, but on its pale skin, purple and red corpse spots could be seen everywhere. On one of its legs, there was a rusty shackle, and half of the rusty iron chain was connected to the shackle at one end, and the other end was directly dragged on the ground. There was no doubt that this was a strange creature. How could a strange creature appear here? The team member who handed the telescope to Sun Hang whispered, "Has the defense line on the South City Bridge been breached? It should be just a fish that slipped through the net." Yi Xian shook her head. If the South City Bridge was breached, the Tianfu City area would have been littered with corpses by now. This strange creature. I found a file in the database that completely matches its characteristics. Yang Lian, who had been silent all the way, suddenly spoke. "Oh? Is it a strange creature that has been discovered?" Bingliosansi pregnant girl. It was discovered 65 years ago and was eliminated 65 years ago. Yang Lian said. Pregnant girl? Sun Hang repeated the name. "You mean, there is actually a baby in its bulging belly?" Well, this weird thing was also involved in a murder case 65 years ago. The two parties involved were a couple in love. After they got together for half a year, the woman discovered that she was unexpectedly pregnant. You know, in that era, it was a very serious matter for a woman to become pregnant before marriage. Not only would the woman be criticized by the society, but the man's future would also be greatly affected. Driven by various factors, the man took extreme measures to destroy his wife. The girlfriend took control and faked her accidental disappearance. Yang Lian paused and continued. A few months later, the woman had difficulty giving birth, so the man buried the woman and the unborn child together. At first glance, it was confirmed that he was born pure and pure. Sun Hang complained. But what the man didn't expect was that although the woman suffered a lot of bleeding due to dystocia, she did not die on the spot, she just went into shock. Later, the sheriffs found signs of struggle in the grave where the woman was buried, and in the woman's respiratory tract a large amount of soil debris was also found inside, which means that the woman woke up after being buried alive. Dystocia was not the direct cause of her death, but being buried alive was. Okay, if you say so, that man is even more beastly. Sun Hang said, but I'm a little curious, how did this girl become a monster? Is it because of resentment? This has not yet been clarified. Yang Lian continued, in short, after she transformed into a strange creature, she dug a grave on her own, crawled out, sneaked into the man's home, and killed all 6 members of his family. What a death! After killing the man's family, the monster found the man's relatives one by one based on the distance of their blood relationship, and killed them with extremely cruel methods. By the time the monster hunters found it, it had already 4 massacres were committed, with the total number of dead reaching 21. Tisk, it's really unlucky to have such a scumbag relative on the stall. Sun Hang sighed, then how was this weird thing eliminated later? Although the experience of the pregnant girl during her lifetime was very sad and infuriating, but no matter what, since she has become a monster, she must be eliminated. Otherwise, according to her logic of revenge, a large number of innocent people may suffer unreasonable disasters. After all, no one can guarantee whether there will be even a slight blood relationship between herself and the scumbag back then. This monster ignores any physical damage. To be precise, no matter what kind of damage it receives, it will recover quickly. Yang Lian said, you need to pay attention to one thing when dealing with this monster. Never look at her. Seconds or more, otherwise the trick baby in its belly will be transferred into the belly of the person looking at it in an incomprehensible way, and the abdominal cavity of the person looking at it will be torn open from the inside. What about the body of this strange thing? Besides staring at it, are there any other means of attack? No, the attack method of this monster is very simple, and apart from its infinite recovery ability, its actual physical strength is very low, and its power is far inferior to that of a normal adult human being. Yang Lian said. According to this analysis, it seems that the strange baby in the womb is the true nature of this strange thing. The mother body outside is more like a container. Moreover, this strange thing determines the relationship of revenge based on blood relations. Pregnancy, the girl herself has no blood relationship with that scumbag, but this strange baby is the real flesh and blood of that scumbag, Sun Hang said. Your analysis is completely correct. The Wei Ying is the true body of Bing 634. Yang Lian nodded, but the Wei Ying is different from the main body. It does not have an entity and is essentially immune to all physical attacks. Back then, the Bureau of Investigation, the mother's abdominal cavity was cut open, and there was only a pile of rotten flesh inside. According to this calculation, this monster should be classified into the Xin-type spirit type. Sun Hang muttered. These are actually two strange creatures that have a symbiotic relationship with each other. The strange baby's own number is Xin 225, but when it appears together with its mother, it is collectively called Bing 634. Yang Lian said. Then how was this strange thing eliminated back then? Going around and around, the question returned to its original point. Another pregnant woman. Yang Lian said, "Ha?" After another pregnant woman looked at Bing 634, Xin 225 moved into her uterus. Since there was already a fetus in the uterus of this pregnant woman, the strange baby directly occupied the body of that fetus. In this case, Xin 225, which was originally a spiritual creature, now possesses a physical entity. Before it rips open the pregnant woman's abdominal cavity and returns to her mother's body, she can be killed by physical means, and Bing 634 can be eliminated at the same time. And Xin 225, a pair of symbiotic creatures, Yang Lian explained. So, to eliminate this guy, a pregnant woman must be sacrificed? No, more than one pregnant woman. This should be regarded as one corpse and two lives. Sun Hang raised his eyebrows. So, the ones currently being held in Tianfu City, or are there any pregnant women on death row? According to the laws of Tianfu City, pregnant women will not be sentenced to death. Moreover, even if there are exceptions, such as an accidental pregnancy while in custody, the fetus in her belly is not guilty. Yang Lian said seriously, in this way, in the trap of Bing 634, the pregnant woman may still survive, but the fetus will definitely die. Then how was Bing 634 eliminated back then? It was an accident, Yang Lian said. The pregnant woman was a police officer. She didn't even know she was pregnant at the time. Can a fertilized egg be possessed by a strange baby? Yang Lian nodded again. After the strange baby is possessed, it will quickly extract the nutrients from the mother's body and ripen the embryo in a very short period of time, allowing it to develop to the gestational age when the strange baby died, and then break away and die. Out. Hiss. It seems that the condition for the weird baby to materialize is that there must be an embryo that can be possessed by it. Speaking of animals, is it okay? Must be human. Then, can you find a female death row prisoner, borrow some materials from a sperm bank and an egg bank, artificially inseminate a fertilized egg, and implant it into the body of the death row prisoner? A fertilized egg that has not yet begun to develop should not be alive. Right? Sun Hang said. Your method is quite a different approach. Yi Xian glanced at Sun Hang in surprise. But just as she picked up the phone, another team member suddenly whispered, "It's moving." I saw Bing 634 getting up from the ground. It was no longer crying, but chose a direction and crawled quickly on its hands and feet. Oops. Yi Xian frowned. It must have sensed a target that has a blood relationship with it, and this target should be in this office building. Bing 634 had crossed the guardrail at the edge of the rooftop, but it did not fall directly to the ground. Instead, like Spider-Man, it clung to the glass curtain wall of the office building and climbed down at an extremely fast speed. You have to take action immediately, otherwise that unlucky guy will be disemboweled by Gue Ying. Wang Shi said, how about I do it? In the beastly state, tearing the abdominal cavity is not a fatal injury to me. But you can't kill it. Yi Xian shook her head. Your attack methods cannot cause effective damage to it. Moreover, this is a downtown area. Once you use too much force, it can easily cause casualties to innocent people. I will control the intensity. Wang Shi said, even if I can't kill it, I can at least hold it back. It's useless. When B634 has not locked on the target, conventional physical means can indeed restrict its actions to a certain extent. But once it locks on the target, it will enter an unstoppable state. Even if it is locked in a sealed container, it can pass through the outer wall of the container and continue to approach the target. Yi Xian shook her head. To put it bluntly, if you want to kill this thing, you must have a pregnant woman as bait. A member of the special operations team said. Wang Shi looked down at her belly, and then subconsciously glanced at Sun Hang.
You don't want to use yourself as bait? Yi Xian noticed Wang Shi's eyes and asked. In theory, Night Fury is indeed a better choice than death row prisoners. After all, the physical strength of the body is there. Moreover, the identity of a strange hunter can also avoid the condemnation of public opinion. But the problem now is that we don't have time. Yang Lian said.
Bingley Asansi has climbed to the 29th floor of the office building at this time.
It stopped and was looking at the people on this floor through the glass.
The white-collar workers in the office building naturally discovered the strange thing lying outside the curtain wall, and the entire 29th floor suddenly fell into chaos. Although the glass curtain wall has a good sound insulation effect, the screams and cries for help from the crowd inside still faintly reached the ears of Sun Hang and others. The helicopter had dropped to the same height as the 29th floor, and Sun Hang and his companions were less than 20 meters away from Bingley Asansi.
Everyone, pay attention. Yi Xian pressed the button on the loudspeaker on the helicopter. Don't panic. Don't run.
Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. Your eyes immediately, hold your head and squat down. As long as you don't look at the strange creature, there will be no danger. As soon as the voice fell, Bingley Asansi turned his head, and the eyes hidden in the messy hair looked straight at the helicopter. Except for Sun Hang, the others on the helicopter immediately turned their heads away, not letting their eyes meet Bingley Asansi.
Bingley Asansi did not waste more time on the helicopter.
It turned its head back, and the next second, its whole body seemed to be melted into some kind of liquid, and strangely passed through the glass curtain wall.
What will happen if you keep your eyes closed and don't look at it? Sun Hang asked.
Its sight will go straight through the target's eyelids, just like it goes through a glass curtain wall.
Otherwise, leave this guy to me.
Sun Hang walked to the cabin door, holding the safety ring above his head with one hand, and said to everyone in the cabin.
Tao Tai can even devour memories, let alone a mere spirit. When this strange baby enters Sun Hang's body, what will happen next will not be up to it. This is a feast delivered to the door. It would be a waste not to eat it. Sun Hang is still very confident in his digestive ability.
You?
Yi Xian frowned slightly. Do you have any means to directly attack the spirit body?
No, but I have another way to try.
Sun Hang said. Sun Hang's ability.
Yang Lian nodded towards Yi Xian. After taking over Yang Qi's position, she naturally gained the authority to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme Sun Hang's files. Maybe she can really solve the problem of Wei Ying.
Okay, then go try it.
Yi Xian no longer hesitated and nodded to Sun Hang. If it doesn't work, evacuate immediately and we will try our best to provide you with support.
Hey, buddy, I can only get so phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme at most. You have to jump over the remaining 10 meters by yourself. This shouldn't be a problem for you monster hunters, right? Helicopter. The driver turned his head and said loudly to Sun Hang.
Sun Hang gave him an okay gesture, then jumped out of the hatch.
The next moment, dozens of pale hyphae shot out from his body and stuck to the surface of the glass curtain wall of the office building.
Then, Sun Hang really looked like Spider-Man in the movie, swinging over and sticking to the surface.
Above the glass curtain wall.
However, Sun Hang could not directly pass through the glass curtain wall like Bing 634. In desperation, he could only gather the mycelium into a huge fist and smashed a hole in the glass curtain wall. Using the mycelium to do a forward somersault, Sun Hang finally entered the interior of the office building and landed firmly on the ground.
However, in just a few seconds, several corpses were already lying on the ground. So many people died? Sun Hang couldn't help but frown.
He realized something was wrong. It's impossible for all of these people to be related to that scumbag back then, right?
Or is it that Bing 634 has mutated and is no longer? Are you following the original murder logic?
Sun Hang raised his foot and crossed a thigh wrapped in black stockings, and walked forward quickly. In a cubicle not far away, Bing 634 was sitting on a young female white-collar worker, raising her hands crazily.
Rise and fall.
The female white-collar worker was screaming 2 seconds ago, but now, she has completely stopped moving. The strong smell of blood filled the small cubicle. Even the attack method has changed.
Is this guy really Bing 634? Sun Hang muttered in his heart, or is it just a guy that looks very similar to Bing 634, but has completely different characteristics? Where's the new monster? Sun Hang thought for a while and decided to test the opponent with physical attacks first. If it weren't for C634, maybe bullets would be able to solve the problem. Sun Hang drew out his sidearm after his body was strengthened by Tai Sui. The recoil force Sun Hang could withstand was also greatly increased. His sidearm was also changed from an ordinary small pistol with a caliber of 9mm to a hunting pistol with a caliber of 0.5 inches. The power of this thing is completely overflowing to human targets without protective gear. No matter where it hits, it is fatal. The strange creature suspected to be Bing 634 had its back to Sun Hang and was still frantically attacking the woman who had already lost her breath. It was completely defenseless. Sun Hang aimed at the back of its head, turned on the safety, and began to tighten his finger on the trigger. Sun Hang was less than 3 meters away from the monster. At this distance, even Sun Hang, who had just started shooting, could not miss the target. Boom! The unique loud gunshot of a hunting pistol echoed in the office building, and the monster's movements suddenly froze in place. Half of its head had disappeared, and the torn fracture exposed dried parts like rotten cotton wool. Carrion. Dead? Just when Sun Hang was about to take a step closer to check, the monster's blown head actually returned to its original shape in just a few seconds. If it weren't for the large amount of splattered filth on the floor and the surrounding desks, Sun Hang would have been suspicious. The shot I just took was an illusion. It can still recover itself, and physical attacks are ineffective. Could it be some variant of Bing 634? After the monster's head recovered, it regained its mobility again, but it did not turn around to attack Sun Hang. Instead, it continued to mechanically tear at the body of the female white-collar worker. Its persistent hatred was like this woman's. The white-collar worker is like the reincarnation of the scumbag from back then. Look directly at me, bastard! Sun Hang shouted at the strange creature, but the other party turned a deaf ear. At this moment, Sun Hang couldn't help but shudder. He suddenly felt the breath of more than one strange thing. In addition to the Bing 634 phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme at hand, there seemed to be other things in this office building. With other strange things. And there's more than one. Wait a minute, something is wrong. Sun Hang raised his head and looked around. He suddenly felt that this floor was eerily quiet. The white-collar workers who had been screaming and running away had disappeared without a trace. The only moving things on this floor were Bing 634 and himself sitting there in a state of madness. There's a problem. Sun Hang turned around and looked in the direction he came from. The hole in the glass curtain wall was still there, but other than that, everything had disappeared. The helicopter carrying Wang Shi and others, the buildings adjacent to the office building, the oppressive phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme gray clouds and the moonlight faintly shining through the clouds, all disappeared. There is only infinite darkness outside the glass curtain wall, as if the entire building has sunk into an abyss from which even light cannot escape. Sun Hang took out his cell phone, and sure enough, the cell phone signal was 0. Bing Liu Sansi was still venting his anger on the corpse, without stopping for a moment. As if realizing something, Sun Hang walked to the corpse closest to him and turned it over. This was not a human corpse at all, but an extremely lifelike puppet, with lifelike facial features and hair. It was a pity that the two eyeballs made of glass balls looked a little dull, and the teeth inside the mouth were not made of hard materials, but silicone, the same as skin. Sun Hang pulled out the dagger and cut the clothes on the puppet. He did not control the depth of the knife, and the sharp tip of the knife pierced into the puppet's skin several times, but silicone was silicone, and no matter how deep it was pierced, no blood would flow out. Sun Hang went around to the other side and tilted his head to take a look between the puppet's legs. Damn, it's still usable. Sun Hang couldn't help but curse, what a bad taste this weirdo has. He knew in his heart that the reason why he could feel the breath of weirdo in all directions was not because there were a lot of weirdos hidden in this building, but because this office building itself was a weirdo. A weirded up office building, G-type environmental weirdo, number unknown. Sun Hang silently said in his heart. You are the bait, right? Just to lure me here. Sun Hang pulled an office chair over and sat down, asking the weirdo in the cubicle not far away. Then what? Is this how you entertain guests?
Bring a bunch of silicone dolls to deal with me? At the very least, you have to make me a cup of coffee first, right? As soon as the voice fell, a cup of steaming hot coffee suddenly appeared on the desk next to Sun Hang. P.S. Don't ask why there are Spider-Man movies in countries across the ocean. If you ask, it's the shoujo version of Spider-Man. Ah? You really gave it to me? Sun Hang picked up the cup of coffee. The cup was very delicate. It was the kind of bone china cup with ice cracks, and the edge of the cup was inlaid with a circle of gold. The coffee in the cup was just 8/10 full, and there was still a small circle of fine foam phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the wall of the cup. Sun Hang brought the cup to his nose and smelled it. A mellow burnt aroma penetrated his nasal cavity, but in this burnt aroma, there was also a faint smell of blood. I'm afraid that if I drink this thing, I will have diarrhea and doubt my life? Sun Hang stood up, muttering to himself, and walked to Bing Lu Sansi. How about this? I see that your stomach is pretty good, why don't you help me drink it? After saying that, Sun Hang grabbed Bing Lu Sansi by the hair, lifted it up from the already tattered doll, forcibly tore open the other's mouth with 4 mycelium, and then poured the whole cup of coffee into it. Bing Lu Sansi struggled desperately, but hundreds of tough mycelium tied it up tightly, and it could only let the brown-black liquid fall into its throat. As soon as the coffee touched its cavity, it immediately boiled. The coffee seemed to have turned into a highly corrosive liquid, which burned through its throat in an instant and leaked out from its neck. The strength of the struggle from the mycelium suddenly increased a lot, and Sun Hang could fully feel the pain that Bing Lu Sansi was enduring. Wait? Can the weird feel pain? As soon as this thought flashed through Sun Hang's mind, the mycelium suddenly loosened, and Bing Lu Sansi melted quickly like heated wax, turning into a pool of sticky colloid made of skin, fat, and flesh. It's disgusting. Sun Hang took 2 steps back and rubbed off the colloid stuck on the sole of his shoe on the dry carpet next to him. At this time, he found a metal object lying in the gelatin at the original position of Singli Oshishi. Is this equipment explosion? Sun Hang just bent down, thought about it and stood up again, took a plastic folder from the desk next to him, and pulled the metal object out of the gelatin. Then, he found half a bottle of leftover mineral water in the cubicle and washed away all the residual gelatin stuck on the metal object. This is a key. The whole body of the key is copper yellow, and the shape is extremely simple. The main body is a copper rod of about 5 centimeters, with a small section of tooth-like protrusions near the end. This kind of key is generally used in old-fashioned locks produced in the last century or earlier. In modern society, this kind of key generally appears as a craft and decoration, rather than its original purpose. Although I don't know whether this strange creature is Bing Lu Sansi, but it is likely to be replaced by time and space, that is, it is likely to come from 65 years ago. Sun Hang carefully looked at the key. 65 years ago, this kind of key was quite common. I just don't know where the lock that key matches is. The strange office building that trapped Sun Hang is full of modern style. The office doors are all electronic locks with face and fingerprint recognition. Old keys like this antique are obviously not used here. Sun Hang put the key in his pocket and looked around. Generally speaking, horror scenes will be kept in darkness as much as possible. At worst, the lighting equipment will have some failures, creating the effect of constantly switching light and shadow, which makes people's nerves tense all the time. But the floor where Sun Hang is located is brightly lit, and there is no atmosphere that the environment-type strange creatures should have. If you want to leave here, there are 3 ways to choose. The first 2 are the elevator and the emergency staircase in the office building, and the third is the big hole that Sun Hang just chiseled in the glass curtain wall. There is no need to think about the elevator and the emergency staircase. There must be problems, but the endless darkness outside the glass curtain wall is obviously not a good thing. Sun Hang walked to the curtain wall and looked outside. He always had a feeling that if he jumped out like this, he would probably fall down in the darkness, just like falling into a bottomless abyss and never touch the ground. He turned back and searched for a while on a doll with a very raised butt, and took out a mobile phone. This mobile phone uses a fingerprint lock. Sun Hang could only grab the doll's fingers one by one and try, but no finger could unlock it. Just when Sun Hang wanted to give up, his thumb inadvertently swiped across the screen, and the originally dim mobile phone screen suddenly lit up. I almost forgot, there is this trick. Sun Hang fumbled with his fingertips and then focused on the mobile phone screen. There was nothing in the phone except for the apps that came with it. The photo album, address book, call log, etc. were all empty. Of course, there was no signal. However, Sun Hang did not want to make a call. Instead, he turned on the flashlight function of the phone and adjusted the brightness to the maximum, then threw the phone out of the gap in the glass curtain wall. The phone fell rapidly with the light on until it completely disappeared in the darkness. The whole process took more than 30 seconds. Assuming that you are on the 29th floor of an office building, the height from the ground is only more than 100 meters, not more than 200 meters. Then it is impossible for the phone to fall to the ground for more than 30 seconds. Judging from the speed at which the phone fell when I just let go, there should be no gravity anomalies in this dark space. Okay, the third way can basically be ruled out. Sun Hang walked into a cubicle. The computer on the desk was still on. The pages of the office software were full of messy characters, just like the things that a mentally disturbed worker tortured by 996 rolled out on the keyboard with his face. Sun Hang glanced at the lower right corner of the screen, and there was no doubt cannot access the internet. Hey, the internet is disconnected, no one cares? Sun Hang raised his head and shouted. From the inexplicable appearance of coffee just now, it can be determined that this strange office building has consciousness. Not only does it have consciousness, it can also understand Sun Hang's words. In other words, communication is possible. But this time, the office building did not give Sun Hang any response. If you don't say anything, I will set fire to it. Sun Hang threatened, if there is a fire here, there shouldn't be a fire brigade that can come over, right? Still no response. Sun Hang stopped inking and immediately prepared to look for something that could light a fire. However, he looked for 7 or 8 lighters in a row, only to find that there was no fuel in them and he could not start a fire at all. You can't afford it, right? Sun Hang glanced at the various lighters on the table and felt inexplicably unhappy. This weird thing seems to be able to control objects in the building at will, so even if Sun Hang adopts the stupid method of drilling wood to make fire, it is estimated that the materials he prepared to start the fire 1 second before the spark was drilled out, it will also be replaced with flame retardant by the other party. From a certain perspective, environmental monsters also have some rule abilities. Although this rule ability is not as perverted and irresistible as Type A rule monsters, it is useful for those who fall into environmental monsters. For humans, this rule ability is still extremely repressive. If the other party is willing, they can even create a bunch of killing tools, even if the ground under Sun Hang's feet turns into a trap with bayonets, bombs or strong acid, but in that case, why didn't this office building take the initiative to attack me? Did you lure me in just to trap me? Sun Hang was a little confused. Even the strange thing that was suspected of being Bing 634 just now didn't show the slightest bit of aggression towards Sun Hang. This is not normal. Adjust your schedule today, there should be only one update, everyone should go to bed early, don't wait any longer. This strange creature directly killed Sun Hang without using its ability to change things in the environment. Was it because it didn't want to, or because it couldn't? It has not been half a month since Sun Hang joined the investigation bureau with full plans. Although he has been crazily making up lessons during this period, compared to those experienced investigators or hunters, he still knows too little about mysterious objects. Although experience is of little use when dealing with monsters, knowledge is different from experience. With the knowledge reserve of the old man in a wheelchair in the research institute, even if he encounters a monster that has never appeared before, it can also analyze a large amount of information from some trivial things. And for an ordinary person who knows nothing about treacherous objects, even if the treacherous object puts its vital points clearly in front of his eyes, he may not be able to tell that it is the vital part of the treacherous object. As for Sun Hang's current level, he is only a little better than ordinary people who know nothing about it. Could it be that this weird creature knew that he couldn't win a head-on fight, so he used this method to trap him? This idea suddenly popped up in Sun Hang's head. Sun Hang suddenly remembered a post he saw 2 days ago while surfing the internet out of boredom. The topic of the post is a discussion about ghost stories about zoo rules, the so-called ghost stories about zoo rules. The story scene zoo in it is somewhat similar to a compound monster that combines environment and rules. The discussants will list some weird, contradictory, and unreasonable rules in a serious manner, and require visitors entering the zoo to strictly abide by these rules. As for the consequences of following the rules or violating them, it is never stated. The compilers of the rules will create a strange and terrifying atmosphere, and will only emphasize over and over again that violating the rules will bring consequences. Very serious consequences, but only the compiler himself knows how serious it will be. It's possible that the compilers themselves don't even know. But these rules inherently conflict with each other. For example, the previous rule is still telling you if you see a gray rabbit, please immediately seek help from a staff member wearing a white uniform, while the next rule is all personnel's uniforms are red. If you see a staff member wearing a white uniform, please pretend you have not seen him. There are also some rules that deliberately use typos, garbled characters, or smearing to hide key information, leaving only a part of the options with multiple ambiguities. It is said that this Zoo Rules weird story was inspired by weird things that really exist in the real world, but as it developed, it has completely become a time-killing thing for netizens. At the beginning, some people tried to achieve the so-called good end by complying with all the rules. But soon, these naive netizens discovered that the compilers of these rules did not design the ending at all, and even the process was a mess. This so-called word game has no playability at all. Immediately afterwards, some people began to analyze the reasons and conspiracies behind the rules, and tried to analyze the weirdness of the zoo from a god's perspective, as well as the various conditions that need to be met to escape from the zoo alive. Until, a strange netizen created an unprecedented beating stream under a post about weird rules. All staff's uniforms are red. If you see a staff member wearing a white uniform, beat him and keep beating him until he is willing to change into a red uniform. When you see a gray rabbit, please stay away immediately and ask the staff for help. If you see a gray rabbit, beat it directly, beat it to death or beat it until it is willing to change its coat color. If a staff member comes, beat it too. Please don't take away the goat meat from the shelves. Everything else on the shelves is free, then beat the goat meat, beat the shelves, and beat everything in sight. As soon as this beating flow came out, the heat exploded instantly. There was no other reason than the word pleasure. What kind of white clothes, red clothes, and blue clothes? What kind of rabbits, goats, and elephants? What kind of strange things are there? I will go up and punch you first. Of course, there will also be some objections at this time, such as if you beat the monster and the monster rises up and kills you, what will you do? However, the founder of Beating Flow silenced those opponents with just one sentence. If those weird things can kill me directly, why do they have such a bunch of cumbersome rules and just give me a knife and it's over? What does it mean to defeat all laws with one force? This is called defeating all laws with one force. Sun Hang felt that in his current situation, the beating flow might be quite suitable for him. I'm not afraid that this strange thing will come out and confront me head-on, but I'm afraid that it will keep playing hide-and-seek with me, stalling for time. Knocking on doors, beatings, the level of violence is still a bit too low for Sun Hang. If he wants to do it, he must do it to the extreme. He plans to demolish the office building. Since there is no way to set a fire, let's resort to violent measures. Sun Hang pressed his palms on the desk in front of him, recalling in his mind the feeling of creating weapons against Tai Sui. He needed a demolition tool that was handy enough, and here, there are tools everywhere that can be used to make them. Material. Faintly, Sun Hang seemed to be able to sense a hint of resistance. The things on this floor, those desks, chairs, computers, even the chandeliers on the ceiling and the carpets under his feet, they all seemed to be alive and had their own consciousness. When Sun Hang tried to control them, he could clearly sense the emotion of resistance. In other words, this resistance came from the weird office building itself, and everything in this building was part of this weird thing. Unfortunately, this sense of resistance was too weak for Sun Hang. Sun Hang's right palm was like a magnet with super strong suction. All the metal objects on the 29th floor gathered towards his palm. In just a few seconds, they condensed into a super sledgehammer. The handle of this hammer was 16 meters long, the hammerhead was 3.5 meters in diameter, and the weight reached 60 tons. Not only the metal objects on the 29th floor, but also the metal frames between floors and the steel bars cast in the concrete were all pulled out by Sun Hang with his mind power and melted into the big hammer. Sun Hang, who was at the end of the hammer handle, did not look like a person holding a hammer, but rather a human-shaped pendant hanging on the hammer handle. Sun Hang raised the hammer high, and the irregularly shaped hammerhead swept across the ceiling, and glass fragments fell in a mess. The next second, the giant hammer smashed down heavily. 80. The huge hammerhead instantly penetrated the floor, and huge cracks spread to Sun Hang's feet with tremors. Sun Hang himself left the ground the moment the hammer was swung. With the help of mycelium, he turned his body in the air and stepped on the ceiling with his feet to offset the huge inertia when the hammer fell. 80. Another hammer, the hole with a diameter of only 7 or 8 meters, was instantly expanded to more than 20 meters, the floor tiles were shattered, and the crack line spread rapidly on the concrete layer like lightning. As for the steel structure used to support the weight of the building, it was pulled out by Sun Hang long before the sledgehammer was formed. The 29th floor collapsed completely. Carrying the sledgehammer, Sun Hang landed lightly on the 28th floor. He noticed that except for the silicone dolls lying on the ground and the melted singlyoshishi, the furnishings of this 28th floor were exactly the same as the 29th floor upstairs. Even the small ornaments on the cubicle desk were exactly the same. Not only that, at the same position of the glass curtain wall, the big hole that Sun Hang smashed when he broke into the office building was also perfectly reproduced. These two floors are like a game scene that a lazy modeler copied and pasted with duplicate materials. 80. Sun Hang smashed through the floor of the 28th floor again, but the 27th floor below was still exactly the same. The 26th floor, the 25th floor, the 24th floor. The 6th floor, the 5th floor, the 4th floor. The 1st floor, the -1st floor, the -2nd floor. Sun Hang looked at the familiar scene in front of him, and then raised his head to look at the big hole that penetrated dozens of floors above, and finally stopped swinging the giant hammer. The 16-meter-long giant hammer suddenly began to collapse inward, and the already compacted metal was compressed again. After a tooth-grinding crackling sound, the huge hammer turned into a half-meter-long short knife, which was attached to the inside of Sun Hang's arm. If you look closely at the blade of the dagger, you can find that the blade seems to be trembling all the time, as if it has been added with a layer of flowing hot air filter. Forcibly compressing the metal to this extent makes the state of this dagger extremely unstable. The reason why it did not explode is entirely because there is an invisible force restraining it, and once this force disappears, the destructive power it can release is far more terrible than the attack of the giant hammer just now. Sun Hang took 3 deep breaths in a row, and then raised his hand to wipe away the sweat oozing from his forehead. The mental power required to compress the metal is far more terrible than he imagined, but after the compression is completed, the maintenance stage becomes much easier. Well, this size is much more convenient. Sun Hang glanced at the dagger phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to his arm and nodded. His exclusive weapon GR Chijiu Lu has been transported to Changnan Bridge by the Research Institute's drone. It should have arrived at the battlefield at the same time as Sun Hang's helicopter, but the Binglu Sansi that appeared halfway completely disrupted this plan. Fortunately, with Sun Hang's current ability, weapons like G2796 can be mass-produced as long as the materials are sufficient. If calculated according to the floor that was penetrated, Sun Hang's current floor should be the -9th floor. However, the glass curtain wall of the -9th floor is still a dark abyss that cannot be seen to the bottom, and the hole on the glass curtain wall that is the same as the 29th floor still exists. Sun Hang walked along the corridor outside the office area to the elevator room. As expected, the words displayed on the wall are 29F. These dozens of floors are all replicas of the 29th floor. Every time Sun Hang smashes through the floor of a floor, for this weird thing, it is just a matter of pressing Ctrl+C and Ctrl+V. Even if Sun Hang is exhausted to death, he will never be able to go down to the 28th floor by smashing through the floor. Sun Hang thought about it and returned to the office area. He remembered something he saw when he just scanned the surroundings. It was a small drone placed on a charging base, with the logo of an advertising company on it, and its remote control was placed on the table next to it. Sun Hang picked up the remote control and turned on the power of the drone. The 4 small propellers immediately started to rotate, and the drone slowly rose to the height of his sight. Using the mobile phone Bluetooth to connect to the camera of the drone, Sun Hang controlled the drone to rise along the big hole he had just smashed, all the way up to the 29th floor where corpses were scattered all over the ground. Nothing changed. The melted C634 and the silicone dolls were still in place. The broken circuit sparked, and tap water gushed out from the cut-off water pipe on the side, soaking a large area of carpet. Sun Hang controlled the drone to turn around in the office area, and then flicked the joystick to let the drone fly out of the gap in the glass curtain wall. However, at the moment when the drone rushed into the darkness, the picture on the mobile phone screen was completely swallowed by the darkness. 2 seconds later, the word signal lost jumped out, and the indicator light on the remote control turned from green to red. Tisk, boring. Sun Hang threw the remote control away, walked to the nearest desk, and pressed the power button of the computer. Although there was no communication signal in this strange office building, the water and electricity supply were not cut off. Sun Hang first connected his mobile phone to the charging socket on the side, then opened a Word document on this computer. After thinking for a moment, he typed a sentence on the blank page. "Can you understand my language?" He waited for a few seconds, and saw the cursor jump twice strangely. Without Sun Hang touching the keyboard and mouse, an extra word appeared under his sentence. "Yes." "Very good, what is your name?" No response. "Why did you phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals lead slash phoning me here? What do you want from me?" No response. "Is the melted thing Bingliosansi?" No response. "Your mother is dead." Still no response. Sun Hang raised his middle finger to the computer screen, put away his mobile phone, walked to the elevator room, and pressed the elevator button. The elevator on the 5th floor started to operate the 6th floor, the 7th floor, the 8th floor, but when the elevator went up to the 15th floor, it turned and started to go down again, and finally returned to the 5th floor. No matter how many times Sun Hang tried, these elevators could never reach the 29th floor where he was. "You mean I can only take the stairs, right?" The small screen next to the elevator door that was originally used to display the floor where the elevator was suddenly flashed with black and white snowflake noise, and then the numbers disappeared, and a Chinese character emerged. "Yes. You can let me leave by taking the stairs?" Sun Hang asked again. No response. "Then why should I listen to you?" No response. "I have a question, are you afraid of me?" No response. Sun Hang stopped asking questions and waved the short knife directly, slicing the elevator door open like tofu. But just when he was about to jump down from the elevator shaft, the foot he stepped out retracted. The steel cable hanging the car could not be seen in the elevator shaft. Instead, there was the same endless darkness as outside the glass curtain wall. In Sun Hang's subconscious, this kind of darkness is extremely dangerous. Once he falls into it, he may never be able to escape. "I'm curious, why don't you just use this darkness to swallow me up?" Sun Hang asked again, "Or, you can't control this dark area, so I can only hit it myself?" The building did not respond to Sun Hang's question, and the display screen next to the elevator door has returned to normal. Is taking the stairs really the only option? The entrance and exit of the stairs is in the corner of the elevator room, and there is a green safe exit sign hanging near the baseboard. As for whether this exit is really safe, that is another matter. Sun Hang noticed that the door at the entrance and exit of the stairs was locked. Logically speaking, such normally closed fire doors are strictly prohibited from being locked, and even door locks are not installed, just to prevent the fire door from being locked when a disaster occurs. For a time, people can escape smoothly. But then again, since it is in a devious office building, the so-called rationality is naturally nonsense. The shape of the keyhole on the door felt familiar to Sun Hang. He thought for a while, took out the retro key that had just been exploded from Bing 634 from his pocket, inserted it, and turned it gently. With a click, the lock opened. Sun Hang gently pushed open the fire door, and a smell of rotten wood and moldy wood immediately wafted out from the crack in the door. He found that the corridor behind the door was extremely cramped and narrow, with all wooden stairs spiraling down, round and round. A few rusty kerosene lamps were fixed on the walls, emitting dim light. Corridors and stairs like this should not appear at all in such a modern office building. Only the abnormality may be the breaking point, but it is more likely to be a trap set by the opponent. Sun Hang thought in his mind, but the problem is that we can't get out of trouble by using conventional means. It's better to use the trick and see how tricky it is. What is the plan for the thing to trap himself here? Sun Hang took a step forward. The wooden stairs were badly decayed, and the load-bearing wooden boards were covered with holes. They made a creaking sound when you stepped on them, giving you the feeling that they would fall apart at any time. The interior of the corridor is full of traces of time, the lime walls are peeling off, and there are traces of water seepage in many corners, covered with large areas of damp moss. Amidst the heart-wrenching creaking sound, Sun Hang walked down the stairs for more than a dozen steps. Vaguely, he realized that something seemed wrong. There seemed to be less peeling spots on the wall than at first sight, and there aren't that many holes in the stair planks. I finally know the purpose of letting me take the stairs. Sun Hang took out his mobile phone and took a look. Sure enough, the time displayed on the screen was March 25, 4717 in the lunar calendar. Sun Hang just walked down a dozen steps, and the time he was in went back 2 years. He tried to go down one level again, and the time on his phone jumped forward 2 months to January 5, 4717 in the lunar calendar. The bottom floor of this staircase should be at a certain time 65 years ago, right? They tricked me in just to make me fall into the anomaly of time and space. Sun Hang turned around and prepared to turn back, but at this time he found that the back path had been completely blocked. Not only had the normally closed fire door disappeared, but even the upward corridor had been completely engulfed in darkness. Sun Hang tried to turn on the flashlight that came with his phone, but the light couldn't even illuminate an area of 1 centimeter. You're just kidding, right? Then don't blame me for not practicing martial ethics. The moment Sun Hang realized that time would change with the steps of the stairs, he had already thought of a way to break the situation. It's just that this method of breaking the situation does not rely on himself, but on the power of another unknown existence. The last thing that Force destroyed was the crystal ball that was as hard as diamond. It's a good thing to turn back time. Sun Hang suddenly said to himself, now I really have to thank you. I lost my memory some time ago, and I can take this opportunity to see myself 2 years ago. What kind of person he is, maybe you can find some clues. Before Sun Hang could say the word Suan clue, an extremely strong strange feeling emerged in his mind. He glanced around and quickly discovered the source of the strange feeling. The handrails of the stairs are also made of wood. Every once in a while, there will be a raised capital. These capitals were originally just simple ellipsoids with no decoration at all. But now, they are closest to Sun Hang. The 3-pillar capitals of the handrails suddenly turned into 3 ape-shaped wood carvings. One covered his eyes, one covered his ears, and one covered his mouth. The next second, everything around him began to age rapidly. The wooden planks of the stairs under Sun Hang's feet decayed and disintegrated, and then turned into ashes. Sun Hang, who lost his support, began to fall, and a strange sense of weightlessness gradually surrounded him. In a trance, Sun Hang found himself standing on the rooftop of the office building. The interior of the office building seemed to have turned into a sea of fire, and blazing smoke was pouring out of every open window on every floor. The darkness shrouding the office building disappeared. Sun Hang looked around and saw that the Tianfuching commercial district was full of high-rise buildings. The highway not far away was full of cars, and the shrill horns kept ringing. The repeated evacuation alarms still echoed over the city. Sun Hang took out his mobile phone and saw that the date and time had returned to normal, but the mobile phone signal was still 0. Sun Hang walked to the edge of the rooftop and looked down. The helicopter he had taken earlier had become a wreckage, lying in the middle of the road. Half of the broken blades flew out and pierced the mascot doll at the entrance of the Golden Arches restaurant across the street. Sun Hang's heart skipped a beat. Was it done by a weirdo? Sun Hang glanced at the burning office building under his feet. The appearance of this thing in Bingliushizi here means that more weirdos may have broken through the blockade in the south of the city and invaded the downtown area of Tenfu City. This is going to be fun. Sun Hang quickly landed on the ground with the help of mycelium and ran to the wreckage of the helicopter. The black driver who was still chatting and laughing with him not long ago was stuck in the deformed driver's seat and was dead. A thick pool of blood had accumulated under the driver's seat, and it was already semi-solidified at this time. It was obvious that it had been a while since the crash. In addition to the driver, Sun Hang found 2 unidentifiable male bodies in the cabin. No female bodies were found, which meant that Yi Xian and Yang Lian might still be alive. As for Wang Shi, let alone a crash, even if this helicopter fell and hit her head, she would not die. Just as Sun Hang was checking the wreckage of the helicopter, the voice of the radio sounded from the nose of the aircraft. Longquanyi base calls Black Mamba number 24. Please reply if you receive it. Longquanyi base calls Black Mamba number 24. Please reply if you receive it. Sun Hang used a short knife to cut the steel beam that was stuck in the cabin door and took out the radio walkie-talkie. This is Black Mamba 24. We encountered a strange creature on the way. The helicopter crashed. The pilot and 2 crew members are confirmed dead, and the rest are missing. Sun Hang shouted into the microphone. Please identify yourself. Sun Hang, a registered strange creature hunter in Tianfu City. We have located the crash site and will send a rescue team to you as quickly as possible. Please report the injuries. The other party said. Except for the dead and the missing, no one was injured. Sun Hang replied, I was trapped by a G-type monster before, and I just killed it. After I got out of the trap, I found that the helicopter crashed on the street. I only found 3 bodies inside the wreckage, and the others were missing. Can you contact Yi Xian and others now? The communication base station in Tianfu City was attacked by a monster. At present, the communication network in the whole city has been paralyzed. In addition, the signal of the communications satellite was also blocked by the eternal night. Only the military's high-power radio equipment can still operate normally. The other party replied, the missing did not access the military communication channel, so we don't know their situation. In addition, please confirm whether the flight phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme recorder on the helicopter is still there and how damaged it is. Flight phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme recorder? Do you mean the black box? Sun Hang asked, where is this thing installed? Under the cockpit console, the appearance is a heavy metal body with a striking orange-yellow paint. Oh, I see, the thing is still there. The damage to the console is not serious, and this thing should be fine. Sun Hang said. After the rescue team recovers the flight phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme recorder, they will analyze it as soon as possible to confirm the cause of the helicopter crash. By the way, I have something to ask, how is the battle situation at the South City Bridge? The monster blocking operation is in progress, and our position has not been breached. The voice on the other end of the intercom paused for a moment and continued, but some monsters still bypassed the blockade and infiltrated the city. The emergency evacuation order has been upgraded to the highest level. According to the instructions of the Disaster Countermeasures Committee. The person who was talking to Sun Hang hesitated for a few seconds, but continued, according to the instructions of the Disaster Countermeasures Committee, we need to be prepared to abandon part of the city. Abandon part of the city, or abandon the entire Tianfu City? According to the committee. It depends on the specific situation. A city infected by monsters will eventually breed more monsters. There are only 2 options before people. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme fight to the end and eliminate all the monsters that invade the city, or completely abandon the city. Tisk. Just received news that the federal reinforcements have arrived in Suzhou. They will rush to the South Bridge. According to the arrangement of the committee, the task of Tianfu City Hunter Sun Hang to reinforce the south of the city has been cancelled. Instead, he will freely hunt infiltrated monsters in the urban area to ensure the safety of various shelters and citizens. The people from the Public Security Bureau and the Guard will fully cooperate with your work. In other words, I don't have to rush to the south of the city? The latest arrangement is like this. Okay, I know. Just after putting down the walkie-talkie, Sun Hang felt an extremely dangerous breath. He shuddered and looked up at the crossroads dozens of meters away. A figure wearing a black light armor stood there quietly. His face was covered with a golden evil ghost mask, and 3 brightly colored feathers were inserted on the top of the helmet. Just standing there, a murderous aura spread all around. On his waist, there was a Tang Dynasty horizontal sword with a gorgeous scabbard, and in his hand was a wolf-tooth spear nearly 3 meters long, with the sharp spearhead pointing straight to the sky. This armor should be hung on a shelf in a museum, not in the middle of the street. Sun Hang muttered as he climbed out of the wreckage of the helicopter, stood in the middle of the road, and looked into the eyes hidden behind the golden ghost mask. The other party gave Sun Hang an extremely dangerous feeling. Sun Hang had never had this feeling before, even Wang Shi in a completely beastly state had never given Sun Hang this feeling. There is no doubt that this armor, including the evil ghost mask and helmet, as well as the Tang Dynasty horizontal sword and wolf tooth spear, are all self-shaped artifact strange objects. Their auras are very similar, almost integrated. In Sun Hang's view, this is not one or several self-shaped strange objects, but a set of self-shaped strange objects. But what surprised Sun Hang was that the person wearing this set of self-shaped weird things could not feel the breath of weird things at all. That is, this person was not infected, nor was he a weird hunter. Although he looked majestic now, he was actually just an unlucky guy held hostage by a weird thing. Clang! The sound of metal armor plates rubbing against each other was heard, and the person wearing the bright light armor raised his arm, and the wolf tooth spear turned from vertical to horizontal, and the tip of the spear was aimed at Sun Hang's head. The meaning of provocation could not be more obvious. Sun Hang looked at his opponent, and the short knife that was originally phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the inside of his arm had slipped into his palm. It's a bit tricky. If I show mercy, I may not be able to beat this thing, but if I attack with all my strength, no matter who wins or loses, the guy in armor will definitely die. Sun Hang began to slowly approach the opponent, and his speed gradually increased. I hope you don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame this weirdo that you controlled. Two mycelium suddenly shot out from Sun Hang's body and entangled the streetlights on both sides of the road. The Titan mycelium suddenly exerted force, just like a large slingshot, and instantly launched Sun Hang out. At the same time, the short knife in Sun Hang's hand also changed its form again, turning into a giant saber more than 4 meters long. An inch longer, an inch stronger since the wolf tooth spear in the opponent's hand is 3 meters long, then Sun Hang is 1 meter longer than him. Okay, then tell me, how can you trust me? First, take off your helmet and mask. Sun Hang said. Yi Zhou did not hesitate and took off his helmet and mask as Sun Hang said, revealing a handsome face. His facial features are very similar to Yi Xian's, and it can be seen that the person whom Yi Xian disguised as a man is most likely to be his brother. However, Yi Zhou looked very haggard and had thick dark circles on his face. He looked like a social animal who stayed up late and worked overtime all the time. Could it be that this guy was drained by alcohol and sex? Sun Hang secretly cursed and continued, also, tell me what the meaning of trick equipment and qualified people are? I have never heard of these concepts. How can I be sure that you are not making up the rhetoric on the fly? It's normal for barbarians on the border to be short-sighted. Yi Zhou glanced at Sun Hang with some contempt, but I really didn't expect that your knowledge of information about strange objects would be so lacking. If you beep again, I won't return this knife to you. Sun Hang flicked the blade of Zhanshuan with his finger, and a buzzing sound accompanied the tremor of the blade. Don't play. The expression on Yi Zhou's face instantly changed from contempt to heartache. Can't I just tell you? The so-called trick equipment is actually the same as the exclusive weapon issued to the trick hunter. It's almost the same. But all the tricks and equipment are tricks, and the selection process for those who are qualified for the equipment is much stricter than that of hunters. Can non-infected people also become qualified? Yes, the first condition for becoming a qualified candidate is the synchronization rate between oneself and the equipment. More than 25% is considered qualified, and more than 40% is considered excellent. It has no direct relationship with whether one is infected or not. Yi Zhou explained. What about you? What is the synchronization rate between you and this set of trick equipment? At 53%, my synchronization rate ranks among the top 3 among those who have qualified for slaying in the past. Therefore, I can exert most of its power. Yi Zhou said in his tone. With a hint of pride. Are all the artifacts and equipment my own type of artifacts? Most of them are, but it's not absolute. Yi Zhou shook his head. As far as I know, there is a qualified person code named Puppet Master, and her tricks and equipment are more than a dozen without self-awareness. Skeleton. Sun Hang was not unfamiliar with the concept of skeleton. Yang Qi told him about it when he first became a hunter. Skeleton is one of the final endings for infected humans, the fourth ending besides death, being absorbed by other monsters, and turning into a new monster. Skeletons are between corpses and completely transformed infected people. They are a kind of living dead similar to The Walking Dead. They are a bit like the zombie commonly seen in thriller-themed works, but compared with zombies, they are not infected. At the same time, it also carries a part of the lifetime memory and a small amount of self-awareness, as well as the special ability of a strange thing. Skeletons are also the hunting targets of monster hunters. Although they will not infect normal humans, their behavioral logic completely follows biological instincts. If left unchecked, vicious incidents that attack humans will easily occur. I'm still very curious. Can ordinary people really control strange things with their abilities? Sunhang looked at Yijio with doubtful eyes. Could you be accidentally attacked by a strange thing? Controlled? It is dangerous if the synchronization rate with the trick equipment is too low or too high, but at the threshold of 25% to 75%, it is relatively safe. Yijio said, people with too low synchronization rate are not qualified. There has never been a person who has become a qualified person and has a synchronization rate of more than 75%. The Federation has been researching artifacts for more than 100 years, and there are only a handful of cases where the artifacts have backfired on qualified people. A handful means it's not zero. But that's just a very small number of cases. Yi Juzui said firmly. Then how can you guarantee that you won't be that unlucky case? Sun Hang played with the Tang Hengdao in his hand. Since you think there is a possibility of the Night Fury losing control, can I also kill you? As a time bomb that could explode at any time? Are you questioning my ability? I'm a little curious, are there no side effects during the use of trick equipment? Sun Hang asked. There are risks when humans come into contact with any monster. In addition to the possibility of being infected with the monster virus, there are also various weird side effects. For example, the Christmas crystal ball that can strengthen memory will not only cause the user to suffer from hyperamnesia. According to Sun Hang's own experience, this thing is also extremely addictive, the kind of brain that is clear and clear. The feeling is simply addictive. Of course there are side effects. Guess why my set of trick equipment is called killing? If you use too much, will you turn into a murderous lunatic? Absolutely. Yijio nodded. This set of tricks and equipment originated from the Xuanjia Shaoqi in the prosperous Tang dynasty. The first owner was a school captain named Yi. During the Yangshi rebellion, he killed several people with his own strength. The 100 Fong army died of exhaustion. From then on, everyone wearing this armor will be infected by the strong killing spirit, lose themselves in the constant killing, and become a complete corpse. Killing machine. Then how did you solve this problem? The first 10 qualified people relied on a series of methods such as psychological suggestion, hypnosis, and physical stimulation to prevent their brains from being completely occupied by murderous intent, but in my opinion, their methods are only temporary solutions. Yijio said. What is your method? Play video games. Yijio said calmly. Ah. Sun Hang was slightly startled, and he almost thought he had heard it wrong. In the virtual game, iPhoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme kill billions of people with the fourth disaster. I use orbital bombing to exterminate an entire civilization, use star-destroying weapons to destroy the entire planet, and sell alien intelligent races as canned food. When I get used to these ways of playing, killing in the real world, even killing hundreds or thousands of people, is already boring to me. Yijio shrugged and said. It sounds like it makes some sense. Sun Hang nodded in agreement. He suddenly felt that he could learn from this method. Just when Sun Hang wanted to ask something else, a very strong aura of a strange creature suddenly surged up from underground. Get out of the way. Something is approaching. Yijio shouted at him, I can sense it, it's a very strong strange creature. While Yijio was shouting, Sun Hang had already leaped to the top of the huge M logo of the Golden Arches restaurant with the help of mycelium, staring at the road below with a vigilant look. Sun Hang swallowed subconsciously. Not out of fear, nor out of nervousness, but out of the extreme desire for tempting food. This is an unprecedented sumptuous meal, but the sumptuousness also means it may choke the eater to death. Compared with the terrifying aura, the movement of this strange thing when it appeared was actually silent. I saw a black shadow, like a liquid, slowly seeping out from under the manhole cover on the street, although it seemed that it was not moving fast. In fact, it only took less than half a second, spread to the buildings on the street, and began to crawl up along the walls of the buildings. This thing sneaked into the city from underground pipes. It may be a phenomenological or spiritual thing. It looks like this, and its actual size may be very huge. Yi Jiu also jumped to a high place, frowning at Sun Hang said, I even have a feeling that after this guy is fully extended, it may be able to swallow the entire city. Sun Hang pulled out his pistol and pulled the trigger at the shadow on the ground. Bang! The bullet was fired from the muzzle and hit the asphalt road, creating a shallow crater the size of a fist, but the shadow monster seemed not to be affected in any way. Judging from the sound analysis, the shot did not touch anything except the layer of asphalt. Preliminary judgment, there is no entity. Yi Jiu said again, then my idea is right. Sun Hang noticed that any place covered by this kind of shadow, whether it was the ground, a building, or something else, was rapidly aging. The floor tiles on the sidewalk were weathered and cracked, and the metal street lamp poles became rusty. The originally brightly colored billboard seemed to have been filtered through a black and white filter to remove all the colors. The small psoriasis advertisement affixed to it became brittle and peeled off, and turned into powder when blown gently by the phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals wind wine/phoneme. Directly below where Sun Hang was standing, the Golden Arches mascot doll that was pierced by the helicopter blades now only had the metal skeleton inside. This metal skeleton was made of lightweight aluminum alloy. There is no rust, but the surface is also covered with a thick layer of oxide. Sun Hang moved his gaze to the wreckage of the helicopter. Sure enough, the deformed cockpit could no longer hold the black pilot because his flesh and blood had disappeared, leaving only a white skeleton, which fell to the ground in pieces. It rolled out from the gap in the cockpit frame. This scene couldn't help but remind Sun Hang of the images he saw on the TV screen when the first time-space anomaly occurred. There is no record of the appearance of this strange thing in history. Yi Jiu said, at least in all the documents I have phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals red/phoneme, there has never been a similar description. Of course this guy won't have records. Sun Hang let out a long breath, because it is the culprit of the spacetime anomaly. What? Yi Jiu raised his eyebrows, how are you sure? Intuition. Sun Hang didn't say much and threw the Tang Hangdao directly to Yi Jiu. Try it with your strongest attack method. If it doesn't work, just apply for support. Do you want me to turn it on as soon as I come up? Yi Jiu caught Tang Hangdao and put on the helmet and mask again. Hurry up and use your big move now. If you die without even being able to use your big move, wouldn't it be even more frustrating? Sun Hang said. If you're scared, just stay away. Sun Hang did not continue to quarrel with him, but pulled the hyphae and flew to a farther and higher building. The Golden Arches restaurant on the street has been almost completely swallowed up by the shadow. Even the M logo that is a long way above the roof is covered by shadow. The yellow paint on the surface peels off, revealing the rusted metal base. Using time and space displacement to throw other monsters into the cemetery in the south of the city, attracting most of the federal attention, and then sneaking into the city through the underground pipeline network. Is this the battle plan of this monster? Sun Hang thought, no, that's not right, you shouldn't apply conventional thinking logic to the monster. But no matter which angle you look at it, the goal of this monster seems to be to devour the entire Tianfu city. To get something in the city? Or to kill a specific target? Or is it simply to expand territory and squeeze the living space of humans? Take this thing. Sun Hang was still thinking about the problem, but Yi Jiu threw something at him. Sun Hang caught it and took a look and found that it was a heavy metal box. He opened the box and found a pair of Bluetooth headphones inside. This headset is connected to a military communication channel, and it is also the only communication channel that can be used normally in Suzhou. Yi Jiu said. Sun Hang put on his headphones, and suddenly, a bunch of noisy sounds came from the headphones. The military communication channel originally had several frequency bands, but since all institutions can now only transmit messages through the military communication channel, each frequency band is responsible for multiple communication tasks. The frequency band that was originally supposed to be one-to-one is now busy. It's like a vegetable market. From the reports from all the troops, Sun Hang quickly understood that the headset Yi Jiao gave him was specifically responsible for dealing with the strange things that invaded the city. At this moment, apart from their location, in addition, other areas of Tianfu City have also been attacked by various monsters. Although the first batch of reinforcements have arrived, compared to the number of invading monsters, the number of hunters is still insufficient. What's more, the comparison of combat power between monsters and hunters cannot be directly measured by numbers. For example, if a hunter like Wang Shi who attacks purely physically encounters a spirit-like monster like the Ghost Infant, even if there are 100 Wang Zis, it will be meaningless. However, the only good news is that the attack intentions of these invading monsters are not obvious. They simply appear in the city, and only a very small number of monsters have taken actions of wanton destruction. More than 90% of the monsters are still in a state of standing by in place. As for the public shelters and densely populated residential areas in Tianfu City, they have not been attacked for the time being. Hello? Can you hear me? I'm Hunter Sun Hang. Sun Hang glanced at the road sign. I'm now in Jinjiang CBD. There's a suspected boss-level monster here. I need. He was interrupted before he finished speaking. Monsters have appeared in various areas. We don't have the spare power to support you now. If you can't eliminate the monsters independently, please report the monster information you have immediately. We will record it and decide the order of support according to the urgency of the situation. Forget it, you just need to tell me if the Monster Research Institute has been attacked. I'm worried that these monsters are targeting things in the institute. Sun Hang glanced at Yi Jiao, who was holding a spear in one hand and a knife in the other. This guy seemed to have entered a state of charging in terms of combat power. There should be few people stronger than this guy in Tianfu City now. If he can't defeat this ghost, then the support sent over will probably be difficult to do anything. The Weird Thing Research Institute in Tianfu City? The man just said, according to the intelligence we have so far, there has been no attack there. The nearest weird thing to the institute is 7 kilometers away, and there is no sign of it moving towards the institute. No monsters attacking the institute? In Tianfu City, more than 99% of all things related to monsters are sealed in the Research Institute. Since these monsters did not attack the Research Institute, it means that their purpose is most likely not to recapture something or to kill someone. Of course, the premise is that that thing or person has already left the institute before the mutation occurred. That hunter from Tianfu City. Yi Jiao said loudly, you'd better stand farther away. The range of my move is huge. I just fought against you, and I know it well. Sun Hang said. Hey, when I tested you just now, I only used 30% of my strength before you succeeded by luck. Yi Jiao said, if I had gone all out as soon as I came up, I'm afraid you wouldn't even have any scum left. Then I hope you can eliminate all the scum of this weird thing. After Sun Hang finished speaking, he stepped back nearly 100 meters. A shuddering aura was released from the inside of Zhan Shuang. Tang Hengdao's Zhan Shuang condensed into a several-meter-long weapon, and the wolf's fawn was ignited with the crimson color that Sun Hang had just experienced. Colorful flame. The threat displayed by Yi Jiao at this time is indeed much higher than when Sun Hang first met. Almost twice as big. When Yi Jiao fought against Sun Hang, he used 50% of his strength, not the 30% as he said. But compared with the sense of crisis that this mysterious shadow brought to Sun Hang, Yi Jiao, who spared no effort, was still a few levels behind. From the beginning, Sun Hang didn't think that Yi Jiao's ultimate move could destroy the shadow. To be honest, as long as it could hurt the shadow and cause substantial attack effects, Sun Hang felt that it was earned with blood. The ultimate move that Yi Jiao was proud of, in Sun Hang's view, could only be regarded as a test against the mysterious shadow. But this is not because he looks down on Yi Jiao, but because if Yi Jiao doesn't use his ultimate move, Sun Hang has a feeling that he might die. The more power he retains, the more space he leaves for the monster to counterattack. The monster will not be like Sun Hang, who just takes away a handful of Zhanshuang once the monster launches a counterattack. Yi Jiao may never have the chance to use his ultimate move. Yi Jiao was still accumulating power, but the strange shadow on the ground seemed not to care about his ultimate move at all, and was expanding the area on its own, swallowing more buildings into its aging area. Even though they were nearly 150 meters apart, Sun Hang could still feel that the air on one side had become extremely hot, while the air on the other side was so cold that it was almost freezing, and at the junction of hot and cold air wherever there is, tiny popping sounds of cracking are constantly being heard. Yi Jiao's body began to tremble, and his breath began to become unstable. This was a sign that the power had reached its limit and was about to lose control. Fortunately, although this guy was very tough, he still listened to Sun Hang's advice. It is his strongest killing move once he takes action. Finally, with a low roar, Yi Jiao waved the weapon in his hand. The energy of extreme cold and extreme heat collided together, completely erupting at the intersection of the slashes. The extremely violent shock wave directly tore up the entire street, and even the treacherous office building that was burned down to only one frame was left. They were all twisted into twists by this force in an instant. Its power is no less than throwing a small tactical nuclear bomb into the street. As soon as Yi Jiao made his move, Sun Hang mobilized a large number of metal objects to form 12 physical shields in front of him. The first 5 shields were instantly vaporized, and the 6th and 7th shields were instantly vaporized. The first shield turned into bright molten iron, which impacted the 8th shield, and formed a large amount of condensation similar to rime on the edge of the 8th shield. After the shock wave completely dissipated, Sun Hang withdrew the shield. The first thing that caught his eye was Yi Jiao, who was half kneeling on the roof, gasping for air. Next, was the neighborhood that was completely reduced to ruins in the distance, and the ruins covered in it. Black shadow. This is impossible. Yi Jiao raised his head and looked at the ruins 100 meters away in disbelief. Even if it is a spiritual creature, it will disappear after taking this blow. It actually wasn't it destroyed by me? It's not that it wasn't eliminated, but that it was unscathed. Sun Hang moved to Yi Jiao's side and frowned, and compared to the moment before you took action, its coverage area has become much larger. According to my judgment, it should have absorbed part of the energy contained in your ultimate move and used it as nutrients. It's impossible for that kind of energy to be absorbed. Even if it is forcibly absorbed, it will explode inside its body. Before Yi Jiao finished speaking, Sun Hang interrupted him. Please don't use the word impossible, that will make you look very unprofessional. No, you don't understand trick equipment, this is. Yi Jiao was still chattering there, but Sun Hang suddenly raised his head and looked into the sky as if he had something in his heart. There is a huge sphere suspended in the sky nearly 1,000 meters above the ground. The surface of the sphere presents a flowing chaotic color, just like pouring black, white and gray paint into some kind of high-density oil. In the solvent, and then using a glass rod to stir continuously, the effect is the same. It is difficult for Sun Hang to define what kind of color it is. If he had to find a word, it can only be chaos. The ghost shadow on the ground is the shadow cast by this sphere. The sphere is slowly expanding, and the area of the ghost shadow on the ground is also expanding. However, in Sun Hang's perception, the sphere had absolutely no aura or energy fluctuations of any strange creatures. Instead, it was the shadow it cast on the ground that made Sun Hang feel extremely dangerous. If it could not be seen with the naked eye, for Sun Hang, the sphere would not exist at all. The reason why your attack has no effect is because you really hit the shadow of the strange creature. Sun Hang murmured, its body is in the sky. When Sun Hang looked up, Yi Jiao also raised his head. At this time, he was completely stunned. Even with the evil ghost mask, Sun Hang could imagine the shocked face under the mask. Hello? Hello? Is the hunter who just claimed that he encountered a strange creature in the Jinjiang CBD area still there? An anxious voice suddenly came from the headset. We observed a giant strange creature in the air directly above the Jinjiang CBD. The type is unknown. What is the situation over there now? The situation over here. Sun Hang looked down at the shadow on the ground. If we don't take care of this thing anymore, its shadow may swallow up the entire Tianfu city. Shadow? What shadow? The person on the other end of the communication obviously didn't understand what Sun Hang was talking about. The giant strange thing in the sky, the shadow it projects on the ground, can produce effects similar to spacetime anomalies, speeding up the time flow of everything within the range. According to our judgment, this thing is the culprit of this recent series of events.
Sun Hang said.
But according to our observations, the sphere in the sky is probably the shadow of a strange object.
Another voice jumped in. This is the Tianfu City Research Institute of Strange Objects.
We immediately responded to the appearance of the strange object.
All available equipment was used to survey it.
Except that the sphere in the sky could be observed under visible light conditions, both its mass and energy response were zero. On the contrary, an unknown strange object was detected directly below the sphere.
Meme frequency. Sun Hang glanced at Yizhou, who was leaning on the wolf fang and panting, and asked, "Can you use the ultimate move just now again? Against that thing in the sky? Do you think I am a character in the game? The cooldown time of a big move is only a few minutes." Yizhou even spoke a little inconsistently. "How long will it take you to recover? In my current state, I can barely keep up with the craft equipment.
You can basically assume that I have lost my combat ability." Yizhou said in a low voice, "It will take at least 15 minutes to restore my combat ability. As for what happened just now, it's impossible for me to carry out an attack of this level a second time today."
"Okay, I understand." Sun Hang switched back to the military communication channel. "Are there any fighter jets available at Longquanyi base now?"
"The Falcon Squadron has 3 Type 20s on standby at the base, ready to attack at any time. In addition, the Jiaolong Squadron's Type 16 and 2 Type 10 aircraft have just returned to the base and are being replenished with fuel and ammunition.
They are expected to be ready in 8 minutes. Attack! Let the Falcon team take off immediately to attack the giant monster in the air."
Sun Hang said, "My suggestion is to launch all the bombs directly after entering the effective range, saturation fire strike, do not make any tests, and escape far away with one blow.
Do not make any stops in this airspace."
Applying to superiors, the application has been approved.
The long-range missile strike will arrive in 45 seconds.
Please be careful to avoid the area affected by the explosion.
Besides fighter jets, is there any anti-air firepower around Tianfu City that can hit this thing?
Yizhou took off his helmet, pressed the communicator stuck on his ear, and asked.
No. Tianfu City's anti-aircraft weapons are basically concentrated on the south bridge of the city.
There are a lot of strange objects with the ability to fly and float there.
The anti-aircraft firepower is very tight and cannot be deployed at all. Where are the first batch of reinforced armored units?
If I remember correctly, that convoy contained at least 4 vehicles equipped with anti-aircraft missiles and cough. Yizhou asked, perhaps because he said he was so hasty that he coughed violently before he could finish his sentence. The reinforcing armored troops were attacked by monsters on their way into the city and have lost contact.
The last time we received news from them was 9 minutes ago. Let the fighter jets conduct one round of attacks first.
Sun Hang raised his head and stared at the spherical strange thing in the sky, which he didn't know whether it was a shadow or its own body. He seemed to have thought of something vaguely, but the thought was fleeting, and soon it disappeared into his mind. As one of the most advanced fighter jets in the Xiaozhou Federation, the Type 20 has the ability to strike beyond visual range. Sun Hang didn't even see the shadow of the fighter jet.
A dozen missiles had already dragged their long flame tails into his field of vision.
Among them, he then accurately hit the spherical object in the air.
Nothing happened.
After more than a dozen missiles penetrated into the strange object, they were like mud cows entering the sea. There was no sound of explosion or fire, nor did they penetrate from the other end of the strange object. They seemed to have disappeared from this world.
What? No trace was left.
The missile signal was lost.
No explosion reaction was detected.
The officer in charge of communications at the base exclaimed in a low voice, "The missile, it's like it was eaten by it." No obvious changes were found in the form of the monster, and the mass and energy are still zero. The people at the Monster Research Institute were relatively calm, but their calmness only lasted less than 2 seconds. Wait a minute.
There is energy. Reaction. But it's not in the sky. It's under the ground.
The calculation results are basically the same as the number of missiles launched by the military.
You feel it too, right?
Sun Hang pointed at the shadow that was spreading upwards. Where are those missiles going? Cough, cough, cough. Yijo coughed for a while and raised his hand to wipe away the blood foam coughed up from the corner of his mouth, after the missile hit the spherical monster in the air. Cough, cough, cough. Just in an unknown way, it was transferred into the shadow on the ground. And this shadow is completely immune to physical attacks. Not to mention a dozen missiles. Even if you throw a big Ivan over, it can probably swallow it. Sun Hang continued, by the way, why does this cough feel like you are coughing out your internal organs? Isn't it going to kill you? It's a trivial matter, ahem, you won't die. Yijo waved his hand, the ahem backlash caused by overuse of trick equipment, you don't need to care about. I don't care about you, I'm just confirming with you. Sun Hang said, if your answer is that you are hopeless, then I will kick you off the roof without hesitation. Are you sick? Yijo blared at Sun Hang. I need a test subject to confirm what kind of results will be produced after the contact between the ghost shadow and humans. Sun Hang said, you are qualified for the ghost equipment, and you are not infected by the ghost virus. You are the most suitable test subject. Then why don't you use yourself as a test subject? Have you ever seen a little white mouse using a scalpel to open its own abdomen? Sun Hang glanced at him, I suddenly have an idea. What idea? Yijo looked at Sun Hang with some vigilance, and moved a short distance away from the edge of the roof without leaving a trace. Just now, when I talked about dissecting little white mice, it suddenly reminded me of the shadowless lamp phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme used on the operating table. I was thinking, if the shadowless lamp was used to surround the thing in the sky at 360 degrees without dead angles, would it still have a shadow? Sun Hang muttered. How big a platform would that be? No, we have a way to do it. Ahem. A hint of excitement flashed in Yijo's eyes. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? I'm Yijo. I want to talk directly to the highest military commander of Longquanyi base. A dozen seconds later, a slightly haggard voice appeared in the communication channel. I'm the head of the Disaster Countermeasures Committee. I'm talking to you directly, bypassing the military commander of Longquanyi base. If you have any ideas, you can tell me directly. Mobilize all helicopters, rotorcraft, drones in Tianfu City. No, all helicopters, rotorcraft, drones in the entire Suzhou area. All aircraft with the ability to hover in the air, all requisition come here. In addition to various trucks, cranes, and special vehicles used to create stage lighting effects, I also need a large number of searchlights. High brightness light sources. Ahem, install them all on these vehicles. Yijo said incoherently, we need a large combined light source with a 360-degree angle to cover the thing above Tianfu City. Do you understand what I mean? Shadowless lights. The kind used on operating tables. That's the effect I want. P.S. Tomorrow is the author's 29th birthday, and I plan to give myself a day off. Don't wait for updates tomorrow. Normal updates will resume on April 21st. Okay, I'll arrange it immediately. The man who claimed to be the person in charge on the other end of the communication did not hesitate. He didn't even ask the reason for doing this, and immediately agreed. After the call ended, Yijo planted the wolf fawn on the ground, sat down, raised his head and stared blankly at the spherical thing in the sky. After a few seconds, he suddenly said, that hunter from Tianfu City, tell me, will the shadowless lamp really be effective on this thing? I don't know. Sun Hang replied simply, but whether it works or not, you have to try it to know. It makes sense. You have to try it before you know. Yijo nodded, followed by another violent cough. It's time to change places. Sun Hang glanced at the edge of the rooftop. The shadow of this thing will soon spread here. Judging from the affected buildings, if humans are swallowed by this shadow, it will be useless. You will die of old age in a few seconds. You don't want to experience this feeling, right? Let's go. Yijo stood up forcefully with his hand on his shoulder, but when he reached the edge of the rooftop, he stopped again. I can't use the ability of the trick equipment for the time being, so if I just jump down like this. 1 million. Sun Hang raised a finger. What? Give me 1 million and I will take you to a safe place.
Sun Hang said. The monster hunter shouldn't be short of money, right?
2 million, if I ask again, it will be doubled.
Make a deal.
The white mycelium directly entangled Yijio with his armor, and wrapped him into a mummy in the blink of an eye. Before Yijio could say anything to ask Sun Hang to leave a gap for him to breathe, he felt a huge force coming from him. The hyphae came up, and what followed was a spinning feeling of weightlessness. Bang! Yijio was thrown heavily to the ground, and the mycelium was immediately peeled off from his body. When he climbed up from the ground, he suddenly found that he had been thrown nearly 300 meters away from where he was just now, but the hunter who had blackmailed him 2 million in a few seconds was still there. He stood there, not moving.
Hey, don't you come over?
Yijio took a breath and shouted loudly to Sun Hang. Sun Hang ignored him. Sun Hang stared closely at the shadow that had spread to his feet. He wanted to do an experiment, a somewhat risky experiment. Sun Hang took a step forward and stepped into the shadow.
That hunter, are you fucking crazy?
Yijio was still shouting from a distance, come here quickly.
Do you want your life?
Sun Hang stepped on it. In an instant, a void appeared in the shadows, just like the blood mist that Sun Hang was afraid to avoid in the basement of the abandoned amusement park.
Sun Hang couldn't help but fall into silence as he looked at the shadows circling past his feet.
Yijio in the distance was completely stunned. He stared blankly at the blank area under Sun Hang's feet. The expression on his face changed several times in just 1 second, and finally settled on a look of astonishment. There was an expression mixed with confusion.
I need information about this hunter.
What are his abilities? Yijio hesitated for a moment, then pressed an inconspicuous little button on the side of the intercom and whispered.
What do you mean by keeping files confidential? Even my authority is not enough?
Yijio frowned, but his ability is too suspicious.
When did such a freak appear in this border city?
In my impression, in the entire Shuzhou area, the Night Fury is the only one who is considered capable.
Is this person really a legally registered monster hunter?
His identity as a hunter is completely legal. The person on the other end of the headset said to Yijio, "Old Gio, to tell you the truth, his file is from the director of the Tianfuching Research Institute, who directly skipped all the first and second level review processes and directly sent to Tianshu Tower. You should understand what this means, right?"
Directly to Tianshu?
Yijio's eyes twitched suddenly. The strange thing that infected this person, is the serial number a single digit?
This is the only possibility.
Lao Jiao, take my advice, you'd better not provoke this person.
I didn't provoke him. Can I not know about your bad temper?
The person on the other end of the earphone directly interrupted Yijio. He is very dangerous, whether it is to humans or monsters. Try to keep a distance from him, but don't showing excessive alienation or fear towards him. You should know what to do, right?
Brother, can you tell me what the monster is that infected this guy?
Yijio asked.
There should be no records of invasions of monsters with single-digit serial numbers in recent years, right?
The monster with a single-digit serial number has indeed been quiet for a long time, but just over a month ago, the clone of Bingzhou Taodite attacked a small town in the border area of Shuzhou. However, according to the report, the clone of Taodite only caused a small amount of damage and then disappeared. Judging from the registration time of this person, it is highly likely that he was infected during this attack.
Taodite? Are you saying that the strange thing that infected him is Taodite?
Yijio's eyes widened, but
isn't the Taodite meme never contagious?
Weird objects are constantly changing.
Don't apply past experience.
The other party said seriously. It's possible that Taodite has changed during the period of time when he was not observed by humans. It's also possible that he happens to be the exception.
Taodite. Yijio looked at Sun Hang in the distance and murmured, Taodite's ability is devouring?
While Yijio was communicating alone with the mysterious man, Sun Hang had already walked step by step towards the depths of the shadows. Wherever he went, the shadows all receded, and then immediately gathered behind him. This feeling is as if Sun Hang is a humanoid self-luminous body, except that the light he emits can only spread to half a meter of space around him. The sound of helicopter blades rotating came from a distance. Sun Hang raised his head and looked towards the source of the sound. He saw a dozen military helicopters of different models flying towards here carrying huge lighting devices. In addition to helicopters, there are thousands of drones, not only military drones, but all civilian drones nearby have also been urgently recruited, even the low-end toy-level drones no exception. All drones are equipped with lighting equipment of different sizes according to their own load-bearing capacity. Under the control of specially written programs, they form a triangular light array and slowly approach the spherical monster in the sky. From time to time, several drones in this light array malfunction and fall from the sky, but this does not matter. The number of drones mobilized has far exceeded the required number. This is a super that is several times the minimum standard. Saturated light array. As long as the loss rate of drones can be controlled within 40%, the shadowless light plan can be launched normally. The action is quite fast. Sun Hang glanced at the bracelet. From the time Yi Jiu proposed the plan to the time when the light array was initially in place, the entire process only took 7.5 minutes. This is the efficiency that should be used to fight against monsters. Sun Hang stood in the middle of the street, looked up into the sky, and quietly waited for the moment that shadowless light array lit up. Baku City, a city in the eastern part of Shuzhou, is 320 kilometers away from Tianfu City. The temporary station of the Frontier Command of the Strange Object Disaster Countermeasures Committee is located here. This was originally the municipal gymnasium of Baku. Now all the sports facilities in the gym have been emptied and replaced with a large number of communication equipment with dark green military paint. Thick cables can be seen everywhere. Staff members wearing uniforms of various departments are busy walking between the equipment and tables and chairs, and the phone rings one after another. On the big screen hanging in the middle of the basketball court, a huge countdown number is constantly getting smaller: 10, 9, 8, 7. At the same time, 300 kilometers away, Sun Hang and Yi Jiu's headphones are also counting down: 3, 2, 1. Light array, turn on. The blazing white light suddenly enveloped the sky above the entire Jinjiang CBD, reflecting the night as if it were daytime. Report from observation position number 1. The spherical strange thing in the air has not changed significantly. The shadow strange thing on the ground has not changed significantly. Report from observation position number 2. The spherical strange thing in the air has not changed significantly. The shadow strange thing on the ground has not changed significantly. Report from observation position number 7. The spherical strange thing in the air has not changed significantly. The shadow strange thing on the ground has not changed significantly. The shadowless lamp array has been lit, but the expected disappearance of the shadow did not occur. Although there was no high expectation from the beginning, both the frontline command center and the personnel at the scene finally revealed a mixed look of loss and solemnity in their eyes. No effect? Yi Jiu took a deep breath and looked at Sun Hang. He hesitated for a while, and finally asked Sun Hang, "Well, what should we do next?" Although Yi Jiu himself didn't want to admit it, in his heart, he still hoped that Sun Hang could come up with a feasible preparatory plan. At this time, when performing tasks in the past, Yi Jiu only needed to cut the strange creatures open, but this time, he encountered a monster that couldn't be killed even by killing. Sun Hang squatted down and stretched his hand to the shadow not far away. The shadow seemed to feel the approach of Sun Hang's fingers, and quickly retreated more than 10 centimeters, always keeping a safe distance of half a meter from Sun Hang. Sun Hang looked up at the chaotic sphere in the sky that was shrouded in strong light but did not change at all, and a faint light flashed in his mind. Sun Hang suddenly realized a problem. Now the entire Shuzhou area is under the cover of eternal night. There is no light source in the sky. The visibility of CBD is so high because the light pollution in the urban area is comparable to artificial daylight. So, there should be no shadow on the sphere hanging in the sky thousands of meters high. Unless it's the other way around. I understand. Sun Hang said, the shadow on the ground is the conscious monster, and the one in the sky is the shadow. Why would the missile be swallowed by a massless shadow? Yi Jiu asked immediately. I don't know. Since the light array has been arranged, why not try again? Please change the direction of the light and point all the lighting devices to the ground. At the same time, at the Baku Municipal Gymnasium, dozens of programmers were typing frantically on the keyboard, making crackling sounds. They were urgently modifying the program they had just written. adjusting the formation and direction of the drone light array. The light array was mixed with a large number of drones of different brands, models, and operating systems, which made the difficulty of this work more than one level, and the number of dirty words that came out of the mouths of these programmers increased by more than one order of magnitude. The modification of the entire program took about 9 minutes. This time, there was no need for a countdown. After the last check and confirmation, the chief engineer in charge of the light array control hit the enter key without hesitation. The dense swarm of drones began to move, and the lights gradually turned. During this process, drones that lost control would fall from the sky from time to time. The light beams emitted by the lighting devices installed on their fuselages rotated in the air, like cyber moths that hit the fire. The strong light that originally shot high into the sky turned to hit the ground. Even if Sun Hang, who was in the middle of the irradiation area, closed his eyes, the light could still be projected onto his retina through his eyelids. The burning sensation was like looking up at the sun directly. If it weren't for the strong self-recovery ability given to him by Tai Sui, Sun Hang's eyes would probably have been burned blind by now. I should have gotten a pair of goggles first. Sun Hang lowered his head, put his palms over his eyes to block the light, and looked at the ground. He saw that the whole street became extremely bright. However, in this bright environment, the black shadows still covered the ground and buildings like a thorn in the flesh. But soon, an excited voice sounded in the headphones. Report from observation position number 1. The spherical strange thing in the air has disappeared. Report from observation position number 4. The spherical strange thing in the air has disappeared. Report from observation position number 9. The spherical strange thing in the air has disappeared. Tianfu City Weird Things Research Institute reports that the frequency of the ground shadow meme in Jinjiang CBD has changed, and the reason is not yet clear. It seems that the shadow in the sky is really a shadow. Sun Hang took a deep breath, and hundreds of hyphae shot out from his body to the surroundings, directly drilling into the ground and entangled with the shadow. Before the chaotic sphere in the air disappeared, the shadow on the ground was completely in an untouchable state. But when the chaotic sphere disappeared, Sun Hang could clearly feel that the shadow at his feet had changed. This change was like water being frozen at low temperatures. The liquid that would have flowed through the fingers has now condensed into a tangible solid. A strange sticky feeling came from the end of the hyphae. The spreading shadows were like a layer of colloid covering the ground. While it was extremely fluid, it also had extremely strong viscosity. It could adhere to the surface of anything and make it age quickly. For some reason, Sun Hang suddenly had an idea in his head. This thing was like a substance after the embodiment of time, but in it, some inexplicable impurities were mixed. There is an old saying in Xiaozhou called "Heaven and earth are not benevolent." Heaven and earth are the general name of this world, and being unkind means not having the ability to perceive, think, and self-awareness. Time, as the fourth axis of space, should not have consciousness, but the existence of this weirdo breaks this cognition. Even time can be infected by the weird virus. More mycelium shot out of Sun Hang's body. Before other hunters arrived, he had to swallow as many of these shadows as possible. After digesting this weirdo, maybe he could. Oops. Just when Sun Hang realized the problem, it was too late. 3 statues more than 1 person tall suddenly appeared on the originally empty street, and the main body of the statue made Sun Hang feel very familiar. 3 monkeys, 1 covered his eyes, 1 covered his ears, and the last one covered his mouth. Before Sun Hang could make any move, the 3rd monkey statue put down his hand covering his mouth. A piercing whistling sound rang in Sun Hang's ears. Even if he covered his ears, the sound could still penetrate into his brain, or to put it more accurately, the whistling sound seemed to come from the depths of his mind. The shadow covering the street began to boil like a heated liquid, and then evaporated. Even the part that Sun Hang had swallowed was pulled out of his body and disappeared into thin air. In just a few seconds, the shadow that had expanded to the size of 3 blocks had disappeared, leaving only those dilapidated buildings that looked like they had been abandoned for hundreds of years and were about to collapse. A mycelium accidentally rubbed against a trash can placed on the street, and the trash can instantly turned into fragments, and whitish plastic powder was scattered all over the ground. You eliminated the monster?" Yi Zhou's shocked voice rang out in the headset. "How did you do it?"
Why did those shadows seem to be on fire just now? What on earth is going on?
The statue of the three apes has disappeared. Judging from Yijio's words, the statue should have never appeared in his field of vision from beginning to end. Sun Hang stood in place, glanced at the place where the statue just appeared, and couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Fuck monkey, the sound is worse than ghosts. I drank a cup of ao rue by at noon yesterday, and I have diarrhea until now. I am almost exhausted. I have seen a ghost. I drink coffee all year round and I am not lactose intolerant. How could I be infected? I can't figure it out. Yijio quickly ran up to Sun Hang, looked him up and down like he was looking at a monster, and then asked cautiously, "You are Sun Hang, right?" In past cases, there are many hunters who thought that the monster had been eliminated. After just breathing a sigh of relief, they found that the monster had possessed or infected a teammate, which then led to tragedy. Faced with the sudden disappearance with the shadow of Sun Hang standing there in a daze, Yijio's vigilance has been raised to the highest level. Sun Hang suddenly tilted his head, stared at Yijio, and said, "If I say no, do you think you can beat me?" Yijio was immediately frightened to the point where his hair stood on end. He only heard a swish sound. Zhan Shuang had been pulled out of the scabbard, and there was a faint flame on the wolf fangs. "Don't be nervous, I'm scaring you." Sun Hang grinned, sat down on the ground, and breathed heavily on purpose. How did you kill that weird thing just now?" Yijio asked again. "I only saw you shooting out a lot of mycelium, and then the shadow burned directly." "No, to be precise, it should be boiling. The Research Institute has confirmed that the mimetic frequency of this strange thing has completely disappeared. It's just picking up human heads." Sun Hang shrugged. After the strong light cut off the connection between it and the shadow in the sky, it was already at the end of its life. "I just happened to make up for the last blow. Change, it's up to you to do it, and you can do it." "Really?" Yijio looked a little confused, but the Research Institute just said that the mimetic frequency of the strange object has changed. From this point of view, its previous state of nothingness has disappeared after the shadow disappeared. "It's over, right?" Sun Hang nodded. He didn't bother to explain too much. Since this guy could figure it out on his own, it would be great. Not long after, a van with the logo of the Institute of Creatures stopped beside the two of them. The door opened, and Song Yaring, who was wearing a full set of protective clothing, jumped out of the car and said to the two of them, "Get in the car first, this time someone will be there to deal with the aftermath." Yi Zhoujing wanted to refuse, but Song Yaring's next sentence stuck his refusal in his throat. "Yi Xian and Yang Lian have been sent back to the Research Institute, and the Night Fury is hunting the strange creatures wandering in the city. Besides, I have some good news for you." "What's the good news?" Sun Hang asked immediately. "People who disappeared due to abnormal time and space have all come back." Song Yaring said, "Even those who encountered accidents in abnormal time and space, their bodies have returned to normal time and space. This time, all survivors after undergoing rigorous testing, it has been determined that the time point they are in is consistent with our world." "Yang Qi and 0401 are all back?" "Yes." Song Yaring nodded. "All the injured have been sent to Tianfuching's second hospital for treatment, and the rest are staying at the Research Institute for follow-up observation. It seems that the strange thing that was just solved should be the leader of the spacetime anomaly," Sun Hang said as he got into the carriage. "By the way, where were these survivors found?" "Just where they disappeared." Song Yaring sat down in the car, took off the protective helmet like an upside-down bucket, and wiped her chin and neck, which were soaked with sweat, with her sleeves. One batch is located in the Changnan Cemetery, and the other batch is located in the Longquanyi base. "Isn't the cemetery in the south of the city a monster spawning spot?" Sun Hang asked curiously. "Did the survivors not encounter any monsters when they came back?" At the moment when time and space abnormally ended, all the strange objects that did not belong to real time and space disappeared. Song Yaring said, "The Disaster Countermeasures Committee deployed a dozen strong people from the first batch of reinforcements that arrived in Tianfu City. Hunters formed a special team. They bypassed the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals rut route slash phoneme of the army of monsters and dropped them directly near the Changnan Cemetery, preparing to try to solve the strange phenomenon of the monsters from the source. But when they entered the Changnan Cemetery, they found not a single monster.
Instead, we found survivors who looked bewildered. Is Yi Xian okay? Yi Jiu suddenly interrupted. Is she not injured?
No, the monster that caused the helicopter to crash was quickly killed by the Night Fury and the hunters of the Special Operations Group. The reason why they lost contact was because the base station fell and Evernight interfered with satellite communications. In fact, they had already been sent to the nearest safe house, and after clearing away the monsters along the way, they returned to the research institute, Song Yaring said. Yi Jiu did not continue to speak, but breathed a sigh of relief unnoticeably. For us, the situation has improved somewhat. Song Yaring continued, there are a total of 79 monsters that have invaded the city, 25 of which have been eliminated by hunters and troops, and the other 54 have disappeared with the disappearance of time and space anomalies. As for the blocking position of the Changnan Bridge, more than 90% of the monsters have disappeared. According to the estimates of the Disaster Countermeasures Committee, the remaining monsters should be eliminated within 48 hours. Listening to your tone, I have almost guessed the crux of the problem. Sun Hang turned his head and glanced at the night sky outside through the car window. Yes. The biggest problem is that eternal night has not disappeared. Song Yaring nodded, the situation is still very serious. We still have to be prepared to give up Tianfu City, or even the entire Shuzhou territory. The news of the arrival of eternal night should not have been announced to the public yet? Sun Hang asked. No. We announced to the public that it was just a large-scale invasion of strange creatures, and did not mention eternal night. Song Yaring said. Sun Hang took out his mobile phone and took a look. The communication signal was still not restored. It is impossible to hide this news. It will be 4 o'clock soon. If people find that the sky has not been bright, they will definitely fall into panic. Sun Hang said, then the city will really fall into chaos. From another perspective, eternal night blocking the communication network is a good thing. At least it will not allow panic to spread rapidly through the network. Song Yaring nodded, the work of calming the public has been handed over to other departments. They are more professional than us in this regard. What should we do next? Sun Hang asked. First go back to the institute to rest, then the hunters left in the city will be organized into patrol teams to search and eliminate those strange things that sneak into the city, are not discovered, and do not disappear with the anomaly of time and space, just like Hifu's current job. By the way, there is something I want to ask you. Sun Hang suddenly changed the subject, do you know much about strange things like statues? Statues? That should belong to the self-shaped artifacts category of strange things, right? What's wrong? What do you want to ask? Song Yaring asked in confusion. Among the known strange things of this type, are there any strange things in the shape of 3 apes? Sun Hang asked. This is the second update written by the author in the gap between the rarity. Please phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme and cherish it. 3 strange statues in the shape of apes. Song Yaring showed a thoughtful look, and the prosthetic eye in her eye socket turned in a circle. To be honest, I have no impression. You can describe it no better. Can you be more detailed? For example, information such as size, material, and the shape and movement of the statue. I'm not sure about the size and material. Sun Hang shook his head, but their posture seems to be that one is covering his eyes, one is covering his ears, and the last one is covering his mouth. 3 apes? Yi Jiu suddenly said. Do you know this thing? Sun Hang raised his eyebrows and looked at the Tin Man sitting next to him. How should I put it, this thing is actually an illusion, not a strange thing. Yi Jiu said, this illusion can be traced back to the Confucian classic, the Analects. Confucius said, do not look at anything inappropriate, do not look at anything inappropriate. Listen, don't say anything inappropriate. And the image of the 3 apes is this the embodiment of 3 sentences. In addition to Xiaozhou, the image of the 3 apes has appeared many times in the surrounding countries influenced by Confucian culture, including sculptures, murals, clay sculptures, etc. But as far as I know, it has not among the artifacts discovered, there are no statues in the shape of 3 apes. That's it. Sun Hang breathed out slowly and frowned slightly. See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. As a Xiaozhou native, Sun Hang certainly knows the solution. But obviously, there is no direct connection between the three apes I saw and ritual, something that is highly praised by Confucian culture. If I insist on applying this illusion, I have to replace the two words indecent in front of it. Remove. Don't look, don't hear, don't speak. Sun Hang suddenly realized that this so-called three-ape statue might not be an artifact, but rather one of the most mysterious types Type A, regular artifacts. Whether it was the Christmas crystal ball, the treacherous office building or the phantom with the ability to control time, they were all ruthlessly obliterated because they conflicted with the rules of the three apes. This kind of unreasonable obliteration ability is obviously only possible with rules-based monsters. But why were those monsters wiped out and not Sun Hang? Could it be that according to the rules of the three apes, oneself cannot be directly obliterated? While Sun Hang was deep in thought, Yizhou suddenly touched him with his elbow and asked in a low voice, "Why do you suddenly ask about this thing? Have you ever encountered this strange thing?" "Yes, I'm curious too." Song Yaring, who was sitting opposite, nodded repeatedly. "This should be a new strange object that has no witness records. Maybe after I go back, I can create a file specifically for it, and I can also apply for one. Temporary number. This temporary number and files can be kept for up to 10 years. If the strange thing appears again within 10 years and there are confirmed sighting records, then the number can be corrected. As a compiler of archives, you can also get a lot of scientific research points, right?" Yi Zhou revealed Song Yaring's true thoughts without mercy. He. Song Yaring smiled awkwardly. "If you want to quickly improve your professional title, you can't miss every opportunity to earn points. I'm really looking forward to going to Tianshu Tower to see the world." Tianshu Tower. TSK, your ambition is quite lofty. Yi Zhou smiled, and it was hard to tell whether the emotion in his eyes was more of praise or ridicule. What is Tianshu Tower? Sun Hang suddenly asked such a question. Ah. Yi Zhou's expression froze. You don't even know about Tianshu Tower? It's been less than a month since he joined the job as a monster hunter. Song Yaring explained for Sun Hang, and before that, he suffered a brain injury and lost a lot of memory. Even his name was still just carry the nameplate with you. Amnesia? Yi Zhou looked at Sun Hang again, and then said slowly, "Tianshu Tower is located in Chunming City. It is the highest-level weird object research institution in the Xiaozhou Federation and the most authoritative weird object research expert in the entire Federation. The location of the strongest monster hunter. What about the number 1 research institute to which you belong?" Sun Hang asked. "I thought the number 1 research institute was the best research institute for strange objects in Chunming City." Ahem. As far as the research field of artifacts and equipment is concerned, Research Institute number 1 is indeed the best. Yi Zhou's face suddenly became confused. After all, well, there is a specialization in the art industry, and our number 1 research institute is indeed the best. The research institute is specifically responsible for researching artifacts, equipment and qualified candidates, and other aspects are a bit more. Research Institute number 1 is a lower-level organization affiliated to Tianshu Tower. Song Yaring did not save face for Yi Zhou and directly exposed Yi Zhou's words. There are 10 research institutes from number 0 to number 9 under Tianshu Tower. Each institute has its own independent research direction, and in terms of level, they are the top in their respective fields. To be precise, it cannot be regarded as a subordinate organization. It is a relationship of mutual cooperation. Yi Zhou's cheeks turned slightly red and he argued in a low voice, "Oh, there is nothing to discuss about this thing. You might as well talk about you and that person. What about the encounter between the 3 apes and monsters?" "Yes, where did you find the statue of the 3 apes? Does it have any obvious characteristics?" As soon as his scientific research points were involved, Song Yaring immediately put aside his previous suspicion and united the front with Yi Zhou. She had even opened a blank archive file on her tablet, ready to record it. "I'm not sure if that thing is an independent weird thing." Sun Hang sighed. "I saw it in a weird office building. My intuition told me that it was dangerous, so I didn't get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to it, but just looked at it from a distance." The weird office building.
Are you referring to the G-type weird thing you encountered when you were on the Black Mamba 24?
Song Yaring's eyes lit up. That weird thing is also a new weird thing that does not exist in the archives. Although you have eliminated it, it is still worth recording in addition. According to the witnesses of Yi Sha and Yang Lian, report, the Bingliasansi that lured you into the strange office building is most likely a fake.
I think so too. Sun Hang nodded.
Since he couldn't get any valuable information from Song Yaring and Yi Jiu, he didn't plan to continue discussing the topic of the three apes with them. It would be best if he could change the topic. Except for the appearance, the characteristics of that strange creature are very different from Bingliasansi. It may be a symbiotic strange creature. Yi Jiu said, in nature, there are many such creatures, and there are many strange creatures that have symbiotic relationships.
Yes, a more famous symbiotic type.
Song Yaring hadn't finished speaking when Sun Hang suddenly felt a malicious gaze penetrate the shell of the car and fall on himself. At the same time, a not too strong sense of crisis surged up.
Lie down,
Sun Hang said, and at the same time, the hyphae spread rapidly, forming a barrier without dead angles in front of him.
Ah! Song Yaring was stunned for a moment, and didn't react to what Sun Hang said at all.
At this moment, a light off-road vehicle with a military license plate drove past on the opposite road from one side. At the moment the two vehicles met, the muzzles of two assault rifles suddenly poked out of the windows of the off-road vehicle and fired fiercely at the van that Sun Hang and his companions were riding in. As an official vehicle used in the city, this van was not equipped with protective steel plates. The bullet instantly penetrated the shell of the car.
Song Yaring groaned and fell on the seat immediately. Her protective suit was half undressed, with the zipper pulled up to her waist. Her upper body was only covered with phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme fitting underwear and a thin t-shirt, which had no protective ability at all. Blood kept oozing out of her chest, leaving a large patch of crimson blood on her clothes. Fortunately, the driver in front was not hit in the vitals. The bullet pierced his arm and shoulder. Although the wound was bleeding, he still endured the severe pain and stepped on the brakes. The harsh noise of the tires rubbing against the road resounded throughout the entire block. As soon as he was attacked, Yi Jiu had smashed the roof of the car, jumped directly onto the road, and ran after the SUV. Sun Hang used mycelium to block the wound on Song Yaring's body and helped her stop the bleeding as much as possible. Are the people attacking us human? Sun Hang asked in the communication channel.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, this is a group of crazy people who worship strange things. I just don't know where they stole military vehicles and guns and ammunition from.
Yi Jiu chased and answered, is the researcher still alive? She's alive for now.
I've helped her stop bleeding, Sun Hang said, but her lungs were punctured.
If she's not sent to the hospital in time, she'll still die. The rescue team has set off. Let her hold on a little longer. The tires and axles of the van had been blown up.
The driver's superb skills and their luck were great that the whole car didn't roll over.
The car couldn't be driven anymore and the nearest hospital was still 12 kilometers away.
There is a community hospital in the nearby neighborhood, but the community hospital can't meet the necessary conditions for rescue surgery, whether it's medical staff or medical equipment. Song Yaring's actual situation is worse than what Sun Hang said in the communication. The bullet did not simply penetrate her lung, but rolled when it entered her body, smashing most of her lung lobe and tearing several important blood vessels. Although the hyphae that penetrated into Song Yaring's body temporarily controlled the internal bleeding, blood foam mixed with lung fragments continued to pour out of Song Yaring's mouth and nasal cavity. She did not die on the spot when she was shot, which can be regarded as a miracle of life. Let alone the rescue team, even if Song Yaring was teleported to the operating table immediately, she might not be able to be saved. She can only survive if she is replaced with a new lung lobe immediately. Sun Hang thought about it and focused his thoughts on the hyphae left in Song Yaring's body. These hyphae gradually began to change. They pulled and adhered the broken lung lobes and blood vessels together, filled the missing parts, and then differentiated into different tissue cells. Finally, they cleared the waste residue and blood stasis that blocked the trachea and blood vessels. Song Yaring's face was still very pale, but at least she could breathe freely like a normal person.
Is researcher Song okay?
The driver pressed his wound with gauze and asked with some difficulty. From the perspective of others, Song Yaring was fatally injured. Whether it was the location of the bullet or the horrible amount of bleeding, it seemed to announce the arrival of death. She is not dead, but she lost a lot of blood. Sun Hang said, when the rescue team arrives, we have to give her a blood transfusion in time. This car was originally converted from an ambulance. There are first aid kits and freezers under the seats. The driver said, there are syringes in the first aid kit and emergency plasma in the freezer. See if you can use it. Oh. Sun Hang looked down and saw a freezer with a password lock fixed just below his butt. What is the password? Sun Hang asked. I may have to look through the memo. My phone is in my trouser pocket, but it's a bit inconvenient now, said the driver. Forget it, there's no need to go through so much trouble. 2 myceliums drilled directly into the gap of the combination lock. With a slight twist, the metal lock tongue broke into 2 pieces. Sun Hang opened the box and took out several bags of plasma wrapped in aluminum foil. In the hospital, in order to reduce the rejection reaction as much as possible, before transfusion, not only must the blood type be consistent, but a cross-matching test must also be performed. But in an emergency, O-type blood can be transfused to the injured as universal blood. Sun Hang did not take the syringe from another first aid kit, but directly pierced the blood bag with a hollow hyphae, and the other end pierced Song Yaring's blood vessels with the rhythmic peristalsis of the hyphae. The plasma in the blood bag was directly pumped into Song Yaring's body. This ability is really useful. The driver sighed in a low voice, this is the first time I have seen a hunter who can use his special ability to save the dying and the wounded. Have you seen many hunters? What are their abilities? Sun Hang raised his head and glanced at the driver, and asked. There are at least 30 or 40 of them, the driver said. But to be honest, most hunters don't really like to deal with people, and there are rules in the institute, so I don't know what abilities they have. In fact, I've always been curious about what kind of existence hunters are in the eyes of ordinary people like you. Sun Hang asked, are they humans with special abilities, or monsters that look like humans? Or something else? In my opinion, you hunters must be the same kind. After all, when strange things invade, it's the hunters who are at the forefront. The driver said, as for ordinary people, it's hard to say. After all, they know less about strange things than hunters, and it's normal to have emotions like fear and hatred. But as far as I know, it seems that many young people nowadays admire hunters and even hope to become a hunter themselves. When the driver said this, for some reason, the face of 0401 automatically popped up in Sun Hang's head. That guy seemed to yearn to be a hunter. But between his ideal and his life, he rationally chose the latter. As for the beasts that just attacked us, I can roughly guess their identities. The driver suddenly cursed, this group of people is divided into moderates and radicals. The moderates advocate the coexistence of humans and monsters. They believe that monsters infecting humans is helping humans evolve, and it is natural that those who cannot successfully evolve will be eliminated by nature. This group of idiots phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme ask the Federation to lift the blockades in various border areas and disband the hunter organization on the internet. As for the radicals, they will only indiscriminately attack investigation bureaus and monster research institutes everywhere. In my opinion, these people are more hateful than monsters. Now the Public Security Bureau and the City Defense Guard are busy cleaning up the mess left by the monsters, which just gives these people a chance to cause trouble. Sun Hang glanced at the light transmitting gun holes on the car body and said, today is just the beginning. The driver said with a grimace. Eternal night is coming. When the news is officially announced tomorrow, there will be many difficult days ahead. By then, let alone these lunatics who worship weird things, even ordinary people, under the pressure of survival, will also become robbers and gangsters. Sigh. Ordinary people? Sun Hang was slightly startled. A strict control system should be implemented by then, right? Ordinary people should not. You are still too young. The driver sighed again. In the first 2 years, we may be able to barely maintain social order, but as time goes by, something will happen sooner or later. Without daylight, it means that Shuzhou's local food production has basically dropped to zero. All food, and a lot of other necessities of life it has to be transported from other places. It won't even take 2 years, but within a few months, the price of food in Suzhou will rise sharply. There are 60 million people in the entire Suzhou area, and all food depends on external support. It's impossible for the management committee to feed everyone. The driver continued, furthermore, Suzhou itself is one of the important grain-producing areas of the Xiaozhou Federation. If I remember correctly, the news mentioned in the past 2 years that Suzhou's grain production accounts for almost 15% of the entire federation. Proportion. The current total food output and consumption of the Federation consumption is barely maintaining a balance. When this eternal night comes, food production is directly reduced by 15%, and there are 60 million more mouths waiting for food. TSK, it is called a food crisis in a Western way. As the saying goes, there is going to be a famine. Sun Hang fell into silence. When he had no worries about food and clothing, he rarely considered the food needs of the public. But for senior managers, this issue cannot be ignored. Wheat and rice cannot grow on land without sunlight, and the low temperature caused by perpetual night makes it difficult for fungi and crops that do not require photosynthesis to survive. Food cannot be bought in supermarkets with money, but must be bought by farmers. They worked hard to grow it in the ground. If the most basic food and clothing problem cannot be solved, hungry people will have no choice but to take desperate risks. The driver said, I just called my wife and asked her to stock up on food and biological necessities. Waiting here after the work is over, I will go home to strengthen the doors and windows, purchase some self-defense equipment, and then take my parents over to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in the countryside. Well, I don't know what the future will be like. Why don't you leave Suzhou? Find a new job somewhere else? Sun Hang asked, the institute won't force you to stay, right? Where can I go? Xinzhou? Fog City? Or to Jingchu? The driver said with a bitter look on his face, I drove for 14 years before I reluctantly bought a house in Tianfu New District and paid off the mortgage. There are only 6 years left to pay it off, so you can't let me abandon the house and become a refugee somewhere else, right? Sun Hang. Those who are rich and able to leave must have left early, and those who are left behind are those who cannot leave, or are reluctant to leave. We can only hope that the duration of the eternal night will be shorter, and it will be over in 3 to 5 years. If it's 8 or 10 years, you'll just have to endure it. As the driver spoke, he suddenly spat out the window and cursed viciously, damn it, you're a 1,000-knife killer. The rescue convoy quickly arrived at the area where Sun Hang and the others were. Medical staff in white coats carried Son Yang into the ambulance on a stretcher, and the wound on the driver's arm was also treated again. Heavily armed city defense soldiers pulled up a yellow and black cordon and blocked the entire road. A light-wheeled armored vehicle was parked at the intersection, and the ammunition belt of the vehicle-mounted machine gun was exposed on the streetlight. It emits a coppery luster under the light. Good news also came from Yizhou's side after the attacker's vehicle forcibly crashed through 3 road barriers. It was stopped by 2 rockets. The driver and the thug sitting in the passenger seat he died on the spot, and the 2 people in the back row were seriously injured. If I hadn't spent too much time dealing with the shadows just now, I could have captured all of these people by myself. Yi Jiao said in the communication channel. Why capture him? Just kill him. Sun Hang said calmly. He has no mercy for such people. Yi Jiao was stunned for half a second, and then said, even if the death penalty is imposed, the regular interrogation process still needs to be followed. Besides, this group of people should have accomplices, which is also the main purpose of the interrogation. I'm quite curious, where did they get the military vehicles and firearms? Sun Hang asked. Now that the entire Tianfu city is under martial law, civilian vehicles are strictly prohibited from traveling, so only military vehicles can pass without hindrance. The car and the gun belonged to the 4th Company of the City Defense Guard. They were attacked by this group of people when they were blocking the monsters in the city. They killed 4 soldiers of the City Defense Guard and took away the car and 2 pieces of it. Type 04 carbine, and more than 100 rounds of ammunition. This group of thugs originally planned to take advantage of the chaos to leave the city. On the way, they happened to see the logo of the Institute of Creatures printed on the car we were riding in, so they improvised and pointed it at our cars were fired at once, Yijo said.
Have your accomplices asked? Sun Hang asked.
Not yet. The remaining two are too seriously injured and are currently being rescued. What a waste of medical resources. Sun Hang muttered, my suggestion is to cut off their heads and hang them on the streetlights to serve as a warning to others. You are too barbaric. This is a civilized society. Yi Zhou couldn't help but accuse, and if you do this, it will cause panic among the people. If the eternal night continues, this city will only become more barbaric. Sun Hang said, and then hung up the communication. He did not return to the institute with the rescue team, but found a shared bicycle on the side of the road and rode back to the home direction. After tossing around for so many days, he was very tired. He planned to have a good sleep first no matter what happened, he would talk about it tomorrow. It's a bit ironic that after the villa was allocated to Sun Hang had never slept in the bed in the bedroom. After parking the shared bicycle, Sun Hang walked into the yard. The door of the villa was tightly closed, but the window on the side was open. There were obvious signs of deformation at the bottom of the metal window frame, which was obviously pried open by force. A thief broke into the house? The news of Eternal Night has not been officially announced yet. How come someone has already started doing such sneaky things? Moreover, they have even stolen from the head of the trickster hunter. This is really fearless. Sun Hang couldn't help but sigh in a low voice. Sun Hang took out the key and walked towards the door. The pale hyphae had spread from under his feet, reaching the door before him, and drilled in from under the door. But just as the hyphae passed through the door, Sun Hang suddenly took them back. I thought there was a thief in the house, but it turned out to be Lao Wang next door. The key was inserted into the keyhole, and the door opened. Sun Hang looked up and saw a familiar figure sitting on the sofa in the living room. The coffee table in front of him was full of unpacked junk food, and there were several empty beer cans scattered on the ground. Hey, you're back? Wang Shi was wearing a large t-shirt, and her two long naked legs were placed on the coffee table. Her inside story was exposed in front of Sun Hang. Sun Hang glanced at her unconsciously. The white men's boxer briefs unexpectedly matched this guy's style. Why don't you go through the front door when you enter someone else's house? Sun Hang took a sip of water from the water dispenser at the door and asked. Between breaking the door and breaking the window, I considered it. The repair cost of breaking the window is lower. After Wang Shi finished speaking, she grabbed a handful of puffed food and stuffed it into her mouth. The TV signal still did not recover, but the VCR purchased by the previous owner of this room was left. Now the screen was playing the classic Ultraman Tiga, and the plane driven by Daguan Xin Chang was shot down by the monster again. Why don't you go back to your own home? The food in the refrigerator has been eaten up, and the person in charge of replenishing the supplies is probably too busy to remember this matter. Wang Shi said naturally, I guess that you had just moved in not long ago, and the food in the refrigerator should not have been touched, so I went to take a look, and sure enough. Stealing is shameful. In this special period, this house, including everything in the house, is public property, and as a strange hunter, I have the right to requisition and use these properties. Wang Shi picked up a can of iced beer on the table with water droplets on the surface, and looked at Sun Hang. Would you like a drink? It's my treat. Thank you, I don't drink. Sun Hang waved his hand, raised the disposable paper cup and took another sip. Boring. Wang Shi pulled the ring of the can and drank it up. I thought you wouldn't be interested in this kind of junk food. Sun Hang said, when I first saw you, oh no, it should be the second time, didn't you just finish working out? For those of you who have the habit of working out, isn't this kind of junk food a life and death enemy? I don't work out to keep in shape, but to relieve stress. Wang Shi threw the empty can away. The same goes for drinking and eating junk food. That's right, compared to the energy consumed by your fighting style, the energy you consume from eating is simply a drop in the bucket. Sun Hang walked to the coffee table and picked up a bag of half-full Cheetos. By the way, what about the weird things that invaded the city? After you dealt with the big guy in the sky, they all disappeared. I patrolled several areas where the smell of weird things remained, and found no fish that slipped through the net.
Wang Shi replied. Didn't you meet those crazy people? You mean the group of people who attacked your vehicle? Wang Shi obviously knew that Sun Hang and his team were attacked. No, I acted alone. They might have mistaken me for a monster in my beastly state. What are the casualties? The number of casualties directly caused by monsters or thugs is not large. Instead, hundreds of victims were killed in the pushing and trampling caused by panic. Wang Shi said expressionlessly, but fortunately, there is no internet now, so this news will not spread for the time being. These are just the first batch of victims. Sun Hang put the Cheetos on his 5 fingers and ate them all in one bite. Yes, after dawn, everything in the past will no longer exist. Wang Shi opened another can of beer. Aren't you going to leave Shuzhou? Why do you want to leave? Sun Hang was stunned and asked. The monster that infected you is Tao Tai with serial number Bingzhou. No matter which city-state you are in, you can become a member of the privileged class, and the top one. People will be afraid of you, but at the same time they will flatter you. After all, in terms of growth, few monsters can be compared with Tao Tai. For a promising hunter like you, the Federation will never be stingy in terms of material things. Oh. I'm thankful that I was not sent to the dissection table. Sun Hang threw the bag of Cheetos into the trash can, picked up all the scattered beer cans on the ground, and put them one by one on the coffee table. No matter how promising we are, in their eyes, we are just tools, right? But at least you don't have to stay in this land where the sun never shines. Burp on it. Wang Shi burped. I'm just a failed experiment. In the remaining validity period, I have to do everything I can to squeeze out my value, but you are different. Are you persuading me to leave? It's just advice from a colleague. Wang Shi shrugged, and the collar of her large t-shirt slipped down to her upper arm, revealing one shoulder. Sun Hang noticed that under Wang Shi's fair skin, he could vaguely see iron-black scales, spreading from the bottom of her collarbone to her neck. The beast transformation process is irreversible. Every time she transforms, she gets further away from humans. Then I think it's good to stay here. Sun Hang said, you also said that the biggest feature of Tao Tai is its unique growth potential. In order to become stronger, I must find ways to devour enough weird things, and the future Shuzhou will most likely be one of the areas with the highest frequency of weird things in the entire Xiaozhou Federation. Remove the one of. Wang Shi raised an index finger and said. It would be nice if I could swallow the eternal night as well. Sun Hang looked up and looked out the window. It's a pity that it doesn't seem to have a physical entity that can be touched. That's a nice thought. Wang Shi suddenly laughed. Her smile was as bright as a flower, and her originally heroic eyebrows were bent like willow branches. Unfortunately, under the influence of her facial muscles, the scales on her neck became more prominent. The weird creature with serial number 9 wants to swallow the weird creature with serial number 3. Why don't you say you want to swallow the sky? Wang Shi said while laughing. Swallow the sky? It sounds cool. Sun Hang thought for a while and said, I will definitely swallow it if I have the chance. I had a tooth pulled today, and I started to have a low fever after the tooth extraction. I plan to rest early, so this is the only update. Although I will definitely not survive that day, Wang Shi raised the can in her hand towards Sun Hang, but I still wish you success. Then I also wish you good food and drink, and I'll go up and sleep first. Sun Hang took out a paper towel and wiped the crumbs of puffed food on his fingers. The broken camp bed at Longquanyi base made my whole body hurt from sleeping on it. Go on, don't block me from watching TV. Wang Shi waved her hands repeatedly. Remember to get up early tomorrow. I guess a lot of work will be assigned to us early in the morning. Sun Hang yawned and walked up the stairs to the second floor. After a while, he walked down again and threw a blanket in his arms to Wang Shi, who was lying on the sofa. I'm not sure whether you will catch a cold if you sleep without a quilt at night due to your physical condition, but after thinking about it, I'd better get you a blanket, so as not to spread the word that I'm not a gentleman. Ha ha ha. Wang Shi smiled and caught the blanket, crumpled it into a ball and put it on the back of her head. If you really want to be a gentleman, you should give the master bedroom to the lady and sleep on the sofa or by yourself. Second bedroom, I think that's what the little girls on the internet say.
Then I'll change my words. I'll give you a blanket so that it won't get out that I didn't treat guests well. Don't forget, this house has been requisitioned by me, and now you are the guest. Wang Shi said, and with a crash, she tore open another large bag of potato chips. It makes sense to let the guests sleep in the master bedroom while the owner sleeps on the sofa. Sun Hang said. Okay, go to bed quickly. Wang Shi watched the monster on the screen being turned into a fireball by the Zepeli Ao ray, and rubbed the hair on her forehead vigorously. I will watch the last episode and then go to bed. 5 minutes later, Sun Hang, who had finished washing, finally lay down on the soft bedding. The fluffy pillow exuded a faint fragrance of detergent. Except for the chandelier hanging from the ceiling, all bedding, furniture and furnishings in the bedroom are new. Most of the things belonging to the previous owner of this house had been emptied out by the staff of the institute. Judging from the contents of the trash can at the door that day, the previous owner should have been a young girl. If I die, my personal belongings will probably be cleared away as rubbish. Sun Hang muttered in a low voice, No. I don't have any personal belongings at all. Thinking of this, he reached into the gap in the mattress and took out the nameplate that he had turned into gold. Sun Hang thought, and the gold color on the nameplate gradually faded away as if being oxidized a little bit, returning to the original color of stainless steel. Compared with the cost of being comatose for several hours last time by turning steel into gold, Sun Hang felt just a little tired this time. He was not even sure whether this fatigue came from the side effects of using the ability, or whether it originally existed in his body. Drowsiness came to my mind. Although he failed to swallow the mysterious shadow successfully, Sun Hang could clearly feel that he was getting stronger. He didn't know how to describe that feeling. What needed to be consumed to use this ability was not physical strength, but a resource similar to mental power. According to game terminology, that is a blue bar, or MP value. Every time a monster is successfully eliminated, his blue bar will grow a little longer. The more powerful the monster is destroyed, the greater the growth of the blue bar. The biggest shackle that limits his ability is the upper limit of the blue bar. When the mana amount required to use an ability exceeds the blue bar upper limit, an overdraft situation will occur, and the reaction to Sun Hang's body will be as severe as brain tearing, or directly comatose. Sun Hang felt that coma might be a self-protection mechanism of the body. If the overdraft continues like this, his head might be torn open by an invisible force, or explode like a bomb. Come. But who does this ability come from? The only reasonable explanation at present is that Tao Tai once swallowed a strange thing. After absorbing this ability, it was transmitted to himself through the trick virus. If the blue strip is long enough, can I directly turn the eternal night into daytime? This thought flashed through Sun Hang's mind, and the next second, he felt a bone-chilling chill. It was as if a bullet had just grazed his heart. This is a threat from death, and the source of the threat is Sun Hang himself. I understand. Sun Hang stared at the ceiling and muttered to himself, at my current level, trying to reverse Yongyi is equivalent to committing suicide. But does this mean that when I am strong enough, I can really do it? To follow the rules? The ability to follow words and speak. This ability sounds very impressive. If it belongs to a certain monster, it should be a category a regular monster. I really don't know how Tao Tai swallowed that strange thing. As Sun Hang thought, his eyelids gradually drooped. The stainless steel nameplate slowly slipped from his fingers and fell next to the pillow. The next day, morning, 8:30 a.m. Sun Hang was woken up by the continuous broadcast on the street outside. There is no way to hide the eternal night when the sun is supposed to rise, but it never appears. The fear will pass over time. It continues to spread and ferment among the crowd. The only thing the Disaster Countermeasures Committee can do is to stabilize the emotions of the citizens as much as possible, and at the same time draw a large amount of materials from other city-states and transport them to Suzhou overnight. Starting today, Tianfu City will implement a 24-hour closure system. Citizens are requested not to go out unless it is an emergency. The Tianfu City Management Committee will set up a special material supply team to distribute necessary living materials door to door according to the population. If you need to go out for special reasons, please call the emergency hotline of the Block Management Department. If you find traces of strange objects or suspected strange objects, please please contact the Tianfu City Abnormal Investigation Bureau immediately. If you encounter criminals, please seek help from the Public Security Sub-Bureaus or City Defense Guards in each district. The wireless broadcasting system in Tianfu City has also been completely paralyzed. These notices are completely broadcast on the streets by thousands of cars equipped with loudspeakers. The broadcasts that Sun Hang can hear are sometimes far away and sometimes near. After a simple wash, Sun Hang went downstairs. Wang Shi had disappeared. The blanket that Sun Hang had given her was folded squarely and placed on the sofa. The pile of garbage on the coffee table was also cleaned up. A complete set of Ultra Mantiga discs was placed next to the video recorder, with a note pressed on it with an unopened can of Coke. For you. The note phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme. Sun Hang took out his mobile phone, and the signal icon in the upper right corner was still 0. The Disaster Countermeasures Committee did not seem to intend to repair the damaged communication base station. Otherwise, with the engineering level and infrastructure capabilities of the Xiaozhou Federation, the communication should have been restored as early as this morning. Even if the old communication base station had been razed to the ground by the monster, they could build a new temporary base station in minutes. It seems that for a long time in the future, the civilian communications in Tianfu City should be in a paralyzed state. So, the words on the radio, "Please call the emergency hotline if you have any problems," are actually empty words. However, the federal government should activate a batch of new communication channels to alleviate the current situation of military communication channels being overcrowded. Sun Hang looked around the living room and found a second note on the refrigerator next to him with a magnet. I forgot to tell you that I will report to the institute after I wake up, but you don't have to get up too early, just get there before noon. There are still 3.5 hours of free time. Sun Hang glanced at the clock hanging on the wall, opened the refrigerator, took out a bag of frozen dumplings and a box of pasteurized milk, and walked to the kitchen in slippers. He poured all the dumplings into the rice cooker, poured half a pot of tap water into it, then covered the lid of the rice cooker and pressed the switch of the power strip. He didn't remember where he learned how to cook dumplings in a rice cooker. Maybe this was a skill he had mastered before he lost his memory? A skill used to muddle through life. While cooking dumplings, Sun Hang returned to the living room and picked up the headset he used yesterday and put it on. However, the communication channel that was extremely lively yesterday was extremely silent today. There was no sound except for the slight noise of electricity. It seems that the military has abandoned all the communication channels yesterday. Sun Hang muttered to himself. The abandonment of the communication channels is probably due to the thugs. After they attacked the city defense guards and the sheriff, they would naturally obtain the communication equipment of the victims. If the original communication channels were not abandoned, then every decision of the Disaster Countermeasures Committee would be almost transparent to these thugs. I can't do anything, but I'm the first to cause trouble. Sun Hang took off his headphones and threw them on the coffee table, but the next second, he picked them up and put them back on. Connect to the communication channel that is currently in use. Sun Hang thought silently in his heart, and at the same time began to desperately recall the feeling when he made the metal nameplate change its texture. He wanted to test whether his ability could only change the shape of matter, or whether it was a true wish come true. As Sun Hang's heartbeat rate slowly accelerated, the noisy sound of electricity in the earphones also began to gradually intensify. Indistinctly, Sun Hang seemed to hear a human voice mixed in the noise of electricity. But the next second, there was a slight explosion inside the earphones, and then all the sounds disappeared, and a smell of burnt plastic emanated from the earphones. The earphones are broken? Sun Hang was slightly startled, and he subconsciously remembered the power outage that happened when he was in the hospital. He was very sure that he had just heard the sound of people talking. That sound was definitely not an auditory hallucination. In other words, his ability can really be used like this? This is definitely not the ability of Tao Tai, and it should not even be an ability that Tao Tai can obtain as long as the original owner of this ability is willing. Tao Tai will not be able to devour it even if he tries his best. Sun Hang stood in the living room, breathing a little hurriedly. At this moment, the noise from the kitchen suddenly interrupted Sun Hang's thoughts. He hurried to the kitchen and saw boiling water pouring out from the gap of the rice cooker lid, flowing along the surface of the rice cooker all the way to the stove. Sun Hang quickly unplugged the power and opened the lid of the rice cooker. The boiling water foam soon fell down, and Sun Hang found a bowl and fished out all the dumplings in the pot. He found that the dumplings had turned into an abstract batter, sticking to each other, and the meat filling inside and the dumpling skin outside had been separated. Rather than dumplings, it would be more appropriate to say that the batter boiled meat. It's not a big problem, at least it can still be eaten. Sun Hang quickly finished the pot of batter boiled meat, threw the inner pot of the rice cooker into the sink, and glanced at the bracelet. It was exactly 3 hours before the 12 o'clock mentioned in Wang Shi's message. Sun Hang decided to go out for a walk. It was 9 o'clock in the morning, but it was as dark outside as if it was 9 o'clock in the evening. The windows of the residential buildings in the community across the street were all lit. When Sun Hang looked up, he happened to meet the eyes of a little boy lying on the window. The little boy's eyes were full of doubt. After hesitating for a few seconds, he turned around and shouted something. Soon, a middle-aged woman walked to the window and took the little boy away. Before taking the little boy away, the middle-aged woman glanced at Sun Hang through the window warily, and then pulled the curtains tightly. Most of the people living in this community are relatives of the Abnormal Investigation Bureau or the Weird Research Institute. They obviously know the true identity of the people living in the neighboring villa area. On the first day of moving in, Yang Qi gave Sun Hang a shot of prevention, telling him not to care about the eyes of those residents even if someone in their family works in the Investigation Bureau or the Research Institute, but for most ordinary people, as an infected weird hunter, he is still an alien. This is just like AIDS patients. Even though people know that normal social contact will not transmit HIV, they still inevitably look at the sick people with tinted glasses and alienate them intentionally or unintentionally. AIDS patients who are not aggressive are treated like this, not to mention the monster hunters who are at risk of getting out of control and whose destructive power is equivalent to that of humanoid monsters. Sun Hang didn't care much about this kind of gaze. After all, there was a high probability that these people would never have any interaction with him in their lifetime. He only cares about 3 things now. First, to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. Second, to become stronger. Third, to retrieve the lost memory or, in other words, to find out the truth about the 3 apes and his own abilities. Continuing to stay in Tianfu City is a choice with both risks and benefits, but judging from the current situation, the benefits Sun Hang can gain are much higher than the risks he needs to take. As a monster hunter, Tianfu City will be an excellent hunting ground in the future. But for ordinary people, this place will gradually become a hell. Sun Hang zipped up his coat. It was approaching June, and the temperature had begun to warm up under normal circumstances, but after losing the heat radiation of the sun, the temperature in Suzhou began to drop precipitously. Compared with last night, the current body temperature it has dropped by at least 10 degrees. Citizens are requested to strictly abide by the latest management measures announced by the management committee. We will do our best to protect the safety of citizens' lives and property. Another pickup truck with a loudspeaker slowly approached, but this time, the car stopped, the window was rolled down, and a young man dressed as a police officer stuck his head out and stared at Sun Hang with a frown. "Hey, are you planning to go out?" the young sheriff asked. "Didn't you hear what was playing on the loudspeaker? Travel is now restricted throughout the city. Even if there is an emergency, you must first call the neighborhood management department. Just apply by phone. I also want to make a call, but there is no signal." Sun Hang raised his mobile phone to signal to the other party. "Then go home and wait. The communication base station is already being repaired. It probably won't take long to be repaired." The sheriff said, "From the way you look like this, it doesn't look like there's an emergency." You don't know who lives here?" Sun Hang couldn't help but ask. "Who are the people living here?" The sheriff looked past Sun Hang and stayed on the villa behind for a few seconds. "Even if you have a prominent status, you must abide by the management regulations now. No one is exempt." Only then did Sun Hang notice that there was a temporary peace officer armband on this young man's shoulder. Sun Hang was relieved all of a sudden. At this time, a yawning voice suddenly came from the co-pilot. "Heh. What's going on? I just closed my eyes for a little while, and you can quarrel with others for a small amount of money?" "Captain Gong, it's not that I want to quarrel with others, but someone insisted on going out at this time." I asked him to go to the block management department to apply for a travel permit, and he argued with me that his mobile phone had no signal. This guy even planned to use his identity to pressure me. The young temporary sheriff complained quickly to the sleepy predecessor who had just climbed out of the co-pilot seat. Identity? Ah. The middle-aged sheriff rubbed his eyes, first glanced at Sun Hang standing outside the car window, and then looked at the villa area behind Sun Hang, and his pupils shrank twice in an instant. Young man, do you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme here? The middle-aged sheriff pointed to the villa behind and asked. Ah. Sun Hang gave an affirmative answer. The face of the middle-aged sheriff suddenly turned 2 points paler. I'm sorry, this guy is new here today, and he's not familiar with the situation in each block. He accidentally bumped into you. It shouldn't have caused any obstacles to your work, right? No, I just went out for a walk. Sun Hang shook his head. That's good. This is all my fault. I stayed up all night last night, and I couldn't bear it this morning. I took a nap, and I didn't expect this to happen. I'm really sorry. In the confused eyes of the young temporary sheriff, the middle-aged sheriff patted his head hard. Why don't you drive quickly? But, Captain Gong. But what but? The middle-aged sheriff cursed in a low voice. Do you know how serious this matter is? Drive quickly, I'll explain it to you later. The pickup truck started again, and Sun Hang noticed that after driving more than 10 meters, the speed of the pickup truck suddenly increased, almost as if it was running away from this block. He could clearly feel that the middle-aged sheriff's eyes, looking at him just now, the largest component of emotion was fear. Sun Hang suddenly recalled the attitude of Captain Huang and the sheriffs who were with him towards the hunters in the Bloody Mary incident. Although Yang Qi had vowed to Sun Hang that this society was willing to accept hunters who were infected, it was obvious that her words could not represent the attitude of the general public. It's okay to be afraid, at least I won't say stupid things like that committee member last time. Sun Hang put his hands in his pockets and walked along the sidewalk. Since the living supplies of the strange hunters are provided free of charge by the Institute, there are no commercial facilities in the vicinity that are equipped with ordinary residential areas. Sun Hang walked for almost 3 kilometers before he saw a small supermarket at an intersection. What surprised him a little was that the door of this small supermarket was actually open. According to the temporary management measures introduced by the Disaster Countermeasures Committee, in the early stage of the eternal night, when group panic and chaos are most likely to break out, not only are all citizens restricted from traveling, but all kinds of production and commercial activities are also suspended, and the entire city has entered a state of suspension and suspension. Sun Hang walked over with some doubts. In addition to being curious about why this supermarket was open, he also wanted to buy some supplies. Yesterday, Wang Shi alone finished off most of Sun Hang's refrigerator, especially the potato chips of Sun Hang's favorite flavor, and didn't leave him a bag. When Sun Hang got closer, he found out why this supermarket was still open. It had been transformed into a temporary material transfer station, with large and small cardboard boxes filling the open space between the shelves, and several staff members of the street management department were holding several thick lists of materials and doing inventory work. A soldier from the city defense guard was sitting behind the cash register, with his helmet and pump-action shotgun on the cash register. When he saw Sun Hang approaching, he immediately picked up the gun vigilantly and shouted, "Who is it?" "Someone from the Weird Research Institute," Sun Hang said. In order to avoid any misunderstandings, he took the initiative to show his ID this time. After seeing the hunter's license, the soldier showed a trace of panic. "Hunter? When he shouted, the others stopped their work and turned to look over here. "Hunter? Why is the hunter here?" A man who looked like an official walked over quickly and asked in a nervous tone, "Excuse me, is there a strange thing around here?" "No, I just..." Sun Hang wanted to say that he came out for a walk, but after thinking about it, he changed his words and said, "It's just a routine patrol." Ha! As soon as this sentence came out, it was obvious that the group of people all breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. "By the way, can I buy the things here?" Sun Hang asked. "I'm not talking about these supplies, but the things on the shelves." "That's the property of the supermarket owner, but he's still at home. We're just temporarily requisitioning the supermarket as a material transfer station." In theory, we have no right to touch these things. The cadre said, but hunters have the right to requisition, and there will be a special aftermath department to help you pay the bill or make corresponding compensation afterwards.
Well, that's not necessary. I have money, I can pay. Sun Hang took a can of Fanta from the refrigerator and said.
But after he finished speaking, he immediately regretted it. He didn't have any cash on him, and the payment QR code on the counter was just a decoration when the whole city was offline. The cadre was very observant. Seeing Sun Hang holding his soda in one hand and a mobile phone in the other, with a slightly embarrassed look, he immediately took out a 5 yuan note from his pocket and pressed it under the QR code.
I'll treat you to this drink. You've been patrolling the city all day, and it's very hard.
The cadre said with a smile.
Well, thank you very much. Sun Hang did not refuse this kindness.
He pulled the pull ring and took a sip. Sun Hang realized that unlike the others present, the cadre was not afraid of him. The reason why he was nervous before was entirely because he was worried that there were strange things in the nearby area.
This guy is quite abnormal when he gets along with Sun Hang, he behaves like he gets along with normal people. This is the biggest abnormality.
If it was the people in the Investigation Bureau and the Research Institute who had been in contact with strange things and infected people for many years, or the soldiers with strict discipline in the army, it would be understandable, but it was a bit strange for the staff of the Grassroots Management Department to do this. Just when Sun Hang was curious, a picture that he had never seen in his memory suddenly appeared in front of his eyes in a burning ruin. A wounded man fell to the ground and kept retreating. Not far away from him, a huge mask floating in the air and spewing fire from his mouth was gradually approaching. Just when the flames in the mouth of the strange mask were about to sweep the man, a figure with scales and wings on his back suddenly fell from the sky and tore the strange mask in half. The young cadre holding the list of materials suddenly staggered, and Sun Hang immediately reached out and supported him.
Ah.
I'm fine, he smiled awkwardly, I just felt a little dizzy just now.
Maybe I haven't eaten for a long time and my blood sugar is a little low.
Sun Hang found that there was a large old scar on the skin inside his collar and at the bottom of his neck. Judging from the appearance of the scar, it should be caused by a burn.
What he just saw was his memory.
The hunter who fell from the sky was most likely Lao Wang next door, and the reason why this young cadre had a different attitude towards hunters than most ordinary people was probably because of this experience. After witnessing such a scene, anyone's prejudice against hunters would probably be swept away. What made Sun Hang a little confused was why he could see the memory of this young cadre. After swallowing a weirdo or an infected person, it is indeed possible to glimpse some memory fragments of the swallowed person from the digested part of the meme, but the problem is that the young cadre in front of him is neither an infected person nor a weirdo, and Sun Hang did not use that swallowing ability on him. The dizziness that the other party just experienced is probably the negative impact caused by the memory being phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red phoneme by Sun Hang.
You can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read phoneme other people's memories without swallowing?
Sun Hang let go of the other party's arm and murmured in his heart. Just when Sun Hang was about to make another attempt to confirm his idea, a burst of engine sound suddenly came from outside the supermarket, from far to near. The vehicles transporting materials are here. The young cadre immediately called out to the others, stop what you are doing, unload the goods first, and move the boxes inside.
No.
Sun Hang shook his head and stopped the other party, that's not the sound of a truck engine.
It sounds like an ordinary car. The management committee should not use a car with little carrying space to transport materials, right?
At present, Tianfu City, at least in terms of vehicle resources, is not in short supply. Even the vehicles used for touring broadcasts are pickup trucks and vans.
If cars are needed to transport materials, why not change the vehicles used by both? Anyway, a loudspeaker installed on the top of a car can also complete the task of broadcasting.
On the contrary, those pickup trucks and vans can definitely transport several times more materials than cars in one trip.
The young cadre also immediately realized that something was wrong.
He immediately stopped those colleagues who wanted to leave the supermarket, and then winked at the guard soldier sitting behind the cash register.
Don't move here. I'll go out and take a look.
The soldier put on his helmet, picked up the pump-action shotgun, walked out from behind the cash register and walked outside. Through the window glass of the supermarket, you can see a white car with a local civilian license plate of Tianfu City stopped more than 20 meters away from the supermarket, but the people in the car did not get out immediately. The windows of this car are all covered with anti-peep film. From the angle of Sun Hang and others, it is impossible to see how many people are in the car. The soldier walked up with a gun and shouted to the car from a distance, "City Defense Guard. Now is a special period. People in the car, get off immediately for inspection." However, in response to him, there was a gunshot that resounded over the street. The door on the other side of the car opened, and a man wearing a pullover and a homemade gas mask on his face got out of the car, and directly raised the weapon in his hand and shot the soldier. It was an old bolt-action rifle. Compared with modern weapons, this bolt-action rifle has almost no advantages, but at a distance of 10 meters, it is enough to cause instant fatal damage to humans. The guard soldier only had a Kevlar bulletproof vest on him, and there was no ceramic plate inserted inside, so the bullet penetrated almost without any hindrance. The soldier's body stiffened and fell straight down. A young girl standing at the entrance of the supermarket screamed, but before she turned around and ran away, the thug who killed the soldier shot again, hitting her head and interrupting her scream. The girl died on the spot, and the bright red blood quickly spread from under her body. Sun Hang didn't even have a chance to rescue her. "It's a thug." The young cadre was pale and whispered to his colleagues, "Everyone, hide in the warehouse behind. Contact the Public Security Bureau and the City Defense Guard immediately. Quick!" At this time, the other 3 doors of the white car were opened, and several people dressed similarly jumped out of the car. A burly man among the thugs opened the trunk of the car and took out a shield made of rolled steel plate. Another thin guy quickly ran to the body of the City Defense Guard and picked up the pump-action shotgun that fell to the ground. The last person who got off the car made Sun Hang's expression change a little. Compared with his accomplices who were all wearing pullovers, this guy was naked except for a motorcycle helmet on his head. The ochre-red tubular growths were almost all over his chest. With the rhythm of his breathing, these tubular growths could be vaguely seen to rise and fall like a pulse, pumping the substance suspected to be blood to other parts of the body. The car seemed to be equipped with some kind of shielding device. Before this guy got off the car, Sun Hang could not feel the breath of any infected person at all. "That guy is an infected person?" The young cadre's eyes widened, and then he cast his gaze on Sun Hang. Can you beat him?" I don't know what the weird thing that infected him is, and I don't know his ability." Sun Hang shook his head. "It's hard to say. There are very few infected people who can maintain their sanity, and most of them will become monster hunters, and those who do not want to become hunters will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme ordinary people's lives under the strict surveillance of the Federation. Like hunters, these infected people must report to the local Monster Research Institute once a week for testing and evaluation to confirm that there are no signs of worsening infection. Once dangerous signs are found, control measures will be upgraded immediately. At least, personal freedom will definitely be gone." But Yang Qi and Sun Hang said that there are no such infected people in Tianfu City. In other words, there are no non-hunter infected people who have been reported to the authorities and are legal. Before the eternal night fell and reinforcements from other city-states arrived in Tianfu City, the legally existing infected people in the entire Tianfu City were actually only Sun Hang and Wang Shi. The infected person did not move after getting off the car, while the other 3 people quickly approached the supermarket. The short man who ran the fastest fired a shotgun directly at the supermarket window, and a whole piece of tempered glass suddenly shattered all over the floor. The goods on the shelves behind the window were knocked over by the shotgun. A headless Lucky Cat doll rolled to Sun Hang's feet, and the cat's paw, which symbolized wealth and treasure, was still swinging back and forth. "Take your colleagues away from here," Sun Hang said to the young cadre. "This kind of supermarket warehouse should have a back door connected to the alley behind." "What about you?" The young cadre was stunned and asked. Compared with Wang Shi in the beast state, Sun Hang's current appearance does not look very combative. Even worse than the guy standing behind the thugs. "Me? I have to start working early." Sun Hang shook his hands helplessly. "I don't know if this counts as overtime, and whether there is overtime pay. I fell off my bike yesterday, and my palm, arm, and knee were all injured. I guess I will update alone these few days. Pushing the young cadre into the warehouse, Sun Hang closed the iron door of the warehouse. The next second, the lock on the iron door melted into a whole piece of iron, and the gap between the door and the doorframe disappeared, becoming a hole. At this time, the short man who ran the fastest had rushed to the door of the supermarket and shot the body of the girl lying on the ground again. The sound of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme bullets tearing the flesh was like a stimulant, making the short man scream in excitement. He raised his foot to turn the girl's body over and shot another shot at the front. Okay, monkey, stop playing. The strong man holding the shield shouted in a low voice, while the city defense guards haven't arrived yet. Quickly move all the materials that can be moved onto the car, and burn all the rest. Sun Hang was hiding in the corner of the supermarket at this time. A pile of boxes taller than a person covered his body, making the three people mistakenly believe that everyone in the supermarket had escaped from the back door, and no one stayed. If the enemy was just an ordinary human, then Sun Hang would not hesitate to attack, but if there was an infected person, he would have to think twice before acting. He could smell the breath of the infected person on the other person, but he could not tell the strength of the other person. Sun Hang could not be sure whether this shielding effect came from the infected person's own ability or with the help of some external force. What are you afraid of? With Big Brother here, even if the city defense guards come, it will only be a death for Big Brother. The short man called Monkey shouted. What if the strange hunters are attracted here? Can you stop jumping up and down like a hyperthyroidism? The strong man scolded. Strange hunters? Didn't Big Brother just strangle one to death yesterday? The thin monkey said disapprovingly. This guy killed a strange hunter? Sun Hang was stunned. The only strange hunters in Tianfu City were himself and Wang Shi, and Wang Shi was at her home last night. So the one this guy killed could only be a hunter from the support troops. But why didn't I receive any relevant news yesterday? Is it because my authority is not enough to know this news, or is it because the body of the murdered hunter has not been found? It seems that according to the relevant regulations of the Xiaozhou Federation, a strange hunter will be considered missing only if he loses contact for 48 hours during a mission, but now it has not even been 24 hours. If no body is found and there are no other witnesses, the Disaster Countermeasures Committee will probably think that the hunter is performing a mission in a signal shielding area. Having the ability to kill a strange hunter means that this infected person is very dangerous. Sun Hang has not come into contact with many hunters, and he is not sure what the average strength of hunters in the entire Federation is, but assuming that Sun Hang and Wang Shi are now in a one-on-one duel, Sun Hang thinks that the chance of winning will not be higher than 50%. Especially after Wang Shi has transformed into a beast, she can attack with fireball breath at a high altitude that the mycelium cannot reach. If she fights like this, Sun Hang will have no way to deal with her. But we can't just watch them burn all the supplies. Sun Hang thought about it and decided to take the initiative. A mycelium thinner than a hair quietly spread along the cracks in the floor tiles to the outside of the supermarket, and then, under the cover of the drainage ditch in the night, it slowly crawled towards the infected person standing next to the car. Just as the mycelium was about to crawl to the feet of the infected person, the ground under his feet suddenly collapsed. A huge crack appeared without warning where he was standing, swallowing him whole, and the mycelium that secretly touched over seized this opportunity, splitting and multiplying tens of thousands of branches at the front end, taking advantage of the moment when the other party was unbalanced, piercing his body from all directions. The infected person roared, and he frantically tore off the mycelium that pierced his body, but the speed of mycelium splitting was much faster than his destruction speed. In just a few seconds, he was wrapped in countless mycelium into a huge cocoon. Or, to be more precise, this giant cocoon is like a cruel torture device called Iron Maiden in the European Empire in the Middle Ages. Inside it, countless myceliums sharper than piano wires pierce, cut, and tear the body of the infected person. Boiling plasma shot out from the gaps in the giant cocoon, directly cutting off the street lamp poles. Anything that came into contact with the blood began to emit thick white smoke on the surface, as if it was splashed with strong acid. 2 drops of plasma splashed on the arm of the thug holding the bolt-action rifle. He immediately wiped it with his sleeve in horror, but with just a touch, the skin on his arm rolled down with large pieces of flesh and blood, directly exposing the white arm bones of the inner body. As the nerve tissue necrotized very quickly, he felt almost no pain, but the area of corrosion on his body continued to expand. Soon, he was left with only the body below the waist, kneeling on his knees, sticking in a large pool of sticky pus. At the same time, in the corner of the supermarket, Sun Hang leaned against the wall behind him, breathing heavily. The feeling of being drowned was slowly fading away, and the vision in front of him gradually began to change from black and white to color. Who? He realized that he almost got into trouble. After creating Gr Chijiu Lu to kill Tai Sui, Sun Hang conducted many experiments on this ability to control objects, not only metal, but also wood, stone, plastic, and even liquid and gas. He can control them to a certain extent, but different types of objects consume different mental power to control them. Metal is relatively the most sensitive of all substances. Sun Hang only needs to consume a little mental power to make a nut float in his palm. The most difficult to operate is gas, followed by liquid. Sun Hang tried to freeze all the blood in a fish, but he tried his best and almost fainted. The fish on the chopping board was still alive and kicking. Sun Hang, who was a little angry, cut open the fish's belly with a kitchen knife, but only found some ice chips that were not much bigger than gravel. Sun Hang called this property sensitivity. The more sensitive the material, the easier it is to control, and vice versa. And what he just controlled was concrete, which is second only to metal in sensitivity. He originally just wanted to create some cracks to restrict the movement of the infected person, but he didn't expect that he used too much force and directly created a pit more than 10 meters deep on the ground. Sun Hang found it difficult to control the degree of this ability. He couldn't find a standard way to manipulate it. The way he activated his ability was to rely on his brain to imagine, and there was a fatal problem with imagination. Human thinking has no fixed boundaries. If you are not careful, it is easy to be killed by the negative effects caused by overusing abilities. The magic in Western fantasy works at least still has standard procedures such as casting spells, but if this process completely becomes a person's imagination, imagine that a magic apprentice originally just wanted to release a lowest level fireball, but he accidentally had a scene of pyrotechnics or even some forbidden spells in his head. What would happen? According to normal logic, nothing would happen, and the magic element would not respond to the apprentice's call at all. Because the apprentice's mana value is capped, and after the balance is 0, no more mana can be drawn, so what kind of pyrotechnics and forbidden spells can't be released naturally? But Sun Hang is different. His blue bar is like his Zbei account, it can be overdrawn. If he imagines releasing a forbidden spell, the consequence is that his blue bar will be overdrawn infinitely, and his health bar will also be overdrawn together until the forbidden spell is successfully released, or he is completely destroyed. As the breath of the infected person gradually disappeared, a stream of heat flowed back into Sun Hang's body along the hyphae, causing Sun Hang's condition to quickly recover. Sun Hang did not feel that he had gained anything new ability, but the upper limit of the blue bar seems to have increased slightly. This feeling is very mysterious, and it is difficult to describe it clearly in words. It is as if Sun Hang's field of consciousness has slightly expanded, unlocking some areas that were once beyond his reach. For the entire field of consciousness, this expansion can only be regarded as a mosquito's leg, but no matter what, it is still a real enhancement. This gives Sun Hang a feeling as if he is playing an RPG game. The devoured monsters will turn into his own experience points. When the experience points accumulate to a certain level, the quantitative changes will naturally phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals lead lead slash phoneme to qualitative changes. In game terms, that's called leveling up. As for gaining Tai Sui's ability after devouring Tai Sui, that is equivalent to the rare item skill book dropped by the boss. The drastic change outside the supermarket attracted the attention of the other two thugs. Just as they turned around, Sun Hang flashed out from behind the shelves and shot each of them with a large caliber hunting pistol. A blood hole as big as a bowl was opened in the strong man's vest, while half of the thin monkey's chest was torn apart, and his broken arm was thrown out and hung on a shelf a dozen steps away. Both men died instantly. They didn't even see what the person who killed them looked like. Sun Hang put the pistol back into the holster, rubbed his palms that were numb from the recoil, and let out a long breath. This thing still works well against ordinary humans. He quickly walked out of the supermarket and ran to the huge pit. All the hyphae had been extracted, leaving only a fragmented humanoid skeleton lying at the bottom of the pit. Looking around, there were corpses everywhere. Traces of corrosion from the blood of this infected person. Sun Hang noticed that although the skeleton still maintained the shape of a human being, it had mutated in many places and many bones were deformed, especially in the chest cavity. The 12 pairs of ribs that humans should have completely disappeared. Instead, there is a pair of curved bone plates, which are like armor, firmly protecting the internal organs in the body. On this pair of bone plates, there are still many round holes of different sizes. Based on the previous image of the infected person, these holes should be used to accommodate those tubular neoplastic organs. This guy's body should be very different from that of a normal person. Sun Hang muttered, "This blood is more domineering than aqua regia. A container that can hold this substance should have excellent corrosion resistance. It's a pity, if it would be great if this ability could be absorbed by me." Just when Sun Hang was thinking this, he found that his arms seemed to be itchy. He looked down and found that a thin layer of cuticle had been formed on the surface of the skin at some point, and it felt like it was tough. Cowhide is average, ah? Sun Hang was stunned for a moment. The cuticle on his arm quickly disappeared, and instead appeared on the surface of a white mycelium as thick as a finger. Tai Sui's mycelium itself also has a certain degree of corrosion resistance, but it is not completely resistant. The reason why the giant cocoon shot out blood just now is because the surface was corroded by blood and created a large number of gaps and holes, but the mycelium is still the same. Relying on his extremely powerful proliferation ability, he forcibly filled the holes in these gaps. This prevented the infected person from breaking out of the cocoon and was forcibly digested until only bones remained. Sun Hang tried to let this hyphae stain the pit with a little bit of the infected person's blood as expected. The hyphae covering the cuticle were completely immune to the corrosion of the infected person's blood, and when Sun Hang shook off this drop of blood after landing on the ground, with a slight shishi, the originally intact ground was instantly eroded into a shallow pit. That's right, I don't need to absorb this guy's ability at all. Sun Hang nodded secretly, as long as my blue bar is long enough, I can simulate all. When he thought of this, Sun Hang suddenly paused. He discovered something that was horrifying to think about. Is there a possibility that my true ability is not the devouring of Tao Tai, but the ability to make all wishes come true? This ability most likely comes from regular monsters, and the dimensions of regular monsters are obviously higher than those of Type C monsters such as Tao Tai. Before Sun Hang became a hunter, he did not show any ability related to swallowing. Perhaps it was just because he felt that devouring monsters would make him stronger, that's why he acquired the devouring ability similar to that of Tao Tai. It was not because Tao Tai once swallowed the strange creature with the ability of all wishes come true that Sun Hang gained this ability. The order of the two can be completely reversed and looked at again. Sun Hang took a deep breath and looked at the dark sky above. What is the strange thing that infected me? After Sun Hang eliminated all the thugs, the city defense guards arrived belatedly. Hundreds of soldiers holding shields almost completely blocked both sides of the street, while snipers occupied the commanding heights of the buildings on both sides. A dozen military drones roared and circled overhead, and high-lumen searchlights illuminated the entire neighborhood as if it were daytime. You are. A man who looked like an officer looked at the tablet in his hand, and then looked at Sun Hang. You are a registered hunter in Tianfu City, number 0420, Mr. Sun Hang, right? Yes, it's me. Sun Hang nodded. We just received a call for help, saying that the material transfer point was attacked by thugs, and there were infected people among the thugs. The officer asked again, "Excuse me. What is the situation now?" The matter has been resolved. 3 normal human thugs, armed, and 1 infected thug have all been confirmed dead. Sun Hang said. In addition, a guard soldier died in the line of duty, and a staff member of the block management department was unfortunately killed. Is the infected person dead too? The officer confirmed with Sun Hang again. Did you do it? Unconsciously, his address to Sun Hang changed from you to you with a hint of respect. Well, the remaining skeleton is in this pit. Sun Hang said, but when you deal with the scene, be careful of the smoking areas. This guy's blood is splattered everywhere. This stuff is more corrosive than aqua regia. One thug just accidentally got a little bit of it, and half of his body was gone. Hiss. Okay, thank you for your reminder. People from the Investigation Bureau and the Institute will arrive soon, and these things will be handled by professionals.
The people from the institute arrived a little later than the city defense guards.
In addition to the cleaners who were all wrapped in white protective suits, Yang Qi, Yang Lian, and Wang Shi also came with them. Sun Hang noticed that Yang Qi had two thick dark circles on her face, and her originally smooth hair looked a little greasy and clumpy. Although she was wearing a new white coat, she could smell an extremely strong smell. The strong smell of coffee. Obviously, this guy just returned from abnormal time and space, and immediately threw himself into work, without even having time to take a shower.
Did you stay up all night until now? Sun Hang looked at her and sighed. You are too dedicated. The research institute is too short of manpower, so there is nothing we can do about it.
Yang Qi sighed. By the way, thanks to your timely rescue, Song Yaring is out of danger, but...
Just what? Sun Hang asked.
Although she survived, she became an infected person. Yang Qi said, but fortunately she was infected with the Tai Sui meme, which is relatively mild and easy to control, except for that single flaw. It can even give her physical recovery abilities far beyond those of ordinary people.
What's the only flaw? Tai Sui's memes are divided into primary and secondary memes.
The owner of the primary meme has absolute control over the secondary memes. Yang Qi continued, in other words, you can easily decide her life or death with just one thought.
Oh, that's okay.
Sun Hang curled his lips. I have no interest in controlling others.
I also know this.
Yang Qi looked at Sun Hang with determination, so the next path is up to her to choose. She can change her job to become a monster hunter, or she can continue to stay as a researcher. In the place. With her enthusiasm, I guess she will regard herself as a research object. Sun Hang's mind directly pictured Song Yaring sitting on the edge of the operating table, holding a scalpel in one hand and tweezers in the other, anatomy self situation.
It shouldn't be a right?
Yang Qi was stunned for a moment, but then she nodded again. What you said makes sense.
I have to tell the teacher and ask him to keep an eye on her. Sun Hang, did you make this big hole?
Wang Shi glanced at the battle scene not far away, and then turned her attention to Sun Hang. That's right, we borrowed some of the terrain. Sun Hang nodded. I originally thought it was just a group of ordinary thugs, but I didn't expect that there was an infected person mixed in.
I just checked the closed-circuit surveillance in the supermarket.
This infected person, if I guessed correctly, the strange thing that infected him is probably the blood-eroded slime mold of Wu 328. Yang Lian suddenly interjected, and then He looked at his sister with a thoughtful look.
This matter, speaking of it, is still the responsibility of our research institute.
Yang Qi sighed. Blood-corroded slime mold was first discovered in the Mangbala West rainforest in the southern Yunnan region.
The appearance of this strange thing directly caused the 4 local villages have become barren.
According to the original plan, the Federation will clear a circle of empty space in the surrounding area.
After the white isolation zone, special chemicals and incendiary bombs were used to kill it.
However, a considerable number of experts believed that the monster was controllable and had high research value, so before the killing operation began, sent a team of hunters to extract some slime mold samples and brought them back to the Monster Research Institute in Yuanmo City. Yang Qi paused and continued. Later, the Yunnan region fell, and the personnel, research materials, and a large number of experimental samples from Yuanmo City's Mystery Research Institute were transferred to Tianfu City's Mystery Research Institute. The research project has also been temporarily shelved. With the safety measures of our institute, if it is sealed like this, there is generally no chance of an accident.
If there is no accident, then there should be an accident. Sun Hang said. That's right.
A few years ago, there was a researcher who was eager for quick success. Well, speaking of it, this guy's character is actually a bit similar to your own, but he is crazier and has no bottom line than your own.
Yang Qi continued.
Relying on his authority, he transferred a group of death row prisoners from Tianfu City prison to his laboratory and began secretly conducting experiments on the fusion of human bodies and blood-corroding slime mold.
It seems that his experiment was successful?
Sun Hang turned his head and glanced at the big pit. The cleaners of the institute were using a crane-like robotic arm device to remove the debris at the bottom of the pit. The bones were picked out piece by piece and sealed into special containers. It can be said to be a success, or it can be said to be a failure. Yang Qi shook her head. Only 4 people survived the experiment, but without exception, these 4 people all lost control and ran away, killing the researcher and his assistant. Then he rushed out of the laboratory as a security guard. When the people from the health department rushed to the scene, several staff members of the institute had already been brutally murdered. In addition, none of the hunters in Tenfu City happened to be at the site that day, so the security department tried their best to kill only 4. 2 of them let the other 2 escape. So, is there another guy like this? Sun Hang asked. No, the other experimental subject was very emotionally unstable. After escaping from the research institute, he attacked passers-by and was quickly killed by the city defense guards and hunters. The guy you killed was the one who had been on the run for several years. Fish. There is something strange. The car he was riding in seemed to be able to perfectly block the aura of strange things. And the aura of strange things itself was also very weak. It was as if some means of blocking perception was used. Do you know what's going on? Sun Hang asked. That's a special potion that he stole from the research institute. Yang Qi said, after injection, this potion can greatly weaken one's own breath. It was originally provided to hunters who need to sneak up on their targets. Speaking of which, after he was injected with this potion, can you still sense his breath? You can smell a little bit. Sun Hang said, but if he is inside a vehicle or a building, it's hard to sense it. In theory, after injecting this potion, the breath of the weird will be completely blocked within 72 hours. Especially for a fusion-infected person like him, the shielding effect will only be better. Even if I face him, I may not be able to smell the smell. Wang Shi said, is your nose so sensitive? Then I don't know. Maybe he didn't inject enough to save the medicine. It may also be that this batch of potions has been stored for too long and expired. Sun Hang said casually. Okay, let's put this aside for now. Yang Qi looked at Sun Hang and said seriously, I came here because I have something important to tell you. Isn't this the important thing? Sun Hang turned his head and pointed at the big pit with his eyes. Isn't this the important thing? No, what I want to say is more important than this. Yang Qi said, according to the requirements of the Disaster Countermeasures Committee, they plan to gather together the monster hunters, monster equipment and their qualified people to perform a crucial task while the eternal night is just coming and the monster activities are not active. Whether it is the local hunters in Shuzhou or the reinforcements from other regions, they must participate in this mission. Wang Shi said, the plane is waiting for us. Where to go? Sun Hang asked. Baku City, the Disaster Countermeasures Committee's forward command post in Shuzhou. Yang Qi said, the combat meeting will be held there, and only then can we know what the goal of the mission is. Baku City, Jinya Airport. It is now 1:25 p.m., which is the time of the day when the sun is the strongest under normal circumstances. However, under the influence of eternal night, the entire sky is still like a thick black velvet curtain, and no light can penetrate. The heavy rain has no intention of stopping. Looking down through the porthole, the indicator lights on both sides of the runway are hazy and blurred, and even the terminal building in the distance seems to have a weird sense of unreality in the rain. The plane has circled over the airport 3 times, and the pilot has not been able to decide the best landing phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route/phoneme. The visibility and weather conditions are so bad that even the best pilots dare not guarantee that they can land on the ground with confidence. Assuming that Jinya Airport can still be open to the public today, the screen in the waiting hall must be a large area of bright red flight delay through the cockpit door. Sun Hang could vaguely hear the crew in the ground tower repeatedly confirming various parameters, and their tone was quite nervous. For them, if they were not careful, the plane might be destroyed and everyone on board would die. However, Sun Hang didn't care much whether the plane would crash. Not only him, but most people on the plane didn't care. 17 strange hunters, plus 3 qualified people with strange equipment including Egyo, and 2 hunting experts who were not infected. With the abilities of these people, even if they were thrown out of the plane now, they would most likely be able to land alive. Finally, when circling to the 9th circle, the rainfall began to gradually decrease, and the plane finally landed safely on the runway. After sliding for nearly 1,000 meters, it slowly stopped, and the indicator light on the cabin door turned from red to green. The cabin door was lifted up, and a folding ladder made of aluminum alloy was placed at the door. Passengers walked out of the cabin one by one and walked into the cold rain curtain. The combat meeting was not held at the frontline headquarters of the Disaster Countermeasures Committee, but in a temporary camp only 2 kilometers away from Jinya Airport. After passing through one well-defended checkpoint after another, Sun Hang and his group finally arrived in front of an extremely large tent.
Is this the meeting place?
Sun Hang turned his head and asked Yang Qi in a low voice.
Yes. Yang Qi nodded. Did you see the collar badges of the soldiers guarding the door of the tent?
Yes.
Sun Hang replied.
There were no bars or stars on the collar badges of these soldiers, only 7 irregularly arranged silver nails, and the silver nail at the end was slightly larger than the others.
These are all people from Tianshu Tower.
Yang Qi whispered, the pattern on the collar badge is the Big Dipper, and the largest one represents the Alpha Star of Ursa Major, which is Tianshu. After checking their identities, Sun Hang and his team were allowed to enter the tent. The first thing that caught their eyes was an extremely large table.
In the center of the table, a holographic projection of the entire Shuzhou 3-dimensional topographic map was suspended.
A group of people in different costumes gathered around the table, constantly discussing something in a low voice in front of the holographic projection, completely ignoring Sun Hang and others who had just entered the tent.
Wow, it's really amazing.
Yang Qi whispered in a voice that only Sun Hang and Wang Shi could hear, all the people who came are heavyweights.
I don't know anyone.
Sun Hang shrugged and said.
I'm about the same.
I don't care much about these things. Wang Shi also sat on the side. The old man standing in the main seat and wearing a white coat is the number 3 person in Tianshu Tower. Yang Shi said, when I went to Chunming City for further studies, I had the honor of attending his open class. He can definitely be regarded as an authority in the field of domestic weird research. I didn't expect that even he would come to Shuzhou. After all, it was Eternal Light that appeared this time, and Tianshu Tower should give face to the weird with serial number 3. Sun Hang muttered in a low voice, it's reasonable to send the number 3 person to deal with the weird with serial number 3.
That's because you don't know how important this person is.
Logically speaking, he only needs to command remotely in Chunming City, and he doesn't need to arrive at the scene in person.
Yang Qi sighed in a low voice, and the guy standing behind him, you should have seen him the first time you came in, right?
The guy in Yang Qi's mouth is a giant man with a height of nearly 4 meters.
His head is almost touching the top of the tent.
His muscles are shining like metal. From a distance, he looks more like an iron wall than a human being.
The 11th ranked monster hunter in the Federation, codenamed Iron Wall.
Yang Qi introduced him to Sun Hang in a low voice.
This guy is really called Iron Wall.
Sun Hang thought that the term human-shaped iron wall popped up in his mind when he saw him for the first time, but he didn't expect that his codename was really called this. And the woman sitting in the corner, be careful, don't look directly at her face.
Yang Qi said.
Following the direction Yang Qi said, Sun Hang glanced at the corner with the corner of his eye, and saw a woman in a dark red dress sitting on a folding chair, with a long, smooth black hair dragging on the ground, and a thin red veil made her true appearance looming. Sun Hang just glanced at it very quickly, and felt an unknown heat rising from his lower abdomen.
Ahem. Sun Hang coughed twice, looked at the place where his body had changed, and couldn't help muttering, is this her ability?
Yeah. Yang Qi's cheeks were slightly red, and she moved her eyes away, whispering, her hunter ranking is 37th, codenamed Bao Si, and her ability is Charm. Anyone who looks directly at her face will be fascinated by her and will have a strong urge to have sex with her. But when you come to your senses, you will completely forget what she looks like. In order not to cause trouble, she wears a veil all year round, although in my opinion, a full covering helmet should be safer than that thin veil.
No wonder. But can this ability come in handy when dealing with weird things? Sun Hang asked with some curiosity.
I forgot to add that her ability can affect any target, regardless of gender or race.
It has a strong control effect when dealing with Class C and Class D monsters.
I can understand Class C, but Class D?
She can even charm plants? Sun Hang couldn't help but exclaimed.
I've seen her mission records before, and she even successfully charmed spirit-type monsters.
Yang Qi added again.
Sun Hang, 6, these two should be the highest ranked hunters present. In addition, the other hunters are definitely not ordinary. I took a quick look, and among these 50 or 60 hunters, at least half of them are ranked in the top 300. Yang Qi turned to look at Sun Hang. How is it? What do you think? Sun Hang nodded with satisfaction, and then whispered his own feelings. It's like a full banquet. Ah. Yang Qi was stunned for a moment, then immediately tugged on Sun Hang's clothes. It's best not to make such a joke. If someone takes it seriously, it will be troublesome. This is what I really think. Sun Hang said helplessly, thoughts and actions are two different things. You see, I have been with Lao Wang for so long, and I have not eaten her. Anyway, it's better to be cautious in your words and actions. Yang Qi advised earnestly like an old mother, this is not Tianfu City, and the teacher and I can't keep you safe. Moreover, there are many weird-tempered people among this group of hunters, you'd better try not to provoke them. What if someone comes to provoke me? Sun Hang asked. People who come here generally can't do such stupid things. Yang Qi looked at Sun Hang speechlessly. If it is true, come and tell me immediately, I will not let you be wronged. Researcher Yang, you are wrong about one thing, the hunter under your command is the one they cannot afford to mess with. A familiar voice came from behind. Sun Hang turned around and saw that it was he. They took the same flight to Yixian who arrived here. Yi Jiu, who had taken off the magic weapon equipment, followed closely behind her and looked at everyone in the venue with a wary expression. It's better to do less than to do more. Yang Qi said sternly, we are all people who don't like trouble, so naturally we won't cause trouble. That's right. Yi Xian nodded and asked Yi Jiu, what time is it now? Everyone's communication devices were turned in when they entered the camp, and the only electronic products they had left were the monitoring bracelets on the wrists of hunters and qualified candidates. Yi Jiu raised his wrist, glanced at it, and said, there are still 2 minutes left, it will be 3 o'clock. The meeting has been delayed by almost an hour than the scheduled time. Who else has not arrived? Yi Xian's eyes showed a trace of irritability. The hunters who are reinforcing the Yamei area have not arrived yet. A hunter under Yi Xian whispered, it is said that they have not been contacted yet. Yamei? Is there any powerful strange thing there? Yi Jiu frowned. I don't know. Due to the influence of the eternal night, communications in many places have been cut off. The coverage of military high-power wireless wires is not that wide, and some remote villages and towns are still out of contact. The hunter he shook his head. Just when Sun Hang and the others thought they would continue to wait, an old man with silver hair in a general's uniform came over, put his hands on the edge of the table, and said in a deep voice, time is running out, we can't wait to be late. The combat meeting will begin immediately. In an instant, the originally noisy chatter in the tent was wiped out, leaving only the sound of raindrops hitting the roof of the tent, as dense as the beating of a military drum. Professor Lee, the rest is up to you. The old general looked at the old man who was about the same age as him and nodded solemnly. Okay. The old man known as Professor Lee tilted his head slightly, looked at the people around the table, and said in a deep voice, I don't like to show off, and I will tell you now that I have gathered you here. In order to carry out the task of searching for the source of breeding, this task is crucial, it will even directly affect whether the territory of Shuzhou falls. According to the rigorous calculations of many experts from Tianshu Tower, if we can find out the source of the breeding and eliminate it, even if it lasts forever, with the Federation's existing material deployment capabilities, we can defend Shuzhou for at least 30 years. The source of breeding? Yi Jiu murmured, is it similar to the monster spawning point like the cemetery in the south of the city? His voice was very low, but because the environment was too quiet, these words still reached Professor Lee's ears. He nodded towards Yi Jiu, yes, but not completely right. Ah? Yi Jiu was stunned for a moment, then, what does that mean? The large number of strange things that emerged from the cemetery in the south of the city were transferred to our world by the space-time shadow of the serial number Lin 191. Professor Lee said, but the breeding source is different. Only now did Sun Hang know that the strange thing that was eliminated by the three apes had been named Time and Space Shadow, and its serial number was Lin 191. This is a temporary number. As for why it has no routine, the prefix A, B, B, D, is because even the experts from Tianshu Tower are currently unable to define which category this strange thing belongs to. If the Changnan Cemetery is compared to a teleportation device, then the breeding source is a breeding ground for strange things. Professor Lee continued, if the breeding source cannot be destroyed, there will be countless new creatures crawled out from there and swarmed into our human territory. Everyone present looked at each other. Except for a few core figures of the disaster committee, most of the people present had obviously heard this term for the first time. Sun Hang glanced at it, and almost everyone had a look of doubt in their eyes. Caller. Excuse me, where did the information about the breeding source come from? A hunched hunter asked. His voice was old and hoarse, sounding like two pieces of rusty iron scraping against each other. This hunter was wrapped in a dark gray cloak and was holding an alloy crutch in his hand. Looking from Sun Hang's angle, he could see the rugged spine protruding from the back of the cloak. He didn't know what kind of exoskeleton it was. The equipment is also the person's own mutated physical signs. He also had a monitoring bracelet on his wrist, which was standard for monster hunters, but the screen of the bracelet kept flashing an orange-red warning light. This was a warning that the wearer's vital signs were extremely weak. Generally speaking, if the hunter's bracelets began to light up in this color, it basically meant that the person was no longer worth rescuing. But this hunter didn't care at all, and even the people around him looked accustomed to it. We gathered all the documents related to the Eternal Night from all over the Federation to the Tianshu Tower at the fastest speed. With the help of supercomputers, we analyzed a crucial piece of information every time the Eternal Night came in history. A breeding source would appear in its coverage area. The holographic map on the table suddenly flashed a few times and changed into another appearance. Sun Hang stared at it for a few seconds before he realized that it was a topographic map of the Hushi Corridor area north of Shuzhou. In the 4533rd year of the lunar calendar, the Eternal Night descended on the Shiha Corridor. Based on the records of the attacks of strange creatures that year, we have summarized the movements of strange creatures that have appeared and recorded, and presented them on this map. As soon as Professor Lee finished speaking, dense red arrows appeared above the holographic projection. Sun Hang noticed that although these arrows pointed to different areas, if the direction of the arrows was turned around, they would be found to be vaguely converging in the same direction. In the eternal night of the 4533rd year of the lunar calendar, the source of reproduction was located in the Yadong Devil City, 165 kilometers west of Shadu. Moving forward in time, the penultimate eternal night appeared in the Xiaozhou continent during the Zhou Ming dynasty, in the 9th year of Hongji, which was the 4185th year of the lunar calendar. That time the eternal night only lasted for 9 years, but it still made Siming. The population in the area from Jiaoqing Prefecture has shrunk to less than 20% of its original size. Following Professor Li's words, the holographic projection on the table also changed. Zhou Ming period? Sun Hang was slightly startled, gently touched Yang Qi with his elbow, and asked in a very low voice, I suddenly thought of a question. What? Yang Qi cast a confused look. If there is no deviation in my memory, isn't the history of the appearance of strange objects only more than 300 years ago? This Zhou Ming period has been more than 500 years ago, right? Monsters is a unified name that was officially proposed after the establishment of the Xiaozhou Federation. In the past history, some of them were called natural disasters, some were called ghosts, and some were called monsters. It's evil. Yang Qi explained to Sun Hang in a low voice, in ancient history, whether it is official history books or folk unofficial history, most of these things are unclear, and many are suspected. It is difficult to tell whether the records of monsters are real monsters or natural phenomena that the ancients could not explain with the scientific level of the time. Until the last 300 years, monsters began to invade human living areas with high frequency and large scale, and destroyed countless human countries. Only then did people realize that humans are not the real masters of this planet at all. Yang Qi paused for a moment and continued, it is precisely for this reason that the official records of weird objects date back to the last 300 years. But in fact, the evidence for the existence of weird objects was the earliest it can even be traced back to the pre-Qin period, but at that time, these things were still in a corner and did not have much interaction with human society. In other words, the miraculous and strange creatures recorded in the myths and stories are actually weird objects?
Sun Hang couldn't help but think of an ancient book called The Classic of Mountains and Seas. According to Yang Qi, could it be that in the Classic of Mountains and Seas are all the monsters based on real prototypes, not fictions created by the ancients? At least part of it is. Yang Qi nodded, but for a strange object with extremely obvious characteristics like eternal night, even if the record contains only one sentence, it is easy to confirm its existence. Then why have monsters and humans not interacted much with each other in the past thousands of years, but why did they suddenly begin to invade human territory on a large scale 300 years ago? Sun Hang asked again. Tianshu Tower has been pursuing the answer to your question. Yang Qi sighed helplessly. There are many speculations in the academic world, but none of them can produce convincing evidence. On the other side of the long table, Professor Lee waved his hand, and a photo appeared on the projection. The thing in the photo is a page of rubbings from an ancient book, which is written in the official fontage style of the Zhou Ming dynasty. At noon on the 2nd day of September in Bingchen, the 9th year of Hongji, from Siming Mansion to Jiaoqing Mansion, there was a sudden sound. Like roaring, black air surged up, and the sky disappeared. Strange monsters appeared among the flying sand and rocks, and the people were terrified. The governor of Siming Mansion sent troops to resist, but they were immediately defeated. Thousands of the defeated soldiers were killed or injured. The second half of the rubbing is almost entirely covered with large blocks of altered ink, and the original content can no longer be clearly seen. In addition to this rubbing, Professor Lee also showed photos of other historical documents, all of which were records of the natural disaster in which evil beasts attacked humans. Among these documents are official histories of the Zhou Ming era, as well as many unofficial histories compiled by unknown persons. Even if there are only a few descriptions, it is not difficult to imagine the various horrific scenes that people encountered in those 9 years. Based on these documents, we infer that the source of the eternal night in the 9th year of Hongji was located 70 kilometers to 90 kilometers north of Siming Mansion. Professor Lee said, based on the human armed forces in the Zhou Ming dynasty, was still unable to compete with the strange things, so in the 2nd year of Yangya, the imperial court abandoned this area and left the survivors to fend for themselves. Professor, I have a question. Yang Lian suddenly raised his hand. Please tell me. If the breeding source has not been dealt with, the number of monsters in the area will continue to grow until it overflows, right? Or will the monsters born from the breeding source only move in the eternal night area? After the eternal night ends, where did they originate and where did these strange things go? Yang Lian asked several questions in succession. Judging from the looks in other people's eyes, these questions raised by Yang Lian were obviously of concern to everyone present. After the eternal night dissipates, the source of its breeding and the strange things born in it will disappear. As for where they went, no one knows. Professor Lee shook his head, but the key problem is that we don't know how long this eternal night will last. How long? Because we cannot ignore possible sources of breeding. It sounds like the breeding source is like a large monster hatchery. Another hunter said, after locating its location, directly send bombers, or simply use ground attack missiles to blow it up. That's right. Doesn't that mean the problem is solved? I also hope to solve the problem in this way, but there is one thing I have to tell you. Professor Lee sighed, there are likely to be monsters with higher serial numbers within the breeding source, or even including the original primary artifact with serial number 0. The original primary monster? After this name was spoken, the hunters immediately gasped. Only those who had direct contact with strange things many times could understand what the original primary strange thing was. In the circle of strange hunters, even including a considerable number of strange researchers, the nickname used when referring to the original primary strange thing is not it, but he. In the 4509th year of the lunar calendar, there was a long night lasting for 13 months in the Amazon River basin on the other side of the ocean. Professor Lee said slowly, and the strange thing that appeared at the source of the breeding during that long night, I believe everyone present has heard of his name. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breath, and the whole venue was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Sun Hang turned his head and looked at Yang Qi. In the latter's eyes, he saw a mixture of shock and fear. The breeding source of that long night is located in the deepest part of the Amazon rainforest, where the original primary strange thing Dingling Decay Mother Tree is located. There was an uproar in the tent. Professor, according to your opinion, the enemy we are going to face this time? A hunter trembled. Is it a primitive monster? It's very possible. Professor Lee nodded. Professor, this joke is not funny at all. Another hunter said with rapid breathing, if the enemy is really the original elementary monster, we have no chance of winning this battle. It is better to stop the loss as soon as possible. Give up the territory of Shuzhou. Although there were not many echoing voices in the venue, it could be seen from everyone's expressions that most people were not opposed to this proposal. Is there any record in human history of successfully conquering or repelling the original primary monster? Sun Hang turned his head to look at Yang Qi and asked in a low voice. The latter shook his head. Not to mention repelling it, there is no record of witnessing it. The original primary magic thing only exists in a concept. Concept? Based on the reverse calculation based on the mean frequency, it can be determined that there is an original mimetic creature that has all the same type of monsters. This is the original primary meme. Yang Qi said, although we have not seen the original primary meme. Strange thing, but we have a lot of evidence that it must exist. What about the rotten mother tree deep in the Amazon rainforest? Sun Hang then asked. Even those ants of people who once lived on the other side of the ocean have never seen the decaying mother tree with their own eyes. Humans can't even get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the area where it is. Yang Qi said, he is like a black hole in the universe, unable to reach it. It cannot be observed or contacted by conventional means, but nothing around it can ignore its existence. The most reliable detection method at present is probably by detecting the changes in meme frequency in the remote area, and then inferring it. The approximate location of the original primary monster. I don't understand. Sun Hang said honestly. These calculations are all done by supercomputers. Even I don't know the principles and methods. Yang Qi said, I can only tell you so much. If you want to know more details, then you can only go to experts who specialize in this field. Speaking of this, Yang Qi glanced at Professor Lee in the distance among all the people present. I am afraid that only the number 3 person in Tianshu Tower was able to help Sun Hang solve his doubts. Is there no one who has encountered the original elementary monster by accident? Sun Hang asked reluctantly. The radius of 100 kilometers around the original elementary monster is an absolute forbidden zone for humans. Yang Qi said, if you insist on asking if there are any descriptions of direct contact between humans and the original elementary monster, yes, there is, but only in completely fictional online novels and commercial science fiction films. Let's do this, the old general who had not spoken much suddenly said loudly, I know that the news of the original primary monster has a huge impact on you, but as of now, these are still our speculations. You should also obviously, when facing strange things, we always have to prepare for the worst, and this time is no exception. He paused and then said, I think you may need some events to digest the information you just received, so from now on, the combat meeting will be suspended for 30 minutes. You can move freely within the camp area, but please do not break in. No entry into the area or leaving the camp. In addition, information related to previous Eternal Nights will be made available to you unconditionally. If necessary, please check it on your own smart terminal. After the old general finished speaking, he hurriedly left the tent with several officers. The hunters who were familiar with each other immediately gathered together and discussed in small groups. Actually, I don't think there is any need for the old professor to tell the story about the original elementary monster. Sun Hang shrugged. If he said that, I'm afraid not many people would be willing to sacrifice their lives. No, Yang Qi shook her head, the stronger the hunter, the more loyal he is to the Federation. They will not disobey the Federation's orders. The reason why the hunter just proposed to give up was not because of greed for life and fear of death, but simply out of fear of death. Consideration of overall interests. In fact, what he said is absolutely correct. If it is confirmed that the source of the breeding is the original primary monster, I think the Federation will most likely choose to abandon the Shuzhou area. The reason why this combat meeting is being held here now, Yang Lian continued, is just because the people above still have a little bit of luck in their hearts. I'm a little curious, why is it said that the stronger the hunter is, the more loyal he is to the Federation? Sun Hang asked.
The answer is simple, because they can't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme without the federation. Yang Qi glanced at Wang Shi. Take the Night Fury for example. If she cannot be injected with suppressive drugs regularly, it won't take long for her to become a ghost. For hunters, this is a more tragic ending than death. Their self-awareness will be imprisoned forever, and they will be tortured but unable to escape. Sun Hang looked at Wang Shi, and he suddenly understood why Wang Shi said those words to him in the first place. Being eaten by herself might be a good ending for her. Just when Yang Qi wanted to find a smart terminal to check the Yang-related information collected and sorted out by Tianshu Tower, a soldier wearing the collar badge of Tianshu Tower came over and asked, "Excuse me, is this Tianfu Ms. Yang Qi, a researcher at the city's Monster Research Institute, and Mr. Sun Hang, a registered hunter? Professor Li would like to ask you to talk privately." Professor Li? The one who just presided over the combat meeting? Sun Hang was slightly startled. This way of inviting people and the words reminded him of Lu Hongming, who tried to threaten him before. This made him a little unhappy. Professor Li? Yang Qi's reaction seemed a little excited. She nodded immediately and said, "Okay, please take us there." Yang Lian and Wang Shi subconsciously wanted to follow, but were politely stopped by the soldier. Professor Li only invited Ms. Yang Qi and Mr. Sun Hang. The two are not on the list of invitees. Lian, just wait for me here. Yang Qi patted Yang Lian on the shoulder. "I will be back soon." The soldier took Sun Hang and the others out of the large tent for the meeting, bypassed 2 sentries, and walked into a tent that was slightly smaller in size but had a much more advanced interior. In this tent, piles of paper documents and files can be seen everywhere. The large computer that almost occupies an entire wall keeps beeping, and thousands of indicator lights are constantly flashing. "Oh, you're here?" Professor Li came out of the inner compartment with 2 cups of tea. "Sorry, it's a bit messy here. You can just find a place to sit." "Are you the one infected by the Tao Tai meme?" asked Iron Wall, who had always been following Professor Li. "Yeah." Sun Hang nodded. Tai Wall stared at Sun Hang for several seconds, but in the end he said nothing and sat down cross-legged on the ground. Even when he was sitting on the ground, he was still much taller than Sun Hang. "Shaoshan will be more cautious about strangers, so don't mind it too much," Professor Li said with a smile, handing 2 cups of tea to Sun Hang and Yang Qi respectively. Shaoshan? Sun Hang was stunned for a moment. To be honest, he couldn't connect this nearly 4-meter-tall giant with the name Shaoshan together. Professor Li. Yang Qi took the teacup and asked, somewhat flattered, "Excuse me, Professor, is there anything you want us to do?" "Actually, there is nothing important. I just want to take this opportunity to take a look at this young man who interests me in Old Pei." Professor Li did not have the sense of distance of a high-ranking person. Instead, he was quite friendly and gave people the feeling of being an old grandfather next door. "Old Pei? Who is that?" Sun Hang took a sip of tea and asked subconsciously. "Pei." Yang Qi hesitated for a moment, then his pupils trembled, and whispered to Sun Hang, "You have to call him Old Pei. He is the Tower Master of Tianshu Tower. The most authoritative person in the field of weird research in the entire Federation. No, it should be said that he is the most authoritative person in the field of weird research in the entire human race, no one else." "Don't say that." Professor Li waved his hand with a smile. "If Old Pei hears it, he will be unhappy again." "You are not happy when someone praises you?" "This Tower Master has a weird temper," Sun Hang said. "To accept such praise, you must bear the corresponding responsibilities. Old Pei and I are old, and the burden on our shoulders is almost unbearable." Professor Li shook his head. "Let's not talk about this, let's talk about you." "Me?" Sun Hang pointed at himself. "What can I talk about? I have conducted in-depth research on Tao Tai in my early years. To be honest, the theory that Tao Tai's memes cannot infect humans was proposed by me," Professor Li said. "Ah?" Sun Hang was stunned. "Then my appearance is considered a slap in your face?" "Ahem." Hearing what Sun Hang said, Yang Qi immediately coughed. She winked at Sun Hang frantically, but was completely ignored by the latter. "That," Professor, what he meant was. Seeing that she had no explicit or implicit hints, Yang Qi had to speak to smooth things over, but as soon as she said it, she was stopped by Professor Li. This is a slap in the face, a good slap. Your appearance proves that my theory is wrong. This slap is not to my face, but to the faces of those who are superstitious about authority. I have always believed that there should be no authority in the field of weird research. But every time I say this, they always think it is a humble statement. Alas. Professor Li showed a bitter smile on his face. Old Pei also thinks so. He told me that this feeling is like walking on a tightrope with everyone. As long as you take a wrong step, the people behind you will fall into the abyss with you. I don't know if you can understand this feeling. Walking on thin ice. Sun Hang concluded. Yes, walking on thin ice. Professor Li nodded in agreement. If this continues, human research on weird things will only stagnate. We will never be able to recover those lost lands, and can only watch our living space being compressed bit by bit until it is completely destroyed. Professor, I am curious about one thing. Sun Hang asked. You tell me. Yang Qi told me that strange creatures existed as early as the pre-Qin period, but why have they not invaded human territory for thousands of years, but instead launched a large-scale attack on humans 300 years ago? Why is this? Sun Hang directly asked the question he had asked Yang Qi not long ago. Like you, I also want to know the answer to this question. Professor Li smiled. I can't give you this accurate answer, but there are some more mainstream speculations in the academic community that I can share with you. For example? Do you know the self-purification effect of the environment? Professor Li asked. I have heard of it. Sun Hang nodded. The self-purification effect generally refers to the phenomenon that water or soil uses physical precipitation, dilution, adsorption, etc., chemical oxidation, reduction, etc., or biological decomposition methods to purify itself after being polluted. Sun Hang felt that he should not have been illiterate before he lost his memory. He not only recognized the characters, but also recalled a lot of knowledge from textbooks in his school days. He even remembered a lot of high-level math formulas that most people would forget after graduating from college. Strange things are probably nature's self-purification method. Professor Li said slowly, humans in the agricultural era did not cause any serious damage to nature, but with the advancement of technology, everything has changed. Going back 300 years, in addition to the appearance of strange things, can you think of any major events in human history? 300 years. Sun Hang was still thinking, but Yang Qi had already given the answer: the First Industrial Revolution. That's right. Soon after the First Industrial Revolution, a large number of strange creatures appeared all over the world. At that time, humans could only use flintlock rifles, steam tanks, and steam warships to fight against these terrifying creatures. Many historical documents have recorded the cruelty of that war. I don't need to elaborate on this point. Professor Li said, from that time on, humans have changed from being part of nature to being pollutants and harmful substances that need to be removed. This set of statements sounds like it was proposed by an extreme environmental protection organization. Sun Hang commented. The person who first proposed this theory is indeed an environmentalist. Professor Li nodded. Although this set of statements has no conclusive evidence to support it, it also has no obvious loopholes and is completely self-consistent in logic. For this reason, this is the view with the most supporters in the academic community. It is said to be a self-purification mechanism, but it is actually more like an immune mechanism of organisms. After the strange creatures equivalent to immune cells are activated, they will not stop until they completely eliminate humans, which are judged as viruses. Yang Qi added on the side. Then, Professor, are you also a supporter of this theory? Sun Hang asked. No, I never support any statement without solid evidence. I only believe in my own eyes. Professor Li shook his head, but I won't openly oppose it. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals or either / phoneme. Topics that can arouse discussion and spark ideological collisions are good topics. They are more beneficial than harmful to the development of the academic community. In addition to the self-purification theory, the second most supported is the territory theory. Yang Qi said on the side, the territory theory is similar to the self-purification theory, which means that the early human development of the Earth was not strong enough to affect the habitats of those strange creatures.
But I actually think this statement is more one-sided.
It describes those strange creatures as just like wild animals seeking revenge on humans. In fact, anyone who has studied strange things knows that they are completely different from wild animals. The territory theory has many supporters among the people, but few people support it in the academic world. Professor Lee said, I have a student who has been looking for solid evidence for the territory theory.
If you are interested in this, you can contact him. I'm not really interested.
Sun Hang said, I just want to know, Professor, what your opinion is. I have already said my opinion at the beginning. Professor Lee spread his hands calmly, I don't know.
Then do you think humans still have a chance to regain those lost lands?
When I was young, no, it should be said that everyone who entered Tianshu Tower had the idea of regaining lost ground when they were young. Professor Lee said, but we are old, and just maintaining the status quo is enough.
We tried our best.
The closer we get to the truth, the more secretive we can see, and the heavier the sense of despair weighs on us. Professor, your eloquence is really good. It would be a pity not to give a speech.
Sun Hang said. Ha 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 ha. I was discovered by you.
Professor Lee suddenly laughed. I said this sentence exactly the same way when I was giving a speech to the students of Chunming University.
Those guys in the audience behaved very badly. Much more excited than you are now. Students at Chunming University, they probably haven't really come into contact with weird objects, right? Sun Hang asked, flattening his mouth. I have never been in contact with them.
To put it nicely, they are the proud sons of heaven. To put it poorly, they are just flowers in the greenhouse. Professor Lee sighed, there have been no traces of strange things in the core area of the Federation for a long time. It's been so long that people have almost forgotten what kind of world they phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in. There are many new movies and animations about monsters every year, but they are basically commercial popcorn works. Yang Qi couldn't help but said, people who phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in those safe areas think that monsters are just screens. Although the monsters that appear on the screen are very destructive, they will eventually be defeated by the protagonist. But there are no movie protagonists in the real world. Professor Lee continued, only people like you who stick to the border areas understand that the comfortable life in the core areas of the Federation is entirely earned by the sacrifice of hunters and soldiers.
So, what do you want to say? Yang Qi asked tentatively.
Eternal night is coming, and this is a very rare opportunity for change. I plan to bring together more than 1,000 colleges and universities in the core area of 21 cities in the study of strange objects, and build a school dedicated to cultivating talents in this field.
The Academy.
This academy will be located in Shuzhou, which is shrouded in eternal night.
Isn't it too risky to do this?
Yang Qi said in shock, what if Shuzhou falls? You also said it was in case.
Professor Lee smiled and said, with you here, the students won't be able to finish the class for one semester, right? This is too crazy. Yang Qi murmured.
You can't grow flowers that can withstand storms in a greenhouse, Professor Lee said. Only by letting them face the most desperate things can we get truly useful talents.
Reasonable. Sun Hang nodded, but the application rate for this college shouldn't be too high, right?
After all, parents don't want to send their children to study in a place shrouded in eternal night. If we promise that graduates who have completed their studies can be directly admitted to Tianshu Tower, I believe that the source of students will not be a problem. Professor Lee smiled, as for the first principal of this college, I have decided that you will be the one.
Sun Hang pointed at himself, I'm the principal? Is that true? Do you think I'm joking?
Professor Lee said slightly seriously. But Sun Hang is an infected person. Would it be possible to let an infected person become the principal?
Why can't an infected person be the principal?
Besides, this school was originally founded to study monsters and infected people.
It is reasonable for an infected person to be the principal.
Professor Lee said, I started the best candidate as your teacher, who is the director of the Tianfu City Monster Research Institute, but that old guy is just like us, the burden on his shoulders is too heavy, and it is difficult to allocate energy to manage such a school.
Why me? Sun Hang asked again.
Because you have the courage I just mentioned. Courage? Sun Hang couldn't help but be confused, but you just said that those college students were much more excited than me after listening to the speech.
If you want to find a brave person, you should look for them among them.
True courage is not a sudden burst of emotion, but an unswerving character. Professor Lee said, although you did not show any excitement or emotion, you have never shown any fear, that is to say, you are not afraid of those strange things, nor are you afraid of the desperate situation I described.
Isn't this a bit too arbitrary? Sun Hang asked, tilting his head.
I have phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red /phoneme your test report. You are not a patient with facial paralysis, nor do you have any psychological or mental illness.
Professor Lee said, in the ancient book Yandanzi, Tian Guang once said to Yen Taizi Dan, Shuiyong, the face of a brave person is red when angry, the face of a brave person is green when angry, the face of a brave person is pale when angry, the complexion of a brave person is unchanged when angry.
Professor, you are overpraised.
Sun Hang's mouth twitched. I just showed off. This is the first time I have received such a high evaluation. I deserve it. I deserve it.
If you were just playing badly, you wouldn't have gone to Longquanai Air Force Base, nor would you have jumped off the helicopter, and you wouldn't have stood still when facing the ghost that devoured time.
Professor Lee said, you just didn't realize it yourself. I just wanted to fill my stomach.
Sun Hang complained silently in his heart.
As a result, in the eyes of others, these foraging behaviors have become a symbol of courage.
Although it is important to establish a positive impression in the eyes of others, for some reason, Sun Hang always has a weird feeling.
In fact, it is very simple to verify this. Think carefully. When you did those things, did you feel afraid or have the idea of retreating?
Professor Lee said.
Fear? Fear?
For a moment, Sun Hang felt a little confused. He suddenly realized that after he woke up from the coma, he did not feel the emotion of fear, as if this emotion had been stripped from his personality. Joy, anger, annoyance, disgust, tension.
He has all these emotions, but he lacks fear.
Sun Hang tried to imagine something that would make him feel scared, but after thinking for a long time, his mind was blank. Whether it was the dark abyss outside the strange office building, the extremely mysterious three-ape statue, or the original primary strange thing that only existed theoretically, these things could not arouse Sun Hang's fear. For him, these things were not even as strong as the emotional impact of forgetting to bring toilet paper when taking a shit.
If you have no objection, then this matter is finalized.
Professor Lee said with a smile.
But, as a hunter, I also have tasks to perform, right? Sun Hang asked, especially after this combat meeting, I am afraid I will be busier than Yan Qi's teacher? You don't have to worry about this. Tianshu Tower will provide sufficient management personnel and teaching staff for this school.
The position of principal is more like an honorary title or a role model for students. Professor Lee said.
So, what is the salary of this principal? Sun Hang thought about it.
Since he had no reason to refuse, he might as well try to earn more benefits. In this era when the order of human society has not yet collapsed, money is still very useful. Equivalent to a special researcher of Tianshu Tower. Professor Lee said.
What level is this?
Sun Hang turned his head to look at Yang Qi on the side. The teacher's treatment is just the same as that of a special researcher of Tianshu Tower. Yang Qi rolled her eyes at him. For people with this treatment, salary is the least important thing, authority is.
In other words, after having this authority, I will be at the same level as the director of Tianfuching Research Institute? Sun Hang asked.
In addition to the exclusive authority of the director, you also have everything else that the teacher has. Yang Qi said, you can even give orders to me and Yisha directly.
It sounds quite impressive. Sun Hang nodded approvingly. Then can I also slap the people of the management committee at will? In theory, you can order them to slap themselves.
Yang Qi muttered softly, I didn't expect you to be so vindictive. Since you agreed, then I will introduce you to someone. Xiao Yi, come in. Professor Li shouted to the outside. A man with facial features very similar to Yi Jiao and Yi Xian, but overall looking much more mature, walked in. He pushed the frame on his nose and extended his hand to Sun Hang. Hello, my name is Yi Qi, a first-level researcher at Tianshu Tower. I am also the preparatory teaching director of the new college. Professor Li added, your future right-hand man. You and Yi Jiao are brothers? Sun Hang shook Yi Qi's hand and asked. Yes. Yi Qi nodded. Are your names so casual? Because there are too many children in our family, except for the eldest brother named Yi Quan, the other brothers are named in the order of birth. Yi Qi explained with a smile. What about Yi Xian? Xianer is our 10th sister, the youngest child in the family, and my father's only daughter. Yi Qi said, my father has always wanted a daughter, but he gave birth to 9 boys in a row. He didn't get his wish until Xianer was born. 10 children, your mother must have had a hard time? Sun Hang asked subconsciously, but he didn't notice that Yang Qi's face beside him suddenly became a little strange. We have 5 mothers. The eldest, second and third brothers were born to Mother Lan, the fourth, sixth and I were born to Mother Qin, the fifth and eighth brothers were born to Mother Rong, and the ninth and Xianer were the children of Mother Na. Yi Qi said in a very calm tone, as if this was the most normal thing. If I remember correctly, the Federation implements monogamy, right? Sun Hang muttered, is this the privilege of a congressman? Not all places are monogamous. Yi Qi said lightly, in the Siam region south of the Xiaozhou continent, in order to take care of the customs of some foreign ethnic groups, the city-state law allows polygamous marriages. My father and mother got married there. The refugees who fled from the Crescent Moon were resettled in the Siam region by the Federation. Many folk customs and customs from the Crescent Moon took root in Siam and became part of the local customs. Is there such a thing? Sun Hang blinked, I learned something. This is actually nothing new. Yi Qi said, many powerful and wealthy people phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme fly to Siam to handle marriage procedures in order to marry more legal wives. The wedding industry in Siam is even more developed than Chunming City. I understand. If you want to open a harem in the future, go to Siam. Sun Hang smiled and gave Yi Qi a thumbs up. Ha, you young people are still full of energy. Professor Li laughed. I know some very beautiful female hunters. If you need them, I can introduce them to you. Yi Qi said to Sun Hang. You want to use this to observe what the offspring born after the combination of infected people with different weird memes will look like? Yang Qi suddenly interrupted. Yes. Yi Qi did not hide it at all, I do have this idea, but before I conduct research, I will first obtain the consent of both parties. Xiao Yi, using children as experimental subjects is very inhumane. Professor Li suddenly interrupted him in a harsh voice, I hope I won't hear such words from your mouth again in the future. Okay, teacher. Yi Qi didn't say much, but nodded obediently, and then bowed slightly to Sun Hang. I'm sorry for what I said just now. It's okay, I don't care about this. Sun Hang waved his hand and said generously. It feels like this guy is not a normal person. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme. Sun Hang said in his heart. Xiao Yi is too eager for quick success. You two will be partners in the future, so you have to pay more attention to this aspect and don't let him get into trouble. Professor Li. Sun Hang said. Yeah. Sun Hang nodded. He noticed that Yi Qi's expression had not changed much. Whether he was introducing his family background or being scolded by Professor Li, he always had that standard smile on his face. If it weren't for the fact that he looked very similar to Yi Qi and Yi Xian, Sun Hang would have suspected that his face had been operated on. Just like those young actors in idol dramas, after hundreds or thousands of shots, there are only a few expressions back and forth. Sun Hang always felt that this guy was the kind of person who didn't change his face as Professor Li just described. Okay, it's almost time. Professor Li glanced at his watch, it's time to continue the combat meeting. After a period of discussion, everyone's opinions were clearly unified. In the second half of the combat meeting, the task assigned to the monster hunters changed from a simple and crude direct search for the breeding source to tracking the monsters that appeared in Shujo during the Eternal Night and collecting phoneme alphabet equals IP8ph equals det data slash phoneme on the movement routes of the monsters. What Sun Hang and his team have to do is to record the routes of the monsters, just like those ancient documents, and then transmit them back to the Disaster Countermeasures Committee. These phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme will be summarized and handed over to the supercomputer of the Tianshu Tower for processing, so as to deduce the possible location of the breeding source. Before the monsters appear on a large scale, the hunters only need to wait and see at the observation points in various towns and suburbs. After returning to Tianfu City, the Research Institute assigned Sun Hang an office that was second only to the director. According to the Disaster Countermeasures Committee, before the School for Research on Strange Objects was built, this was Sun Hang's office. Principal's office. But before Sun Hang's but could warm up on the leather swivel chair, 0401 barged in with 2 large plastic bags. Yo! The injury healed so quickly? Sun Hang glanced at the bandage wrapped around the other person's knee. It took 100 days to break the muscles and bones. If you just run out like this, those doctors and nurses will definitely be angry to death. It's just a scratch. 0401 said with a smile. Hey, don't call me 0401. I have a name, Yin Xiang. Speaker? Sun Hang was stunned for a moment. Your name is quite unique, isn't it? Yin Xiang. Fu Yinzin, Flying Xiang. Yin Xiang explained, let's not talk about it anymore. I heard Yang Lian say that the reason why we can return to normal time and space is because you killed that weird thing. That's right. Sun Hang said, actually, I just refinished the knife and picked up a human head with residual blood. Sun Hang knew very well that it was not him who killed Ji Ying at all, but the 3 ape statues that were even more mysterious than Ji Ying. You saved all of us, and thanks to you, that investigation mission was rated as the highest level mission. Not only did I pay off all my debts at once, but I also received an additional subsidy. After saying that, Yin Xiang raised the plastic bag in his hand. See, barbecue, fried skewers, bobo chicken and beer. Do you know how difficult it is to get these good things now? Oh, let's not talk about it anymore. It's getting cold, let's go for a walk and enjoy it on the roof together. Yin Xiang took Sun Hang and took the elevator directly to the rooftop of the Research Institute. He spread the food he didn't know where he got from on the ground. The two sat on the floor and opened the can of beer with a click. Snowflake-like foam surged up from the mouth of the jar. The rooftop of the Research Institute is not too dark, and the residual light from 4 large searchlights is enough to illuminate the area. However, in comparison, the Tianfu City area in the distance looks much dimmer. In order to save electricity, the electricity consumption quota in all residential areas has been restricted, all kinds of advertising lights have been turned off, and factories, office buildings, and shopping malls have all closed. At a glance, the metropolis that used to be severely light polluted is now only dotted with lights. Most of the buildings are hidden in darkness. Congratulations on your return to freedom. Sun Hang raised his beer and touched it with Yin Xiang. Ha, 0398 will definitely regret it. If you miss such a good opportunity this time, you may not be able to catch it next time. Yin Xiang took a sip of beer, closed his eyes and grinned. Too much so cool. You are indeed lucky enough to regain your freedom when the eternal night falls. Sun Hang said, you can just take advantage of this opportunity to leave Shujo and go to a safer place. Leave? No, I have no intention of leaving. But who knew? Yin Xiang suddenly shook his head. I have already applied to the Bureau of Investigation for regularization assessment. In this special period, all procedures are simplified. I only need to pass the written examination in 2 days. You can become a formal investigator. Hey, we are also organized people. Aren't you afraid of death? Sun Hang looked at him with some confusion. You should know what eternal night means, right? Of course I know. Yin Xiang said. Then you should also know how risky it is to stay as an investigator now, right? Sun Hang said, if it doesn't work out, why don't you take the investigator exam elsewhere? With your experience as a temporary investigator, you should be admitted on a merit-based basis, right?
No. You misunderstood me.
Yin Xiang took another sip of wine. I am not doing it for the establishment, nor for the money.
Ah, no, the money is still important.
The main thing is that this experience has made me I figured something out.
What's up?
I'm very afraid of death, but that doesn't mean I have to be a deserter. Yin Xiang raised his head and drank the remaining liquid in the jar.
I grew up in Tianfu City since I was a child.
I am as a native of Suzhou. I thought I would study, work, get married, have children and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme an ordinary life for decades in this place. I never thought that one day, this land would be occupied by those things or eaten up.
Sun Hang looked at him quietly without speaking. It's useless to run away. It used to be Yundian, but now it's Suzhou. What about in the future? Fog City? Qinzhou? Gingchu? I'll run away for the rest of my life, and those weird things will chase me for the rest of my life?
Yin Xiang fiercely smashed the can in his hand.
Squeeze it flat, and then throw it away into the distance with force, goo. Run away. Run away from the hell, I will fight them here to death. You can't drink like this with a can of beer, right? Sun Hang picked up the can and took a look. The alcohol content marked on the can is only 3%, which is also a very low level among all the beers. Could it be that this guy drank 2 bottles of white before coming to find me? But he doesn't smell like alcohol. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either/phoneme? Are you sure you weren't acting impulsively? Sun Hang asked. I have been thinking for several days that I want to stay.
Yin Xiang took a deep breath and then continued, Sun Hang, I came to you this time.
In addition to thanking you for saving my life, I have one more thing. I want to ask you. What's the matter?
Sun Hang murmured in his heart.
Could it be that this kid wanted to arrange for him to be admitted to the Academy of Monster Research?
As the principal, it seems that it is really a trivial matter to arrange for a transfer student to come in.
I want to become a monster hunter. Yin Xiang said seriously.
The beer in Sun Hang's mouth spurted out, confusing Yin Xiang's face. Are you out of your mind?
No, I'm serious. Yin Xiang said, I already know about Song Yaring.
According to those researchers, the Tai Sui Mean UF has a high probability of allowing the infected person to retain their belongings after infecting humans.
Human self-awareness.
In other words, this meme can be used to mass-produce infected people in a stable state.
Who told you? It doesn't matter who told me, I just know that I need power.
Yin Xiang said, to tell you the truth, my dream since I was a child is to become a monster hunter.
I don't want to be chased by those monsters anymore. Nothing can be done.
Your childhood dream was not to be a monster hunter, but to be the protagonist in those popcorn movies.
Sun Hang corrected, the mortality rate of monster hunters is much higher than that of investigators.
Even if you can really become a hunter, most likely, it's just a background plate that passes by in the camera, not the weak protagonist who can't be beaten no matter how hard he fights.
I didn't say I wanted to be the protagonist. After you and the Night Fury left that night, we encountered a lot of monsters. Those monsters couldn't even be killed by guns. They could even attack us with the shock wave of a grenade explosion, tearing apart human bodies. Can you feel that feeling of despair? I just want to have power, even if I can't defeat those powerful monsters, at least don't let me have a chance to resist. It is against the hunter's code for an infected person to actively infect humans.
Sun Hang looked at him calmly, I can't help.
Then what happened to Song Yaring? It was an emergency. If I didn't take action, she would die.
Sun Hang said, only in that case can I be exempted from liability. Yin Xiang was stunned for a while, then looked at the edge of the rooftop and asked, does that mean you will use this method to save me as long as I'm on the verge of death?
You can jump down from here. If you can still have half a breath left, I will save you. Sun Hang said calmly. Okay, this is what you said, don't go back on it.
Yin Xiang stood up, took a few deep breaths, then shouted ah and rushed to the edge of the rooftop, but just when he was about to touch the iron railing, his steps stopped abruptly. His knees weakened and he knelt directly on the ground, hitting the ground hard with his fist.
Fuck, I'm still not cruel enough. In Xiang gasped, Sun Hang, why don't you help me and kick me down?
That's murder, it's illegal.
Holy shit.
In Xiang cursed several times in a row, then jumped up suddenly and crossed the guardrail in an instant. He closed his eyes and his body began to fall, but at this moment, a trace of regret suddenly emerged in his heart.
Regret? Is there any use in regretting now?
Just when In Xiang thought he was about to fall into a puddle of flesh, a huge force suddenly came from the ends of his limbs. He opened his eyes in surprise and found that his hands and feet were tightly entangled with white mycelium, and then, these mycelium pulled him back to the top of the building. In Xiang lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for air with his mouth wide open. After gasping for a long time, he finally said, why did you pull me up?
Do you dare to dance again now? Damn it.
I finally mustered up the courage, fuck you.
In Xiang cursed out of breath.
I just forgot to tell you.
It's too high here.
If you fall, you won't even have a chance to save yourself.
Next time, let's jump from a shorter building.
Sun Hang placed a can of beer on In Xiang's forehead. To celebrate that you have saved another life, have another drink?
Drink the hell.
In Xiang struggled to get up, pulled the tab open, and raised his head to drink.
The moment you jumped out, did you feel any regret? Sun Hang looked at him and asked.
It would be a lie to say that I don't regret it, but what's the use of regretting it after jumping?
Now I'll give you another chance. I promise I won't pull you away. Do you still want to jump?
In Xiang looked at the edge of the rooftop with lingering fear, hesitated for several seconds, and then shook his head. Forget it, let's talk about it next time.
Actually, becoming a hunter is the same thing as jumping off a building.
Once you take that step, you will never have the chance to regret it. Sun Hang said, I can pull you back from mid-air, but I can't let you transform from an infected person back to a normal human being.
In Xiang.
Just when Sun Hang was about to get some more fried skewers, his cell phone suddenly rang in his pocket. This was a call from a military communication channel. As soon as Sun Hang connected, he heard a slightly panicked voice on the other end of the receiver. The mountain is moving.
16 kilometers west of Tianfu City. There is a mountain moving. This news came from one of the more than 60 observation posts around Tianfu City.
Not only Sun Hang, but also all other hunters stationed in Tianfu City also received this news. When Sun Hang led In Xiang to the temporary combat conference room on the 9th floor, the director of the research institute, military representatives, Wang Shi, Yang Qi and others were already waiting for him.
Everyone is here.
The military representative glanced at Sun Hang and then pressed the switch of the projector's remote control. This is a blurry video of only 9 seconds, with no sound, and you can only see a large mountain moving slowly under the cover of night. No, this may not be the right description. The word slow refers to the huge size of the mountain itself, but in fact its moving speed is not slow. According to the speedometer of the drone that shot this video, the mountain is moving at about 60 kilometers per hour.
In other words, in another 10 minutes, it will drive into Tianfu City.
Although the image quality and frame rate are very low, you can still see that at the foot of the mountain, rock slabs are crushed and lifted up just like the ice surface has been smashed by an icebreaker. Earth-shattering is no longer an exaggerated adjective, but a fact that is happening. Sun Hang could completely imagine the thunderous rumble and the tremor like a natural disaster. The Institute of Creatures was located far away from the west of the city, and the impact of the mountain movement had not yet been felt. But those who are only a dozen kilometers away from the mountain may have experienced the destructive power of this giant thing firsthand. Another screen displays the earthquake magnitude, building damage rate, and casualties detected in various neighborhoods of the city. These numbers are constantly jumping up.
Countless houses collapse every second, and thousands of buildings collapse. Hundreds of people were injured and killed.
This mountain is still some distance away from Tianfu City and has already caused such horrific damage.
If it is allowed to hit the city, Tianfu City will probably not even have the so-called ruins left, right? This mountain. I know it.
A researcher said in an incredible voice, This is the Dragon Rock Barrier in the west of the city.
Yes, it is the Dragon Rock Barrier. I can't be mistaken. This mountain, the altitude is more than 2,000 meters.
I just climbed this mountain with my wife and children last month. How could it become a monster?
2,000 meters above sea level?
Sun Hang stared at the video that kept playing repeatedly. It doesn't feel like it's not that high? Sun Hang's reference object is on the top of this moving mountain. It is an abandoned temple. Inside the temple, there is a 6-story tower. The western part of Tianfu City is located on the edge of the Yunnan Plateau, with an altitude of more than 1,000 meters above sea level. Yang Qi explained to Sun Hang in a low voice, the accurate altitude of Longyan Barrier is 2,289 meters, but the actual height of the mountain is only 795 meters. Even so, if it crashes into the city. Yang Lian frowned and said in a difficult tone, I dare not think about how much damage it will cause. We first have to confirm whether the Dragon Rock barrier itself has been deformed, or whether there is some other weird thing pushing it. Before a researcher with thick glasses could finish speaking, a military representative interrupted him directly, there is no time. According to the current moving speed of Longyan barrier, it will crash into the city in 14 minutes. The interception operation must be immediate. Start. Such a big mountain weighs tens of billions of tons at least, and the inertia of moving is so terrifying. Even if it loses all sources of power immediately, it will continue to crash towards Tianfu City. With our current situation with certain methods, it is impossible to stop it. Another researcher said loudly, if you want to minimize the damage, you should immediately arrange for citizens to evacuate, especially the mountain phoneme alphabet equals IPA-PH equals route/phoneme and the area within 30 kilometers on both sides. Empty it quickly and the losses will be lower. This is the only thing we can do now. The evacuation of citizens is already in progress. But can you guarantee that Longyan barrier will go straight along its current phoneme alphabet equals IPA-PH equals route/phoneme? What will happen if it turns a corner? The person who spoke was a member of the management committee. Although Sun Hang usually he looked at this group of people quite unpleasantly, but now he had to admit that this person was actually right. No one can be sure whether this mountain controlled by strange things will change its phoneme alphabet equals IPA-PH equals route/phoneme unless they can evacuate all the people in Tianfu City within 10 minutes, but this is obviously impossible. I have already applied to Chunning City for the right to use nuclear weapons. The military representative put his hands on the table and said solemnly, since we can't intercept it, we can only blow it up. This is absolutely not possible. The person who spoke this time was Song Yaring. She stood up suddenly, and even the documents in front of her were knocked to the ground. Let's not talk about the approval and launch preparation of nuclear weapons. It's too late. Do you know how much nuclear weapons are needed to blow up Longyan barrier? What's the difference between carrying out a nuclear strike at this distance and throwing nuclear bombs directly into the city? This won't work, that won't work. Then you guys who are studying weird things should come up with a feasible plan. The military representative shouted irritably, are you just going to sit here and stare? I have an idea. Sun Hang suddenly raised his hand. He thought of someone. What can we do? Everyone in the conference room immediately focused their attention on Sun Hang. Where is the base of the hunter codenamed Bao Si? Sun Hang asked. Bao Si? The military representative's eyes lit up. I understand what you mean. She is now in the Qingqing mountain camp, even closer to the scene than here. I will send someone to contact her immediately. You are really good. Yang Qi patted Sun Hang's arm with some surprise. I didn't expect there was such a way. I am just trying my best. Since you said that even plants and spirits can be charmed by Bo Si, maybe Longyan Lei can also. Sun Hang said, but I am just giving a suggestion. If the operation fails, I will not take the blame. Do you know what the weird thing that infected Bao Si is? Yang Qi suddenly said mysteriously. A creature like a succubus? Sun Hang's mind naturally emerged with the image of a succubus in the comics, with fair skin, devil horns and wings, and a heart-shaped tail. Compared with the hoofed humanoid creatures in Western legends, the two-dimensional shape of the island country in the east is more in line with the XP of normal humans. Of course, the fox spirit in the local legend of Xiaozhou is not impossible.
No, no, no.
The weird thing that infects her is called charm.
Yang Qi said seriously, type A rule type weird thing charm. Type a weird thing?
Sun Hang knew that the reason why Bao Si was ranked 37 must be some ability, but he never expected that the weird meme in this woman's body could actually it comes from type A monsters. Except for the three apes, this was the first time that Sun Hang had phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme contact with the memes of type A monsters. A 59 charm, although it is a regular type of monster, the charm itself does not have the ability to attack. And after knowing its characteristics in advance, it is easy to target it. It is the least threatening among the type A monsters. Of that kind, and as charm Bao Si is an infected person, her physical strength is the same as that of a normal human being, and her ability has certain limitations. Every time she performs a mission, several hunters must be arranged to protect her, so her ranking is only 3.
17. Yang Qi said. In other words, if it were a type A monster with offensive capabilities, it would rank more than 37? Sun Hang asked.
If it is a type A monster with offensive capabilities, it can at least be in the top 5. Yang Qi said, it may also be in the top 3. Anyway, as far as I know, the hunters ranked 2nd and 3rd are not infected.
Type A meme. What about first place? Sun Hang asked.
That's the top secret of the Federation.
It's not accessible to a little shrimp like me anyway.
Yang Qi shrugged helplessly, let's not talk about it anymore.
Time is running out, so we should take action. The action plan of Longyan Barrier Induction Operation was quickly approved by the Disaster Countermeasures Committee. With the hunter Bao Si as the core of the operation, it tried to charm the moving Longyan barrier to deviate from its original phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route slash phoneme. After coaxing it to a safe area, it is then completely destroyed with a large yield nuclear weapon. The monster hunters participating in the operation were divided into 3 groups. The first group is the guard group, responsible for protecting the safety of Bao Si. The second group is the cleaning group, responsible for clearing other monsters on the induction phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route slash phoneme. As for the third group, the infiltration group, they will use aircraft to land on the mountain of Longyan Barrier. They will have enough time to investigate the cause of Longyan Barrier's deformation before it moves to the scheduled blasting site. Sun Hang and Wang Shi were assigned to the second group of cleaning team, while Yi Jiu was assigned to the first group of guard team. It's over. I don't want to be so phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to that woman.
After Yi Jiu learned about his grouping, he complained to Sun Hang with a pained face, I can't bear the murderous intention brought by killing. I rely on games to eliminate it, but that woman's ability.
Even if I fill my hard drive with butter, it won't work. Is it that exaggerated? Sun Hang looked at him curiously. Why, you seem to have experienced her ability.
Of course I haven't experienced this before, but this woman is so famous in Chunming City. Yi Jiu said with a grimace. During a simulation training, an unlucky guy accidentally glanced at her out of the corner of his eye, lost his mind on the spot, chased her and wanted to have sex with her.
Can't she control this ability? Sun Hang asked. Then if she accidentally falls under the charm, how can she get rid of it? It can't be removed. We can only wait for the charm effect to disappear automatically.
Yi Jiu said, the guy just glanced at it, and the effect lasted for at least a whole day.
Then how was this matter handled?
Sun Hang followed Yi Jiu onto the helicopter parked on the rooftop apron and continued to ask. If it were an ordinary person, then just cuff his hands and feet and wait until the charm effect wears off. But that guy is a powerful hunter. If compulsory measures are taken against him.
TSK, I guess that training building the base will be razed to the ground, Yi Jiu said. They can only send Bao Si into an alloy room with a wall thickness of 15 meters. Wouldn't the person who fell under the charm tear down the wall?
No, the setting of charm is very strange. As long as he is not attacked or imprisoned, he will not think about anything else except that matter. Yi Jiu said, as long as we find a way to put that unlucky guy in Bao Si, if you separate yourself, he will.
Sun Wall? Yi Jiu nodded, dumbfounded. Yes, Ri Chang.
You're afraid that you might accidentally catch a glimpse of her.
If something like this really happens, I'd better escape from the Earth overnight.
Yi Jiu sighed, how about I switch with you?
With Tout Ye's ability, maybe he is not afraid of charm? No change. Sun Hang flatly refused, strictly obey the organization's orders, resolutely implement the combat program, and abide by shut up. Yi Jiao immediately interrupted Sun Hang, your words chill my brother. Who is your brother? You still owe me $2 million that you haven't paid off yet. When this mission is over, I'll give it to you when I get back, ah. Yi Jiao said halfway when he suddenly realized something was wrong and immediately changed his words, I'll give it to you right now. Xianer, is there any money left in the card? I'll lend you 2 million. Yi Xian, who was sitting opposite, glanced at him, expressionlessly took out a card from her pocket, and threw it to Yi Jiao. This is the activity fund my dad approved for me before I went out this time. I have no use for it. How much? There should be more than 2 million in it, and the password is 765321. Take it, don't look for it if there are too many, I will reward you. Yi Jiao slapped the card into Sun Hang's hand and said boldly. It's interest. Sun Hang put the card away and said, this account should have been settled long ago. Okay, interest, damn interest. Yi Jiao waved his hands in a frantic manner, opened the suitcase at his feet, took out the evil ghost mask from inside, and covered his face with it. Sun Hang noticed that when the evil ghost mask came into contact with Yi Jiao's face, the shape of the mask instantly changed, making it fit extremely well on Yi Jiao's cheeks. It was as if the mask was growing on his face. Yes, it blends perfectly with the skin. After putting on the mask, Yi Jiao's temperament suddenly changed drastically. People who were not familiar with him would never imagine that under this cold and serious mask, there would be a funny guy. The helicopter began to gradually increase in height, and the cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme rushed into the cabin from the open door. Yang Qi, who was sitting next to Sun Hang, couldn't help but tighten the collar of her windbreaker. Hunters from the defense team and infiltration team will gather at the Qingcheng mountain base, and the hunters from the cleanup team will carry out diffuse releases according to their respective assigned areas. Yi Xian held the ring above her head with one hand, and held the tablet computer, said to everyone in the cabin, the time left for us is very tight, and we have not conducted detailed reconnaissance of the cleaning area, so it is possible to encounter any level of monsters. Once you find that you cannot handle it, don't hold on, and apply for support immediately. We will arrange for the nearest hunters for reinforcements. Tisk. If I ask for help, I'm afraid the hunters nearby won't be able to help. Wang Shi narrowed her eyes. Eternal night has just arrived, so there shouldn't be any powerful characters appearing, right? It's hard to say. Sun Hang shook his head. The thing we have to deal with now, isn't it pretty powerful? When Sun Hang spoke a word, the cabin suddenly fell into silence. If before today, everyone's concept of eternal night only existed in literal descriptions, then now, the indescribable pressure has firmly fallen on their shoulders. There is a saying in Xiaozhou, don't panic if the sky falls, there will be tall people to hold you up. But now, these people sitting in the cabin are those tall people. I'm here. Yi Jiao broke the silence. He patted Sun Hang on the shoulder and said, although you are very annoying, but don't die. Sundara has retired from the environment. Come on down. Sun Hang smiled and kicked Yi Jiao on the butt, knocking the unprepared Yi Jiao out of the cabin. Fuck you. Yi Jiao's yelling disappeared in the air instantly. He shouldn't fall to death, right? Sun Hang glanced outside the cabin. They were now at an altitude of more than 700 meters. The Qingcheng mountain base directly below was as small as a set of miniature architectural models. You won't die if you fall. Yi Xian said calmly. He has tried to land at an altitude of 4,000 meters without a parachute or any protective equipment, and he has successfully landed. 4,000 meters? Didn't he faint in the air? Yang Lian couldn't help but ask, does that armor still have the function of maintaining life signs? I don't know. In short, after putting on that thing, you can't look at him the same way you look at a normal human being. Yi Xian said, the real combat power is actually the equipment itself, and those who are qualified can only be regarded as equipment. It's just a living CPU. The helicopter carried Sun Hang and the others and continued to fly towards the predetermined location, but behind them, a giant flying platform with a diameter of more than 200 meters had taken off and quickly caught up. Isn't this big guy made temporarily? Sun Hang glanced at the bracelet. There were still 6 minutes left before Longyan Barrier hit Tianfu City. The air combat platform Garuda Type 1.
Yi Xian introduced. This was urgently transferred from the northern defense line after the fall of Eternal Night.
It was just delivered to Qingcheng Mountain yesterday. I didn't expect it to be put to use today.
Sun Hang looked up and saw a figure wrapped in thick protective clothing standing alone in the center of the platform. Staff members were busy running around her from time to time, but no matter how nervous those staff members were, in an emergency, they would rather take a detour than enter an area within 30 meters of that person. It was as if it was a restricted area that would bring misfortune upon entering.
It's Bao Si, she's ready.
Yi Xian said, when Garuda flies to the front of Longyan Barrier, she will remove all the protection on her body. If the charm can succeed, Garuda it will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme Longyan Barrier to slowly change direction, first move tangentially to the north along the edge of Tianfu City, and then guide it to the northwest after pulling it far enough away.
If the charm is successful.
Yang Qi took a deep breath, stared at Yi Xian and asked, how is the evacuation progress of the citizens in the dozen or so blocks in the west of the city?
Only 2% has been completed.
The time is too tight, and the earthquake caused by the movement of Longyan Barrier has also made the evacuation very difficult. Forced evacuation will only cause a serious stampede. Yi Xian shook her head. We only priority can be given to ensuring important scientific research personnel and equipment, and as for ordinary citizens.
Yi Xian did not continue. This is a battle with no retreat.
Sun Hang glanced at Bao Si in the distance again. She was wearing that bloated and funny protective suit, just like the mascot of a certain tire brand.
Sun Hang didn't know what she was thinking right now. Maybe she was nervous?
After all, the lives of millions of people are on her shoulders.
If I were in that position, would I feel nervous?
Sun Hang suddenly had some doubts in his heart. There seemed to be a vague voice in the back of his mind saying that the life and death of those who were not related to him were insignificant. But his self-consciousness told himself over and over again that this kind of thinking was wrong. If he really thought like this, sooner or later he would completely lose his humanity and become a monster. The loud rumbling sound penetrated Sun Hang's cochlea, like a drumstick, beating his eardrums hard compared to the scenes in the video. The scene seen with one's own eyes was much more shocking. He could now completely understand the panic tone of the people at the observation post when they reported the situation. A mountain, a moving mountain, splitting the earth, tearing apart the hills, enveloping everything it came into contact with, and moving towards mankind with great force.
The symbol of civilization the city drives away.
The man-made aircraft surrounding the mountain are as small as mosquitoes. Even the huge Garuda is nothing more than a stainless steel dinner plate suspended in the air in front of Longyan Barrier.
Prepare to adjust the angle.
The person in charge of on-site command and coordination shouted hoarsely on the communication channel he had to use the maximum volume, otherwise his voice would be swallowed up by the loud noise made when the Dragon Rock Barrier moved.
One last confirmation, the defense team is fully in place. The induction operation at Dragon Rock Barrier will officially begin in 15 seconds. Check the safety measures one last time. Once completed, everyone should evacuate from the platform. All monitoring equipment on the platform is turned off. On-site personnel should pay attention to their sights.
Only look at the direction you are responsible for, and it is strictly forbidden to look back.
Can Bao Si's charm ability still work through the screen? Sun Hang asked.
Yes. Yi Xian nodded, and even if she is mosaicked with thick mosaics, it will not work.
There is really no other way to temporarily turn off the monitoring equipment. Then I feel that the guard team is just guarding for nothing.
Sun Hang muttered, if there is any strange creature that breaks into Bao Si's proximity, they will not have time to react, right?
The guard team is not protecting Bao Si's safety, but Garuda's safety.
Yi Xian said, Bao Si's charm ability is her best defense. Countdown 5 seconds, the commander roared, his voice was already a little hoarse.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
At the moment the countdown ended, the protective suit that imprisoned Bao Si's body instantly disintegrated and scattered on the ground. White smoke gushed out from the inside of the protective suit, wrapping Bao Si's figure in it. Sun Hang quickly turned his head away and stopped looking at the scene on the Garuda platform. Garuda reports that the speed of Longyan Fort has slowed down. No. That is the accumulation of power before acceleration. Longyan Fort is accelerating. It is expected to hit Tianfu City in 1 minute and 24 seconds. Tianfu City number 6 observation post report. The angle of Longyan Fort's moving phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals /phoneme has shifted by 0.3 degrees. 0, 9 degrees. 1, 6 degrees. 4, 7 degrees. Longyan Fort is accelerating and turning. The deviation angle has reached 21 degrees. The mountain is tilting. Induction is effective. Repeat. Induction is effective. Immediately assess the tilt of the mountain. Assessment completed. There is no risk of the mountain toppling. The turning speed is still accelerating. The huge mountain did not break as expected when it was about to collide with Tianfu City, but directly stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to the edge of the city, and drifted at a large angle. The huge cracks on the ground spread directly to the interior of the city, and countless buildings were swallowed into the abyss. Sun Hang didn't know how many people died in these secondary disasters, but compared to letting Longyan Fortress directly hit Tianfu City, such losses were already acceptable. In front of this strange creature comparable to a natural disaster, human life is like an ant. Longyan Fortress's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals /phoneme has been changed. Tianfu City is safe. As this sentence sounded, a short cheer suddenly broke out in the communication channel. Don't let your guard down. The voice of the military representative sounded, until Longyan Fortress is completely destroyed, the operation is not considered successful. Longyan Fortress has completely entered the guided phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals /phoneme and is moving away from Tianfu City. The commander continued to shout, the infiltration team is ready to airdrop into the mountain, and the cleaning team must ensure that the guided phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals /phoneme is clear. Let's go, it's our turn to work. Wang Shi patted Sun Hang on the shoulder and walked to the cabin door. Be careful and keep in touch at any time. Yang Qi nodded to the two of them. We have arrived at the designated location, and the auxiliary drone has been deployed. Yi Xian gave Sun Hang a thumbs up, your weapons are also ready and can be deployed at any time. Okay. Sun Hang nodded, and then jumped out of the cabin with Wang Shi. Neither of them carried a parachute, but the way they landed was completely different. Wang Shi turned around and sprayed an instant fireball upwards. With the shockwave generated by the explosion of the fireball, she accelerated herself to the ground, and then smashed a big hole on the ground with a bang. The next second, Wang Shi, who was unharmed, jumped out of the pit easily, shook her head, and reached out to brush off the broken soil and gravel on her hair. As for Sun Hang, he wove a parachute with mycelium and slowly landed in front of Wang Shi. It's a bit slow. Wang Shi glanced at him and said, this dress is newly bought, you have to take good care of it. Sun Hang said. Wang Shi took a look at her torn clothes, tore off the sleeves with only 2 or 3 threads left, and threw them aside. For her, clothes are disposable consumables. At the beginning, the Institute wanted to develop a special combat suit that could match the beast state and withstand the breath of the Black Dragon. After failing nearly 100 times, the exhausted researchers finally gave up this project. So much so that Wang Shi later even didn't bother to wear the standard combat uniforms issued to hunters by the Institute. Every time she went out, she wore a cheap set of clothes. She mentioned this to Sun Hang during a chat. These clothes were bought at the stalls in the night market, 19.9 yuan for a set of t-shirts and jeans, and 2 sets were given for buying 5 sets. Confirm that the hunter has landed, prepare to drop weapons. Yi Xian's voice came from the headset. Sun Hang looked up and saw that the giant metal box hanging under the helicopter had been unhooked and fell straight down from the sky. The box contained the G2796, brought from the Research Institute. Although Sun Hang could easily make similar weapons with his current ability, it would still be costly. Even if the cost was small, in this completely unknown battlefield, this little difference could very likely determine life or death and victory or defeat.
Being cautious is never a bad thing. The metal box disintegrated in mid-air, and the huge blade liquefied instantly, wrapping Sun Hang in it. After a while, a piece of Mingguang armor that was very similar to the Shafa appeared on Sun Hang's body. Compared to the Black Killing, the armor on Sun Hang's body presents a chaotic metallic primary color. At the edge of the armor, a slight tremor can be observed. This is a phenomenon caused by the instability of the metal after it is compressed to the extreme. If the force that constrains them suddenly disappears, these metals will explode like a bomb, sweeping away everything around. The armor is pretty cool. Wang Shi nodded to Sun Hang. Thank you for the compliment.
Sun Hang smiled. The first time I saw Yijiu, I took off the armor on him.
Now I have to settle for the second best and copy a set myself.
The auxiliary drone has entered the working state, and no other strange reactions have been detected within a radius of 200 meters in the surrounding area. Yang Qi's voice sounded in the headset. Sun Hang looked up and saw 4 drones hovering about 100 meters above their heads. In addition to providing fire support and acting as a relay station for communication signals, the biggest function of these 4 drones is the micromeme frequency detector installed inside for hunters. This is their eyes in the air. Follow the planned phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals route/phoneme and advance to the northwest defense line. Wang Shi straightened her messy clothes and walked straight forward. The area they are responsible for is about 16 kilometers in depth and less than 2 kilometers in width. Looking down from a high altitude, it is a narrow area attached to the edge of the induction phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals route/phoneme. There are no buildings and no terrain or vegetation that can block the view in this area. It is an open area with a clear view. Sun Hang is not sure whether he was assigned to this place because of his good luck or the special treatment provided by the command center because of his identity. Compared with those hunters assigned to abandoned villages or woods, their work is more than one level easier. Dozens of kilometers behind, Longianlei was coming towards this side. The ground was shaking violently, and cracks appeared from time to time. The hard rock layer was pushed and squeezed by the terrifying force, and it was as brittle as freshly baked wafers. The broken and twisted land turned the plain into a piece of undulating hills, which reminded people of the plate collision experiments simulated by the teacher using plasticine in the geography class in middle school. Watch your feet, Wang Shi said to Sun Hang. Be careful not to fall into those cracks that can eat a whole person. It's not a big problem. With the help of mycelium, Sun Hang was almost walking on flat ground. On the contrary, old Wang, who jumped between the boulders, looked more embarrassed. Wang Shi's beast transformation ability is only used when encountering strange things, and it is still a bit difficult for human limbs to move in such an environment. The speed of the two was not slow. In a blink of an eye, they had reached the middle of this narrow strip of land. The new task has been assigned. After clearing this area, you need to rush to D16 area immediately. Yang Qi said in the communication channel, it is near the end of the guided phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals route/phoneme, more than 200 kilometers away from here. We have to hurry up. There should be only one update today. I am a little tired. I will rest early and adjust my work and rest schedule. What about other areas? Do they need our support? Wang Shi asked. Not yet, wait a minute. Before Yang Qi could finish her words, a piercing alarm sounded immediately in the communication channel. A large number of unknown monsters have appeared in areas A11 and A13, please support. A strange thing is encountered in area A19. A battle is underway. Communications in areas A35 and B09 are interrupted. Communications in area B14 are interrupted. Almost at the same time, the hunters responsible for cleaning up various areas encountered strange objects. As soon as the battle started, it entered a fierce stage. The auxiliary drone has detected abnormal meme frequencies. Yang Qiyu said quickly, under your feet. And, there are a lot of them. I guessed it. Wang Shi lowered her head and looked at the ground. It's only underground where they can hide. At this time, Sun Hang also smelled the unique smell of the strange thing. But this time, what he smelled was a disgusting rancid smell. In other words, even Tao Tai, who is never picky about food, despises these strange things hiding under the ground.
Here we come!
Wang Shi shouted. Black scales instantly covered 2 slender arms, and the 10 fingers transformed into sharp dragon claws. This is a semi-animal state, and its combat effectiveness is better than that of a complete animal form. It is weaker, but the control difficulty is much higher than that of complete beast transformation. The only advantage is that half-beast transformation has a relatively low impact on the transformation process. In Wang Shi's own words, she is a Kryptonian life guy. The next second, countless strange things crawled out from the cracks in the ground. These strange things look like a group of deformed children, with huge heads like aliens commonly seen in science fiction works, a skinny body completely out of proportion to the head, and sharp claw-like nails. Their skin is a sickly bluish-white color, covered with large and small corpse spots and rotten wounds. Some of these wounds even span most of their bodies, shrinking the heart in their chest into a walnut-sized heart, directly exposed to the outside. The most bizarre thing is their faces. There are no facial features on the faces of these humanoid monsters, only 2 lines of deep red tears like dried blood, extending from where the eye sockets should be.
Jaw. It's a ghoul.
Wang Shi crushed the head of a monster that rushed towards her, and then kicked it again, breaking a ghoul that tried to attack her from the side into 2 pieces.
It sounds like zombies, and the like. Sun Hang stood there without moving.
Tens of millions of mycelium rose from behind him, and in the blink of an eye, he killed the few corpses that were phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals claws close slash phoneme to him.
The thorns became a sieve.
More or less, ghouls are actually corpses buried deep in the ground that are resurrected after being infected by the spooky virus. Wang Shi said while killing a steady stream of ghouls crawling out of the ground. Their individual strength depends on the strength during life. The actual threat is actually weaker than that of ordinary adults. Generally, people who are successfully attacked by ghouls or phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals are either slash phoneme too frightened to react, or they are old people or children.
According to records, this is a kind of monster that bullies the weak and fears the strong, and is rare. Will actively attack adults. Are there many records of corpses appearing? There are many.
In the entire Xiaozhou Federation, there are at least hundreds of cases of corpses attacking humans every year. Wang Shi said, however, such cases are usually handled by the Public Security Bureau.
Hunters can only do this if they are too idle. I will take on the task of hunting down ghosts. But the number is really too much.
Before Sun Hang finished speaking, the next batch of corpses crawling out from the ground had already changed. Some broken armors appeared on their bodies, and a considerable number of the corpses still carried weapons such as ring-headed knives and iron swords in their hands. Although these ring-headed swords were rusted to the point of disgrace, and the iron swords were also, there was only one Gota left, but compared to the previous unarmed corpses, the threat of these guys was undoubtedly greatly enhanced.
How do I feel? We are facing a resurrected ancient army. Sun Hang used mycelium to easily crush a corpse wielding a ring-headed knife.
He originally wanted to use the ring-headed knife till he grabbed it for inspection, but who knew that the Wancho knife instantly turned into powder and disappeared with the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme as soon as it was released from the hands of the corpse ghost.
Sun Hang, I have checked. The location you are currently in is an ancient battlefield from the Three Kingdoms era.
This corpse is probably an ancient soldier who was resurrected by the deception virus. Yang Qi's voice spoke in the communication. The channel rang.
Three Kingdoms era? Sun Hang was stunned for a moment. It was more than 1,800 years ago, right?
How could the corpses of that time be so well preserved? Don't look at weird things the same way you look at normal things. Yi Xian's voice intervened. Although these corpses are numerous in number, their combat power is very weak. Clear the area immediately to support other hunters. They encountered the enemy is much more difficult than you. The 4 auxiliary drones in the air had dispersed, and used the machine guns mounted under the fuselage to shoot at the dense group of ghouls. The armor of the Three Kingdoms period was almost as good as paper in front of modern hot weapons. The efficiency of the 4 drones in clearing the ghouls was even faster than that of Sun Hang and Wang Shi. Watching the ghouls fall one by one, Sun Hang even had the illusion that he was playing a mowing game. But soon, a breath much stronger than ordinary ghouls appeared in Sun Hang's perception range. Wang Shi had just torn two armored ghouls apart, and the ground under his feet suddenly cracked, and a burly figure crashed out from the ground, slapping Wang Shi and sending him flying. This corpse ghost is 5 meters tall. Even Iron Wall looks like a stunted dwarf when standing next to it. It is covered with heavy metal armor. No, to be precise, it is not covered with armor, but the armor pieces are embedded in the flesh. They are not equipment, but part of the body of this giant corpse ghost. Old Wang, are you still alive? Sun Hang used mycelium to weave a large net, blocking the giant corpse ghost, and turned to shout to Wang Shi, who was slapped away. It's okay, just a little dizzy. Wang Shi quickly got up from the ground. A pair of dragon wings covered with scales stretched out from behind her, and the scales on her body gradually covered her torso and spread to her neck. Completely beast. This guy is not easy to deal with. Sun Hang watched the giant corpse ghost tear open the mycelium net with his hands. The strength of this net is enough to hold a mud truck at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, but in front of the giant corpse ghost, it is no different from an ordinary spider web. Damn it! Wang Shi spat out a mouthful of burning blood foam and wiped the corner of her mouth with her claws. I was careless. How could there be such a 5-meter-tall giant in the Three Kingdoms period? Sun Hang asked, or is it all thanks to the weird virus? I seem to have a cold. No matter what the reason is, just kill it and it's done. Wang Shi suddenly pulled into the air and dived into the giant corpse ghost, but just when her claws were about to pierce the giant corpse ghost's head, the giant corpse ghost used its agility that was completely inconsistent with its body size to grab Wang Shi's arm and threw her to the ground. Bang! Wang Shi's body smashed a big hole in the ground, and fine cracks spread from under her body to the surroundings. The giant corpse ghost raised his fists high and was about to chase, but it suddenly stumbled for no reason, allowing Wang Shi to get up and run away. Sun Hang, who was not far away, frowned. What he just imagined was the scene of the giant corpse ghost's brain bursting, and he invested almost 90% of his mental power, but when it was reflected on the target, it was just a stagger. Although the weird creatures have a certain resistance to Sun Hang's ability, the gap between the fact and the imagination is still a bit too big. A dozen mycelium wrapped around Wang Shi's body, helping her to instantly distance herself from the giant corpse ghost. Until then, a piece of armor embedded in the forehead of the giant corpse ghost suddenly cracked, and a small wisp of black blood as sticky as oil flowed out of the crack. This weird creature's strength, speed and reaction ability are all top-notch. Wang Shi said, there is no need to fight it in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme combat. We just keep a safe distance from it and fight it. I didn't plan to fight him in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme combat from the beginning. Sun Hang said, while retreating, he used mycelium to clean up the nearby miscellaneous soldiers and corpse ghosts. The mental power just consumed made him feel a little tired, but fortunately he didn't overdraw, and it would take at most 2 or 3 minutes to recover to his peak state. But what made Sun Hang a little unhappy was that he killed so many miscellaneous corpse ghosts, but he couldn't draw any power from them. After absorbing the infected thug, his state recovered from nearly fainting to about 70% of full mana and full blood. However, after Sun Hang swallowed a few of these corpse ghosts while suppressing the feeling of nausea, he found that the weird memes in their bodies could not bring him any power or recovery effect. No wonder even Tao Tai despised them. Yang Qi, apply to the superiors for heavy weapons. Wang Shi shouted in the communication channel between the dragon breath. Her dragon breath bomb, which was enough to evaporate the blood pool in the basement, hit the giant corpse ghost, but could only barely blow it apart. Moreover, the damage just caused in the last second was restored to its original state in the next second. Only the wound that Sun Hang created on the head of the giant corpse ghost with imagination has not healed yet. It's hard to get fire support. Now the cleaning teams in various areas have been attacked by monsters. Every place needs support. The command center can only give priority to those areas with the most intense fighting. Yang Qi shouted. Isn't the fighting here intense? Sun Hang asked. Except for this big guy, the other corpse ghosts are not a threat. Yi Xian's voice sounded, other areas, the enemies they encounter are far more difficult than you. Where is Longianlii moving now? Wang Shi asked again. It has moved to the B07-B11 section. Yi Xian replied, the battle there is the most intense, and a large number of monsters with floating and flying abilities have appeared. Garuda is under fierce attack, and the escort team is a little overwhelmed. Why do I feel that these monsters seem to have a unified command? Sun Hang muttered. The command center also speculated so, but now we have no time to explore this issue. Even the people in the infiltration team have been transferred back to Garuda. Yang Qi said. The giant corpse ghost pounced on Wang Shi again, and the latter immediately flapped its wings and flew into the air, turning around and breathing out a dragon. Old Wang, can you hold this guy back by yourself? Sun Hang suddenly asked. It should be no problem. What's wrong? Do you have any plans? Wang Shi asked. I plan to go to Longyan Fort to have a look. Sun Hang said. He had a feeling that the key to the problem was this moving mountain. Sun Hang, don't mess around. Yang Qi said, each hunter has been assigned his own area of responsibility. If you evacuate without the approval of the headquarters. The headquarters has agreed. Yi Xian's voice suddenly interrupted Yang Qi's words. I just passed Sun Hang's idea to the headquarters, and they also think that it is not a solution to drag it on like this.